Sorry, my bad. It was me. It was definitely me. Me was the problem. As soon as you said that, I went to check, and I'm like, hang on.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup. We're in the final stretch here for the online qualifiers, and I'm Ash, joined by Matt and Molly. Overall, guys, how are you feeling about how this last week has panned out?
I feel amazing. I mean, I know not just for the Overwatch World Cup. I mean, New York's pretty awesome right now. But for the last week of Overwatch World Cup, I mean, that was pretty good. We saw some awesome games last week. I think everything in EMEA has kind of been pretty expected thus far, at least.
And honestly, we could see some upsets, but the fact that we haven't seen anything too crazy so far, maybe just getting comfortable with the stage. Now that these teams have had a bit more time to scrim and kind of practice with each other, I think today will be perhaps some new strategies coming on out as the meta keeps shifting.
Yeah, it's been fun to see, I think, a lot of litmus tests in last weekend to see how everyone is stacking up against each other. But if you guys missed out on our first weekend, I do want to run you through the format again real quick. The World Cup Online Qualifiers are going to be putting us through multiple 4-team round-robin groups. And stay with me here with the top 2 teams in each group advancing to the group stage of the main event in Busan, South Korea. Very exciting stuff. After a week full of matches, again, none of these groups have been fully decided yet. Overall, talking a little bit more about last weekend, having a bit more of a deep dive here, I think that we can chat about how Denmark are currently in the best spot, realistically. They're the only team that have left that week in 2-0. This is pretty expected overall, considering how many matches were, kind of played during last weekend after a nail-biter 3-2 against Finland. Molly, that group is the group of death right now. Denmark must be pretty happy about the spot that they're in, and UK, France, and Great Britain are all expected, I think, to show what they're going to be, why they're on top, I think, with these rosters.
Yeah, I think having Denmark, Sweden, and Finland in one group feels kind of illegal, honestly, with how strong all 3 of those rosters are. And it's, especially seeing this Sweden-Finland matchup. If you're Denmark, you're the biggest Sweden fan right now. You see Finland go down 0-2, that guarantees your spot in Busan, so I'm pretty sure that they will be watching some of our games with a pretty close eye today, but as I said, the rest of the groups panning out pretty much as expected.
I mean, Ash, right? Seeing Denmark playing that well is really impressive, right? You kind of see their map differential. Group B, I think we all expect, Great Britain to get on through. I think Germany, Norway, that could be, a little bit of an interesting game. I think we may even have that one today, so that'll be one to kind of look at as potentially something that decides that second spot. And then Group C, I mean, I think this one is probably the most clear-cut out of the ones we have here in EMEA, where France and Poland look pretty good right now.
Yeah, they definitely do. Again, though, 2 wins doesn't guarantee that you're going to necessarily make it out of groups today, but it definitely helps. There are worlds where we're going to see, some of those 1-1, 2-1 score lines coming through, and we'll see how things end up wrapping out on Sunday. We got a lot of matches coming. But overall, as a reminder, China and Saudi Arabia all are already awaiting there in that group stage alongside some other teams from Asia, where the qualifiers for that ended actually last weekend. And the top half of the group stage will advance also to the playoffs. That will be in BlizzCon in Anaheim, California. Words are hard this morning, guys. But how excited, Molly, are you for this year coming up? It's so fun that we have OWWC coming back here at BlizzCon.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, 2023? It was the last time that we had OWWC around, let alone on land, twice, too. Both in Busan and in Anaheim later on this year. So I think there's a lot to look forward to, a lot of time for these teams to showcase the players and the regional talent that we have.
Well, talking a little bit more about the schedule now that we have for today, as excited as we are looking forward to these live events that will be coming up, we gotta still get through these online qualifiers. We have 4 matches in EMEA to kick off this morning here on Saturday, and then afterwards you guys will be joined by Jaws and Johnny for the Americas groups for another 4 matches. So a lot of Overwatch on the docket for today. It's going to be exciting stuff and a lot of time for you guys to secure these drops. I want to give a big shout out to Matt right now. Congrats on the fact that you managed to get your 3-stream watch streak. I think that's awesome. If you guys want to be like him, definitely ensure that you continue to tune in to be able to get that awesome esports loot box, and ensure that your Blizz account is also connected to make sure that you actually, get it in Overwatch. But overall, talking a little bit more about the matchup that we do have coming in next, We talked about how important these groups are and these score lines, trying to secure that second win early on. And for Finland versus Sweden, there's a world, Molly, where if Sweden get this win to kick things off, they're going to be able to lock in soft lock in a spot for them in Denmark.
Yeah, pretty much. Is have two teams at 2-2. Kind of impossible to break through that, but yeah, I think Sweden, when I first looked at this Group A, I'm like, why are all these teams in the same bracket? Kind of crazy. So the fact that they have the opportunity today to lock in that spot, especially against a Finland team who are kind of the surprise of 2023, getting all the way up to a third place finish. So if they're able to kind of shut that down, get that win today, I'll be very happy with that going on ahead.
It just shows how fast Overwatch moves, right? It's like, oh, we got third place, a few years ago, and then now all of a sudden, like, you might not even make it out of the groups, right? No, I think you're gonna have to see like Sauna and Bestola probably have like really huge games here against Sweden, but like the Sweden roster is like so stacked. No, I think Ghost is obviously a really important player here for Finland as well. In their World Cup run in the past, like he was really tremendous in terms of like that flex support role. So I think for me, Finland, they have to know how important this game is, right? Coming in, you're gonna see the best version of them today.
For sure. I think Visola as well, like, we already know how great of a player he is, but with how important the tank matchups have been in the current meta with, like, the maps that we're seeing also in the pool, you love to see the Visola Sigma coming out. But overall, let's take a look at who they're going to be facing up against, because chatting a bit more about this Swedish roster that, Matt, you were saying is so stacked.
Yeah, I mean, I know, obviously, anytime you can have Kev on the roster, it's going to be pretty strong. And you highlighted there, Ash, like the kind of tank matchup, right? Vistola being able to play the Sigma. No, I think for me, like, it's like, okay, like, what does Willies come out and play, right? We know Sile and Admiral are two really, fantastic support players. Like, Willies, like, likes to play a lot of the Hazard, can play, like, some of the Diva, can play, like, Sigma himself. I think if Willies wins that tank battle, you kind of look at the rest of the roster, Sweden's going to be very difficult to beat this match.
And I think it's going to be a pain point. The playstyles of these teams have been so drastically different over our first week of competitions, leaning more towards the Sigma style versus more like hard Mei Symmetra brawl type of things. So seeing those clash out on the stage, if Willies can manage to get the best of Vistola, it seems like Sweden would have this in the bag.
Yeah, it definitely does. I'm curious to see how that depth is going to come into play and how important also, the map picks are going to be, as well as the hero bans that we're going to be expecting to come through here as well. Overall, Matt, I'm kind of curious, how close do you feel like, I think we know that this game is going to be a close one, but I feel like most people see Sweden as having the upper hand in this matchup.
Not the Twitch
realistically,
chat.
Not Twitch chat.
They're on something this morning. I mean, I'm looking here. You got like 5 million channel points on Finland. I'm like, what's going on here? I was like, we had. Is everybody from Finland, the entire country?
They're all
in the
showing
chat?
out right
now. They're all here. Because like you look at the rosters. I mean, like I think Sweden is like a. You look at the roster and it's like they could be a favorite, even when we go to Busan, in some of the groups, right? Like that's how good it is. Not to say the Finland roster isn't. It's just like right now at the moment, it seems like Sweden is kind of clicking. But kind of like what I was alluding to earlier, I think Finland, you kind of know that this is basically your last chance to make it out of groups, right? Like there's probably some other shenanigans, like all the math wizards out there can figure out some type of way that they can kind of sneak on through, but like this is really the best chance for them to make it on through. So I think you're going to kind of see them kick it into another gear today.
Yeah, it's going to be a really important matchup for Finland, especially considering that they yet to have a win underneath their belt. Let's go and see who ends up actually getting that higher seed with that 1v1 deathmatch coming in next, you guys.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. So as we go into the 1v1, Molly, what do we have here? So Elias versus Sona Doomfist 1v1. No, I'm thankful this has not been spoiled to us, because even if they did, I wouldn't really believe it. Seeing this kind of come play out as looks like okay, so the kill comes in after the kill cam there. They just kind of traded where Elias gets the first one.
Yeah, Doomfist, I think, being the hero selected between Widowmaker and Ana as the other two options is a little shocking, and they're making it worth both DPS players on it, and Elias kind of cooking Sauna from what we can see here, and It's been a minute since Doomfist DPS, but both these players clearly wanting to relive that as Sana actually going to make this one go the full distance.
How did we not get EMEA to have a Reinhardt 1v1 option? I mean, that would have been just the EMEA specialist. Ooh, okay, so Sweden, they will receive the higher seed. So Alliance ends up taking out Sana in that deathmatch. So they'll get that first pick, which is pretty important. So it'll be Sweden picking Ilios here to kick things off.
Yeah, Ilios definitely more that dive-ish centric, one of the best Cat Bastion maps that are available as well. We saw it a little bit from Sweden previously. Granted, it was Kale that was in instead of Admiral, so unless we're seeing a bit more of a swap in that regard, and with the Diva Lucio bans, it almost seems like a guarantee that that's what Sweden will want to pull out, and it doesn't seem that Finland are a team to shy away from that themselves either.
Yeah, so I mean, the Diva ban is pretty interesting, right? Really early on, getting it out of Estola's hands, like one of Estola's, best heroes. I think for Finland, like, getting rid of the Lucio, like, now this would, allow you to play what we're gonna see, maybe like Juno Kiri, right? Do you want to play some Maga with that? I know we're always down for a little bit of Maga here in the Overwatch World Cup, it seems. So that definitely opens some different comps up, especially with Lucio being so strong, really, in just about every situation.
Yeah, it takes away from a lot of that speed. We won't have as much environmental potential, which I guess is a little bit sad for all of our main supports.
Roadhog. We saw Roadhog here. Don't sleep on the hog. I mean, it's possible.
I'd love to see that.
Going for some environmental kills, but I mean, we've also seen Roadhog end in disasters, so I don't think either of these teams. Maybe Sweden, I think, could, Willies could dabble in it, but I don't think we'll see it here early on. But yeah, to your point, like, you kind of ruined a little bit of some of the environmental potential.
Yeah, and like it's, maybe a little bit too high of a match stake to do some Mickey Mouse gameplay with our Roadhog. So it's not really something I think we've seen from Willies or Estola. But hey, first time for everything would definitely catch them off guard. But again, tank matchup is a big one. The one I do think is the DPS. I think Kevster ran rampant for Sweden in that first match against Austria, and it's Kevster. There's not really much else that you can say about that. So seeing him be matched by Sana, who's just kind of making his comeback into this EMEA region, is going to be another big thing that I think Finland are going to have their eyes set on.
Yeah, it's a great point. And right now, the game is very close to being ready. We're just waiting. Hey, look, if you watched last week, and we wait on some of these players sometimes, especially in the EMEA. They like to take their time to get in the lobby. I think we're just waiting on one player to get in the lobby, and then we'll get this one kicked off. Would you favor Sweden in this as well? Like, I think, I mean, to say they're a clear favorite seems to be like dog in Finland a little bit. But for me, I mean, Sweden, I think, I thought they would win this group, so I would probably still have them as a favorite here.
Yeah, that's kind of where I put them, especially with that loss to Denmark. I think that kind of dropped my stocks in Finland a tad bit. It's not like, again, Finland are a bad team. It feels illegal that all three of them are in the same group, but yeah, when you look at it, I think it's hard. I just see Kevster on this roster, along with like this, again, a little bit biased from the collegiate backline of Admiral, having the extra synergy with Skyle too. It just seems like so much for Finland to have to overcome in a short period of time.
Or maybe Denmark is just that good, right? And like they've kind of like put themselves like a cut above, and then we kind of end up with like a way closer game than we could have imagined. But yeah, I think like Skyle was really good last week, with Admiral, and then anytime you can play Kev's playing a little bit more like Tracer here, for this roster than he kind of does in OWCS. So get a little bit of like throwback Kev, and I think that's why like he's so strong in especially like tournaments like this, right, where you just kind of need players who can kind of jump into the server, play whatever, and play it at a high level and kind of fit into any team, really.
It's going to be important, especially for our World Cup teams with the overlap with OWCS. There hasn't been like nearly as much intensive practice time for some of these rosters compared to others, and it just is going to come with the higher levels of gameplay that are out there that just can be a side effect for being too good in a way. But seeing that blend, I think, will be more. We've had a bit of a week for them to get more of those reps in, become more comfortable. But yeah, it's really going to come down to the difference of playstyles as well. There's, again, ton of sim May for Finland. They like their brawl, they like being up close and personal, where Kevster and favors that Tracer, being more pokey in that regard. But here on Ilios, I think this is going to be one of the bigger highlights of how these comps can mismatch.
Yeah, it's obviously some time here where teams can kind of decide what they want to play. The illustrious Cat Bastion is available here. I know it's one thing we saw a bit of it in EMEA last week. They kind of like started to like trend a little bit away from it here, at least in this region. But with the Lucio gone, you obviously not able to ban another support, so it'll be Finland playing the Cat Bastion here, Molly. With Sigma in the mix, and then for Sweden, it looks like they came out on this. It looks like for a second there, I was wondering if they were going to decide to make some changes, but the Freya is something that we have not seen in ages.
Yeah, she had that small buff kind of coming into the, I think it was 2 patches ago, with the updraft and just the way that can function. And I think it makes Freya a lot more survivable in these long-range poke matchups. You can land these bolts, it's gonna hurt, but you can already tell that Iffen and making sure Sana knife and safe around the Lighthouse. Willies also ended up swapping over to the Malga to make sure that he can contest the point a bit safer against Vistola in the front, but Zoro making a bit of a face-to-face. Sana not exactly recommended against the Cat Bastions, that soft region. I think Finland will grab control of the point for now.
Yeah, it's you're just trying to find angles here for Sweden, just trying to like lock them into the point, as Zoro pretty difficult to hit, but takes a lot of damage, and then Gucci is going to be able to finish him off. So just like that, it feels like that Finland is going to get control here early on as everybody from Sweden backs out.
And it's going to just trigger a couple more swaps. We'll see Zoro move on over to that Ashe. I think they have more poke potential, because you can already tell Vistola is not letting anyone come inside.
No, and you're going to see some changes here from Sweden, and I like the idea. I don't think you can really play the Freya into this. It's like really, I think with the Cat Bastion, you kind of need just like consistent damage on them, at range, where like the Freya we kind of saw from Zoro's POV, it's like pretty difficult to hit those shots. And then now with the Ramatra, going to be in a better spot to brawl it out. But a lot of ultimates here for Finland. I mean, you're going to be walking into like a Kitsune rush here for Sweden. Going to be very difficult to play against.
An unfortunate side effect of making the later swaps, and Finland's already moving on forward. Kitsune Rush is out, but Sweden successfully manages his kite from it and can re-engage with the Captive Sun. The only target Skyle can find is the Kiriko in the backline. Does buy room for Son, who I'm assuming was dropped if Willies was able to punch him somehow, and that's a much better start without the threat lurking in the sky. Sweden now move to the point a bit more freely. With the catnap, though, I believe Willies that was stunned and off into the cliffs. He shall fall. Finland, you want to look to clutch this up. Sana gets Skyle from, assumably, the spawn coming back, and Zoro gotta take the reset for one last fight.
Yeah, just one more opportunity here for Sweden. Is not been a good round for them. It's Finland piloting this Cat Bastion, almost to perfection here early on. Vestola is going to have this flux. You see a nice job here from Gucci, just trying to deny Kev the touch here from the high ground. Now you're actually going to have Vestola moving up there. This is a really nice flux.
Yeah, onto Skyle. Turned into a pancake on the high ground. Somebody from Sweden has to touch it. Vestola is pretty low, that see players trying to surround and see what they can do, but it is still a Sigma after all. Still got to get to the point. There you go. Zoro managed to get the punish finally. Sweden won't be out of this one, at least in a full sweep, because they'll manage to get some percentage going. Yeah, there goes Fed.
Well, I mean, Vestola tries to deny that area, and Zoro just sends a Bob right into his face. And then, like, the Bob is able to take out the tank, like, get past the 6 shield. And now that they're going to be off this Cat Bastion, I think there's a real world in which like Sweden can get back into this. So this Mizuki comp can be really difficult to deal with. Like when you're playing Diva, with the Ramatra can deal with it a little bit better. Even if you kind of get the Ramatra stuck in the chains, have that Nemesis form to block, you have the shield, TP up to the high ground, nice vortex catches one.
Yeah, just pulling Sana down there makes that trade all the worth it. So much harder now for Finland to close that gap. It is the one smaller weakness of the Sigma of that comp, and it's just going to force a swap over to Tracer to match Kevster.
So now see Gucci here from like an off angle, putting a lot of damage down onto Willies. Skyle is going to play the Wuyong, so some extra damage here. I know a little bit of extra healing as well compared to the Alari, as Zoro actually finds Gucci at range. It's going to be the Kitsune rush here from Ghost to open things up as they want to try and end it here.
Sweden lost control of the points, and there's a nice trade there. Ghost running around being more of a DPS than both his damage players for the time being, and for Finland, that should be enough to get them through this objective. It's only Willie's realistically sitting on this point with his Annihilation burned on down. Little much that he has left to offer. His block will slowly run on out. Down he falls. And just good old Kevster. Nice stick on the shield, but yeah, Ghost has Kunai with his name on it. It'll be Finland. They can run one.
Yeah, really good round from Finland. I think the Cat Bastion definitely threw Sweden off a little bit, trying to find their bearings in terms of like what comp they would actually want to play. Instead of you know, what they kind of rolled out on, right? So they rolled out with like a Hazard and some other stuff. You know, the Freya kind of coming into the mix, and Alari doesn't really work out that well for them. Some adjustments there makes it a bit closer, but Finland comes out really strong, especially Vestola, only one death in that first round.
That's kind of that tank matchup they were talking about as well. And when Sweden were having their identity crisis at the start, it put them far behind, and it just allowed Vestola consistently on this pick farm on through. And Sweden, and again, give another swing at this Hazard comp that had a rough go at it with his Cat Bastion.
Yeah, let's see. It looks like Kev actually just uses the Echo to get up into the sky to see if the Cat Bastion is like flying towards them, and then goes back and decides to make some changes. So it's going to be the Ramatra change here as well. Ilari, so a lot of changes coming in here for Sweden. They will still go with the Freya, so trying to make the Freya work, who can kind of get in the sky, maybe kind of land some of those big bolts down onto the Bastion. But the Bastion becomes such a nasty target. I mean, you see the jetpack can just flying around so fast.
With being a projectile, it's darn near impossible for Zoro to land enough bolts to make that consistent, and even get chased down. You lose out on Vestola though, and that's kind of the issue with the Cat Bastion. If you leave your tank on an island, Willie's happily walk him down. Without that tank presence, Finland will have a way to stay on this objective, so Sweden will get the first cap.
Yeah, and I mean, the Cassidy swap is, I think, the ideal move here. Like, you're also really susceptible to the Tracer. No, as the Freya, where, I mean, Gucci with another one. Gucci's had a really good start to this game. Like, you know, an early kill onto the Zoro, really taking it to Kev, and the Tracer head-to-head is some nice damage goes down on the Zoro, but there it is again, Gucci with another.
He's just running through this team. We're talking about Kevster kind of being that highlight Tracer player for this match, but it has been all Gucci so far, and he's going to almost single-handedly give Finland that recap.
Yeah, so the Finland getting back in control of things here, as I know Admiral doing his best to kind of keep Willies tied up. So you know, now it'll be Vestola kind of controlling some of this high ground, and now trying to move through the choke with that Cash Bastion is going to be really difficult.
All it takes is that one swing of the cooldown, and Gucci again did such a great job of zoning Kevster off of this fight. Is kind of just running away for the most part, has the support of Ghost behind him as well, and makes it all the more difficult. Asana, there's the Bastion form out, quickly cycled with Willies, but here come the support ults we're more worried about. Ghost first, pull his Admiral. Not too far behind, but it's that catnap again you're worried about. There's just nothing Willies is able to do. He's dunked in the well. Finland only need the support ults to clean this one up. At least they should. Great E from Vestola. They'll be okay to fight again.
Yeah, now that's brutal, right? Because you use your Kitsune rush there for Sweden. You want to get Willies fighting inside of that. I know, end up kind of cycling the, you know, Nemesis form into the Annihilation as Vestola goes up to the high ground, just trying to move Kevster off of this position. And then he just gets it with a catnap and just gets taken off the map before he could even pop the Annihilation. So good use of the Jetpack Cat ult there from FN, as this has been a much closer game than I think we would have even expected, as I know a nice no Captus on here used by Skyle up on the high ground, not able to find any of those extra kills though.
Vestola ends up ulting on sub 100 HP, and he's going to end up getting chased down by Kevster. His near final fight territory for Team Sweden. They're going to want to get themselves on the point, and if they're able to do so, just got to get through one more Bastion cycle. Not an issue at all for this Ramatra. Even though you do end up losing out on Willies, I'll hurt a bit later, but for now, you're okay.
Yeah, and you're going to get Willies back in the fight here. Everybody kind of falls for Finland, so you're not really worried about them coming back slightly faster. It'll be a TP here, as Gucci will now switch back over to the Tracers. Interesting thing here, though, you're going to match the Sigma. So Sigma now matched here by Willies. You will have a little bit of extra support, right? Because you're going to be playing that Alari Kiri in the back line. Not going to have that Jetpack Cat just piloting that Bastion around, as Vistol is really just reliant on Ghost. And that is why you kind of make this switch here over to the Cassidy, Molly, right? Zoro's able to find Gucci early on. Gucci was getting the better of him, playing, some kind of Freya type comps. But now Zoro really heating up.
Yeah, see, now that the Tracer's gone, there's no one really to stop Zoro in that fight. And that's actually really huge, too, for Sweden, not having to commit any of their ultimates, had that drive fight needed to snowball this further.
Yes, see if the one more chance here probably for Finland. You will end up with another catnap. We usually don't talk about it as an impactful ultimate, but here on Well, I know quite impactful, being able to just get that environmental kill rather quickly. So we'll see if FN can kind of capture anybody yet again. Deadeye available here for Sweden as well. It'll be difficult to kind of have this Cat Bastion hover over the point.
Zoro's absolutely going to be looking for an angle to punish this Cat Bastion. But look at this rotation from Finland. They end up flipping the map. On Team Sweden, again, this Catnap, all it can do, take out the tank almost instantly. Would be the ideal scenario. But no, and then ends up getting punished. You're safe if you're Willies, and now here come all the ults for Team Sweden. Skyle lands the captive Sun into the back line. Has the extra overhead from Sauna to live through if you just are losing player after player here. Finland in such a good spot. Bevan will be back in the fight now, but you just don't have anybody to keep that point contested. Sweden, we're going to take us all the way to round 3.
I mean, unbelievable swaps there from Sweden. They kind of battle back into that round, and really, I think it was Zoro going over the Cassidy. Yeah. Cassidy has been so good against these Cat Bastion comps, trying to play all this different stuff, like a Freya or, even an Ashe could be pretty difficult, where I know now it's really going to force Finland to make some adjustments. I know 3 deaths from Vestola just in that round. Kev's playing pretty good. It just feels like Gucci has come up with like constant kills, but no, the stats would say that Kev is obviously getting the better out of him early on. So we'll see now. Sweden, probably we'll see if they decide to stay with the Juno. It'll be an Alari swap, so Juno just to actually kind of get that speed ring out. It'll be Kev. He's going to check to see what they're running. When no Cat Bastion, I wonder what he decides to do. Potentially could stay on the Echo. Yeah, that looks like what they're going to go for. So without the Cat Bastion in play against the Sig, going to try and play some Echo to maybe burn that Sigma down.
Yeah, the extra poke damage here, making sure the shield can be dealt with. Very helpful for Team Sweden, and it is Echo. If you have the assassination potential, first down, some of these squishier targets,
weak
such
Finland
as support,
is,
yeah, they're just struggling. These health bars are so incredibly low, and you can't really TP into that easily either, especially Sada cannot get healed up, and neither can Gucci. In time will be a trade hit scan for hit scan. This is still Finland set up on the objective. Sweden having this perch on the high ground, so much free space for Kevster to work with. No teleporter to worry about either. Resource game Finland running low. All it takes is a couple more of these shots landing from Sweden to get them through, but they will have to step off the point. Finland grab it. Signals a soft retweet for Sweden to get their bags back together.
Yeah, I mean, early on, it looked like that Sweden was winning the battle in terms of the overall damage output, right? Everybody's health bars on Finland dangerously low, but I know getting rid of that Sojourn was huge there, as it'll be Kitsune Rush here from Finland as they want to try and find a target. Really focusing on Skyle at the moment, not able to chase him down, though.
With Admiral permanently healing him, you're going to need like 3 people to take him out, which, yeah, you do, but at what cost? Kevster just ramped it through with your backline, and suddenly this fight, a lot more even than you expect. Vastola had to pop out the Gravitic Flux after losing control of that point, and a bit more of an expensive commitment for sure, and Kitsune Rush now from the duplicated Kiriko, but Kevster doesn't have too much damage to really follow through. Willie's going down, and Vastola just chucked these boulders for free. Point goes back over to Finn.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge accretion there. If you don't actually hit that accretion, you have some other players coming off the spawn, you're playing inside of that Kitsune Rush that Kev was able to dupe and use, and then maybe even think about, potentially being able to use your own, but nice accretion there from Vestola as he is looking really good here in map number 1. There'll be 4 ultimates here to work with for Sweden. They'll open things up with Skyle's Captive Sun.
Looking for the angle, spots the teleporter. Has a nuke it just in case, but nobody quite home from Team Finland. There's the Gravitic Flux. This ult much more decisive, and Vistola can't get healed up enough. Willies go ahead and win this one out for the team. Still the commitment of the Sanctuary. That is one you are going to want back. If you are FN being down so many members, Sweden, just go ahead and regain control.
Yeah, maybe you decide to change, or though you just kind of see look, it could be pretty difficult, right? That Sanctuary actually does a lot of healing, then with the changes to like how projectiles work, like inside of it. The the sim could be really strong, so maybe they thought that you could just kind of place on inside of that. He ends up taking out Willies, and then kind of the tides can turn here, but it does give them an opportunity here. Nice sim wall use, gonna block that overclock, and then now you're gonna use your own Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, and that just destroys Kevster. Got steamrolled twice between the duplicate form in Finland. Quick to take this point back over. There's to be a little bit of a late stagger here onto Willies. He does have the extra support, but if you're Sweden, you want to get out of this fight as soon as possible. Take another one.
Yeah, I mean, Finland really looking in a prime position here to take this first map. Is nice accretion there from Vistola yet again. He will have a flux. It'll be Willies over to the ball here. Everybody just going high mobility for Sweden, trying to get a touch.
Looking for a miracle, but already do farm to CC, knock up Willies, and down he goes.
He got beat up.
Yeah, no, did not stand a chance. Still a bit of flux. That actually goes a bit wide, but it's okay. Didn't really need it too much. In the first place, Finland will come out swinging and take the map of Ilios.
Yeah, I mean, they looked awesome today, Molly. I mean, coming out there, really, showing some nice comps, with the ability to kind of play some of that Sigma in the mix, adding the Mizuki. So we'll see if that's something they kind of continue to do here, throughout this series. And then just a little cap bastion at the start, I think just enough to kind of get them over the line. But hey, they still looked good when they had to switch off of it, right? They go over towards some of these Cassidy looks. Gucci on the Cassidy here towards the end. Sauna had a really good game, overall. And I mean, this could be a much closer series, and I think that we already thought it was going to be very close, right? But I think it could be even closer than we expected.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be shocked if this one went 5 even before. Like, just looking at these rosters on paper. But again, I think the difference in compositional preferences is going to be big for this game. Knowing Vistola, he's going to stick this Sigma as long as humanly possible. But as we get into some of these later maps, the Symmetra, perhaps some May, kind of coming in for this Finland team can make it difficult for this playstyle that Sweden have preferred, more the brawly, setting Kevster up on this really strong tracer pick for him is the ideal situation, but you may not be able to get away with that forever. As we saw, the fast pace here, Jetpack Cat from FN, just a little too much for Sweden to handle most of the time. Yeah,
it really was where I think Sweden, like they didn't really want to play, I think, the Sigma, right? I think they would have preferred to kind of play Ramatra, play Hazard, things along those lines, because like Vistola, probably like one of his best hero, if not his best hero, is Sigma, and you kind of saw that on full display here. So when Finland can kind of get it into this like Sig head-to-head, I think they feel pretty good about it, right? I know right now in EMEA, you can point to Vistola as being one of the best Sigmas. So really good start for Finland. An opportunity, though, now for Sweden, though. Well, I guess they already had their map pick, right? They had it on Ilios, so get another one here, really to kind of turn the tides, like, of the series. So what you could potentially see, like, do we see them go to, like, a New Junk City? Maybe they want to play, more Ramatra, right? Circle Royale is most certainly out. That would be a map pick that Finland would be like, thank you. I think you're also looking at maybe like a King's Row, right? King's Row, you can play a little bit more Diva, Ramatra, Zarya.
Yeah, King's Row actually sounds fantastic. Something that is more brawly and will force you to play those close quarters. So that's kind of the one weakness with Finland's comp is they're not as in your face, but they're going to pick Saravasa instead. More of this kind of open rotation pokey kind of map, and I think Finland's pretty happy with this one.
Yeah, I would say so as well. We've seen a lot of teams go over to New Junk City as kind of like the preferred, flashpoint map of choice, over really Champions Clash, and then now here in Overwatch World Cup. So seeing a little bit of a cheeky Saravasa pick, like I know maybe they want to play some of those more long-range hit scans, like an Ashe or a Freya here, and then I think potentially for Sweden you could burn the Sigma bit.
Yeah, that is possible, and I think you might have to on a map like this, unless it's going specifically to like the Symmetra or the May. There are other options. I don't think support's gonna get too much attention in this game unless you're like really want to run a diva strat, and for some reason you want to ban Mizuki, which probably won't happen. But if this Suravossa pick, I think Sweden have something cooking up their sleeves. I think they want to have a bit more room for Zoro and Kevster to play their own game. But I'm also curious too, that if we keep seeing this Yardi, was that just kind of an Ilios thing? You know, was it just for the Jetpack Cat Bastion, or is this going to be one of those teams that we're going to see consistently pull that pick out?
I think it's like really decent damage for the Cat Bastions. I think that's kind of like why you're picking it, and then like for Ilios, there's like some pretty good sightlines for the Illari. So I think that's kind of like where you kind of see it come into play. You could, if you are Sweden, ban one of the Cat or the Bastion here. Like, that is a super viable option, and I think you'd kind of be fine with that. I think the worry would be is that Finland may, you know, decide to ban like a Ramatra in response, but you know, you can go to like you know, if they're playing some kind of sig based comp, right, you can go to like a Maga, right, and just kind of get past that sig shield. So like, I do think there's some options there. I would probably get rid of one of those, then kind of save the Sigma now that I'm thinking on it for later on, because there are some like pretty nasty Sigma maps that could come into play, right? Like, you know, Sweden wins here, right? They ban the Sigma, and then all of a sudden now we get a circuit without like Ramatra into Sigma. That would be kind of brutal. So see what they decide to do. So they get rid of the Sim, and then yeah, kind of like, I mean, I think it's a really good ban for Finland to deploy. It'll be Ramatra.
A good trade out. I think it does force Sweden's hand a bit. I think we're gonna see Willies on the Mauga regardless. Highly doubt you pull out like, the Hazard of the Diva again, considering just how well Finland have been playing around the Sigma. And the Symmetra makes him a bit more of a sitting duck, but it doesn't necessarily stop Finland from going with the same game plan that they have. Anything, it frees this team up a bit more to continue matching that Tracer if they really wanted to. Fukuji had a fantastic map on Ilios, is really kind of taken up with Kevster there. So wanting to see that, especially on a map like Suravossa, leaves the door open.
Yeah, and I mean, they, you know, taking a look back at the predictions, you know, from the chat, it was like 67% of Finland. Maybe they knew something, because Molly, I gotta be honest with you, I took all my channel points and I put them on Sweden here.
Oh no.
So I'm all in on Sweden in this one. But like, I mean, yeah, I guess with the way things have looked, right? Like maybe Denmark is like way better than expected. I know Finland, obviously, we know how good this roster is. I know, but obviously with their performance at the previous World Cup and bringing basically back the entire team, you know, this is a huge map. Like if Finland is able to win this here, right? You know, go up 2-0, like, let's say, you know, even if Sweden picks hybrid, right, and they end up winning it, then you have the ability to go to like a circuit, which, you know, you don't have the Ramatra ban for it, like, which would have been nice, but still, you could ban Diva or something like that, right? You know, force them into a weird comp right away. So, huge opportunity for Finland. You know, not just in this series, right? I mean, just with their odds of making it out. You were talking about how like you were so stuck. I mean, same with us, like about how strong this group is top to bottom. Like, some teams are obviously not going to make it. You know, then it would be a lot of pressure on Sweden, right, if Finland is able to take this series.
Then it leaves us in a weird tiebreaker situation where Sweden would have to have like a really, really good game against Denmark. They'd almost have to sweep it, if I'm not mistaken. So it would be rough. I think for Finland, losing that game to Denmark, that hurts a lot. Especially with where they came out in the last World Cup, returning with this roster. And
yeah. They do lose it in Game 5, though.
True.
Like, that is a series that goes way down to the wire, right? So it wasn't like, you know, Denmark kind of, you know, came in, blew them out, where, you know, that could kind of go either way. And I mean, that also kind of makes, like, you know, man, I would hate to be comp ops for this group. You're looking at like map differential, all different types of stuff as we get closer to it. Sweden, we'll see. You know, Kev has been showing this Echo, so maybe that's kind of another you know, look they want to play. You're going to see Lucio. Okay, so no Lucio for Finland. This is interesting. No Lucio. Kiri Mizuki with a Bastion May in play. This is a really kind of different comp. We've seen some EMEA teams dabble with the Bastion with no cat, but it's really been with the Lucio that empowers it. But Mizuki, I guess, must be that strong right now.
Yeah, I think it's overall, it's safer for a death ball. The lack of mobility can't hurt. Actually, Suzu already had to be burned there by Ghost just to keep everybody on their feet. Sweden, they have the just kind of the challenge of staying at a distance. If they can get the angles and have the poke like Zoro is now, nobody can do anything about it. Gucci falls, and this is kind of the fight that Sweden wants to take. Make sure that Finland can get nowhere within arm's reach, and there you go. We'll go ahead and get that first cap.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of need the Lucio on this map specifically, but Finland looks like they will have FN kind of come out on the Mizuki yet again. I mean, very close to the Sanctuary, but just like Lucio on Flashpoint General, just the game mode, like, is so good. As there's a nice poke coming in here from Sweden. As Finland on the approach is like Zoro now is basically going to be built up for an OC. Being able to kind of like sit on the high ground now, it's going to be really difficult for Finland to push into.
I will say the nice part about Finland taking a beating was that you do have support ults quite a bit faster than Sweden, or at least the sound barriers. You can initiate this and try to stop Zoro when it comes to this. Overclock, and yet so many resources going to be burned. Critic Flux just secures Sweden yet another Elan. Zoro drops down right on top of FN's head. Will be a second Gravitic Flux now coming on out there just to go ahead and seal the deal.
I mean, lucky for Finland, the point actually flips there for a little bit, right? So it's going to give them, I know, another crack at it here. But walking into a rush plus a beat, I mean, you're probably not even going to have to use some of these ultimates. I mean, maybe Vestola uses Flux, you decide to beat, but you're into a great spot here for Sweden to potentially close this out. As some sticky bombs from Kev there have to be Suzu'd off, and then now you see actually with a lot of damage down, Skyle decides to use the Kitsune rush here. Vestola, I mean, he's just getting bullied Molly off the point.
As soon as that Kitsune rush came out, did not stand a chance. Sona so low, couldn't pop the Blizzard in Sweden. And they're making that look easy. Needed the turnaround here in Sarabasa, and this is absolutely the degree we expected them to turn it up to.
Yeah, as now Sweden comes into this next fight with a beat. Finland obviously doesn't really use anything there, so still in a good spot. But this damage at range here from Kev and Zoro, the poke on the way in, is proved to be pretty difficult to deal with. You see, as they kind of move through the chokes, they almost end up losing Gucci there. As at least looks like he hits a stun on Vestola for a brief period of time. Disruptor shot, going to kind of separate the rest of the team, but really difficult here for Finland to even kind of get an approach, right, without taking a lot of damage.
They do have an ultimate advantage walking in. Gucci uses Deadeye just to get space, but Zola is struggling against Kevster. And there goes the Blizzard! And just ice cream for dinner, I guess, for Willies. He deserves it at this point. It's just resource after resource set down from Finland. That is brutal.
Yeah, that one was rough. I mean, Vestola, that's the one thing with the Echo in play, right? When the other team wants to play a lot of Sig, like the focusing beam, there's nothing you can really do about it. It has the Sigma, but that's a really nice angle for Kempster to take because Gucci is the Deadeye channel at that time, and he just doesn't care, just able to get in there and burn him down. It's now for Sweden, a great tool to use against the Sanctuary of the Mizuki is being able to kind of get that Gravitic Flux, right? The damage still going to kind of take into effect. And Admiral, hey, guess what? Still having this sound barrier for the Flux for Vestola, being able to hold on to this for a very long time at the moment.
The Gravitic Flux now from Willies. Well, it lands onto the May. You don't really need to pull the trigger on the Sanctuary just yet. Yeah, there's that sound barrier and out to keep Willies on his feet, but even then, that might not be enough. He's cut off by a May wall, isolated from the rest of his team. Finland, go ahead and get the flip on over in the much-needed fashion for Sweden for just building some of those critical ults.
I mean, it's a really good beat from Admiral. It connects with everybody. Just Willies was targeted down so fast there by Finland, and then Vestola cleans everybody up towards the end. So a lot of use there, though, for Finland to be able to take that, right? Kitsune Rush, their Sanctuary, they end up using their Gravitic Flux. An opportunity for Sweden to really clap back here pretty fast. So it's going to be an overclock here from an off angle. Nice Maywall there from Sauna, just trying to buy his team some space as Vestola getting focusing beam down there by Kev. Now finishes him off.
And I think you're good with this trade. Yeah, it's not a ton of healing, but without Vestola just to contest this point, pretty chillin' if you are Sweden. And Skyelf will be back just a little bit faster as well. Kevster continue to poke in and out as Finland will manage to get it up to final fight territory and even take out Zoro. They're holding on.
I mean, it's hard without Skyle. I mean, you just don't have enough healing to really go out and kind of challenge that. Is a nice play there by Kev with the moves, able to kind of juke Gucci there for a second, but Pistola comes back on the D.Va, trying to win this one for Finland. Is you're gonna have just Admiral alive here, you know, with Zoro and Kev. As you know, Kev will be able to get that dupe here. Gonna use it on the D.Va and go in for that backline. The sound barrier comes in for Admiral, so this should be good enough here for Sweden to get a flip, but this is not over just yet. People coming back off the spawn here for Finland.
It's getting real scrappy. Finland will be hanging around to retake this fight momentarily, as Sweden had to use everything that they had in the tank just to be able to hold on to that objective. Leaves it to one more fight to get set up, and with Pistola now on the D.Va, it's a lot scarier for these backliners. Gucci will get the team into the point with the Deadeye. Boulder blocked by the tank. Flip will come back in for Finland, so Gucci has done his job for now, and Sweden don't have any great tools to get into this point. It's just going to be punishing somebody on the back dive. The boulder definitely hurts Pistola's chances. He finally uses the Sanctuary just to go ahead and vibe inside. Nothing really to do about it without his hands to keep him up, and Finland come back in a great way, take away the second objective.
Yeah, just no cooldowns available for Willies, right? I know no shield there, no kinetic grasp when the Sanctuary comes on too, so very difficult to kind of deal with there for Willies, as he will stay on the Sigma, but that felt like a flashpoint that Finland most certainly needed to win. Now they kind of set themselves up to tie it up here. Is I know now Finland can come on to this next point, Molly, right? You have the self-destruct, so Pistola can play hyper aggressive, basically the 2 lives here playing with Sauna.
And Finland so quick to engage this point, and now not having a Lucio, I don't think is as much of a concern, because you can just do whatever you want, close this gap. But that is a beautiful graphitic blocks that grabs onto 3. Suzu keeps them alive, but the half HP leaves everyone so low. Finland backing off into the upper quarters. There's nobody to finish them off. Kevster turns right, gets turned around on Pistola, much more of a threat now on the D.Va to his life. Will force the self-destruct is Zoro. Managed to keep us even. Sweden in control of the point. Pulse bomb ends up getting stuck onto the shield, and Sauna, so you can finish off Willies, who's just floating for his life. Won't be enough here. A 20% gained. Finland with the cap.
Yes, I really love this D.Va swap from Pistola. Like, it puts so much pressure on the Kev, right? Like, Kev, nobody was really able to, like, engage with him in the sky, and now you most certainly can, right? I mean, Gucci can kind of put some damage down onto the Echo, and then Pistola finish it off. So we'll see how they decide to play this. Maybe you see Kev go back and play like Tracer or something. No, you would love to play like the Sim potentially, right? But they're not able to do so at the moment. It'll be Deadeye here for Gucci with a Kitsune rush inside of it. No damage down. It's a nice dupe from Kevster. Goes in with a defense matrix, eats it up.
So many tools dumped here from Sweden, but it's not enough. I mean, between the Kitsune Rush and the Sanctuary, Willies is just sitting there and taking a beating fight after fight, but it's scrappy. Kevster out of the duplicate form. You'll have to be on him. Clutch us up, but you don't have the numbers. Will be a soft reset as Willie swaps to the D.Va.
Yeah, and Molly, like, I mean, it's so important for Finland. We talked about, obviously, they lose to Denmark. Denmark seems to be kind of the top of the group at the moment at 2-0. But if Finland's able to get like a dominant win here over Sweden, it turns all the pressure now on Sweden in their game against Denmark, which is the last game of the group. It's a nice pulse bomb there from Sauna. Gets onto Willies, gets Willies dangerously low. Admiral also very low. Pistola gets around the corner, finishes him off, as this was certainly looks like another flashpoint that Finland will take.
And 2-for-1 too on the melee out of Pistola. We talked so much about his Sigma, but this guy's D.Va on another level. Sweden have not had an answer for it. They only have one more flashpoint to try to figure this out.
And I mean, look, I thought Sweden would come in, a favorite, like very close over Finland, because I think like these two teams would have been the teams you would have predicted coming in, with Denmark obviously making it very close. But I know this really looked like a series that Finland is in a prime position to be able to take. I mean, another flashpoint here, being able to go up 2-0, 3-0 would just be so important in terms of like their map differentials. So see if they're able to do it, as Finland now kind of control some of this high ground, and Gucci's going to have this Deadeye to clear off this area.
And Zora will have one to match, but you can actually end up using it first. I mean, Finland are on this high ground. They don't really care about the Deadeye at all. You can just chill behind these pillars, got a defense matrix, or safekeeping. Now this one from Gucci, much more of a threat. You just can't use this Kitsune Rush at all if you are Sweden. Another resource down the drain. Gucci, though, under quite a bit of pressure, finds himself in the middle of La La Land with Kevster now on this Tracer. Much easier for him to chase him down, and finally we'll see Sweden have some success against this Pistola Diva.
Yeah, I mean, the Echo wasn't really working that much once the Diva swap comes in, and that's kind of what I was saying, like, oh, maybe we'll see him go over towards Tracer, where, this is kind of, I think, what you want to see, Kev in the action for here, right? So, Sweden, they do get a flip. It seems like the answer, though, here for Finland is, like, when they go over and play something like a Tracer, they're going to try and play this Mei. Usually you see the Mei kind of in combination with, like, a Sig in the mix with this comp, but they're going to play it with the Diva here. I know maybe you see them decide to make some changes, like you can play this like with like a Sig Mizuki, but especially with sound barrier here at the moment, not going to make any changes like that.
No, you're not going to give one of your best ults just to make a fast change. Look at the wall off in main. Sona attempting cut off support, but Zoro will break on through with the help of Willie's Deadeye in the tank, and the sound barrier will have to come out just out of fear there to keep Finland on their feet. Matches the one of Admiral. All that overhealth is gone by the time Kevster lands a pulse bomb. Party gift over to Gucci. Finland, little poke to deal with Pistola out of mech, and Sweden cracked the code on this one. It seems highly unlikely Finland get another full fight. In fact, not gonna happen. Sweden forced this to 5.
Yeah, it's a nice pulse bomb there from Kev. So both teams end up using basically sound barrier at the exact time, and then this is kind of what I was alluding to, right? You see them go over to Sig Mizuki as that kind of plays much better with this Mei Sigma. One more flashpoint to decide it. Can Sweden tie up the series? One game apiece, or Finland take like a really dominant 2-0 lead? I'll say this, Molly, with this flashpoint, with like kind of like the geometry of it, I really like the Mizuki here.
Well, Zoro also does like the Mizuki. Yeah, I was gonna say bye-bye to that one. Didn't even have a chance. As we see that Sweden instantly puts Kevster back onto this Echo, and without the Diva, well, he has free reign over this map again.
Yeah, so it seems like basically when Sweden sees the Sigma, they will go over to the Echo, and then otherwise they will kind of play the Tracer. Is kind of what we're seeing here develop through the early parts of the series. So Finland decides to go back and play this Diva, which plays a little bit better into the Echo. So we'll see how it kind of plays with really like a Sigma shell around it. But I mean, Diva is so versatile, you can probably play it in any situation. It'll be a Deadeye here, trying to gain some space here. Ooh, Zora takes a little bit of damage, but not enough to channel and do anything serious.
I also got to just out of the open, not knowing where the Deadeye and Cassidy was, but this is okay. For now, he's gonna pop a Deadeye of his own, attempting to stall out this Kitsune Rush. Blizzard is there, but look at it catch. Oh, never mind. Willies has to jump back in at the end, seeing if he can like test it. Construction is out and does have the green mech plus double Diva now for Sweden to push back onto this objective. In Finland, out of at least shiny buttons to go ahead and press. They're gonna respect the duplicate. Back off, but they still have all of their members here. Kevster will sending it into the back line. Self-destruct. Won't actually end up catching anybody, but it forces Gucci into an operative position along with the rest of his team. Several support ults coming on out. The Sanctuary, not enough though against the overhealth of the sound barrier. And Sweden not only hold on to the point throughout this chaos, but they're just gonna go ahead and flat out take the map off the back of it. Pistola, throw it out of the mech, self-destruct. Get him out of the mech, but won't keep him on the point. Sweden tie up the series.
Yeah, that last fight went on forever, but Skyle and the rest of the squad there on Sweden do a nice job kind of holding on. You saw really nice use of the sound barrier there from Admiral, being able to kind of keep at least 3 players alive there towards the end. And I think you saw kind of Kev on full display throughout it. 30 and 3, 16k damage there, just really kind of farming a lot of the time. And I think you kind of see what's developing here, right? Like when they see the Sigma, they have no problem playing kind of the Echo into it and feeling pretty comfortable about it. And then when you could go over to maybe something like a Diva, they've been able to kind of swap over to the Tracer. So I think that's kind of where Sweden is looking at in terms of their matchups and kind of comp swaps throughout this. But really another good map between these two teams.
Yeah, Sweden and Finland, they almost seem like they're locked in this rock, paper, scissors of where these tanks and DPS end up landing for the most part. And as you said, Kevster, a shining light for the Sweden roster, and really helped shut that down. It does show that Vastella, and he's not afraid to make these swaps. He will be the one to kind of lead this team to victory if he can have his pick and if he can stay alive. But it's something that Sweden seem to have a very good lock on, and can be an issue as we head into some of our future maps.
Yeah, and so we're like, we even see here kind of like FN go over to the Mizuki. I think the Mizuki has looked really good. I actually like the kind of like maybe read there at the end where it's like, okay, let's go like Mizuki's really good in a diva. Let's like maybe kind of work a Sig into the mix. But it seemed like at that point, right, Sweden had like point control, really difficult to kind of dislodge. So now with Finland having a map pick, Molly, I think they go Circuit. And I think you probably ban a tank to protect the Sig, right? That's probably what we end up. I mean, that's kind of what they probably should do. Like, it just depends on what tank do you want to get rid of, right? Do you want to get rid of, let's call it Maga? Do you want to get rid of Diva potentially, right? So, like, I think there's some options there for Finland, but Circuit seems like a map, specifically made. I mean, yeah, here it is. I mean, this is what we're gonna, it doesn't take a. Yeah, you haven't had to watch that much Overwatch to figure that one out. Where Finland, I mean, this feels like also they're going to have to use a tank to protect the Sigma.
Absolutely. There's no way that if you've had a tank that Sigma is getting through this bad phase. It has to go. Honestly, because Ramontra is available, I don't really think it matters what tank you ban. Because that will be up regardless, and that is likely where Willies will have the comfort pick. In Mauga, Diva, either could be safe. I think the only thing to consider for Sweden is that if you ban the tank, you're probably going to lose out on the Mei, if I had to guess, just to make that front to back a bit easier. But yeah, it's not something that Sweden have showcased a liking to thus far. But yeah, Finland this is their bread and butter. And if you're playing in it, it's kind of just good luck to Sweden. I hope you can make it a good map. That is how heavily favored Finland are. They've really figured out the recipe for success here, and I'm going to be pretty surprised if Sweden managed to take this one away.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a rough one. We'll see how the kind of ban process kind of plays out here, where Finland, you could just do a throwaway ban, right? Like if you wanted to be able to play something like a Diva maybe a little bit later. I know in the map you kind of ban something like a Winston here or something silly. Sweden, I wonder what they decide to do. If they do you ban the Mizuki, right? Like Mizuki is like a pretty strong. Mizuki really kind of gives Diva a lot of problems into like those Sig comps, right? So that opens up like a pathway where if the Diva kind of makes it through, if you get rid of the Mizuki, that could be quite effective.
Yeah, that is another option. I think when you think Circuit, it's not always the pick that you're going for, but Farah just that's out of left field.
Yeah.
If I gotta say, haven't seen that much this series, and I guess it's something that Finland want to keep Kevster off at all costs.
Yeah, so they get rid of the Farah here, but that opens the door up for a Sig ban. And maybe if you're Finland, you're okay if we're fine playing the Ramatra head-to-head here. It just feels like you would have maybe secured, nothing's ever a lock, right? But you would have given yourself a great opportunity to potentially kind of close this one out on this map specifically, where you kind of get the Sigma into the play.
My confidence has dropped a tad bit. It's not like Vistal can't play Ramontra, but I think it seems a lot more in Wheelie's wheelhouse now. But I think the Farah ban also signals that Finland are putting a lot more emphasis on having access to both the Symmetra and the Mei. I think that is a critical part of this kind of composition that they've cooked up on this map. They have to do it without the Sigma. Whatever, you have the Ramontra as a backup, but there really isn't an alternative to that Mei. And I'm assuming that's the thought process going in behind it, especially because it's not something Sweden have attempted so far. It gives you a significant advantage when this map rolls out. It will be Sweden on the defense. As I say, we're not really playing Mei. Kevster's like, you know what? If I have to, I have to.
Yeah, I mean, Keva is a really strong Mei player, right? It's just with some of the stuff in the meta. And I mean, Mei sees a decent amount of meta play. It's just not something that like Sweden would want to do with some of their comps. But with this one, it definitely looks like they can kind of work it in. now for Finland. No, maybe they feel like, hey, we can match the Vistola. I know with the Ramatra head-to-head against Willies, and you know Vistola's pretty good on the Ram as well. Not like a hero he can't play, and then playing it with like a double flex backline here could be pretty nasty for Finland. You're gonna see basically the good old Sonic Arrow, Widowmaker shot, nothing comes out of it. Let's see what they decide to do in terms of their damage dealers. They try and go, okay, so they're gonna go with the Bastion here. So obviously a ton of damage output here for Finland. And also you have the ability to kind of TP that Bastion around, and then within the orbital ray and Amp Matrix, just an unreal amount of damage.
Yeah, Willies is going to have a rough time if he steps even a toe out of line. Still, it's just free space up to this high ground. It's pretty typical for a map like this. You don't see the first real fights happen until the quarter, although Gucci had his life flash before his eyes. Nelka goes, he lived for longer,
there goes his
but
life.
not enough. There goes his life. In fact, it's just gone.
It flashed and then it went black as Gucci ends up falling there. Gets dangerously low, and then I think he thinks he's good, and then obviously not. I think that's the hardest part, right? Is like Bastion is such like a a slow, clunky kind of character. As Skyle takes out Vistola. You kind of need that Sim TP or a Lucio speed to kind of get him in position. As Zoro takes out another. As man, this been all Sweden off the rip here. Gucci's gonna swap. We'll see if they decide to kind of keep the Soj in the mix, or if they decide to go back and play the Bastion. I think it's been really difficult. I think Sweden kind of been able to kind of collapse on that Bastion right away. As you see some of those water orbs from the Wuyong coming around the corner. It's pretty nasty, just kind of poke damage coming out from Skyle.
We don't see Wuyong, I think, a ton on this map as much, but with Skyle's proficiency on the hero, and you can see the devastation these orbs can have if they do end up landing. It's been difficult for Finland just moving through this poke. Kepster already a Blizzard online, but not a chance to use it. He just explodes before you can say Kepster. And yeah, Finland are going to move this point. Fantastic Ant Matrix out of Ghost. Catch him by surprise.
Yeah, I don't think Kev is expecting that amount of damage coming on in at that moment, where Finland, though, they still have an opportunity here on defense. It'll be Sweden, goes down. They'll actually use the Tidal Blast on the Willies. As I know he'll take some damage there, as you are building up towards this annihilation. So Sweden on defense here with an opportunity to keep this going. It'll be an orbital ray here for both sides, as now the Kevster Blizzard will come into play.
Blizzard is out. Gucci barely managed to squeak out of the storm, but will be caught in the end. Annihilation back and forth. Everything is painted in purple. But in fact, it is Sweden who now have the tank advantage on this point. You need to keep it contested. That is a charged Symmetra and Sauna, and not something you want to take all that lightly. But Sauna folds just before the Immortality Field comes on out, and just like that, the Finland map only has 1 more minute to attack.
And I'm stunned they decided to get rid of the Pharah. I mean, maybe, obviously Kev can play the Pharah and does it here at times, but I mean, having the Sigmund play here would have been, obviously you don't know how kind of map would play out. It just feels like they would have a better look here at the moment. There's a nice wall there from Kev. Allows him to kind of get Vistola dangerously low. It'll be a TP everybody from Finland across here to take high ground.
They want to move through this first corner. It is one fight territory. It's possible, but Sweden's still holding on to this overclock. It is another Ant Matrix, but Zoro gets his head ripped off. Gucci, fantastic answer. The only ult that Sweden had in this, and just try to walk this forward. But Gucci taking so much damage. Immortality Field from Ghost keeps him on his feet. The pieces of Sweden will slowly crumble away. Finland, once again, catching Sweden with their pants down. Move on to second point.
I mean, Gucci's had a huge series thus far for Finland. I mean, right there pops the OC the same time as Zoro, and then just rips his head off, and that allows Finland to get first point, where it was not looking great for Finland at that moment, where it's going to be Kev using that May wall there. He's going to allow everybody to get around the corner here. I think if you're Sweden, you take a fast fight, right? You have that Blizzard, you have the Tidal Blast, so the Tidal Blast here onto Willies, getting closer and closer towards this annihilation.
Yeah, I really wanted to go for Ghost there, but it didn't connect, and now he's face to face with fully charged Sauna. Attempt not to get microwaved, have to pull out the Blizzard. All the resources are low on the side of Finland, and everybody else You're looking to back off without the Symmetra. They don't really have legs on this composition, to say the least. So Vistola gonna get staggered. Somehow Ghost is in the back line, of all places. And yeah, Orbital Ray did end up getting used to by Finland, and it's a combination that with, I guess, just stop this Annihilation. Down so many key components. Wonder if that's one that maybe there's a swap for Finland?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they end up using the orbital array. I think they think there's an opportunity that they could still potentially win it. Ghost is like behind enemy lines, and he's putting a lot of pressure down onto them, where Kev has to use a May wall behind Sweden to kind of deter the Baptiste from putting down that damage. And maybe they feel like that if you use that orbital array and you keep it rolling, right, and you know Vestol is a little bit healthier, he pops the Annihilation, you have players coming off a spawn, you can kind of make something work there. But they end up all falling. It'll be a TP straight across to the low ground. Good spot because Finland, you can kind of like, you can show either way. A lot of damage there though. That's going to be the Immortality field used already there by Finland to try and keep players up. And I think at that point, Sweden, Molly, they know it's go time. They just run them right down.
Knowing there wasn't an orbital array match makes it so easy for Sweden to make that call. And Finland backs up against the wall. They're once again faced with the Vistola swap, but not what we expected.
An Orisa pick here. Okay, this is going to be really difficult. I mean, no shield to be able to kind of like shrug off some of this damage and prevent it is it's going to be really difficult for the rest of the crew to kind of get through. So Orisa does do pretty good against the Ram, but I mean, a lot of ultimates here for Sweden to be able to use.
Yeah, the simple great stop Zoro, but still the Style Blast that's just sitting on, and Willie's really is as set on Gucci. Deny the overclock, but no! Just filters it right to where the members of Sweden were trying to hide to stay alive! Finland see the opportunity. Sweden trapped like fish in a barrel. This wasn't an answer. Just Kevster, or excuse me, just Ghost fighting on this point. Valga and Vestola now coming back. Has the Blizzard. Not much he can do with a very circular shaped popsicle. Does manage to stay alive through all the storm with both Ghost and FN doing their best to pump the heals in. Ant Matrix is out. Willie's has to retreat for now. It's overtime, so Finland's got to make it count.
You have to back out here if you're Sweden. It's a nice job there from Finland being able to keep players alive there through some of those big ultimates. Coming on down, Willies will have this Annihilation though to use. It's going to be very difficult to get away from him, as always a nice use of the Vortex over the top. Catches FN, 2 kills there with the Annihilation, and that is where Finland's push will end. Really nice defense from Sweden.
Yeah, Sweden, a bit shocked, I think, with how well that ended up going. We've been talking so much about this being Finland's match, just to have them almost lose out on first point. And they got a couple extra meters on in there to make it count, but in just looking at the stats, you can see how much of a domination this actually was. Willie's 21-1 coming out of that map. Again, not having the Sigma here, still a mystery, because they haven't, it's not like Finland have played anything that would have been banned otherwise in the DPS department. So I'm a little puzzled by that swap. Perhaps we see that change. Come in on the defense, which I guess we are going to have Sauna move over to the May, but you really have to make this count and put your foot down.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to play on defense. I think obviously an opportunity to kind of continue to play some of the sim. Gucci looked like for a second was going to go back, but decided to come out on the Sojourn. So I think you're going to get, Molly, I think you're going to get a mirror matchup for what we just had. I think you're going to see Kev play the May, and I think you're going to see Zoro end up playing the Sojourn. And, like, this would be a huge map for Sweden. I feel like to be able to steal, it feels like, you know, for Finland, like, not getting the Sigma in here, like, it may have been a little bit of an overcook getting rid of the Pharah, although Pharah can give, like, Sig Mizuki a lot of problems, right? I know no way that like a lot of the heroes in that comp can really kind of engage with the Pharah in the sky. So maybe they thought like, okay, let's get rid of the Pharah and then let them burn their Sigma ban right here. But still, I mean, with the way they look playing some Sig for Finland, we'd love to have it on this map. So Sweden, oh, that's a nice May wall there. It's going to get Vessel in a lot of trouble.
You do have the fully charged Symmetra to kind of burn through that pillar, so he'll back up, and so many of his cooldowns had to be used at that point. Has the teleporter set up Sauna to get out of that sticky situation. And these May walls from Kevster are causing such an issue for Finland. They just want to plant their feet, play around. Solana have not had the opportunity to do so much so far.
Yeah, it's going to be a sim TP. It's a nice Maywall yet again there from Kev, as you will get everybody back out here for Finland, but a lot of space already gained here by Sweden. Zoro's got a railgun there up on the high ground, puts a lot of damage down into Vestola, and forced the form out maybe a little bit earlier than he would have wanted.
And Ghost is right around the corner from Kitsune Rush. I think that's what Finland are looking to play for. To go fast, kind of run this comp down, especially while Willie does not have much of a health bar to be able to work with. In fact, Zoro doesn't have one at all. Gets caught up by a stray missile. I'm gonna try to walk this down though in the back line with the Annihilation, and it'll be enough for FN. But Willie's kind of abandoned his back line in the process of doing it. Helping Nolan try to put the pressure on, but his DPS don't have health bars. Kitsune Rush far too late, make a difference. Does force Willie's back as he just kind of dies. Wasn't on the same page as the rest of his team. Vestella held the line there to make sure there wasn't follow-up. Finland gets some solid ground.
I mean, dude, the Suzu there from Ghost was crazy, because he actually times it for when the Tidal Blast pops, so nobody actually gets knocked out, where they were kind of playing inside of like Willie's effective range there with that Wuyang ultimate. It's a really nice play by Ghost there of Finland. I know obviously with the Kitsune Rush, being able to kind of provide everything that you can for the team with that, but then also to kind of deny Willie's that potentially huge knockdown while he's got Nemesis Force rolling. So Kev with the Blizzard here, I know could be huge. Vestola goes in with that Annihilation. Oh, Kev just turns corner, 2 taps. Huge, I mean, that is massive.
And everybody from Sweden managed to live through the Annihilation. So now this Orbital Ray makes a lot more sense for Admiral and the rest of Sweden to push on in. And there goes Ghost's head once more on this point. Vestola seeing a bunch of time. He can able to stall it. In fact, manages to push Admiral into a locker, take his lunch money. It leaves Zoro so much space. This is a scrappy fight to say the least. One where it always overclock. Go ahead, calm the storm. Get Sweden to this point.
We'll see if it's enough. I think it probably is. It's going to be just the cheeky little Lifeweaver grab out of the spawn, trying to combine it with a sound barrier. It is not going to be enough to get like the TP close. So that will be Sweden getting that first checkpoint. You see where their golden box victory is. And Molly, there's a decent amount of time on the clock. I mean, above 3 minutes here for Sweden to get it done.
That's just, you're feeling you have to take the initiative. Gucci already on that same page. You just don't have the Suzu to do much about the Tidal Blast. Gets it at the tail end as it comes off of cooldown. Great play there from Ghost, but Sweden already up this first section of hill. I think a little bit faster though. FN managed to get around to the side, floating, hits all the missiles into Zoro's back. Sweden on a good chunk of damage, but they want to keep fighting this one out. If we know anything about Willie's, there's that Annihilation. As expected, he just doesn't have a target to engage on. The Maywall just used to more block sightlines than anything else, and it sets up this team in a great spot. Willie's will not live in a small room against a Symmetra turret, apparently. Sweden, I'll have to try this again.
Yeah, decent hold here from Finland as I know they kind of get control over this, kind of turn here. They're not going to push up forward, although they probably could, right? I think they're going to kind of bait them in. Finland with a huge advantage in terms of support ultimates here. Going to be able to get this Kitsune Rush rolling. They'll have their Annihilation as Vestola takes a shot here as see Ghost just trying to find the prime spot to use it here. And that's a great angle. It's going to be the Maywall that comes on in from Kev. Blizzard as well, but it doesn't look like it's going to get much of anything. It's a nice sim TP there, Molly, that actually gets Vestola out of that Blizzard there from Sauna, and that's going to allow Finland to hold on to some of these other big ultimates like that Sim Wall and Orbital Ray.
With how large that time bank is, you have to be cycling your ultimates darn near perfectly to hold off Sweden, and the fact that you get Kevster as the Blizzard came out was a huge help. In fact, he's just going to swap over to the Tracer. I wonder if this is more of a combo play. See if you can use this with the Tidal Blast style.
Yeah, the Tidal Blast combination here could be pretty sick with Kev on the Tracer. Maybe you would want to even have like the pulse bomb with it, but we'll see. Kev takes some damage there. It's going to get all healed up. Now he's going to get the Tidal Blast.
He's going to go back, looking for Gucci, but the Suzu won't connect. Style grabs the final blow. Finland now reeling, trying to regroup around the Orbital Ray, which doesn't do much other than keep them on their feet. But here comes the real fight that Sweden want to have in their favor. No Sauna now to pressure this Sigma, and this is looking just about done. Sweden walking it through on Finland's very own map pick, the one that we thought was impossible for them to lose. It's in fact the one that Sweden will take to go up to match point.
Well, I mean, if you told me they were going to let the Sigma in, I would have had a little bit of a different approach to that one. I figured we were going to get a Sigma v Sigma battle here on circuit, but the Sig does make it through. But they go with the Pharah ban. Pharah is very good against Sig, Mizuki, Kiri, like that kind of combination of heroes. And we take a look at some of the stats. I mean, obviously Sweden, they clutch up. And like the tank battle is where I thought this map would be decided, because I thought this Soul was going to be just able to play Sigma, and it was going to be very difficult for Willies. In the Ramatra head-to-head, you see, Willies really turned up. 29-4 there. Had himself a very good game.
Yeah, and this was kind of Sweden from start to finish. I think between that and then Kevster on that May, they weren't all too concerned about this Sauna Symmetra. For the most part, yeah, Gucci had some nice highlight plays. It just really wasn't enough to put a dampener on this Sweden team. And again, begs the question, why not lean into that tank matchup? You're playing to really strengthen, especially in a composition like this. Having a strong, confident front line is going to go a long way.
So, I mean, they don't have the Sigma ban, I guess, for the rest of the series, right? And maybe you want it, like, let's say if we go to King's Row here, maybe you want it there. Maybe you want to try and play some Nimbani and play some Sig. I mean, that could be a possibility, but yeah, it feels like this one maybe for Finland. I mean, look, even if you ban something and then get the Sigma in and then they use that Pharah, at least you kind of got that play style in, right? Maybe you're able to play. I don't know, maybe you're able to play like Gucci on the Cassidy and you're able to kind of do with the Pharah, right? You could play like, Cassidy with the May, right? And get quite aggressive there, make it work. But yeah, they decided to go in a different direction. They decided to get rid of the Pharah. Maybe they thought that, the Sigma, they wouldn't kind of burn that ban that early. They would go with like you could have banned like Mizuki there, right? And that could have given them some trouble. I know they probably would have just played the BAB, but it's a huge map for Sweden being able to win that one. So Sweden now kind of in the driver's seat. I expect the next map to be King's Row. Like that's what it would be. King's Row. I mean, I don't think you're going to see Finland. I mean, if they wanted to kind of continue to play some of this stuff, I mean, you could, I guess, play Runasapi. But I think obviously King's Row. Yeah, this is the map pick to go to.
Yeah, I think this is the we're seeing Finland fall victim to just the Kevster threat. Like Kevster existing in general, I think is taking a lot more precedence in their picks and bans. Curious if the same will happen on this King's Row. But as you said, the positive is you do have the Sigma for the rest of the series. You have it to play here, and that is a matchup that you kind of gotta admit Vistola was winning pretty confidently when the Echo wasn't in play. So whether that would be a focal point, I don't think it's a pick we see on King's Row much. There's just not a ton of space for the Echo to move around compared to other points, but I think Finland, this is your A game. It's now or never to see if they can force this series to a map 5.
Yes, we'll see what the bans decide to come in with here, right? Finland, it feels like you have a bunch of different, I mean, for both teams, it kind of feels a little bit wide open in terms of what you would like to do here. So we did see a Lucio ban, I think, early on from one of the teams. So Lucio not really available here. I think this is one where, like, Sweden could get rid of, like, a Mizuki if you were, like, a little bit worried about some of those SIG comps, right? No, now the SIG has already been banned. Maybe get rid of, like, a Baptiste, like, something along those lines, like, force them, like, into basically, like, one support combo. That in theory could work, right? You could play Lucio Kiri with the Sig, but there's probably other combinations you would play with the Sigma over it. So maybe you try and attack them from that angle if you're Sweden. And for Finland, I'm curious what they think here is giving them the most trouble.
Yeah, is it? Like, my question is, are we going to have a map similar to Surabasa, where we're playing more rock, paper, scissors, these compositions, and see a ton of swaps come in? Try to stay pretty locked on one of these points is the question, as it does look like we have our first ban in being the Wuya.
The Wuya was really effective.
Yeah.
I mean, really effective. It obviously puts down some pretty serious damage at range, and then this also does protect the support category, right? So no ability to kind of get rid of like a Mizuki or something along those lines. So let's see what the ban is for Sweden here. Is Sweden, obviously a bunch of different routes they could go here. It'll be May. So even though Kev obviously playing the May at a pretty high level, they decided to get rid of it.
I think that makes a lot of sense. It's not like Sweden's preferred strategy, and if they don't have to match it, they don't want to. I think they'd rather have more of this really heavy poke damage that they've been relying on for pretty much the entirety of this series so far, and it's shut down Finland's preferred be up in your face, brawl it out the old-fashioned way kind of thing. Symmetra is still obviously available just because of the previous ban that is there, so whether it's going to be more of a focal point on that for Finland is something I would like to see. Potentially Gucci going over to that Cassidy, I think, is to be expected. I think it's where he's looked some of the best so far today, between that and Tracer. So options there for Finland, and a lot of pressure heading into this map, facing elimination from the World Cup qualifiers if they do go down here.
Yeah, it'd be very difficult for Finland to kind of find their way on through. So we'll see now. With obviously May is pretty nasty in some of the streets, parts of this map, right? I also think like getting rid of May. Obviously those sig comps are really good still, but you can play like Diva, Tracer, into it, right? You have to probably contest the Mizuki, but still in a pretty decent spot. If you're Sweden, and then look, Sweden's already kind of done their work, Molly, where they get another game, right? Yeah, worst case scenario, they get to pick their push map and then obviously get first ban. So they put themselves in the driver's seat here, where I mean another 3-2 for Finland would be rough. I mean, just both these series, one with Denmark last week, going the distance, they end up losing, and then now with Sweden, obviously a very competitive series, just really rough considering like how good they were at the previous World Cup to get this group draw.
And they were the best EMEA performing team, getting all the way up to third place, and of course that upset over Korea was massive back then. And now, yes, similar roster, but haven't quite had that same level of success, and I honestly think it's because a lot of the other teams, they've managed to build themselves up. Sweden, prime example of that, having Willies coming in as one of these younger tank players, Admiral joining as the breakthrough player for Sweden has made them a very formidable opponent. And take a look at what these teams are playing here on the defense. Will be the Ramatra still. Kevster on the Echo. I wasn't sure if we would see that, but fully expecting that Sigma, and with how much success it has had in the past, I do not blame him at all for that pick.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, right, being able to kind of come in, play some of the Pharah. It looks like Sauna will go over to the Pharah here, playing the Echo, Sauna playing the Pharah. Just gonna now just get a Rocket and then decide to go back and switch. So they're gonna go Cat Bastion here. So this gave them a lot of trouble on Ilios. Different comp from Sweden on that map, but still, it was very difficult for Sweden to play against.
Half the team now in the sky for Finland and Sweden. Yeah, you got the range to deal with it, but that's not a super confident answer, especially with how this first point is structured. Mistolov already worked his way over to the high ground, putting a lot of pressure onto this Admiral Zoro duo, forcing them to rotate entirely, and this is just not a safe space to be able to be in at all. Finland put themselves to the point rather quickly before Willies has been able to do much of anything. At least a tick given up, but losing out on Willies. I don't think Sweden want to fight this. Nah,
he's getting beat down. I mean, from every angle. I mean, you have Sauna now on the far, so decides to actually kind of continue to play it. And then you also have the Jetpack Cat Bastion, so just a lot of damage. That Willie's gonna go over and play Diva, so Diva obviously gonna eat a lot of that damage. But this is really nasty to play into with that Mizuki now. So the swap's coming in from Finland. As soon as they see the Diva swap, they know exactly what to go to.
And rock, paper, scissors. Those are the type of comps that we're kind of stuck in for a lot of this map. And in Sweden, this is still going to be rough. Finland having the closer spawn just gives them a significant advantage. You just cannot be close to this payload. If you are Willies, it has to be quick hits in and out of the card.
A lot of progress gained from Finland already. Now we'll see. I know it's going to be a fast turn around the corner. The accretion just kind of scares Willie's off of that position as well. They have gotten a lot of progress here through this street phase for really nothing at the moment. They are going to need somebody on screen to go huge here. It's a nice railgun shot there from Zoro, playing inside of the Kitsune Rush, but nothing else available at the moment.
Just the mere Kitsune Rush. This gravitic flux though.
Willie can see mech
terrifying,
too.
but you just don't need it. Sweden just have not had a tank. This entire point, they can't use an ult. They can't take a fight. That is how overwhelming Finland's composition has been.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of running on through them. Now Willie's going to go back and play the Ramatra, just kind of getting the better is Finland of some of these swaps, right? Knowing exactly like, okay, Sweden's going to go to the Diva after the first one once we come out on that, Cat Bastion Farah, and then we're going to go straight over to Mizuki to throw them off a little bit. It's going to be the sound barrier here for Admiral, trying to keep everybody alive.
It does the trick, and it makes sure Zoro can face tank the Deadeye, take out the Cassidy in the back, and even then the Gravitic Flux doesn't get all that much value. Admiral skating around, grabs the Mega Pack, does ignore the front line for a bit, but that's okay. You have a Sauna. He has a microwave beam. He'll melt through everyone else that is remaining. We are looking at a beefy 5-minute time bank heading into this third point.
I mean, I guess the plus side for Sweden here would be is that no real ultimates for Finland coming into this next fight, but I mean, a 4+ minute time bank is crazy here. Is Kev gonna go over to Venture? So Venture can be pretty good against some of these sim comps, although also susceptible to being hit with like the Cassidy mag grenade, accretion. I know you also have Mizuki's kind of chain stun in there. Could be very difficult for Venture to play around. So see how Sweden decides to make this work. I mean, you lose her already. That's going to be a large chunk of your consistent damage.
And they can't get a full 5-member fight. They're going to try to do it here, but Kevster, with every single CC ability that you can possibly name, and without that, sure, you changed for Gucci. At what cost? Finland on pace to just run this all the way down. Willie's won't respond.
I mean, nice play by FN. They're able to kind of get on top of Skyle and chase him down. This is an absolute blowout here in favor of Finland, as Kev, he actually got hit with the chain. Then the Gravitic Flux coming on through here from Vestola. Nice Sanctuary use here by FN, as you just have Sauna fighting all around this here with the sim getting so charged up. And Molly, that is going to be the offense there from Finland. 3:30 in the time bank. Just an absolute beatdown of Sweden.
Not even remotely close at any point. In that map, we didn't. I don't think we even saw Sweden take like a full fight. I mean, like maybe one, but they were at such an ult disadvantage that it was over so dang quick. 3:30 to be able to work with on this side. They put Kevster like quite literally on a leash, with the Mizuki there, and what do you do now? I think if you're Sweden, it feels like Finland has an answer for every single possible answer that they have come up with so far. Like, I'm genuinely baffled. You roll out on this, I think you try the Diva or the Ramatra for this first point, just to try to get through the poke, but this kind of frontline brawl that Finland have set up has been just miserable for Willies.
And it doesn't seem like Sweden is really kind of hooked up a strong answer to some of this, right? Where Finland is able to make these different adjustments time and time again. Whether it be like going over and playing, Cat Bastion with the Farah, or being able to kind of play some of the Diva we see at times from Vestola. They've seemed like they've had an answer for everything. So, see if Sweden can get things going on offense. I mean, really difficult time bank, Molly, for them to be able to kind of contest, right? I mean, 3:30 that is brutal.
At this point, I think anything over a minute you're okay with, if you're Sweden, unless there's some drastic change of pace, which Kevster Farah, definitely one of the ways to do it.
Yeah, so I mean, look, this is kind of why they probably decided to ban the Pharah on the previous map. Like, Mizuki can't really engage with the Pharah. I know Visola can a little bit, not like crazy. I know Kiri can obviously throw shots that Pharah's way. As ooh, nice chain there, actually kind of catches Willies as they were trying to chase down Visola, but really nice job of getting rid of Willies. That was pretty impactful, but hold on, Zoro actually finds 2 from the high ground.
Yeah, that's not something you see all that often. He's actually gonna get a 3rd here. Zoro lighting it up, using the distraction. What was Kevster on the high ground. He's gonna wrap around completely, although Gucci in a room of Sim turrets. It does need an assist from Skyle. Make sure he doesn't go down, but Finland's completely dismantled back to front, to say the least. Fantastic angle from Zoro.
Yeah, Zoro gets that high ground. He finds like 1 with the railgun, and then I know able to just kind of like slide across and jump, and he'd be able to take out another. So Sweden making slight adjustment, obviously with Admiral playing the Juno here, but we'll see Finland. They'll decide to kind of roll out the same thing. I think they would love to play like a May here, right? But obviously banned at the moment, so gonna kind of keep rolling out with this Sim.
And I think it makes a good amount of sense. It stops Willies from walking forward as carelessly. The only thing is just Kevster on the Pharah and Gucci at a range disadvantage, just with how far the Cassidy has to play back, put the actual pressure on, and Willies doing a decent job of actually staying alive to take these fights now.
See, I know Finland here on defense, kind of playing around this next corner here, trying to play around maybe their overclock as, oh, hold on, Zoro pops his. You know, being able to take out 3 there. So Zoro with a crazy 3K with the overclock. I was like, oh, is Finland gonna like play for this corner, right? And maybe kind of like get like Gucci with the Deadeye and inside of the Kitsune Rush. But I mean, I know it's just hey, Sweden setting themselves up, Molly, to set as good as time potentially here as Finland. There's been no defense here on King's Row thus far. There'll be a Deadeye here for Gucci. This is just gonna try and buy them some space so they can get back here and test.
I mean, the snowball started to gain some traction for Sweden. At least Finland have the positioning now to work with. Do they have the pacing? Kevster Barrage still online. That's a fantastic sanctuary. Everybody back, and the Gravitic Flux will be stopped by Style Suzu. Threw that one against the wall and left Billy's all by himself in the middle of a sea of Finland players. Ra's still going to come out, though, from Kevster. He had a personal vendetta against Gucci and had to make sure he got the message there. In a good position. So difficult for them. Keep pushing this. They have to get this trade out on Vistola to make it winnable. And Kevster is going to do just that with the help of Zoro. He's going to drag this one back from the brink when it looked over. I'm starting to see why the Pharah was banned now, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, they're just never really able to kind of chase down that far. Like, you see Kev kind of get an off angle there. Nobody able to put any kind of damage down into him. Nobody really able to contest. They kind of move Estol into some of those positions, but I mean, Kev just so strong. Now it's going to force Finland onto the Diva, away from the Mizuki here, over to the Juno, and I think this is exactly what Sweden would love to see.
And this is fantastic, I think, to work with the pushback into this point, but in Sona, you're using a barrier against the one guy who doesn't care about the barrier. Unfortunately, it's Willies smack him down through his own shield. Sweden, they still have the Annihilation. They want to just walk forward right here and right now. Buffer the Tracer, make sure that Sona can get back quickly. Zoro's already in this prime position to work. Finland just back off.
Finland just getting beat into the corner here is kind of rounding this edge here. Maybe we'll see Willies gonna end up popping this Annihilation. They're gonna just capture a player in the corner. Nice shots there from Kev. Knows that Sona obviously had no recall. It's gonna be Kev as well going for another play there, trying to take out Gucci. We kind of switch off of it here to see Zoro's OC. Kev not able to take out Gucci right away, but does at the end here is Barrage, Annihilation. I think this is just for good measure. And although not as good as time, still Sweden giving themselves an opportunity. Only a 15-second difference between these two teams at the moment, as that is one way to battle back if you're Sweden.
And how the narrative has changed. You're like, oh my goodness, Finland just stomped them into a pulp. How do you come back from this? Well, you do it with 15 seconds. Less of a time bank, and I honestly want to put a huge amount of that credit to Zoro. Yeah, the Kepster Farah was fantastic, but I mean, these are kind of highlight level plays that we're seeing from the hit scan, and Sojourn looking fantastic, 18-4 after that round, and hey, guess what? It's now Finland's turn to go back to the drawing board. You're like, alrighty.
Well, these two teams are just counter-comping each other, right? Like, I mean, they're just kind of like, you know, musical chairs in terms of comps. I think the thing with like Sweden is if they can use this far to effectively move Finland off of this type of comp, then I think it starts to favor Sweden pretty heavily, right? Like, I think for Finland, they want this comp to be effective, and they want like Sweden to obviously kind of fail playing into it. Like, this is kind of the preferred exact comp that Finland would love to play, you know, really the entire series.
And they're very, I think, happy with the setup that they do have. I mean, at this point, the bans for most of their comps are kind of gone. So you're locked into this for sure, but now Sweden seem to have a slightly different solution. Key point, though, is making sure Zoro can't just have all of this high ground space for free, like on the previous attack, and see if either team can formulate defense now these shorter rounds. Willies, put pressure onto the objective. See if it can force anybody to drop on down, which eventually will get us some Metra there, TPing in short.
I think a lot of pressure here going to be on to Finland, specifically Gucci, right? Like, can you kind of put enough damage down into this far to obviously kind of take Kepster out of the game slightly here, as they kind of TP him up to the high ground here, just kind of moving Gucci around, making him a very difficult target to kind of deal with. Is Willies will get on the point. That's going to be one checkpoint here for Sweden, so quite huge as Kev takes a lot of damage, going to hide here for a bit. Somebody from Finland is going to have to contest here in just a little bit. It's going to be FN for that moment. Nice binding chain there, connects, but not able to finish off Willies just yet.
The Kevster lurking in the sky is terrifying for anyone that's on this high ground. Eventually, they'll force to drop back around, more towards Hotel, but probably 2 ticks gained now for Sweden. Barrage online, at least almost, for Kevster. We're approaching the final 30 seconds. It's a slow burn. Any mistake now will make or break what this point has available to Finland. Just buying their time for the ult. Ghost pops his instantly, forces Willies back. Barrage is out. The shield, though, beautiful. Keeps him up, and they even managed to grab Skyle on the low ground. Fantastic plays all around from Finland. One more shot now from Sweden. Gets Skyle back in the flight, but Vestola wants to deny it from the start. Has his Gravitic Flux out, only spots it on Willies, and that will be plenty to shut down the tank for the time being. Orbital Ray is out. New from Sweden wants to sit on this objective. That will be the barrage, or not the barrage, due to the Deadeye. That just Kevster, zero fear. Zoro wrapping around, last chance of hope, but Sanctuary, wall, you name it, everything thrown up in this guy's face to make sure he cannot have another pop-off play with the ult. As Finland seem to have gained some security on this point. Sweden doing a good job of coming in and contesting. They don't have a real win condition to be able to work with. This one should eventually burn on down, favoring the defenders. My goodness, that was close.
Yeah, 2 ticks there for Sweden on their offense, and it's just unfortunate, right? Because Willies has to go in, get a touch, but they have the Gravitic Flux. They're kind of holding. They can't send the supports through the choke because both supports have ultimate, right? You have Kitsune Rush plus Orbital Ray there, so you're not going to sacrifice either of them. If you would have had Willies alive with those 2 ultimates rolling, I think Sweden probably would have been able to take first point, but I know maybe enough damage is done in terms of the progress they get, as really we've seen it from his POV a bunch of times, right? But Zoro really having a great map. 18 and 5, some huge kills with the overclock. So we'll see if he can come up with some more heroics here on the defensive side of things. So you see 74% is where Sweden kind of gets that first checkpoint. We'll see if Finland can kind of match it. If I'm Sweden, I'm fully preparing for Cat Bastion here.
Absolutely.
I know potentially with a Farah in the mix. I'm curious what we'll see from Kev. Do you play Tracer here? Like, that's might be one of the safer options. Is we do have a pause, so we'll get a sense here of kind of what's going on, knowing that Kev didn't pick a hero. Potentially, it is Kev. I think you would think about potentially Tracer here for Kevster. just to give a little bit of something like, against that back line, and then also make it quite difficult against the Pharah.
I think it helps a bit. The ground becomes a lot less safe if we are going to see the Pharah come out just with the points that you have to land. But it also gives you an opportunity to chase down more of those round picks. It is, I think, unrealistic to try to go like something that's going to hard poke out this Cat Bastion. How this first objective is structured,
yeah.
There's always going to be some sort of safe place for this team to fly to. Dare I say, this is, despite what we have been seeing, I still favor Finland on this map with how quickly they managed to run through that first point before. I think it's going to be darn near difficult for Sweden to manage to stop that in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, to remind you guys where we're at in this group, right? So this is Group A here in EMEA. Denmark sits atop of it at 2-0. Denmark has beaten Austria. They've beaten Finland in a game 5. So very close series against Finland. Sweden would be sitting at number 2 at 1-0. They have beaten Austria as well. So Austria in a rough spot in this group at 0-2. A win here for Sweden would get them to 2-0. Denmark obviously to 2-0, and then Finland would fall to 0-2. It would be very difficult for them to kind of make it out of the group. So an absolute must win for the Finnish squad here. I know obviously they were great at the last Overwatch World Cup a few years ago. Denmark though has come out and looked really strong, maybe stronger than people expected, and then obviously Sweden kind of holding serve and how good we think they could be. So if you're a fan of Finland, from there, this is exactly kind of you want to see them take this series, right? This is really kind of their only path, it feels like, to make it out of this group.
And even then, it's a bit sketchy. I think leading it up to tiebreakers, needing Denmark to lose to Sweden for more of those, to get kind of really in the weeds there. But yeah, this is a must-win for Finland if they want to stay in. I do believe that if Sweden win this, it would lock them at 2-0, making it impossible for another team to come in. So qualification on the line for this team, and seeing if they can hold it out. I mean, Finland did manage to take Denmark all the way to 5, and if they can do that again here, but this time convert it to a win, would be huge for them. But Kevster on the Pharah.
Yeah, this is interesting, right? I know Kev gonna hide here around the corner, so not gonna kind of give any insight that he's playing this. It'll be Cat Bastion on the other side. So the Pharah to match the Pharah of Sauna. He is very susceptible to this Bastion damage, though. He's going to play really smart in the positioning. Does Kev. And obviously put down a ton of pressure, though, down on Vestola. Like, really going to expend their healing resources on the side of Finland. That's
there you
massive.
go. Yeah, perfect. Gucci already down, tanked a couple of rockets, plus the silver bullet there out of Zoro. And I think having the Cassidy makes a lot more sense on this point, especially with the perks available in overtime. He's just going to find Sauna. No idea where this Cassidy was lurking in Sweden. Up to a rather
That's a really nice
start.
stall.
Yeah.
They're going to stall out Vestola for just a little bit here. So really good first fight from Sweden. The changes here. No, they're just actually, Gucci makes a swap, going to go back and play. Oh, did they actually swap? Yeah, they swapped who's playing the Cat and who's playing the Bastion, who's playing the Pharah here. So a swap between these two players. We'll see if it kind of leads to any success here. Is nade up on the top there from Sauna, just trying to clear that angle.
Now one more shot here, realistically, for Finland. See if they can get the wheels on their composition. Zoro, there is some pressure, forces all the cooldowns out of style. Takes a boulder on the high ground. Will be the point now, under contention. We'll get close to one tick before forcing Millie's back. This becomes difficult now. Sweden out there poor cooldowns. Get back to the point, and Kevster somehow finds both supports. That absolutely should not happen. Admiral punches Gucci out at the sky. Finland are falling apart.
Yeah, they're able to keep Willies alive. I mean, that is like the massive thing there. You're going to end up getting a few players back off of the spawn. I wonder if Admiral's going to go and try and get them back in the fight. He is. So Kevster going to come back on Tracer. Decides to just kind of ditch that far and need to get back into the fight rather quickly. Sauna up on the high ground here. Admiral's got to live. Taking some big tank shots.
Yeah, it's Suzu only thing keeping Admiral on his feet. Both support ults almost online for Sweden. just need to hold out on this point a little longer, where the series is there. Zoro drops down, Silver Bullet to Sada's back. It will be 1-for-1. Kevster back in the fight. Sound Barrier and Kitsune Rush for him to be able to work with. And the target is Vestola. They want the Sigma off the objective, knowing there's no chance of contention. And just like that, Sweden will do it. They will move on to Busan.
Yeah, huge win there for Sweden. A very tough battle here against Finland. A 3-1 victory, though, for the Swedes. I mean, they come up so clutch in the end. Being able to kind of keep, Admiral alive there. It's just a tremendous Suzu that comes on through there from Skyle. And then you take a look. I mean, Kev really turned up. I mean, we talked about Zoro and some of, like, his awesome moments throughout that map. Kevster, I know, with the Forest swap there at the end, and also the ability to play Tracer, 30-9. So this one, it feels like a little bit of a gut punch here for Finland, right? I mean, you look so good on King's Row to start things off, and then you allow Sweden, Ash, to just kind of like battle back into the game, set, I know, a pretty respectable time bank of their own, and I think eventually they just started to figure out how to play against Finland.
Yeah, they really did. It was an impressive matchup here, I think, for the side of Sweden. Finland, they definitely did their best in this series, but I do think that we saw a little bit more of that depth. You guys were talking about it during the cast, like across this entire series, how Sweden were more than happy to, you know, play anti-comps up against the top side of Finland. And I think that that does say a lot about kind of how we set this series up as well, kind of questioning how much more like flexibility Sweden had versus what the game plan was going to be there for the side of Finland. Molly?
I think that we saw a lot of rock, paper, scissors, a lot of counter swaps coming out from both of these teams today, but I think at the end of it, Finland were more, I think, dependent on how their tank was able to play, just with the superstar DPS lineup that Sweden have at their disposal, and it really did make it difficult, I think, for them to overcome a lot of those challenges. Had some interesting bans coming in there as well for this team, and I think ending that run after their big kind of miracle performance in 2023 does hurt, and now I think a lot of the EMEA hope is looking to Sweden.
Ash, I mean, I think it's a really rough one. Finland, obviously, we talk about how good this group is. Look at, like, is that one map, that decider against Denmark, really kind of the thing that decides who goes on to Busan, right? I mean, you kind of look at how the rest of the groups form, and, like, look, maybe Denmark can actually kind of, like, hang and beat Sweden, right? And we kind of find out that Denmark actually was probably the strongest in the group overall to begin with, but two really close games for Finland that just don't go in their favor. And now, I mean, just in a brutal spot, right? They'll have their match against Austria. We'll see kind of how that goes. You would expect Finland to kind of come in there, and take care of business in that series. But after game one with the Cap Bastion and them being able to kind of play it there and, obviously look really good on it, Sweden just took control of the series.
Yeah, they really did. I kind of want to pick your brain on this a little bit more, Matt, because it was talked about during the cast how that the lack of Sigma Protect on Circuit Royale was something where you kind of argue, okay, maybe they're trying to get the Sigma ban out a bit earlier on, giving them a better chance later into the series. Oh. But when you think about the map pool at the same time and what was going to be able to, like, pick into, do you feel like that was something that was maybe a little bit of an overcook there for the side of Finland?
It's tough because you saw there on King's Row what that Farah can do against, like, that Sig Mizuki comp, and it can just kind of ruin it. So you're in, like, a really difficult position where, like, okay, fine, like, they give them the ability for them to, like, ban the Sig, right? But you get rid of that Farah, then you feel like, okay, if they ban the Sigma, then we still have some other stuff to go with, and we have Sigma for the rest of the series. But coming in here, like, maybe, like, what they needed to do was, like, actually ban a DPS, I mean, I guess, like, I don't know, Finland's just in a really weird spot with that ban, because, like, on the next map, like, when they lose it, they can't ban the Farah there, so they can't really play the Sig on Kings either. So they kind of, like, gave themselves, like, a really weird situation where they can't exactly kind of win that. Like, let's say they ban, attempt to get the Sigma through on circuit, it doesn't work with the Pharah on the other side, they can at least ban the Pharah on Kings and then allow them to ban the Sigma and then like play like Ramattra or something, right? They just never gave themselves a really strong opportunity. But also, Ash, I mean, it's a really difficult comp to play in multiple different maps for this specific reason, right? There's some like different things you can do against that can give it some trouble.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really tough. It's also just generally a really tough group to be playing in here as well. Definitely a heartbreaking loss, I think, there for Finland, because if they had won, it really would have shaken things up here for Group A within OWWC of EMEA. Overall, though, I think that Sweden looked really good. I think I'm going to be really excited to watch that Sweden-Denmark matchup tomorrow as well. But we do have an interview with Sweden's Willies coming in next here after this win. Congratulations, Willies, on the win today. I kind of want to get like your vibe as well as the vibe of the team heading into this matchup up against Finland, because you guys going into this knew that if you were going to win it, you would qualify all the way to Busan off of this win. Did that put like additional like pressure on your guys' backs? Because obviously for anybody who's competing in OWWC, you want to get that qualification early.
I mean, maybe for me it was a little bit more pressure. I think on the last map maybe it showed a bit, but I think for the team, I mean we have a lot of veterans, right? So I think they were able to control their pressure, and I think some of the comp swaps we made, like maybe were a result of the pressure, like especially on the first map.
Yeah, Willies, I'm curious. We were just kind of having a debate about like some of the bans and stuff. I thought one of the maps they would definitely have probably advantage over you guys was like being able to go to circuit and play the Sigma, but then you guys were able to ban the Sigma. Was that a little bit of a surprise to you guys, like how that all kind of played out?
I mean, we knew when they wasted Ramban, like on one of the earlier maps, we knew we had a really good advantage, like for our circuit. So I mean, we definitely expected like that situation.
Absolutely, and I think it did kind of show the preparation and kind of importance that the bans that you guys were able to put down, and really just the overall strength that this roster does have, especially heading into Busan, locking that spot in. And what does it mean to you to know that you'll be representing Sweden on an international stage like that?
I mean, it's a lifelong dream, you know? Like I was watching when I was like younger, back in 2017, 2016, and now getting to actually play with the team and represent Sweden, like it's just a different reality. I don't know, like an insane dream to accomplish. I couldn't have expected this like 10 years ago, you know?
Well, I just want to say again, congratulations for your qualification to Busan alongside the rest of Team Sweden. We're so excited to see how you guys are going to fare when it comes down to that international competition. Thank you so much again for doing this interview with us, Willies, and good luck with your match against Denmark tomorrow.
Thank you, thank you.
Man, I love hearing about how much, it means to these players to be able to qualify to the group stage in the main event here of the Overwatch World Cup. It was a hard-fought battle there. I feel like, Willies is saying that the pressure was like showing in the later half of that series, but to me, it didn't really feel like it from an outside perspective, Molly.
Yeah, I think that it looks like that this team just calm, cool, and collected for the most part. Like they had some stutters in their gameplay, but the fact that they were able to consistently swing back as hard as they did was really impressive, and it shows that the veteran experience behind this team is really paying off.
Yeah, you absolutely love to see it, but you know what else we love to see, guys? We love to see you guys supporting some Overwatch World Cup teams. So I want to remind you to show your conference pride with the Overwatch World Cup bundles. With skins from every single region, you guys can support your favorite teams from Asia, EMEA, Americas. They are available now. We do have another matchup coming up next, though. It will be the likes of Norway versus Germany in this next face-off for Group B. Don't go anywhere.
Start your climb to OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FacetItLeague.
Witness Sweden secure their spot at OWWC Busan, but we do have another match to come. Won't quite 100% secure it for the side of Germany if they do win this matchup up against Norway, but it does make Norway's it makes it really close. Like, it'll be really tough for Norway to claw back. So it's gonna be really important for this Norway roster in this head-to-head to try to take this if they do want to keep their spot open here, an opportunity open, Molly, for the looks of OWWC Busan. Guys, my coffee is kicking in. I swear to God, it definitely is. But Molly, these are two dark horse groups, or two dark horse teams, right? And Team Norway, they had a tough draw in round one, having to play up against Team UK.
Yeah, I think that, you know, these teams in Group B feel pretty set. I think it's very likely Germany and the UK moving on. Norway, the one with the best chance for an upset, but I think it's going to be asking for quite a bit. And one player I want to watch, I think, is Jesper Swag. It just recently qualifying for OWCS EMEA. He's been a very flexible player to keep an eye out for. I'm really interested to see how he'll match up against Germany.
Yeah, Team Germany, they've entered this year's Online Qualifier through the Conference Cups. This match also feels like, you know, it is that decider almost for that second spot here in Busan here, Matt.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a really strong team, right? With players like top to bottom that we've seen, you know, in the OWCS before, right? So, pretty competent roster, you know, top to bottom, and they beat Portugal 3-0, like in a pretty commanding fashion. I think like the argument for Norway would be is that, like, you know, I think you know, Great Britain is gonna, like, you know, run through everybody in this group, and it's like, okay, like maybe they were just another casualty, right? They were just the first casualty, and we really don't know. I know that series though against Great Britain, right? It was like 2-0 on Oasis, a 3-1 on New Jung City, and like a 3-2 Kings Row. So like, no, not the closest series of all time, you know, not going down the history books, but like, you know, maybe there's a chance where, like, hey, you know, Norway, you play that game, you get a little bit better, right? They have some players who have played, like, you know, really top quality Overwatch in the past, and they can make a run here. And I know they both these teams probably know that, like, hey, if we, you know, win this series, we're in a pretty good spot to qualify. So I think that's kind of the mindset they have to come in with.
Yeah, that is for certain. I think here for Germany especially, it's more of trying to make another statement for themselves in this group as well. Considering like the roster on deck, I think that there are great players on the side of Norway, but for Germany, they definitely want to be making their stamp and really showing, I think, how they are stacking up against the teams in Group B after that dominant win that they had versus Portugal just last weekend. Overall, though, I do believe that we have that 1v1 deathmatch to find out that seeding here. Let's get straight into Norway versus Germany.
Yeah, and Molly, thanks, Ash. Like, Germany comes in #1 seed out of like the Conference Cups, right? So you kind of look at like how they kind of made it here. They've had a little bit more time like playing the game against you know, with each other, right? And I know against some of these teams, so maybe I know a little bit more tested here. I know obviously their players probably are, just from, you know, kind of the level of play they're playing at, but it will be Ice Gnome here, I know, going up against Isaac, and another one of these Doomfist 1v1s. Ice Gnome, though, it looks like you know, ends up just kind of sweeping it here. So Germany gets the higher seed. They'll get you know, their map selection. Okay, so Germany actually picked hero ban order, so they get to pick second ban here. So although they win the 1v1, Molly, we've seen this a lot, it's going to be the ban deferred, the pick deferred, and then they want to get that ban.
Yeah, I think that for control maps, unless it is Elio specifically, will play relatively similar. You're not going to see as much variance, so more importance is placed on that. But we haven't seen a ton of Oasis, actually, in the World Cup qualifiers so far, across at least just the Americas and EMEA. So seeing that picked up is kind of cool. But, like, in terms of playstyles for these two teams, though, I think this is going to be quite a clash. Germany, very set on their ways of Jetpack Cat, and Norway despise that composition with every ounce of their being, and will just take away the cat to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get rid of it, right? I think there are some teams, though, who, like, both of them kind of won't go towards it, you know, out of respect, or like the comp can be very difficult to pilot. So one team that can probably do it, though, is Germany. Like I was talking about how much they've kind of played, you know, as a unit together, so like they have looked pretty decent at it. We'll see now with the Maga ban, right? You know, I think Maga is like a hero that can, like, you know, other teams can start to pilot, get rolling on. He can become very difficult and annoying to deal with. So if you can get rid of it here on Oasis, and I know Oasis is a pretty decent map for the Maga, you may as well.
Yeah, I think it's worth it on this map, especially if you're wanting to play more of like a Ramatra kind of thing, which is where Isaac and Ice have leaned in the past. Both of them really like the Ramatra Diva. I'm expecting not as much, you know, switching around counter comps as we have in some of our previous series, but more, what are these teams' comfort picks? What are they going to play more towards their strengths? And Norway, again, they like their brawl. They like to keep it kind of close quarters, or they'll just completely swap it to the Diva. Nothing really in between of that, so it's just a matter of, can they be as coordinated as this German team, who, as you said, does have the advantage of time and practice together.
Yeah, it's you know, just gonna waiting for some of the players to kind of get into game here, and we'll get this one underway. But Germany 1-0 in the group thus far. Norway 0-1. Norway kind of seems like maybe the if you're looking at like a a dark horse to kind of make some noise in this group, it would be Norway. But this feels like their last opportunity to do so, right? You lose here, you go to 0-2. Germany goes to 2-0. You expect Great Britain to kind of continue their strong play with that roster, and you're in a rough spot if you're Norway. So it's kind of do or die time for Norway here. And look, even for Germany, right? They still have some matches left. They would have to play against Great Britain, but still an opportunity, even if they drop this one. Just a really important game for Norway overall, though.
Yeah, and I think for either way, this group has the, I think, potential to end in more of tiebreakers, but if there is a game that will be close, I think it is this one. It seems like Great Britain is a tier above of most everybody else, so it's who's going to be second, who is going to grab that second slot, and best contenders in these so far. I was curious if Norway would pull this out. Like, I don't want to fully fall for the spawn bait yet, but this is kind of a very unique strat that they've been attempting to play so far in the tournament to limited success. But if they manage to do that again here against Germany, I'll be very impressed with the Sigma Cup.
Yeah, Germany looks like they're going to come out and play. Okay, so they're going to play some Sigmazuki off the rip. And then for Norway, they're going to see them play a Zarya-based composition into this. This is a really different look. We don't really see Zarya as much, as we used to, right? I know OWWC, I feel like at the start of the stage, we used to see a ton of Zarya, and that is not what you want to see. I mean, that is Icenom taking out Snowdrop, the DPS player for Norway, as Norway had control over the high ground, Molly. I mean, that is probably the worst way that fight could go.
Yeah, and all it took was Icenom just marching on up there. I got the couple of shots to pick him up. And I think Norway, they really want to engage with Jesper as much as they can, but if they can't get him in a position to fight, well, you're such a victim to this poke damage.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose your Sojourn here off the rip, I mean, nothing you could really do. I mean, you're relying on a lot of the Zarya bubbles to be able to kind of like keep Jesper Swag in these fights on the Venture. We'll see if you're able to kind of get the Venture in that position. The May wall there kind of splits off Isaac, but gonna be okay. It's gonna be Jesper Swag getting on there, get a touch. This is a really, see how kind of scared though they are to move forward here, Norway, it looks like, with this comp.
Yeah, with the accretion, the binding fate, May wall, there's so many threats that you have to worry about. At least there goes one of them, is Jesper Swag. Little bunker down in the earth. There's that push onto the high ground, but he doesn't have the health to stay alive. The Gravitic Flux goes through, smashes Isaac into a pancake. Now it's Germany holding on flawlessly.
Molly, I don't really love that play there. Like, Jesper Swag had an opportunity. I mean, Iceland was so low. I thought maybe he thinks that like his teammates are going to be able to finish it off. He goes for the high ground. I know, for QRXU, and not able to finish off the Sojourn. And then they also never finish off the Sig on the low ground. And obviously, it does not result in a fight win. The both teams here with a Kitsune rush coming on in. But, I mean, you have not made any type of progress. The Venture cooldowns go out, and then I know there's so much CC still available for Germany. They just have to back up.
The May will block the Kitsune rush, Matt. They don't have a way to get into this point now. I mean, Germany take the advantage entirely out of their hands, and you might not even build up a Gravitic Flux at this point. Isaac has his back against the wall. The TV comes in for Nexty plus the Suzu, who barely managed to stay alive, but here he comes to make cooldowns. QRXU can just walk on in there, blast a couple people. Okay, he's gonna miss his shot. The damage is done. There you go. Grabs just Swag onto the exits. Graviton Surge, I mean, it's close for Isaac, but what's the damage fall of? Absolutely nothing for this team. Reflex got himself on the point for a last-ditch effort. That is just Germany top to bottom here on Gardens.
Not a great round for Norway. You get split off with those ice walls as well as the Zarya. You end up starting to have to use Zarya bubbles for yourself. You don't have them for the Venture. Then the Venture can't go in. And then that's how you're kind of stuck in no man's land as we take a look at the stats. A lot of good stats for one team, a lot of nothing, well, quite frankly, outside of death for the other, as a brutal round for Norway.
No deaths on the side of Germany. Once they get set up on that high ground, like what do you do? How can you actually contest them with that composition? I think there are some swaps in order for Norway going on ahead. Isaac is on the same page. We'll see what Jesper ends up going towards, whether it's the Venture or yeah, actually gonna stick on the Symmetra, see if they can take these fights closer.
It's, I mean, look, they're gonna get high ground, right? They did this last time. They end up losing Snowdrop right away. Gonna need now, how do you go down though? Like, you know, Norway obviously is gonna have to be extremely coordinated in how they kind of use this sim TP, and they end up losing their hit scan again from the high ground. That is a rough one here. Is yeah, literally. Okay, but this is good though. I mean, look at this. Next he gets into the back line. Those are 2 huge kills. I don't think they expected that sim TP, and even though they lose their hit scan, it's probably the worst way you can kind of start that fight off. They may actually end up winning it.
Yeah, and I don't think you want to stick around down that many people. The Soul potential is good as they can bunker in the ice block, and Aku bit her time, but yeah, she'll eventually fall over in Norway. I will turn that around after a rough start.
We'll see now Norway with control here of the choke. I think definitely a huge surprise there where Norway took the TP. Next able to find 2 there, so see now how Germany decides the approach. Aku, she's not really close to the Sanctuary just yet, which could be pretty nice to kind of fight here, especially kind of eating all those projectiles, forcing Norway down to the low ground.
Which they'll have to do anyways, and the point being contested there by Icenub, who's very close to that gravitic flux. There won't be a sound barrier to necessarily stop that. Expecting it to come out in this fight momentarily. He's going to wait for the Kitsune Rush instead. URXU already finds Jesper Swag. I won't really do much with the flux, except just clear the space, make sure Isaac can't walk towards the front line of the team. Daku will go ahead and get in there, make sure Norway sent it back to spawn rather quickly.
All right, so at least Norway gets like up to like 50%. You would have loved to see them kind of like get a little bit higher with how difficult this point is, you know, to contest back. I believe it was Aku last week. Yeah, she was able to use the jetpack cat to kind of drag the players in the traffic. Unfortunately, not going to see that here. That would have been pretty cool. See again. But it'll be the Annihilation here with a TP potentially for Norway. They're just going to be playing it into a Blizzard and maybe even into the Sanctuary. Nice Maywall there on the high ground. Just kind of blocks that TP. Being effective. So going to have to wait for that to come back off the cooldown.
Taking their time here. Cooldown rotation. And Annihilation is there, but no drop. See how much space that you can bide with the overclock. Has not had much luck. Needs Reflect to come with the sound barrier. It's great timing, but with everyone frozen in place, and even that overhealth is just chewed through like absolutely nothing. Germany, you go ahead and hold on to that objective, and it just is not enough for Norway to break through this wall.
Yeah, Norway ends up trying to get aggressive there. You know, they use the overclock, and then a nice job by Germany. Everybody kind of kiting it. Then they end up going in. I know they end up using their sound barrier to try and get aggressive, but Aku, she drops that Sanctuary. You have to play inside of there against the Mei. It's a brutal spot to be from. Snowdrop going to go to the Widowmaker here, most likely just trying to find a kill out of spawn. Doesn't find one just yet. It'll be Jesper Swag here using the sim wall here, trying to get them closer. Now taking a lot of damage. Nice accretion there from Icenub as you end up losing Jesper Swag. As you may end up losing QRXU here at the hands, I know, of Snowdrop and Isaac, but at what cost? I mean, you have lost basically the rest of the squad.
A bold overclock there from QRXU, but everybody else on Norway left alone as Isaac turns his attention to the Sojourn. And that'll be a very swift map 1 of Oasis, Germany. I'll take that one away, despite being Norway's pick. And Matt, if this is how the series is going to go, I do fear for how Norway can manage to find some way to contest this Germany team.
Yeah, look, you take a look at some of the stats. You know, closer in round 2, right? I know, obviously, round 1 was, you know, what it was, but I know round 2 was just a blip, at the start. I mean, Icenub's still able to go 19-0 there on the SIG. I mean, just, you know, what, 4K more damage? No, more than Isaac on the other side. This is the one play. I mean, look at that. I mean, down to like 50, you know, HP or so, right? Obviously gets a little bit of health from the kinetic grasp, but that was an opportunity where Jesper Swag, you know, just kind of played with Isaac for the Sigma, may have been able to take out Ice Gnome. They allow him to live. They kind of still continue to win that fight. Next to the 2 kills there, that was like probably the biggest play, for Norway, but obviously just not enough.
No, and I think Norway went into this with a good idea of how they wanted to play, but the Sigma Mizuki combination is just way too powerful to try to deathball into the amount of CC that has to offer. You're pretty much locked in place if you're not waiting your time out for these cooldowns. And where do you go if you're Norway? What kind of strength do you want to lean to? Because I think a poke comp is off the table.
Yeah, you're probably trying to go like a New Junk City maybe and playing some Rush. Getting like a little ram action in there. Maybe you can actually get rid of the Sig on a map like that. So that could be a possibility for Norway. There also just might not be a ton of really good maps for them to kind of go to, right? It seems like obviously Germany can play multiple different styles, not really worried about it. So if Norway lose this, they rely on Great Britain losing 2 to stay in the running. So Great Britain has 2 games left, 1 against Portugal and then another against Germany. Great Britain were to lose to Portugal, I would be surprised. I think probably Portugal, we've seen them once, they lost to Germany 3-0. Pretty dominant 3-0. So you would expect Great Britain, and it is New Junk Cities. This is kind of what I was talking about. I think this is like one of the better rush maps like in the pools. So this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think Norway want to lean more towards that Broly style. Have not seen a Sigma yet from Isaac, but they're not going to keep it here. They're actually going to prioritize the Mizuki ban, which I am 100% on board for. It makes kind of walking to these death balls so much more difficult. Aku, she looks fantastic on the pick, and then followed up by the Symmetra. So presumably more May, perhaps like a Cassidy, a Tracer, something along those lines thrown in with it.
I think this is like, I think you still play the Sig and you just play Bat, right? And you just play Bat May, right? With no Sim to close the gap. I mean, I think that's a rough one, potentially for Norway to play into yet again. So we will see how Norway fares here. This is an absolute must-win map. I mean, you can't go down 2-0 in this series in like lightning fast fashion and then still expect to like come out on top.
Yeah, I think this is kind of do or die. I think if you get steamrolled here and then are left to reverse sweep, even if you do manage to get those map picks, I mean, everything from that point on would be in favor of Germany, just between bans and everything there. So if you're on Norway, now is the time to get your bearings back together, taking a bit of time to get through this map, to regroup, wipe the slate clean, and see what their potential is. It just does seem that on a macro level, Germany have such a good idea of how to play as a squad, and I think that's why they're likely to be one of the very few Conference Cup teams that can qualify to Busan.
Yeah, as we will. I mean, this is a must-win for Norway if they want to qualify, but Germany looks like they're in a prime position, right? On the opposite side, for them to be able to kind of get over the line, I know that game with Great Britain would basically just be like, for cosmetics and who wins the group, just to get that last game under their belt. Norway, so the Maga was banned in game 1. Maybe they want to come out, get some Maga action here with Venture. So this could definitely give Germany some trouble. We'll see what Aku and Daki decide to do in terms of the support line. Probably see the Lucio kind of stay. Wonder if we see the Juno stay. I think the Juno maybe just the speed ring. Yeah, they're gonna swap. It's gonna be Curie, right? So okay, and interesting, Norway decides to just play the Zarya into this. So a Zarya head-to-head. Just really a difference in terms of the DPS. What each team decides to go for.
Yeah, and this seems like this is what Norway's core strategy. Running your Zarya, matching it with the Venture to buy some space. I'm a little surprised that we're not seeing Ice Gnome like on a Ramatra or something into this with him. Can work out as Jesper going in. Like how much space he's able to get just off the burrow. Here's the power of the pick. That is the cooldown cycle out. And Germany dedicated to player points, so their percentage will begin taking up. And even then, the ring around the Rosie still in their favor. The speed Ice Bomb on in, the health bar is Norway so incredibly low. They're gonna get picked off.
Yeah, I mean, just so much charge from Ice Gnome, being very careful here. Doesn't want to lose that charge. The Snowdrop around the corner, but being able to provide the bubbles to the Tracer, making the Tracer pretty sturdy against the Cassidy, and then constantly being able to kind of like bubble himself is Ice Gnome. So even when Jasper tried to make a play there, it was a nice speed boost by Aku. She's getting the rest of the team out of the way. I know Jasper, the Venture's going to be very difficult. They lead Molly to make work in this series. I think teams have at this level of play, have a really good idea how to play around Venture.
Yeah, it's a fun pick. It is Venture's best map, but once you have an idea of the cooldown cycles, how to punish it, or rather know where the weak points are, well, you can work with it. But this is the nice part about Snowdrop being on the Cassidy, that it makes it hard for SXJ to fight against it unless you have a very specific bubble. Isaac, though, pretty low, does manage to get the flip on the point, plus Suzu from Nexty to stay alive. This is where the Venture does get more threatening, is when those bubbles are gone. Well, the Venture did not approach with enough caution. Jesper Swag goes down, but the Kitsune Rush exchange does favor Norway. The steam through Ice Gnome's health bar, they'll be able to hold on to this point now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge thing, right? They get rid of Ice Gnome, even though they end up losing the Venture, and that's huge, right? It allows them to even kind of hold on through that Kitsune Rush. One thing I will point out going into the next fight, Akushi is way ahead in terms of sound barrier. It's going to be the grab that comes through. Isaac decides to try to drop it later. Connects with a bunch of players, but there's no follow-up there whatsoever.
Wait a minute.
And Snowdrop finds one. Jesper Strike finds two with the Tectonic Shock. And just like that, I mean, this was a dragged-out brawl, but it's going to be very difficult to deal with Ice Gnome as Ice Gnome gets rid of Reflect and Molly. That is the first point go to Germany.
Yeah, a bit closer, I think, for Norway compared to what we saw in Control, but Germany, again, falling back to that fundamental understanding of rotations, the cooldown game. This gives them that little extra edge. Just like I'm having a Refinery next, so another one of those indoor points where Jesper can be a little more useful.
So we'll see SXJ kind of getting set up here as well. Gonna be able to kind of get around that flank, give Snowdrop some trouble as Akushi's got that sound barrier, and you can be quite aggressive in how you use it. And because Ice Gnome lives for an extended period of time, you will get the change in terms of his ult versus Isaac. A lot of railgun shots going down into the tanks of Norway, barely staying up. Snowdrop does find Aku, so a huge pick from Snowdrop. The hit scan starting to come alive.
Yeah, and without the sound barrier either, it's gonna be harder for Germany to walk in, but Ice Gnome just does not care about the dodge. He's gonna run it down if he has the space to do it. Hey, look at him, 91 charge, nobody bats an eye at it, and that's gonna be Norway's downfall.
He is just absolutely farming right now. I mean, Jesper's gonna go over to Reaper here, so Reaper Sojourn swaps for Norway. The Reaper will put a little bit more pressure onto the front line, so like putting it on Ice Gnome, but he just seems locked in right now.
I mean, Graviton Surge, like, right around the corner for him, too. And Norway, yeah, you still have the sound barrier, but Pulse Bomb comboed up with it. It's going to be very difficult just to live through it. And yeah, as I said, Race Form is out, and Norway, they're using so many of their key cooldowns just to try to get the fight. Even by the time they managed to break through, it seems that Germany have every single answer. There's the Graviton Surge. 3 players pulled on in. Pulse Bomb goes through. Won't actually do the chunking damage. Norway surprisingly managed to stay on their feet throughout all of that damage. Just filtered through a small door. Here's that sound barrier. Aku able to save it for the right time. It keeps her Tracer on her feet, and it's just Ice Gnome again running through this team in the back line. There's not much Norway can do. Trade around it. 99% on the board for this team with Isaac falling. Be looking like a second going over to Germany.
Yeah, it looks like a contest here towards the end, but feels like just a matter of time. Ice Gnome finishes off those players yet again. Mind you, he's already used 2 grabs. This would be his 3rd, and this is working towards Isaac's 2nd. So just to obviously a tremendous tank performance here from Iceland thus far. No, the pulse bomb with the grab combo that Germany tried to do is a really nice Suzu from Nexi that kind of prevented a lot of that damage from coming down. That kind of keeps Norway topped up. They end up using the beat after. It looks pretty decent, but still, I mean, never able to really deal with this Zarya. The pocket just too strong here for Germany. Onto Iceland. I think they're going to be shocked that he has another grab. I think they're going to get grabbed and they're going to have no clue.
There's not a chance you're ready for this. And grab pulse bomb. No sound barrier this time either. For both teams in Norway, if you can find a way to engage early, maybe set just for swag up for Death Blossom. But there's the grab up on the high ground. Isaac, as you said, not really prepared for it. Didn't have the bubbles, but then it's actually Aku who falls. There's the Death Blossom. Wait a minute. Norway managed to convert with 3 ults. Dumped on top of Germany. Look at the flip.
Yeah, very nice from Norway. They clutch up there. Another opportunity where they have the grab. With I believe the pulse bomb was available at that time, and another Suzu that comes through from next to you. Kind of heard it kind of like pop, and then no damage kind of come down on after it. So huge fight win for Norway. I think if you're Germany, you kind of come into this next fight, obviously you're building up towards your support ultimates. Maybe you can kind of save one, get both of theirs out, and then you feel good in the fight after.
I think this is going to be more of a how few resources can you commit to this fight if you are both Norway and Germany. Jesper ends up overextending a bit. I had the Wraith form, but couldn't pop it in time, and the sound barrier's there, and it just iced up a skill fade every single time. And are we on like a deadlift carry like track here? We might be if Ice keeps this up.
I mean, just that is a fight where Germany, obviously they build up their support ults. They're able to kind of get them online pretty quick, and they end up just kind of say, hey, like, we'll match them, and then we'll just like let Ice just barrel you down. You can't lose the Reaper that early though. Like, Reaper feels like cannot, if you lose like a support early, or like even Snowdrop, like feels like they're not necessarily the right person that fall first, right? But like, okay, like, Reaper does have a lot of survivability, and like obviously playing the front line should be able to live. Yeah, Jesper taking a lot of pressure from the side. This would be the final flashpoint here. Is Germany just trying to close this one out?
They gotta get to the point first, which looks like Jesper does manage to sneak in underneath. Trigger the overtime, and there you go. Icenom is done. Alpha threat dealt with. Surely Norway managed to clean this one up, but it's not over quite yet. Still a couple players hovering around the point, making sure Norway have to work for this capture with Daki falling. It was a whole lot easier. Kills will come through, and Norway hang in there.
Is Jesper going to go for the chase on Aku? She's going to get a nice bubble there from Icenom that keeps her alive. So get another fight here for Germany. Germany going to end up, Molly, with another grab. Grab plus OC. You can kind of free fire into it. Potentially, we'll see though who will get a touch. It looks like it'll be SFJ.
They don't have it, and Snowdrop trying to slow down the touch, just take a bite out of Icenom's health bar. On the high ground, the threat at this grab, there you go! Wait a minute, QRXU shut down mid-overclock. Okay, this is here for Norway. There's the Graviton Surge. Isaac just getting his up. Doesn't pop it just yet. Sound barrier is out. He's got to be hunting for the opportunities. The only real win con you have left, and Icenom has to fall. If this guy continues to live, it's just game over. In fact, you know what? It is game over for this Norway team. Icenom back up to full HP, and that will be the end of map 2. Germany now on match point.
Icenom just absolutely ruined them the entire map. I mean, you can just watch that. I mean, that is a Zarya clinic. I also think the supports, Aku and Daki just did a great job just keeping Icenom alive. We gotta see some of these stats. 25 and 3. Look at the damage compared to everybody else. I mean, 13k, almost doing his DPS's damage combined. There is you take a look. I mean, Isaac at 8700, almost near his hit scan, so not bad either. But just like, I mean, almost almost the Zarya doing the same amount of damage as both your DPS is like filthy. And I mean that's exactly what it looks like. Because Icenom, it felt like every fight was like a 4K in every single fight that we had there.
Yeah, and the final blow ratio has got to be insane. for what we saw in this map. And this one hurts if you're Norway. You're kind of wanted to play your own comp. You like the Zarya style. It's not something I think we're going to see much more of for
I don't think
like
so.
the rest of the Overwatch World Cup, or even just in this match, to be totally honest. So,
Well,
that's
it depends. If Norway has somewhere to go, maybe they run it again. But if otherwise, I mean, I think you have to get rid of it. I mean, look, I think like there were some bright spots for Norway. I think like Snowdrop started to play a little bit better. I think no, it's really difficult to kind of like put even Isaac's like performance into context because like Isom was so crazy great, but like, you know, that's obviously like the support's helping him out and things like that. So I thought like Snowdrop had a pretty good game. Obviously, you know, I think he finished like 15 limbs and like 4 final blows and like 8,900 damage. That's more damage than you know, more damage, less deaths than QRXU on the other side, right? So I think that's like a positive sign to look at for your Norway. But and Isom is so difficult to deal with right now. I don't know what they do.
I think from this point forwards, you gotta find a way to deal with the finding a way to deal with the tank is one thing, but Isom's also just so flexible that even if you direct a ban towards him, I mean, it's very clear that he'll be able to find a way to work around it. I mean, if you really want to switch up the comps, like the one that screams out to me is honestly either Dorado if you want to dive, or Circuit Royale if you want to mega lean into poke. But it's gonna be neither. Good old faithful King's Row for Norway. I want to go back to this brawl.
Yeah, I mean, like I think you know, Dorado's Circuit would have been interesting. Like you know, maybe Numbani try and change it up, but I know a good old trusted King's Row. Are you trying to play Jetpack Cat Bastion here? Like, is that an angle maybe for Norway? But feels like this kind of still kind of playing into potentially Germany's strengths.
Yeah, this is tricky territory. Mizuki will also be back up. Fen, like, probably his best map, honestly, to have that hero, unless you're taking away the Sigma, which I wonder if that's kind of the go-to if you really want to stick on this Zarya strat. There's just a player after player. The more that you add to this Germany roster, the more stacked that they honestly do feel, and they want to end this in 3. If they have the ability to, I think King's Row is honestly a map you're pretty chill about considering how things have gone so far.
And Journey, this is the right move. Get rid of the Bastion. Don't want to see any of those shenanigans in play. And then Sigma ban here for Norway. So I think they kind of expected some of those Sig comps. Now you'll see what Ice can play. You know, some Diva, can continue to maybe play some Zarya here. Just has like every tank in his pool, right? So not really too worried about this. Norway, you know, we've seen them kind of hover some Maga, Zarya. Like, is that what they want to kind of go to here? I don't think you'd kind of opt in that head-to-head again, but maybe that's what they're going to decide to do.
And what other choice do you have? I think Norway are... I don't necessarily want to say a one-sided team, because they do have different compositional looks that they have, but this particular style of, I think, having that synergy between Isaac and Jesper Swag in some way, shape, or form has been their strong point in the past. I think that's how they've gotten as far as they did, but this is an uphill battle, to say the very least. We'll see what they have to offer here on King's Row. Germany don't have the Sigma available to them. Like, they honestly could just throw Isom back on the Zarya if they really wanted to, and run it back. I think Ramatra's a safer pick, but with how well this guy has been performing, I don't think you're too afraid either way. We'll start on the Ramatra.
Yes, I think for Germany, I mean, this is a safe pick on defense. Gonna go with the Mizuki as well. So gonna play some Mizuki into this, and I know May. So this is like a pretty much like Sigma comp, just with the Ramatra in play, which you know, obviously can still really make work. So we'll see what Norway decides to play into this. They can try and play Zarya, not exactly the best. We'll see what they decide to kind of pull out in the end. So they did go to the Reaper. That could definitely be something we see them kind of go to here yet again. Next year, obviously making some changes. No, I imagine Snowdrop probably ends up playing the Sojourn. So they want to go and play this Venture yet again. I think it's going to be even harder here against like the May.
Yeah, between the Mei and Mizuki, it's darn near impossible, I think, for Jesper to stay in one spot. It's kind of go in, get the burrow, see how many cooldowns you can do, and then real dash out. And that's just the cycle that you have to work with. And I guess the goal is how easy can we make it for Isaac to walk forwards and take space? Is the goal of the game. But he also does a good job at contesting the point. Maywall is out in a defensive one at that, so a major threat out of the way for Norway as they start to add more contesting on the objective. Great bubble. Make sure that Aku doesn't keep Jesper on a leash for too long, but they still lose so much space. Nice not drop.
It's high QRXU here, kind of just holding down point. Nothing gained in terms of percentage there for Norway. They obviously want to make a play here for the high ground as it's a nice railgun shot and then just ran through there. Jesper does find one, so you end up losing the Mizuki. Huge here as more high ground pressure being put on by Jesper Swag, as this is what you want to see with that venture getting into the mix. So looks like a few players from Germany drop back to the high ground. It's going to be one tick here. It's Norway now getting something rolling here on offense. Make that 2 ticks. Ison take a big railgun shot there walking out of spawn.
Chain is just too good. And, Isaac is getting hit with these left, right, and center, and Aku just lead Germany straight back into this point. Honestly, Matt, I think they're kind of okay with that result, considering the time bank they still have.
Yeah, I mean, look, you still have 2 minutes, but with the way this series has gone, you don't really have to feel, you can't really feel that good if you're Norway until the objective is for sure in your hands. Is nice Vortex gonna put down some damage and you lose Snowdrop there, just turning the corner trying to farm some railgun shots. Now you kind of get stuck into the choke. This is where it starts to get dangerous, right? Now you're below 2 minutes. You have a decent amount of ultimates building up here for Germany. Norway kind of need to make this happen fast, because it feels like if you get into OT, it's going to be Germany full hold.
You can't afford to lose any fights in neutral, especially after this time. I think you're banking on the Graviton Surge combo to set something up, but you gotta get to the point first. So the next day, you can soon a rush. Germany have to play into it. See Ice Stomp drop on down. We'll have this Annihilation up for insurance, but this is high ground just for a little overcommittal. Without the bubbles on the LOS, not much you can do to live as Norway look to back off and get one more fight.
I just think this is a pretty rough look, because sure, I mean, you're now stuck in the choke here. You have all 5 ultimates available on the other side. You're not really going to get your rush here if you're Norway, and now Jesper Swag switching over the Reaper just for a little bit more consistency. It's going to be an OC here for Snowdrop, trying to see if he can find something up on that high ground, but it's going to be the Kitsune rush the rest of his team doesn't really want to pull into, but they find Jesper Swag. No Wraith for him there. Vortex Maywall, and he gets finished off, Molly.
And they're so split up right now. And Isom's looking to chase down the rest of this team. Only 30 seconds left. Reflect goes down just short of the sound barrier. And Isaac, and honestly, you might need to commit the grab here if you're not careful. Thankfully, the jump is missed by Snom. So Norway will hang on to the players that are on the high ground, but the ones that are low, well, best of luck to you. SXJ is hitting every single icicle. They can even hit their shiny buttons. Germany have only used 2, and there's 10 seconds left. Get back on over to this point. Snowdrop swapping over to Tracer in an attempt to make it, but that Maywall not reflex short of his tracks. It is a little bit of a contest from Jesper Swag with the Sanctuary on point, plus QRXU zoning it. It's a lot of resources. Isaac actually is a decent angle for a Graviton Surge here, but it's only onto the Mei, who has nice block. And to survive that, no problem at all. Just like that, Norway starting to run low on option. The Pharah now. The pick for Jesper Swag, and see if he can find a way to turn this around. And Aki falling is a great start. Aku's still in the back line, firing away at this team, but that is full supports. Wait a minute, Jesper Swag finally struck gold after all of his hero swaps. Pharah, go ahead and do it, and Matt, Norway will get to the second point.
That was not pretty to start. I mean, that looked like all Germany, and then I know Jesper Swag able to get back into the fight. They keep Isaac alive. I know coming off the spawn, I know the Pharah definitely paid off there towards the end, as Aku, she was trying to make some plays. A nice chain onto Jesper, not enough HP to kind of finish off that Pharah. Now a swap for Norway over to the Maga, so Gonna try and really be aggressive with that Maga Stomp, you know, into some of that far damage. See if you can put some pressure onto these backliners. Like, Mizuki doesn't have a ton of survivability because doesn't have a ton of mobility. The TP is fine, but not going to be able to kind of, you know, keep you alive consistently like a teleport, you know, does with Kiri.
It's more of a planned play rather than a I need to get out of here now sort of situation. So that works. Maywell though, SXJ not too bad. Isaac's on Cardiac's overdrive, so he'll live through that specific barrage, but not the one after. Right? Snum pulls out the hands. He's starting to punch people backwards. Norway, they're gonna take the full reset. I like the swamp around, but it's gonna take more than that to do it.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you know, the FAR is pretty good, obviously, into this comp. It's very difficult to play at like this part of the map. Nice use of the Vortex there from Isom, kind of trying to make a play for Jesper, just kind of ripping him out of the sky. Looks like Norway is actually going to wrap here and try and go high ground. You know, I would like this to be like high ground here and like push out with like a rush or like maybe even a beat, but like they don't really have much to work with here. So just trying to take this high ground, just maybe kind of avoid this May. Now you drop low. We'll see how they decide to pursue this with some of these ultimates. As Sune Rush is available at the ready for Germany and they decide to use it.
They're going to run on forwards with Ice Nump. Just 5 shiny buttons up for the team. Sanctuary there. Eat up all of the barrage rockets. Nice goal. Send Jesper Swag hacking back on home. And honestly, for Germany, this is best case, or for Norway, this is best case scenario. Get the support ults out. Save yourself another fight.
Yeah, I mean, what? Barrage used there for Norway, but you get both support ults out. So you feel pretty good if you are Norway in this next fight, which you don't feel good about, though, as you've got 10 seconds left. Walking into a Blizzard plus Annihilation. That can kind of rip through the sound barrier. Oh, they get the Maga caught out here. Isaac is dangerously low. They're going to have the sound barrier a bit early.
But the fact that you get Docky, though, means that there's not a lot of sustain for the rest of the team. And Nexi is just hitting these kunai when it matters the most. Real concern, though, is the Thermotra bunkered down on the point. If you can take him out, Norway can find a way to get through, and once again, Norway find a way to make miracles happen. And their backs are up against the wall. Aku doing her darndest to take out this Malga, but too much HP on that guy. The Pale will keep moving.
As they somehow find another way, as sound barrier they have to use early. Isaac gets split up by a Maywall, dangerously low. Isom's going to go over to D.Va here to get back into the fight. Also to kind of use a defense matrix here. Obviously great at taking out a Farah as well. So looks like Ice going to step up, wait for the rest of the team here. It looks like you may have SSJ kind of working on an angle as takes a few Farah rockets.
Just a cage fight on the flank, which is more like I dare you to come in here and fight me sort of deal. And it works out. Aku will end up falling. Nice Numb. It doesn't have anywhere to go. The health bar's basically depleted, and you're the only one that kind of touched this point. And it's just not going to happen once the DMET comes on through. I honestly didn't think we'd be seeing this third point on attack. I am impressed with how Norway managed to turn this around.
Well, I mean, they're just clutching up, right? I mean, Norway is coming through at the final moment in a lot of these engagements where SXJ is now going to match the Farah here. They're going to stay with the Mizuki Kiri backline. Jesper Swag gets the better of the Farah head-to-head. So, good start here for Norway. Going to gain some significant card progress around this first corner. Could be quite huge. You will have double support ult available here for Germany. So, we'll see how they decide to employ them. As Isaac is dangerously low, he cannot fall, and as I say that, he does.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're Germany, you make this fight last as long as you can right now. See if you can deny Norway another forward push, which they will get one, but the fact that you can win that in the neutral is huge to stop the payload.
It's now with 30 seconds. It puts you in a really rough spot if you're Norway. I mean, you're gonna get this Maga here up on the high ground. Ice has to make it out with his life, which he does. I mean, what, you have Sanctuary for the barrage on the other side, and then you also have your rush. Right now, Norway is trying to build up their own rush and also their own beat, but they have to get a touch here. Wait, hold on, Jesper. Gonna be able to stay alive here for the time being for a second. Got a little scary. It's a nice Sanctuary there for Aku.
You just expect that barrage to get countered out completely, and URXC have such an advantage over Snowdrop with the overclock. Chilling pretty in the Sanctuary. It seems like King's Clutch finally run out of steam. Barrage for good measure on top of Isaac. Norway will be stopped, just short of a full completion.
Yeah, pretty good push though for Norway, all things considered, right? I know where we were at in terms of the game on that first point, and then I know as we kind of moved on through, it felt like time after time they were able to clutch up. So could have been way worse for Norway, as now we get to kind of see how they can hold on defense, or if they can hold on defense. Taking a look at some of the stats, yeah, I know Isaac plays Ice Gnome in a much closer battle, right? And I think that's kind of like the series. I know if Isaac can continue to do that, I think it could go a little bit longer than people expect.
Yeah, and it's looking a lot better. I think between Isaac kind of starting to find his rhythm, and the Jesper Swag Farah as well, I think was a real catalyst for this Norway team. Did get the better of SXJ for the most part when they were mirroring it, but it looks like they're going to go back to this Venture composition, or well, the Venture with this time the Ramatra, which is a little more stable for Norway, but I still just fear the impact that this Venture has been able to have. You can lock down an angle, but that's pretty much about it.
I mean, I think it's rough for the Venture on defense, because like this allows, like, we'll see what Germany decides to do. They could play a Farah, right? And then it becomes very difficult to kind of contest with. So we'll see what Germany decides to do. I think obviously just gonna, yeah, maybe we'll just take a little bit of a different angle with it. Or are we just gonna continue to, we're just gonna take a few shots. Yeah, that was like, this is gonna get silly. Yeah, they go with the Farah. I like the decision to go with the Farah. You probably play the Sojourn here as well. Yep. And now it puts a lot of pressure. Like, if you can just kind of start pummeling rockets into Isaac, back him up, or even like the Venture comes on in, a direct rocket hit onto the Venture, she's in a lot of trouble, has to use all her cooldowns to kind of get out. You're in a really weird spot.
This is aggressive, bro. Just for playing Touch the Spawn Doors challenge, which I guess works out, but these trades will not favor Norway at all. You'll be able to live for the time being, but in SXJ and Ice Gnome are just wreaking havoc in the rest.
I mean, it's tough when you're playing Venture. They have obviously the burrow, right, in their kit, but other than that, there's really not a lot of like survivability. Like, they're kind of relying on, like, the drill dash to kind of get out of dodge. And you go that deep, I mean, there's no possible way you're going to make that happen. They switch off of the Venture right away, I think, for those specific reasons. Like, against the Far, you're just going to constantly get punished, and there's a fast point they take there for Germany. So we'll see now how this kind of progresses through the second part of the map. Seeing a Farah matchup at this point is quite rare, right? I know Farah kind of loses some value in the streets portion. You kind of play around some of that damage a little bit better. So how both teams decide to play. I mean, SSJ kind of staying on it from attack, but Jesper kind of switching over to it to match is more interesting to me.
And Jesper has the better angles for sure, just on the defense. I think it was just because he looked better than SXJ on the Farah previously, but it doesn't really do much to your front line. Like, Isaac being out of mech here is a big red light blaring issue for this team, and yeah, they're going to start to get mowed down shortly after. They just cannot find this coordinated fight.
Yes, you're going to get even more payload progress here for Germany. So, I mean, you may not even need to use the rush here. We'll see how it kind of hands out for Germany, right? You could end up matching the rush, like, I guess, if Nexi and Norway decide to do it, and they may end up to, because they're in dire straits. There's a nice chain that connects onto Isaac from Aku, as she's been hitting those all day long.
I can see like one distance all day. It has done so much work for them. With Tsune rushes, Ice Gnome just sends it onto Jesper Swag as he lives with a sliver of HP. Oh, never mind. SXJ found him at the long range. Germany 2 meters away from this point, leaves the barrage just to get on through the rest of the objective that denied the mech from Isaac, and we're looking at I think a near 5-minute time bank. Oh, excuse me, over 5-minute time bank for this team to not even finish the map.
And I mean, just for trying to get a little bit of an off angle, but you see how aggressive Ice Gnome is to try and hunt down that far of Norway. Like, the Ice Gnome just gets right up in Jesper's face. Nothing he could do about it. So see how you kind of maybe try and play with this barrage here coming up next, but you're going to have that Sanctuary to kind of eat it up. As you're going to go aggressive. You're going to go with the beat plus the barrage there is, obviously Germany takes some damage, but they're going to be able to survive it.
And they get Isaac as he pops out of mech for the self-destruct. This is going from bad to worse. The Temple beat play, the gamble just did not pay off. And I mean, this is the final quarter. Golden Box of victory right under Germany's feet to almost secure their spot in the top two, pending some crazy situations. But now or never will be the Sanctuary on the point. Ice Bomb is the mech. Self-destruct is out. If they can deny the remake, there's a chance, but Snowdrop has to land the shot. There we go, he has it. But they have to stay on the point. Does have the tank over there, but it's a baby diva. He's not gonna last long at all. And Norway, you're running out of options. SXJ is still lurking in this background. There's nothing he could do about it. He'll find the last two. Make that a third for him. And Germany will move on up to 2-0 in the group stage.
I mean, another dominant showing there from Germany. I mean, they get a 3-0 over Portugal and now a 3-0 here over Norway, putting them currently at top of the group at 2-0. So looking like one of the, obviously they come out number one from the Conference Cups, and they definitely look like it. Icenome with another dominant game here in this series. 30-4. Akushi was great all series long. Putting up some pretty nice healing numbers, but then just also the plays on the Mizuki, playing a lot more Mizuki than probably a lot of other teams. And then I think, look, for Norway, I think you got a better game there from Isaac and Jesper Swag, just not enough in the end.
No,
yeah, not enough in the end there. I think that for the side of Germany, they've got to be definitely very happy with this win. And we talked a little bit about how important it was going to be for them, I think, to make a statement up against Team Norway here as well. Unfortunate there for the side of Team Norway, though, Molly. I think overall, we did see, some of those moments of brilliance, some of like the counter swaps that were coming in. Also, just generally, you were mentioning how Jesper Swag was a bit of a boon for this team during times, but unfortunately just a bit too big of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, I think that the advantage of Germany, again, having the extra time to practice with each other, going through these conference cups and getting a good taste of what this competition can be like was a massive advantage. We saw it in their gameplay, and I think individually they managed to sign through. I'm glad that we will see some of these players like Jesper Swag just recently qualifying for OWCS EMEA. We'll see them continue to compete in other regards, but for Norway, I think it's going to be really difficult to move on past this current stage.
Yeah, I mean, look, Norway started to make some nice things happen there on Kings Row, but Germany looked awesome this series. The kind of entire team, top to bottom, like everybody had kind of standout moments where you think about Ice on New Junk City, the support play across the entire series. They're a real threat, I think, to kind of maybe take it to Great Britain as we take a look at some of the highlights. Really kind of the dominance started early and often.
Okay, you're talking about, being able to maybe take it up against Great Britain, Matt. Can you, at this point, with seeing how strong they looked up against Norway, how close are you looking at that series being? Because I think that we were both, or not just both of us, but generally everyone was kind of expecting this group in particular to be, Germany and Great Britain. With Great Britain maybe having a bit more of like that kind of edge up, considering the roster lineup that they are fielding. Do you think it is maybe a bit closer than we might have anticipated, all things considered now?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a highly competitive series. Germany seems to really be kind of clicking on all cylinders. They obviously played through the Conference Cup, so they play a little bit more with each other than Great Britain, but I mean, I expect that to be like a 4 or 5 game deep series. Like, that's not going to be a quick one. I think that's going to be a really back and forth series.
Yeah, overall. Yeah, what's up?
Oh, I can see it. I think if we look at Great Britain, I think on paper they have a great stack of individuals, but if Germany can take it to them, it's absolutely going to be because of this team play.
Yeah, I think the synergy has just been really looking good. Something that you guys were highlighting throughout the entire cast, just how good that they looked overall. with the chemistry and that time that they've gotten to have together, not just scrimming, but that Conference Cup experience there as well. But we do have an interview with the lovely Aku coming in now with this win. Congratulations, Aku, on your win today. You looked great in the server. I would love to hear, I guess, generally how much this win means to you guys overall. Even though technically it's not 100% confirmed that you're qualified to Busan with more games to play out, realistically, it feels like you guys have essentially punched your ticket all the way to Korea. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm feeling super, super great, like super excited for what's upcoming and looking forward to like Korea as well. I think it's going to be a super cool experience that many of us on our team did not really had so far. So really excited for that. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, that'll be an awesome time. You guys have most certainly deserved it. You played a lot of Mizuki. What do you love about that hero and like how it kind of plays into some of the comps that you guys like to work with?
Yeah, I mean, it's mainly like being started playing like into that Diva Symmetra comms kind of. So that's kind of the reason why we started playing it, since we had like struggles playing into that. Like teams started playing the Diva Sim and Scrim. So we were like, okay, let's just try to pull that off, since we saw it like also being played in the OWCS. So we kind of picked that up more recently. And I mean, it's actually super fun character because you can kind of like bully the tanks with it a little bit, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like actually brings me back to like the old break shield stun times where you could just like bully whoever's like trying to go in, and kind of feels the same with the chain, like super flashy gameplay. It's super fun. Really love the character.
And you looked fantastic on it. I don't think we saw you miss a chain, I'm gonna be honest, any time that we were watching you through this series. So it's been fantastic to watch you and this team kind of gel together. I know coming out of the Conference Cups, one of the very few teams that has the potential to make it to that next stage in Busan. What has it been like for you and the team to kind of build up that synergy between the start of that Conference Cup to now?
I mean, I would say it's just mainly about like a lot of practice. Like I'm not sure how much other teams scrim, but we're like pulling up like even the past week, just double blocking daily and just really preparing for these games. And I think this was like kind of the main game we were looking out for as well, to like win, to hopefully like secure the spot for Busan. So like I feel like just the scrims and great staff team like bringing us all together there, like great coaching. Shout out to Amir, he's doing like an amazing job helping us all to improve a lot as a team and just bringing us together synergy wise. So I feel like that just helps like with a lot of practice and like effort to bring this to the best stage we can.
Yeah, I mean, all of that work looks like it's definitely paying off in the server with how great you guys are looking as a team together. And that kind of leads me into my next question. For your next matchup, you are going to be playing up against Great Britain. I think that a lot of people for Group B have looked at Team Germany and Team GBR as being the top two teams within your group, right? How are you feeling heading into that matchup? Is the team feeling like confident going into that game? Yeah, just general vibes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we scrimmed the team before the groups were announced, like after we kind of stopped, of course, but at least before we were scrimming them. And I feel like it's always a match to look out for, like always excited to play because they have like great players, played on big stages with a lot of experience. So for us, like we also have like a lot of these newcomers, not really experienced that much. It's just like really exciting to see and play against those guys. So I think for the match tomorrow, we're going in like very, very excited and just looking forward to showing what we can do and how we can like perform in comparison. So yeah, just looking forward.
I think it's going to be an awesome match. I'm excited for it. And you kind of mentioned like obviously like playing against some of those players, and they played in the OWCS and other like big events before. Are there any international teams now that like you know, maybe I've had a chance to kind of like settle in that like, oh, we're gonna go to Busan? Like, are there any international teams or players you'd love to like play against there?
I think I couldn't decide on one of them, like just in general, like seeing how good we can do outside of this EU region, like really just showing on the world stage how good we are as a team. So I couldn't name a single team. It's just like everyone.
Understandable. There are a lot of cracked teams out there that are going to be exciting to see you guys face up against. Congratulations again on your win today, Aku. It was so lovely getting the chance to talk to you, and good luck in tomorrow's matchup against Great Britain.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
She's so sweet, guys.
Yeah.
That was such a great interview to get the chance to talk to her there, Matt.
She's goated. I mean, her Mizuki play was crazy, right? We kind of highlighted it a ton. I'm excited for that Great Britain game. I think it's going to be like a really back and forth series. Seems like I know they've had some decent time screaming each other and whatnot. So setting up to be a pretty awesome decider in Group B.
Absolutely, and I think when we get to see how that plays out, I think it, of course, will technically depend on the Great Britain-Portugal match that we have coming up today, whether that is a shoe-in or not for Germany, but it's looking pretty good. I mean, getting the chance to play against Great Britain, I would love to see how that synergy is going to match up against a lot more of the established talent that we see in this region.
Yeah, I think that'll be really their true litmus test to see how they're going to be kind of stacking up against a lot of these other teams. We do have a quick break before we go, though. I do want to remind everybody that while we're on break, you guys can take that opportunity to follow us everywhere by scanning this QR code on your screen for the links to follow us on Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, and more. When we do come back, though, we are going to see if France are going to be able to secure their spot in Busan or if Poland can make a huge upset. Welcome back, everyone. We've got a third banger matchup coming in hot here for OWWC EMEA. It's going to be France versus Poland. And for France, this is their opportunity to punch their way to Busan. They were one of the heavy favorites here in this group. I think overall, this France team here, Molly, breezed by Team Spain last week. They want to secure their spot today. And this is a strong team when you're looking at the roster lineup.
It's kind of a mix between two different rosters, like with the good guys coming from Face It and the unfortunate Peps team that ended up falling down not too long ago. And I think having that previous synergy is very helpful, and it gives them the opportunity. Like, it really does show what the individual skill level is for them, and they really do feel like a team that is meant to be on top of this group.
I mean, Ash, they have a great backline, right? I know with FD God and Zerion. Majin, I thought, was really good last week. And then, like, Dip and Kyo, we've seen, obviously, have some really strong performances at the top. Like, this is a team that should be at Busan. Like, when we get to Busan, we'll kind of assess how well they can kind of perform and how well they can do. But, you know, in the EMEA, right, these are, no, this is a fantastic roster put together for an event like this.
It really is. I think that you're mentioning how good that backline is with FD God and Zerion. Even last weekend, we got to see Ace like coming in and subbing in here for FD God during certain maps. I think it was on Circuit Royale that he actually came in for some of those Kiriko Mizuki compositions that were coming through there. I think that he also had a really great performance there. Molly, that kind of flexibility here for Team France is definitely going to be a huge boon when it comes down to, you know, depending on how hero bans go, what maps they want to be taking Poland to.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the deciding factors for France. We heard it in the interview from Dip last week, and this is a team that has made sure they are comfortable on multiple compositions and both playing with and against Cat Bastion. I think they're one of the teams that I think has the potential to pull it out more than others, so definitely something to be scared of if you are Poland.
Yeah, speaking about Poland, Matt, this is a squad that sounded really confident, I think, after their last matchup last weekend. Overall, you have a very solid roster here. It was really fun to watch them. I think Ireland tested them for a moment, but after that moment, they pulled it together and like, okay, now we're closing out the series.
Yeah, it was like a brief moment in time. No, I think it was a game on Rialto that like goes down to the wire. It was like a crazy one. Poland obviously is our number 2 seed out of the conference cups, and then there's a few players there we've seen at the you know, Overwatch League level, and I know OWCS level in the past, right? So like you know, China Eggs were always kind of floating around contenders, and then kind of made it into OWCS. So a few players here I know around that we've seen.
Yeah, and I think it's also kind of fun that we see like half of good guys is on Team Poland and half of good guys is on Team France. So maybe a little bit of internal rivalry going on. So I think that'll be a fun dynamic to watch as well.
It really will. Not just like fun internal rivalry, but just like the familiarity for these players, right? I think that it's less so a rivalry energy and more like they get so excited to play against like teammates and whatnot. I cannot wait to see if Poland will be able to pull off this upset or if France will lock in their position here. Let's take it away.
Yeah, Ash, we're gonna jump into this 1v1. Okay, so not a Doomfist 1v1. Ooh, KO. That's a pretty sick sleep cross map from Eggs. So we get an Eggs versus Zerion matchup in terms of support here, Molly, to see who gets that first seed. I mean, hey, Eggs getting off to a great start.
He's cooking right now. Oh, okay, we're taking time to look at the spray. I like this. He knows that he's good. Look at this. Tapping around the corner. Little rat play. Looking for Zerion, but eventually we'll just run that one on through. So we'll be the higher seed. We'll see whether they pick the map or the first ban going through. But again, I think you're feeling pretty good if you are Team France about flexibility, and you're very happy about this Ilios pick.
Yeah, and Poland will get the map pick here. They'll take that. Teams are going to go to Ilios or Oasis, right? So unless like France was die hard on playing Antarctic Peninsula, like I think we've seen it selected once, then you're kind of not worried about it. So it'll be Poland getting rid of Bastion here at the start. I like this. FD God can really pilot the jetpack cat. with some of the movement tech that he's kind of learned on Lucio. Obviously, kind of bringing that over to the new hero. So get the Bastion out, no combination there. And then Roadhog is the ban for France, so they don't want to deal with any type of Roadhog shenanigans potentially here on Ilios.
Relax did pull it out last week, so I don't blame them for that ban at all, and I think it makes it easier, especially if you're wanting to play a bit faster, maybe with this D.Va. Kujin is your typical off-tank, quote-unquote, player with the D.Va and the Sigma that we'll see for the most part, where Relax is kind of all over the place in terms of those hero picks. With Cat Bastion being off the table, we'll see how these teams decide to pivot. I think if there's one thing for Poland that makes them stand out is that they have 2 flex supports on their team, which I guess really only affects the Lucio in this case, but it's something that they've really tried to make work, throwing eggs on picks like the Yardi, the Auto. Here we go.
Yeah, obviously, I know a ton of different options they can kind of go with. I think for France, you're not going to have the Cat Bastion at play here. It'll eventually kind of poke its way into this series potentially, but I think they're fine. Like, obviously, like having FD God coming out and playing something like a Lucio, and playing Lucio Kiri and kind of something a little bit more standard. I don't think that's necessarily a worry from them, right? They could play, that with like a Sojourn and a Tracer and be totally fine. For Poland, I think it's like a little bit more of like how you can kind of get creative potentially with some of these comps. So we'll see if they can kind of pull out something like, maybe like a double flex look, or China can kind of move over to something pretty special here early on. So we'll see what Poland decides to go to. I think that's probably more the biggest question. I think France will play something a little bit more standard to what we've seen.
I think another one of those picks that I think China really does shine on is that Pharah, and this is a fantastic map to be able to pull that one out. So I would love to see him stick on that and kind of force a dip into, or excuse me, Keo into a situation where might have to swap off the Sojourn or just have a bit more of a tough time figuring that one out. But we'll be starting on well here. It seems both teams want to go pretty fast with these D.Vas. The main difference, of course, will be what will Keo and China decide to pick up.
Yeah, so will be a mirror matchup here outside of Cassidy versus Sojourn. So, Cav obviously going to be able to kind of make Dip's life a little bit harder, but going for that insta-kill burst potential here for France. You see already had a railgun shot. So careful. Oh, Keo. A huge hit there. Can't exactly go out and challenge that right away. Doing a nice job keeping him alive.
Land with fire there for Keo, but he's okay now. We'll have this angle to go on with FD God. First time actually we see him on Lucio in this tournament, believe it or not. More of a throwback to where his strength has been. But Poland is kind of taking their time here, looking for the setup as China is getting some shots in here onto Keo. Suzu from across the map. Keep him on his feet. France are set up mostly on this high ground with the exception of Machin, which was just kind of in there. I don't know if he can fully get out of this. I mean, Rox flies up to contest, but not like he's healthy in that department either. Mech battle is won. It's a lot harder now for Poland. Find a true win con in this fight unless you get a crazy pick from China. So with Relax falling on over. So we're going to see France start to roll on at this point. Boop into the well from FD God. They'll have the first cap.
Yeah, I mean, Majina gets some help, kind of cross map there, being able to kind of keep, him alive, with that D.Va mech. And I know you see constantly where China is trying to put some pressure on Akio. He does a decent job of it, but you have to be so careful. Zerion, so good in terms of like doing some damage from that Kiri roll. Pulse bomb from China goes wide, doesn't really connect with much of anything here. So it'll be a dead eye from ICAV, and that actually finds Keo. That's a huge opener.
Yeah, I think that was just to finish off the 1v1. Make sure the shot landed and 1000% worth it. If you are Poland, ICAV, and another one stops Dip dead in his tracks. France, and they're holding on to this point for a decent amount of time. But we'll see this one flip on over to Poland soon, and they didn't really need anything other than that Deadeye.
I mean, that is massive to be able to get a flip here. France, in theory, should have been able to hold for significantly longer, also building up towards some key ultimates, but huge pickoffs there from Cav. That sets them up to get a flip and potentially, just one fight away from taking a lead France, though, will come in, Molly, with absolutely everything to use, though. So an opportunity to just kind of like bulldoze through Poland here at the moment, as they will get control of some high ground here, and they're trying to wrap around the opposite side of the map.
Kitsune rushes from either team, but China down before any real fight can happen, and France can get through this with just a Kitsune rush. There's one happy team. Do end up losing Relax on, or excuse me, yeah, just Relax on the mech kill. So in with the self-destruct there. Same goes for the Jin. Will be thrown away. Relax barely getting over that wall in time, but it doesn't mean that the time does go over to France again. You're very happy about that, and it means Poland, they want to commit a bit more to this fight, considering all the ultimates France started with. This is getting a lot dicier. In fact, they might not win at all. Only 3 players remaining have to come up with some form of trade. There we go, Dip with yet another alongside with Jin. These two finding the pinches. France had used almost everything.
Yeah, I mean, you know, France able to kind of use that sound barrier towards the end and kind of keep, you know, just 3 players alive. Dip, FD God, and Majin able to make it back into the action. So Poland will end up here. You know, they'll have the egg switch over to the Mizuki. Just going to try and put some more pressure on the Majin. It's going to be iCab with the Deadeye working his way towards the point as Majin steps on there just to contest. Going to be able to keep it going, and it's an overclock where Keo rips China around the corner. Huge opening pick, although Majin low does not matter. Keo finds another. That's 2 with the overclock, Molly, and that might put it away for France. They're in a great spot now at the moment.
Nasty shots to 2 and pulls spot there. Oh, ooh, almost catches Keo. Wait a minute, there's a chance. Majin got knocked out of mech. Huge overextensions from France. It leaves the back door open, and Poland are going to just let themselves on into this point. A bit of an error there from this team, France, and yeah, they're not going to get it quite in this one unless they can stall out even longer. The flip will come through.
So, I mean, tremendous stuff from Poland. As it looks like Keo actually even almost like slid back into the pulse bomb there potentially. So, but this is really good for Poland, right? You know, you'll end up with Rush. You're going to end up with Sanctuary here. You have a self-destruct to kind of keep it going. I think you probably, you know, you're worried about this dip pulse bomb potentially. Like, you kind of have to keep these supports alive.
Way into the back. He's sniffing out eggs on this Mizuki here. FC God on this high ground. And France with such a great setup. They'll stick their team on up there, especially with Keo. Eggs sees that the threat is lurking, but a great chain there. Onto Majin. Stops him dead in his tracks. There's the sound barrier now, though, and the ultimates. Too overwhelming for Poland to handle. They don't even get to use most of them. They just walked on in, mopped the floor with Poland. And they'll be getting themselves a point here on the well. Overtime Wick starting to burn down. Will be a forest swap for iCab to see if he can touch. Ace is coming in as well. Not gonna have much support. We're gonna work this one out. Just a couple of last touches coming on in for eventually France will seal well away.
It's a good round there from France. Poland did fight strong. No, this isn't going to be like a walk in the park series, at least it seems like, for France, where it was a nice binding chain that came out from eggs, but I know Machin just gets the benefits of the sound barrier. They push on right through it. So you take a look at some of the stats. Dip with only 1 death, the FD God with 0. Those 2 players, and they can play that aggressive throughout a series and not get punished for it. No, France is going to run away with some games.
Yeah, and no deaths on FD God too. And this is a comfortable map for this team, to say the least. They have figured out for now, and have quite a few composition swaps by the looks of it. Heading into this Ruins map, more focused on this brawl.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be France coming out here with a look of their own with the Mizuki Sig, and I think this is going to catch Poland off guard. You know, Poland now playing the Diva without the Diva on the other side. Now it's going to put a lot of pressure on the Relax, right? Not getting hit with those chains constantly. Just kind of burned down by this Sigma look.
I don't see a way in which Relax gets into a fight and then somehow finds a way out. Like, it just does not seem practical with the May wall, the flashbang, the chain. So many things can be just chucked at Steve. Kunai from Texel are fantastic. The damage that outputs from range sets up Poland perfectly for an entry. A lot of those threats now neutralized. Poland, see if they can find more picks, but they're definitely taking their time. They don't want to risk any overextensions as eggs. Pretty low, does have to back off. Nice Suzu there from Texel. Poland up the point for now.
Yeah, for now, I mean, we'll see if they're able to kind of hold on to it, as it looks like Majin trying to work his way on in, as getting rid of the Kiri, though, is massive, right? A large source of the healing, in this comp for France, out of the way. And now Poland wins 2 fights in a row, Molly. They're going to be able to kind of stack up some significant percentage here. I wonder if France considers going back to maybe some of those, like, diva-type looks. Looks like, for now, at least staying on the SIG, but... no, this could be one that Poland just kind of takes this off of the comp diff and just kind of like rolling on through.
It's not really that. France just can't move up as easily, I think, and then just getting outmatched in speed. China has free reign of whatever, as long as he just doesn't get caught by Theo's flashbang there. Big Kitsune rush here, up for Zerion. Put it on the point to match the one to Texels. Deadeye though. Yeah, not wanting anybody to play in front of the sight lines is see the rush to hide behind the pillars. No one daring to peek their head, but it just means Dip is forced to sit there and just take the damage from Relax. Imagine in the backline, of all places, chunked a bit low, has to use the Venetic Grasp to get out, and Sound Barrier very much needed in that situation. But it just frees the door completely open. Jin pops out the Venetic Flux. No, there's no overhead get in the way of it. And this is so scrappy. Poland still look confident. Diva is out of mech, but Relax should not have an issue getting back into it. This fight is so expensive for France. They have committed every single ult so far, and even then, it has not secured them a capture yet. Pick onto Texel is going to help a lot. The sustain falls off a cliff, and finally, Relax falls, but Matt, that took so long.
Yeah, no, I mean, they almost get Majin, but it's a really nice combination of things. So like Majin's dangerously low, Zerion ends up using a Suzu on top of him, then they throw the Blizzard there, and then Majin has the kinetic grasp to be able to kind of like soak some of that damage up that's coming in, being able to live. But look, I mean, at the position where the game was in, they kind of needed to go all out in terms of that fight. Now you kind of worry about how you kind of get through some of the rest of these fights if you're France, because that was on the brink of just being a round that Poland just dominated. Takes to the end as Zerion falls here, ends up using the Kitsune Rush. Maybe just didn't have the Suzu available at that moment in time. Benefits here for France, though. They do get rid of the mech of Relax.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking real good for France to sustain in this fight. Kyo, my goodness, comes up with 3, but Texel's firing right back as the Kiriko is kind of the battle of these two. But in the case of Poland, it's final fight territory. If they can manage to flip this over here, it'd be huge, but FD God not going to let that happen if he has anything to say about it.
It's okay, now maybe France can kind of start to get rolling, right? You're going to have 2 support ults probably available for Poland. You're going to be able to just, like, if Eggs ends up, using the Sanctuary, right? Maybe you can just kind of, like, play around it with the SIG and the Mei, and then kind of come out on top with a Blizzard after. You will also have Deadeye to deter some type of push that comes through here from Poland. Poland is going to go with their rush here early. It's going to be Deadeye from Kyo. They're just doing a nice job keeping Kyo alive. And that's going to be Relax losing the mech. So even though you lose Dip, there's no mech there for the Diva on the side of Poland. That is brutal. So now you're going to allow, I mean, with Dip is going to get back in the fight here. Now you're just like, you're going to have to just kind of funnel onto the point here. If you're Poland and France is an opportunity to close it out.
It's only China alive right now, and he doesn't even get to recall. Like, yeah, the touch is there. That hurts if you're Poland. No pulse bomb. There's the Sanctuary, but the Gravitic Flux stops them from getting any more touches. France, they got in a relatively close 2-0.
Yeah, it was a very competitive map. Probably more competitive than people would have thought, but France comes out on top. Poland just not enough in the end to hold on. Of course, a last round there on Ilios. Is take a look at some of the stats. I know ICAP was pretty good performance. I know 11 limbs. I know almost 12k damage. I know 11,500. And then you see Kyo on the other side, kind of like I know a little bit less in terms of the damage, but more in terms of the output of coming up. I know with a limb. So pretty competitive game, Molly. Pretty good map from both teams. Like nobody kind of felt like fell behind. I think the one that you could like maybe point to is like Relax, but they were asking him to play some really tough, into some really tough comps as well.
Yeah, I think if you're Poland after that, I wouldn't be too upset. I think it was more just, the compositional difference at the end. Like this, especially on Ruins here, getting the setup with the Diva, that's great. I mean, you just cannot let this team get into the point, and they did that. They almost took it just 100-0, but once they kind of fumbled that control, that's where the composition starts to snowball. It almost feels like on an individual level that these players aren't that far apart. It honestly just came down to the compositions for a good chunk of this point.
Yeah, and I'm really curious where Poland decides to take us next, and where they kind of find that, I know maybe they made some inroads there in that map in terms of comps and things that they would like to kind of bring out. Like, they looked pretty good playing into the SIG, right? So I don't think you're really too worried about that at the moment. I do think Poland's probably worried about Cat Bastion, though. They get rid of the Bastion early on. I imagine we see a Cat ban at some point, because France can most certainly play that. So a bunch of different options at the disposal for Poland. I don't think there's like one map they're really like kind of clued in on to play here. Taking a look at some of their previous games, I know we saw Ilios, which we saw here. We saw that was an Ireland pick, which was Rialto. They went to King's Row in that series, and then that series was an odd one because Ireland ended up picking New Queen Street, which we rarely see.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time I've seen. Actually, no, that's a lie. They played it once in the Americas, and it was a wrecking ball death match. So I don't think we're gonna get that between these two. But it would be kind of funny. But yeah, I think the map pool's honestly pretty open. I guess it just more lands on where is Poland comfortable going, and why not pick the OG King's Row to go ahead and keep that up. And the nice part about King's Row is it is so flexible in terms of what you can pull out, and you can kind of just pick through the options if you feel like you're getting hard countered. And I think that's the mentality Poland are going to head into this map with.
Yeah, so King's Row, this is the map pick that we saw them go to against Ireland. So they feel pretty strong about this map. We'll see. Like, this might be a map that you feel like you don't need to ban the Cat. Like, you don't want to play Cat Bastion here, but we'll see if they kind of like maybe see if France will just kind of like opt into playing it, and then they kind of can beat it, or they want to get rid of it here. That'll be kind of the decider for Poland.
I think it just depends on what they're really scared of. It's like outside of that first point, I don't think Cat Bastion has much viability at all. It doesn't really make too much sense to take that one away. Although with the compositions being relatively similar, I mean, perhaps the only thing you do is maybe do something with the supports, like perhaps target maybe the Mizuki if you really don't want to play, if you're like wanting to play the Diva more. I think that's kind of the options, because that's where Relax seemed to be leaning towards. But other than that, I think it just comes down to what is like going to be uncomfortable on the specific.
Yeah, it's a good call, right? I know you could, if you're Poland, right? Let's say the Cat gets banned, right? Maybe you see there's an opportunity for, Majin does play the Diva really well, but like Majin can, play probably some of the other stuff. At a higher level, so like, do you ban the Diva, right, and like force Relax to play something else? Like, is he gonna try and force like a Mog into the mix, right? Like, or match the Sig or Ramatra? Like, you probably feel pretty good about, France if that's kind of where things net out. I think it's just determining on like how much Poland or how scared they are of this like Jetpack Cat Bastion combination that can come through from France, because you get rid of it here, but then that's the last chance to get rid of it, right? So you're gonna have to beat it eventually. It feels like it's just on what map.
And there are many better maps for it, so it seems like that taking it out here would be weird, I guess, unless you are that scared of it on this particular point. But even something like the Farah, I think China likes to pull that one out on maps like this, and we've seen today alone how much impact that hero can have, especially into more of these Sigma compositions. So that is another spot Poland maybe wanting to lean towards, protect a DPS so that you can make sure that goes on through. But again, it just feels so open to me with how these two teams are playing.
Yeah, it feels like an opportunity to just kind of play a little bit of everything. So it seems like we're waiting on some players to kind of jump into the lobby here, or just kind of get the band situated, and then I know we'll be able to bring you guys this one. It'll be King's Row. For the group, we're in Group C. So France currently sits at top at 1-0. Poland is also 1-0 here in the group, but I think a lot of people, Molly, would say that like they thought that like Spain would probably be that number 2 team, but Spain also loses to France 3-0 and then beats Ireland in the same exact fashion as Poland. So I don't exactly know. I think Poland could potentially, find themselves in a way that they can make it through. So this is Group B. This is from the last series we just watched with Germany. They defeated Norway, but the game we're currently in is a Group C game. So that would be, with, you can see it here, all the way to the right. So I think it really comes down to Poland and Spain.
Yeah. Honestly, if Poland can manage to take a map here off of France, that could be kind of huge. It could matter in terms of tiebreakers, but again, that match tomorrow between Poland and Spain is the one that feels like the true decider for this group. Ireland pretty much out unless there were some crazy shenanigans that were to happen up in the France area, but otherwise it kind of feels like Poland and Spain are the two that we are going to watch for. The match against France it's more, I think it's more important for France than it is for Poland, because it's going to come down to that game tomorrow. But if France can get a win here, they're feeling very, very good at moving forward. So their only remaining match is against Ireland.
Yeah, and you'd expect that worst, France to get the 2-1, right? So you'd have to feel pretty good about their odds to make it out. And then, for Poland, right? Like, if you're able to kind of steal this series, then obviously you're kind of sitting pretty good. It's just going to probably come down to that game against Spain. I believe we have that game tomorrow as well. A lot of crazy games tomorrow coming through on EMEA that could be, deciders of the group, or like a worse number 2 seeds for the group. So it sounds like we're waiting on both teams. Looks like everybody in the lobby potentially just waiting on some bans. So probably a lot of deliberation going on here. Okay, so Poland gets rid of the Sojourn here, so trying to force some more Cassidy, what probably feels like. And then on the other side of things, it'll be an Alari ban. So I want to take away the potential for like, maybe some double flex supports from Eggs and Co.
Yeah, what we've seen from Eggs and Textile as well is that they pretty much only play double flex support, and this was the map that they already found some decent legs to be able to work. So taking that away is pretty smart. The Sojourn, more of a general, I want to play Cass. I don't think Kio's going to complain about that at all. He looks really, really good back on Ilios, but Kings Row is such a flexible map, and with these bans, we'll limit it a tad to what they want to play. But for now, France seem like they want to run it back from what they did on that last game of Ruins with the Sigma kind of Mizuki anchor.
Yeah, so it'll be France kind of sneaking up here to high ground, not letting anybody spot their comp off the rip. So we'll see what Poland decides to do. Obviously, a lot of time to make some changes for them. Looks like probably just kind of hovering over some fun heroes, and we're gonna get out of the spawn and then decide what they're gonna play right after.
And I would love if we saw a Roadhog on this map, but that might be an overkill. It's just a tad. We'll see what they do. China looking for a Sonic, won't find anything. Swap over to that Pharah, which I mentioned a bit before about how this pick is not only just strong in the hands of China, but on this map too.
Yeah, so there's just no hit scan available here for Poland, right? So all of that damage is going to be really reliant on China. Keo could potentially give this bar some trouble. Nice Maywall kind of blocking off Hotel there by Dip. You're getting close to 1 tick here for Poland. Relax taking a lot of damage in Altarion there. Kind of mentioned in the first map is fantastic damage dealer in terms of the flex support role. Specifically, Kiri comes up with that first pick.
It is a bit of a chain there in the back. No really real concern on that. The chip damage here from France, a bit too much for Poland on this first approach, as even the boots weren't enough to disrupt them.
See if they can kind of withstand another storm. Can France is nice conk there used by China up on that high ground. It's going to be a Maywall that trying to split players off from ICAP over there in the choke. Nice chain there. It's a Suzu though that wipes that away as Relax taking a lot of damage. I mean, there's got to be some type of help there, Molly, that kind of keeps the tank alive and not lose your Sigma in that position.
You can't let Relax die like that at all. Like, I get needing to put China and support him on a flank, but Relax just had nowhere to go in that instance, and all that setup work just gone for Poland. We're about halfway through the time bank, and France are already building up ults.
Yeah, it's going to be another attempt here for Poland as they just kind of step up onto the point. It'll be a flux used here. It's going to connect on the Mizuki as Eggs does take some damage. Oh, a nice play here from Majin. Just dumps right on down. It's going to be Cab using the Blizzard there. Just trying to get players off the point. And looking around every direction. They're just going to, I think, France circle the team of Poland as I know Dip is going to be able to kind of look over the wall there, kind of put some shots down as this has been quite brutal. Now you're going to have Cab switch off of the Mei, go over to the Cassidy, but you need this hit scan to be able to kind of deal with what is coming out on the other side. I mean, you can't allow just kind of Kyo to like not really have a hit scan to deal with. Like the Mei is great for point control, right? But like to have no answer, you know, nobody be able to kind of like dual Kyo at range, like a consistent hit shot onto him, not going to result in win. It's going to be Sanctuary here from FD God and Egg. So both Mizuki ultimates coming out at the same time. Dip using that Blizzard on the point, but Molly, I don't think it's going to be good enough. Poland getting off to a fantastic start. I know in what will be the final point fight here on this first point.
And Poland eventually find their way through, and it really did come down to that Cassidy swap. As soon as we saw ECAB go over, Kyo just sitting on that high ground, he couldn't peek at that window and just shoot for free anymore, and that did make a ton of difference for this team pushing on forwards. And good news too, you still have this gravitic flux that you're going to be able to pull out by the time France manages to regroup and get back over to this objective.
We'll see France after doing a pretty good job on defense here. Work their way through the streets is trying to get close to the choke to kind of play some good defense here against Poland. As Poland, I mean, that is some serious forward damage from China coming around the corner. Gets a few players weak. Oh, that's a huge flux. It's going to be the Deadeye, though. And it deters them from moving on forward. Nice Suzu used here as well from France.
And the Suzu keeps them all on their feet toward kind of the second wave, and that's the one where Poland wants to go. ECAB holding the Deadeye of the payload, doing him no favors in that moment. And you're right down China, so a huge chunk of that chip damage Poland are relying on is no longer there. So they're going to back off more towards Bookstore, but Texall getting caught out. This will in fact have to be a full reset. France just grabbing pick after pick.
Yeah, no, if France is continuing to move forward, you see FD God kind of hunting for the kill there on the Eggs. It'll be Dip who ends up finishing off the Mizuki, and then just kind of, you know, for FD God, he just TPs on back out. So good hold here for France as we're below 2 minutes on the clock. So Caden China continue to kind of do a nice job doing some poke damage at range, and then who is going to be, you know, like the, you know, it's great that China does the damage, right, Molly? But like, where is the follow-up on the damage, right? Like, okay, you know, a few rockets here, it's going to be the flux on the other side, but how are they possibly following these kills up? Typically it would be Cav, but falls in this one. Okay, it's going to be China using the barrage there, but Sanctuary comes out at the perfect time, then they deal with that Pharah.
There's just not much you can do. I mean, the gravitic flux, all the ultimates used proactively by France, and the fact they still have 3 in the tank is, it just has more paint on the pile. You have a little over a minute if you are Poland to be able to make this work, and you know that they're going to want to use this Kitsune rush to push on to this point, and having the Symmetra helps in that frontline battle. But what are you going to do about this Blizzard? What are you going to do about this Cassidy? I think that is going to be more of the concern that you see from Poland. Kitsune rushes do come out. Maywall is fantastic. Players try to teleport away, but it still catches both Texall. Relax. France could not have played that much better. Poland swiftly returned to spawn.
Yeah, well, I mean, for Poland, right? Like, you're going with the Sim here to provide the mobility because you're not playing the Lucio, you're playing the Mizuki, and you just kind of TP in on there, and it does not work. It's not able to really kind of stay alive as, you know, a Blizzard comes down. You also have the Kitsune Rush for both teams used there. Really dead eyes for both sides, trying to deter people from moving up towards the payload as Relax does have that Gravitic Flux to use. It's, had some big ones, some big connections, just not enough damage, right? The cleanse from Zerion, so good at keeping people alive on through it.
And if they're going to win this fight, it will be off the back of this Gravitic Flux combo, but somehow everybody manages to live through that. I mean, Poland, devastation for them. You got to back off because it respects the Deadeye of Keo. Econ has one heck of an ankle. Zerion didn't know what hit him, but he swiftly shut down. Gravitic Flux on the other side from Majin. But France in just the position they want to be. They're going to stop this payload in the streets of King's Row and set a pretty good win condition for themselves as they swap sides.
Yeah, ICAP gets a TP up to the high ground and use that Deadeye, and it's a nice Mei wall there from Dip that kind of blocks the line of sight, and then even there towards the end, right, he kind of drops down to the low ground, and we see him kind of connect. It's like a Suzu that comes out of time. You have an ice block, and then you also have like a kinetic grasp that kind of soaks up some of the damage. So not able to find any kills there. As we take a look at some of the stats, China with a pretty decent round in terms of damage, right, but a lot of that is just kind of like playing that far. On the opposite side of things, Keo 21-1, a really strong game playing that hit scan role for France.
And Keo is just getting away with crime right now. This is a big thing that it needs attention. Absolutely sticking Ekov on this Cassidy. You kind of have to if you are Poland, and seeing what he's able to do to start to shut this down. But I think another one of the things that has stood out is Dip's Mei walls. And while he himself hasn't necessarily been in the kill feed a ton, the impacts that they have had to set up players like Keo or just split up Poland so they can't take that good quality fight that they want has been great. We do have a bit of a swap though. A Ramatra pick now from Relax. He's kind of given up on that Sigma Mirror.
Yeah, I think the Ram plays a bit better with the Sim. The Mizuki still maybe feels a little forced into it, so. But I think you're kind of more worried about the Diva play, where it seems like, okay, both teams will end up playing the Mizuki. I love this Vara pick, though, from Dip into this. I think it's going to be really effective.
Look how much damage Relax is taking. He's sub almost a quarter HP there after the Nemesis form. It has to back off. And with that cooldown gone, France good for the opportunity to take the space, set themselves up on point. Jean still getting poked out from the angles of France. They're all spread out on this map. They have every area covered except for this high ground. Still finds the shots. For all that chaos, gets ECAP, keeps his life, and France start getting some point percentage going. Keo on yet another flank. Won't land the last one on Texel. That's where Jin comes in. Got a team for a reason. France picks swift work of point A.
I mean, Zerion was sick in that fight. I mean, being able to kind of like TP up to Keo, Suzu, keep Keo alive. Keo like rolls off the side, takes out ICAV, and then Zerion able to live long enough to kind of make it out and TP back to the other side, over by Hotel to the other support. So tremendous job by Zerion there. That opened things up, and now a little bit of a change up for France is FD got to move away from the Mizuki and play Juno here in combination with the Mei.
I like it. I don't think you get as much value for the Mizuki into the Vara as before, and the speed ring is so helpful. It sets up a bit faster. You get these Mei walls, and they're kind of just going to push past this bookstore corner by the looks of it. There's a big cooldown exchange. You still have this Kitsune rush. Just kind of bum rush through this Poland team. France just looking for the regroup, waiting for the Mei wall to come back up. Gravitic Flux first here from the Jin. Means they can't use the Kitsune rush. It's a good Suzu, but it's just had early. Won't stop the damage coming through from Econ. The Jin has another boulder with Relax's name on it. They're just going to run through this point. Gonna be final fight territory by the looks of it, unless this can go really long and Poland can stagger, but it's a beautiful Mei wall. Yet again from Dip. There won't be a tank for this contest. In fact, there might not be anybody.
Yeah, they're gonna try and see. I think they have like one player here that might be able to get a touch, but not really anybody great to be able to do so. And yeah, it looks like actually China was forced back again with an accretion and then not able to kind of get back over to the payload in time. So just like that, France jumps out to a 2-0 series lead.
Yeah, France, we gotta favor them as the top of this group for a good reason, and they're showing this game after game. This was, however, the map of Keo. I mean, look at that, 26-1 by the end of the game, and I think between that, having Jin just set up in the front to kind of be the shield for him fighting these insane off angles it's just the win con of France to play behind this guy, and there's not much that Poland have found in response.
No, and I mean, Texel, the rough game there for Poland. I think like 1-6, but Majin able to just kind of like lead the server in damage, constantly in control on the Sigma. And then even, you know, on the defensive side of things, right, when things got a little shaky, right, they started to bring that far into the mix, give them some trouble. They were still able to kind of weather the storm, and this is probably a huge fight. I mean, you see Kyo, they were like 30 HP, being able to keep alive, you know, that DPS player, and then I know him come up clutch. That was so important for France to be able to get this hold.
France and it was a decently long hold that they had to do as well, considering how quickly they ended up falling away for that first point. But I think that this Sigma is going to get some investigating from bans as we look to what could be the last map in the series, and for sure, Poland's last map pick. I'm almost feeling like, do we go to like a New Junk City now and take away that Sigma to go more of that brawl?
Maybe. I mean, New Junk City, you could do a Runasapi, would kind of give you the same type of thing. I mean, it still feels like, though, like if you're Poland and you go to like one of those maps, you get rid of Sigma, they're just going to play Diva and Ram with the same type of stuff. And you're going to have to beat that, right? I mean, it's not like it's going to be a walk in the park against France. I think they're going to be able to kind of like, you know, use some of those same shells that are giving you some trouble and continue to play them at a really high level.
And they have so many looks to them as well. I don't think that there's like a significant ban either that Poland could do to throw this team off of their game, and they've found a way to say that, you know, they can both pull out this kind of higher level of composition. Like, even if you went to a dive map, I'd still feel very good about France and like a Diva v Diva matchup if you really wanted to do that. But it will in fact be New Junk City, and more of that kind of close quarters brawly type. The other hero I can see getting the axe is a Mei. That was kind of a significant pick for Dip there, but it almost seems like the Sigma should be taking priority even on a map like this.
Yeah, and I think the scary part would be is that I know this isn't a great map for it, but if you get rid of the Sigma, that does leave Jetpack Cat Bastion available.
Yep.
New Junk City, it's not really an awesome you know, map to do that, but it is always a possibility. I know some of the points play a little bit better for it than others. This also isn't like the greatest Sig map. You know, you'd be having to play it without a Lucio. So maybe if you're Poland, you feel like you can, you know, get by some of these Sigma comps and maybe ban like a Mei, like you talked about, because it's not a great map for the hero.
No, it's not. And honestly, yes, it would be better to save it for any one of those escort picks, honestly. But are you aiming to get to that escort pick? I think is the question. Mei seems to be a lot more reasonable, but we do have a substitute happening, something we don't see a ton, or at least haven't seen a ton of in these EMEA qualifiers. We will have Crocs subbing in for Jin. This will be his first time playing in these qualifiers, from what I can tell.
I think we're getting some Roadhog here. Maybe, no, maybe some Roadhog. I think, you know, France, they're having a good time. The vibes are high. They probably feel like they're in a great spot in this series, and it's like, you know what? Let's see what happens. Crocs can also play some other heroes. Just kind of like, you know, seen as Roadhog in the past. So obviously a lot of heroes that he can potentially play. It is Poland banning the Mizuki, and then it is France getting rid of Zarya here. So we'll see kind of know how that kind of plays into things. But hey, I'm down for a little Roadhog shenanigans here. I know early morning NA. I'm with it.
There's no way, right? Surely. Like, I get that they're doing really well, but are they doing that well? Like, Poland can make this somewhat competitive. Although I am very excited if we do end up getting a Roadhog in this game. Go ahead and check that one off the bingo card. Maybe Relax would mirror it. He's also known to play a little bit of Roadhog himself, so that would be a New Junk City map of all time if we were able to get that. But Mizuki, I think, being taken away. What do we play instead of that? Is a question in my mind, especially for Eggs and Texel being kind of locked in this double flex support situation. What do you end up pulling out on a map where speed is so important?
It's gonna be probably just like a Lucio Curie, I'd assume, for both teams. I think I'm more interested in like what we get out of Crocs. Is I mean, hey, we can see it. This is where it can start to get a little silly here, where France. Ooh, yeah, maybe we get a Jetpack Cat Roadhog combination. That would be pretty sweet. Just hooked up into the sky.
Okay, I mean that's more reasonable. Yeah, that's more reasonable. Yeah, we're having an identity crisis over here. Final answer, Junker Queen from Crocs has had a series of buffs, but still a hero we haven't seen a ton at the top levels of play. France are hoping to just use their speed to outmatch this Poland roster.
Yeah, and I mean, you're also seeing Poland coming out and playing an Orisa, so don't see too much Orisa either. So, an interesting comp from both sides. Poland also not going to play a Lucio, going to play a Juno instead, but they do have the Sim for that extra bit of mobility in the mix.
Yeah, I think not having a Lucio player for Poland is kind of tricky for them. The Juno is a great way to help navigate, and if you have China on the Sim, it's not as hard. They do eventually drop down to the point here. Will be relaxed. Commanding Shout is out. Crocs looks to run on the backline, but a fantastic javelin from below helps at least deter the Junker Queen, but not Dit, who's now managed to pick up 2 players in the back before turning around. Go ahead and contest, relax on the point. I think if all the players are sitting down there, it's a bit rough to not have your tank at the front line.
Yeah, and I mean, that is like, you kind of see the Orisa jump down, go and contest the point. And then France, like, you're just kind of waiting for an opportunity where you can kind of like use your speed, use Shout, just kind of collapse onto a target, and then just get like Dip in the mix. And the Dip obviously comes home with the goods, comes up with like 2 kills right away.
And it does force China on over to match that. So no more Symmetra for Team Poland is, I kept just falls to some chip damage from Keo. That absolutely should not have happened. As Croc's like, all right, none of that. Suzu is out. See what he can do with the commanding shout, but he and Junker Queen still very cooldown based and a long one at that, so relax. We'll go ahead and hang around for the time being.
Egg's taking a lot of damage as well. It's going to be essentially a Terror Surge here available for Relax. See how he decides to use it. Does have a Spear Spin here, so going to be able to kind of like get a little bit closer, but it's going to be right into the Kitsune Rush. Doesn't exactly want to go into that. Just gets his head ripped off there by Keo.
You don't really want to fight there. You can tell he's looking for an angle for the Terra Surge, but with the rest of his team so far back, he was hesitant and not too much time. France, go ahead and take Arena to start off this point. As Poland seem to be running out of turns here. See what they can work out on bomb flats with ults.
Yeah, so when we go over to the bomb flats, right, I mean, you're going to have the sound barrier to get aggressive if you want to go in, right, with, Crocs. This Crocs just taking a load of damage before they can kind of get him into the fight. But when they get him in the fight healthy, I mean, it is difficult to stop the Queen. If she gets rolling, it'll be actually Kyo who opens things up here with an OC. Is a nice Suzu there, just going to keep the players alive for Poland for the time being. It's going to be Poland end up using their Kitsune Rush here, Molly, but they've already lost 3 players. It'll be a Terror Surge, bringing a few on in. Zerion, FD God, Crocs all getting dangerously low, so Poland's starting to fight back.
I mean, that was a huge Terror Surge. I got 3 squishies so incredibly low and easy pickings for China. Go ahead and bring out the Broom alongside Relax. And okay, I don't know if that was necessary, but it definitely is going to be one that Crocs will remember. Poland want to make sure they get the cap fast.
I mean, Poland was all in on that one. I mean, had to go all out, use their own, rush towards the end. I know when there were a few players down at that moment in time. Terror Surge also got everybody, pretty low after FD got had a really, interesting sound barrier kind of on the way in. I don't think it connected with everybody. So just a little bit of a knife there into side of Relax. Just nothing too serious here at the moment. Is Deadeye here for ICAP. See if he can find anything here. Is doesn't look like nobody's gonna poke out around that corner. So it's gonna be Poland getting up to about 60%.
And this orbital ray is kind of a big deal for this team. As soon as they pull the trigger on this, France don't really have an answer for it unless Dip get like a really good sneak on the full spawn. So Poland are just waiting for this fight to flip around, but it's going in their favor. China picks off Keo with help at the speed ring, and it's actually going to continue to grab a couple more players, make it a triple. Poland don't even need to commit anything. They're just doing so well in this neutral time. China having the time of his life.
Yeah, and I wonder if you have to maybe consider going off of the queen here, if you're France. So we'll see if they decide to kind of stay with it. It looks like at least now with Crocs being that far out of the spawn, you're going to kind of continue to run it where, see, maybe it's like Dip's pulse bomb that kind of opens things up here for France, but a good flashpoint there for Poland. They're just trying to keep themselves alive in this series, very much alive in terms of the groups, really, regardless of this series outcome.
You're not too pressed and kind of assuming France is the best team in your bracket. If you can get a map, great. Beat them even better. Also not the end of the world, though. Big support ult's coming on out. Tsune Rush and the Orbital Ray, which that usually favors the Orbital Ray. Not this time. Zarion fighting all of the extra damage, as we've seen him do the entirety of today's matchup. And France will take the first cap on Denver.
Yes, I know. Using, obviously the Orbital Ray, a huge ultimate there for Poland, but inside of the Kitsune Rush, just seems like on the outskirts of it, Dip obviously getting the benefits, of that, and then kind of taking it a little bit further outside of it, and, outside of the Orbital Ray and coming up with some huge kills. So you see now on the entry, Relax already taking a decent amount of damage. Molly going to have to use Fortify to kind of stay sturdy for a little bit. It'll be the Kitsune Rush here for Eggs. It's going to be a nice sound barrier here, and up to the high ground goes Keo. You do have the overclock, but now that they've lost the ICAV, you may not even feel the need to use it. Terra Surge comes on in. Looks like everybody going to get out. Is a nice pulse bomb there from a Dip. Lands onto Relax. Shot from Crocs to finish things off, and another fight win here for France.
And that's just point. You're not getting back into that fight at all. Poland invested in a lot in a losing battle, and I think if you're France, you're very happy with where you are standing heading into the Ducks here. I mean, still having this Rampage on board for Crocs, it's gonna feel real good.
Yeah, it's just like really difficult to get value out of, right? With like how you can kind of just Suzu it off. So we'll see if they're able to kind of like, get that Suzu out there, maybe find an opportunity to kind of use that Rampage, just kind of get the queen ticking, as ICAP does have another Deadeye here, so potentially kind of uses at the high ground. It's going to be actually the Deadeye used in response to the OC, so trying to prevent Keo from coming around the corner. Keo just trying to find some shots onto China. Doesn't find China, but actually you do end up getting ICAP, so 2 kills here right away. They get 3 as both teams just kind of exchanging them, as Relax there gets hit with a Rampage. Not able to be healed on up, and that'll be France taking the point.
China cannot do more. I'm seeing him out there dodging shots from Keo, still manages to kill both supports while not even turning an eye to the Sojourn. And it's impressive what he's able to do, but the rest of his team is falling apart on the other side. Is France, they're set up on this objective. Used a lot, but they still have this shooting rush. It will be unmatched, no support ults either. It'll be hard for Poland to get some significant ground on this first start of the point as they make their way in. Just look at that initial. ICAP's already down.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a Kitsune Rush, and then you're going to get the Queen rolling inside of it and then pushing on forward. So even losing ICAP there at the start is switch over to the Soj. Now back to the Cassidy. Just a brutal loss, and then obviously kind of compounds with everybody else falling for Poland. So for France, right, you just need one more fight win to put this series away. Now put yourself up 2-0 in the group, and really looking to kind of finish 3-0, number 1 in Group C.
Poland will have the touch with Relax, but
I like this though. France just ignoring it. France just ignoring the touch and then just pushing on right in.
Yeah, they're just going through the back line, making sure there's not much else that you can do if you are Poland. Let Larissa be a sitting duck, take down the rest. And France want to secure themselves at the top of the group. And Matt, it looks like they're going to do just that. Celebration sound barrier from FT God. They're going to take the series 3-0.
Yeah, really nice performance here from France. I like the way they played that last fight. Like, Relax kind of gets on to the point, tries to drag them back. Poland, France actually just doesn't even acknowledge it. They just kind of use the Junker Queen shout. They push on forward. They end up getting like 2 or 3 kills, and then Relax just kind of stuck on the point all alone. As we take a look at some of the stats, pretty heavily dominated, really across the board for France. As I know ICAP with a rough one. I mean, 3 and 10, whether it be the Cassie or the Sojourn, could just not really stay alive or get anything going.
Yeah, I think that it was quite the New Junk City. It felt like, okay, there were moments where it seemed like Poland was, going to be coming back into this one. Molly, when it comes down to what Poland were struggling with against the composition here from France, what do you feel like was the glaring issue here in this last map?
I think it just came down to more of the tempo plays that we saw from France. They were very intentional with how they used their speed cooldowns, and it left Poland in a bit of an awkward spot at times. Like, I honestly don't think China could have done more than what he did. I think he was like 14 and 4 at the end of that map, and it did look good from an individual standpoint, but from a team perspective, France just looked like the better squad, like they were on the same page from start to finish.
They just dominated, right? I mean, I know you saw moments from Poland that were pretty good, and I think Poland probably still makes it out of this group. Like, I think Poland can beat Spain. Like, I don't think that's like out of the question. I think Poland can definitely hang, but it seems like France is just so well versed in like multiple different comps, can play different play styles. We saw Crocs get in for some fun towards the end. Just a very strong team.
Yeah, I think it also comes down to, for France, they also have so much synergy on this squad as well, right? Like, we were talking about how we have a mix of like 2 teams heading into Team France from Good Guys and Peps, but Dip was on Peps, but mixing up my words here. We do have an interview though with Crocs on deck. Big congratulations to you, Crocs, for this win today. With this, you love it. You love to see it. You got the crown on your head and everything here. It must feel good knowing that you guys have essentially solidified your spot for Busan with this win. And tell me a little bit about what it was like, I guess, subbing in on this last map. I think when we talked to Dip last weekend, he talked about how some of your strengths as a team as well is just your ability to kind of like swap in players in and out to be able to have more flexibility in your compositions. What was the game plan heading into New Junk City, bringing out the Junker Queen?
Okay, basically, the whole game plan is around kind of me, my personality, being crazy. Like we used to say, if we don't know what we do, they cannot guess. So that's what we do. We go Junker Queen. We have really high win rate in Scream on that map. I think the brothers do that for us, like Team Poland, because they're my teammate. I think they did that just to unleash me. Unlucky it's me. I know I was going to win. 3-0, clean sweep. We're so happy to go to Busan. Like, for me, it will be my first time in Korea, and I love to travel, so it will be free, and I hope like a lot of friends will be there as well.
All right, now that you guys are going to Busan, you're going to play against some international teams. Who do you want to pull out the Junker Queen, the Roadhog against? What are some other teams that are going to be there that you want to do on a land stage? Pull out some of these tricks.
I will say Korea. I think they don't know the French guy. I think they will. I think I already try, and it already worked with Violet, for example. I think he remember me now. And when I speak, I speak. I would love to be on scene because I'm a guy that loves the show. Like we say in French, je vais juste les faire picorer, and it will be perfect.
I love the confidence that you're heading into this event lift with some of the best teams that we're going to see from around the world. And I kind of want to ask you, because this is a very big event that will be happening in person. Are there specific preparations? Have you had experience on a LAN that is this size?
I had the chance to do all the LAN in France, and I was like unbeatable except recently, winning everything. I play on stage multiple times. I play on the Grand Rex, which is like a big theater in France, like the biggest one, which is really famous. And I don't know, I think I'm born for that, to play on the stage, just taunting people face to face, like not even being scared of like jumping off my chair, do little dance, Like, I think I'm born for that. I will legit do it because like right now in New Junk City, I shout really loud. I was basically dancing while playing as well. and my teammate just follow the mood. And I believe if we do that on stage, like Korean people or like any nation will just get mad, and we don't care. We're gonna win, so I'm happy. All for the content.
I love that. I love the content. Honestly, one of my favorite parts about LAN is the smack talk on the stage and getting to see like the player reactions and stuff. So I think it's gonna be super fun to see you there. I guess bouncing off of that now, how far do you see your team going within the Overwatch World Cup? Like, are you guys mostly just focused on seeing how things go in Busan, or do you already see yourselves pushing it all the way to Anaheim in BlizzCon?
We go to BlizzCon 100%, no doubt. I think we have one of the best Lux support in the game right now in our side, and he's French. So shout out to him, you know. I think, and I will like confidence mode. Like I think with the best frontline as well. Like me and Majin, I'm not even mad that I don't play much, you know. I'm like, I think if I was younger, I would be mad because I don't have 100% of playtime. But now you know, you just grow in age and you're just super happy to not being forced to play Diva. And like Skytor, poor man, poor fucking Skytor. But like for me, I think we have the best one line, just DPS. We just need to lead, you know. Like Kyo is my baby. It's been 2 years I play with him. Deep is my baby as well. We are champion en France. Yeah, we're just the best team, I believe, the best France team that ever had, and we just go to NA, and we're gonna show to people. We're gonna take Korean, Chinese people, like who the fuck wants? We just beat them all, I think.
Easy. I gotta say, I'm excited. I want to see you guys at BlizzCon. You guys have one more game in groups against Ireland. Are we gonna see you in that game? Can we get you back? Can we get you back in that one? What's the deal?
I can send you the Discord of the coach if you want. Like
yeah,
type to him.
we'll put I don't know if we can request, but I mean we can try.
I'll just go. I can send you his tag, and if he gets a lot of spam, I believe he will put me in.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get every chat to just go in and spam your coach, and we'll maybe get some Queen Roadhog action against Ireland.
It would be super fun to see. It definitely would be. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you, Crocs, and good luck in your last matchup up against Ireland. I'm sure you guys will make it a fun one. Thank you so much for the chat with us, and can't wait to talk to you again hopefully soon.
Thank you. Goodbye, and we love Peps. Remember, we love Peps as well.
We do love Team Peps as well. What a standout performance there from Team France and Molly. That interview was so fun, getting to know Crocs a little bit better. Like, honestly, let's bring him on as part of the desk, guys.
We should. This guy knows content. I honestly, I mean, again, pretty much guaranteed to make it to Busan, but if I'm tuning in for any of the games, I will specifically watch France just to see this guy on stage. Like, that's the energy I want. I want to see what Dancy is cooking up. He's talking it up.
We got to get him in that Ireland game tomorrow. I don't know how we do it, but he's got to be out there against Ireland tomorrow. We got to get like a Ilios Map 1 Roadhog Crocs game against Ireland at like, you know,
please.
A little 4 a.m. East Coast start.
You know what? If I have to wake up at 3 a.m. for tomorrow anyways, that is how I want to be starting my day, guys. But we do have one more match for EMEA on deck for you. Before we do go, though, I want to remind everyone again to show your conference pride here with the Overwatch World Cup bundles. If you guys have missed it, these are the great skins that you're going to be seeing so you can support every single region from your favorite teams from Asia, EMEA, and Americas. They are available now. I am partial to the Americas skins just because they are purple, but that's just me. And as a little bonus, we actually have a bundle giveaway for you guys. You guys can participate in the Overwatch World Cup crowdfunding bundle giveaway for a chance to win a regional supporter bundle. Coming up next, though, make sure you scan that QR code to check it out. But coming up next, we do have Great Britain versus Portugal. We'll be right back.
Start your climb to OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill balance divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FacetItLeague.
Welcome back, everybody, for our final matchup of the day here for EMEA on the Overwatch World Cup. And we have got Team Great Britain versus Portugal coming up next, guys. With a win, Team Great Britain will be nailing the coffin, or putting a nail in the coffin there for the side of Team Portugal in this group. And it would finalize the qualifications as well within Group B. I think that heading into this event, Molly, this roster of Great Britain is extremely strong. They're the favorite in Group B here as well, and we're expecting them to be making a statement today.
Easily. Every single year we've seen this team qualify for the top 8 minimum. So seeing them go out, that doesn't really be kind of crazy. This is a UK roster. Every single player is either currently in OWCS, just recently requalified, and it's kind of stacked down there when it comes to this squad. And seeing what Great Britain will be able to do today is I think it's gonna be a statement of the individual talent coming together from several different regions, at least from their OWCS teams, to be able to put this roster together.
I mean, they've had success on the world stage in the past, right? No, that just like as a unit, like know all these players and like Great Britain just in general, right? And Overwatch has always performed pretty well at Overwatch World Cup. You take a look at kind of the lineup rolling out today. Tread in terms of the tank roles, obviously. I mean, all these players, like you mentioned, Molly, like OWCS. I know whether they just kind of made it back in, they've been playing in it, they played it in the past. I mean, a really talented roster top to bottom. And when you look at like where they stack up, like this is a team that stacks up to a lot of the other teams internationally, where I would be surprised if they're not at BlizzCon.
100%. Portugal definitely have their work cut out for them, to say the least, in this matchup. Though I will say Portugal, they did make it in through the Conference Cups with wins over teams like Belgium, the Netherlands, Italy, and Turkey, but they were also greeted with a rude 3-0 to start off their qualification run here by Team Germany. This is a squad, though, that I think, Matt, there are also some shining lights here, but regardless, it's going to be a hard matchup for them.
Yeah, I mean, they get the final spot out of the Conference Cup, right? So they get 5th. We're taking 5 teams from the Conference Cup. I thought in the last game, I know when me and Mitch casted them, I saw Rod FD played a pretty good game. I saw some stuff that he did was quite nice. Then Karama had some moments in terms of the damage dealer role. It's just they're going to be under so much pressure from Great Britain, like playing at such a pace. We'll see if they're able to kind of like keep everybody in sync and able to execute some of the things that I know we tried to see them execute against Germany.
I think they've had a lot of they've had practice time together. I think that is the advantage of coming from the Conference Cup, is you have that little bit of extra time to build up your synergy. But I think on the same time, a lot of these players are more of our up and coming that we're seeing more towards the top end of ACEIT in that Masters League. So giving them the chance to showcase the talent that is coming out of Portugal is going to be great, I think, in our match today.
I really love that shout out, Molly. I think, again, an opportunity, even if it's a tough matchup, to try and showcase like even individual talent for some of these players and have more eyes on them to see what they got to bring to the table. Again, UK are going to be able to potentially solidify their standings in qualification to OWWC in this matchup. Let's see what Portugal have got to bring to the table.
I mean, Ash, yeah, it's a great shout, right? I mean, if Great Britain were to win this, they would go to 2-0 in this group. They would still have that game against Germany left, right? But you would kind of just be playing for seeding at that point. So we get a good old tank battle. We get a Golden Pants versus Rafa 99 1v1 here. Is like Rafa actually getting the best of Golden Pants at the moment. We'll see kind of who comes out on top, as we had a few of these Doomfist 1v1s that end a little bit silly. Okay, so Portugal, they come out on top here in our 1v1 decider for who gets first map pick, and they'll take us to Antarctic Peninsula. You know what, hey, I like this pick, right? Like if you're a little bit of underdog, maybe you practice this map a little bit, nobody's really playing it, maybe you got an interesting strat, you can come in and give them some trouble.
Yeah, might as well switch it up. I think Antarctic Peninsula is, at least in this region, been the least picked map to start. These are, I gotta say, interesting bans. I think with the map that was of choice, Fora from Portugal, definitely targeted at WMAMON for one of the picks that he's been leaning more towards lately. Great Britain, no shenanigans today. They're gonna take away the Jetpack Cat just to make sure Portugal haven't changed anything in the last week.
Yeah, and so Cat gone, Farah gone. Just to keep you guys up to date, we got a few players here. We're just waiting, and we'll be able to get this one underway. But yeah, I mean, look, maybe you just don't want to see the Cat Bastion. You just don't even want to deal with the kind of uncertainty that it brings to the table for Great Britain. So just get it out of the way. I know the Farah ban obviously could be used to kind of target Maimon. With some of the heroes that he can play, but also to protect the Bastion. So, like, I don't think this series, Molly, is going to be decided in terms of the ban phase. Like, I think it's going to have to be Portugal playing the games of their lives, and then maybe even then some, right? But, hey, we've seen crazy upsets in Overwatch World Cup in the past, so you never know.
Never say never. That's for sure. I think that, this game, at least if you're Germany, you are Great Britain's biggest fans right now. Win here would make sure that you would guarantee a qualification, and vice versa for the sake of Norway. At least it leaves weird tiebreakers. So it's a decider match in a way for the group, and I think for Great Britain, getting a win here would feel real good. Seeing this team not compete on a larger stage would feel kind of wrong. I think we're gonna see why they belong on one once we get into the game.
No, they'll get there. I mean, I'm not too concerned. For Great Britain. I mean, when you take a look at some of the other groups, right? Like Sweden, Denmark, 2-0. That game will be tomorrow, so that'll be like kind of a top of the group decider, so like a first seed, and then I know Finland versus Austria will be interesting. I think Finland is they've had a rough go because they lose 3-2 to Denmark and then they lose 3-1 to Sweden earlier today. Like two really close games. Like they could have really found themselves in the top two, but they'll be playing just to get a dub there. I know against Austria. This one I think it's like Great Britain. It's obviously theirs to lose here, and them versus Germany I think is a really good game. Like Aku and the rest of the German squad looked awesome earlier today. Ice Gnome looked to be clicking on all cylinders. I think that's one that could actually be really close, because a lot of these games we'll have tomorrow will probably determine who gets the #1 seed in these groups, and obviously you're going to want to do that going into Busan, try and avoid some of those powerhouse teams.
Yeah, and it would be kind of like a litmus test for this Germany roster that we've been seeing for, again, their team synergy is fantastic on an individual. Well, they do have some standout points too, but Great Britain are on another level. So it would be a great match to go ahead and watch tomorrow. But for now, we will see how this match will unfold. Antarctic Peninsula, the selection of Portugal. Do you want to take a second, though, for the sake of Great Britain? They had every name on there is pretty familiar, except for Kiwi. Kind of been a breakout player, actually playing in collegiate right now and in a master. So him getting picked up pretty late by Great Britain to fill that flex support role. I had the opportunity to talk to him a couple weeks ago, and he was really excited to be able to play on this stage and to see the potential that newer support players especially have coming into this region. It was really fun to watch, and I guess we're finally ready to get back into our game as we're starting off on Anomaly.
Yeah, so obviously Antarctic Peninsula gets a little bit of a refresh coming into this season. Some of the just points kind of change pretty drastically from where it's been in the map pool. But even then, at the top professional level, we haven't seen it as much. I think this would really be a good comp for Portugal, right? Like, hey, look, we're gonna play some Sigma with some May, a little bit of a slower type of style, and really try and punish like a diva look, right? So we'll see if they're able to do it, because Tread and Great Britain, I mean, it's just not a normal team. I mean, look how aggressive they already are, with the Sim TP and the speed, able to take the high ground.
That's kind of the advantage with this Great Britain opposition. Crispy being on Lucia will certainly help. Kai, though, charge rail shot. Will find the connection without the Suzu or the teleporter here. Great Britain are forced to forfeit their positioning. That is the advantage of having Rafa on the Sigma. He'll eventually drop down. Started locking this point, but Rama actually found an icicle between the eyeballs of Kai, leaving it a 1-for-1 trade. For now, Portugal, let me see how long you can keep this capture going. Worst case scenario, we do have that under lock. Tread diving in and out, see if they can find people. That's another one from Karama. This makes so accurate.
Yeah, I mean, Karama finding two right off the rip. I mean, now you lose Rafa. I was gonna say, you ended up getting Kai earlier in the beginning of the fight. You weren't really able to kind of clear the deck of Great Britain, and then they came back. They take out Dank Pancake, and then on the kind of bounce back, Maimon gets back into the fight there. Had to kind of walk away for a little bit to get healed up. He just kind of beams down Rafa in a 1v1 on the point. So although it is Portugal getting off to a pretty nice start, specifically Karama, it is Great Britain getting the good point right back.
This chain there off the Tread just forced him to drop and just dangle for a second. Ultimate starting to come online, though, especially for the Kiwi even. And it's Portugal who managed to strike first. They're just finding these pickoffs at poke range. This is unprecedented, to say at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, this is really a good sign for Portugal early on. Now being able to kind of use this poke type of play style, Karama able to get a few kills at the beginning of these fights. If they can just get Tagliani to kind of get going here on the Sojourn, really, I mean, this could start to be one that Portugal at least runs away with its first point. So see Kai kind of building up towards this OC. Now Maywall already used here by Portugal. It's going to be a TP to the point, and they're actually going to use a Kitsune rush from the back side.
Finally, though, you get to close that gap with the teleporter. That's where the Symmetra going to start to fry. Portugal kind of losing it out there in that ultimate battle. Sanctuary won't be enough to just keep them alive through all that damage.
Yeah, it was like a sim wall right after the TP as well. I know with that Kitsune rush, they tried the Sanctuary. I was actually quite curious, like, because the Sanctuary was kind of like a little bit, I know, taking some of the spots below the platform. It's like that kind of like soaked up the projectiles, but they didn't need to fight inside of it. Kai ends up using the OC, gets over the May wall there, takes out Karama. See, it's going to be the Kitsune rush here from Portugal. It's going to be, they do get Tread out of neck, but oh, come on. I mean, looks like Rafa, maybe ends up getting booped outside of the doorway there into the line of sight, and then ends up dying to the self-destruct. That is brutal, as now it's really swung in favor of Great Britain.
Borderline spawn camp territory there from Great Britain. They definitely considered it for a second, just having the May. But I mean, gotta say, Portugal aren't out of this. Still one fight to go. 3 ultimates behind them, and maybe cobbling up with this Gravitic Flux and Blizzard. Now they're gonna use Tiagalini by the space as the overclock, but no targets in sight. Everyone managed to teleport out from Great Britain. Rafa is on the objective. Brahma is getting run down by this D.Va Tread, trying to deny as much space as possible. There goes the Flux, can't quite find the target, ends up trying to commit onto Kiwi, but he's got some fancy footwork, sneaks on out. That's perfect time for Crispy. Comes on in, Sound Barrier down, and Blizzard more as a zoning tool, just to keep Rafa on his feet. Kai still poking away out this off angle. There goes Karama. His charge shots are going to hurt the longer this guy stays alive. Great Britain seem to have rallied the troops back together. Triple for WMAMON, and they'll take map 1, round 1.
Yes, Portugal did fight pretty strong in that round, but Great Britain towards the end really started, I think, like, maybe realize, hey, we can't exactly just kind of like, just kind of coast on through this one. We really have to kind of turn up in a big way. Kiwi does a great job staying alive the entire round. No deaths from the Kiri on Great Britain. And then you kind of look, we were talking about, Tagliani against Kai, right? Kai with 12 limbs in that first round, almost 1,000 more damage to starting to get a pretty big Sojourn gap there. So we'll see if Tagliani, who's we've seen some nice stuff in some of the previous series, can really start to heat up.
It's just kind of about having the room to work, and also going up against a hit scan at the caliber of Kai is no easy task for any player. He's doing his best so far, but see if we can have a little bit more on this second point in Great Britain. They'll end up getting there first, have this faster rotation with the Lucio, and they're going to look to flip the map on Portugal. They're just going to go over to the objective. Kiwi gonna farm onto this point, but Maywall is cut off. Tread, he's got plenty of health though to live for now, but that boulder is going to make him think twice. Overextension now confirmed and punished. Portugal first cap.
A lot like that previous round, right? I know Portugal, able to kind of come up with some picks early. And you see already Great Britain, Molly, it feels like they're kind of like, okay, like we really don't feel, maybe it's like Tread's like, I don't really want to play the D.Va into this. I'd rather end up playing, the Ramatra into this. It's going to be the Maywall there, splits them off as still going to be able to keep that Ram alive. So the Ramatra with the shield and then just the form so good as Rod just a little bit too close there to the Ramatra, gets taken out.
Underestimated the primary fire damage for sure, and they can take in for a similar fate. The sports there. Portugal, this one, the cut and dry for Great Britain. And the work at the teleport is just fantastic. Unless the only thing Portugal can do is get value out of the Maywalls.
Yeah, so Portugal, they get that first fight win. Then on the next fight, it's Great Britain. It's just if they don't lose Rod early, they're probably able to keep that lead going for a while. Mizuki would have probably ended up with the Sanctuary there during it. Is Karama now with the Blizzard? Can he kind of like split off Tread? Maybe end up kind of catching him with the Blizzard as Looks like some of the members from Great Britain, they back up as that's a nice shot from Tagalini. It's going to be the Blizzard used as well, so they get rid of Crispy here. In Great Britain, they're going to hold on to some of these other ultimates, right? You have the Annihilation, you have the Kitsune Rush. No reason to kind of waste them there, but there's some early pickoffs yet again from Portugal paying off.
And maybe a bit of overconfidence, too, from Great Britain. Not necessarily expecting these shots to come off as well as they have, but both Tagalini and Karama have been fantastic on the poke and opening these fights up before Britain can make a move.
Yeah, all 5 ultimates available though for Great Britain. You saw the decent amount for Portugal here as well. It's the sim that's going to allow them to wrap around the corner. Nice shot from Tagalini there. Going to make Kai think a little bit from rounding around that corner. It's going to be a sound barrier from Crispy. This connects with everybody. It's a great use of it while he gets brought up into the sky by Rafa's Gravitic Flux. And this is going to be a fight. It feels like in these fights with ultimates, Molly, this is where Great Britain can really kind of flex their strength.
And the macro planning and the stagger here onto Rod FD, but in 8 ults total used in that fight from between both teams, and that's still one that Great Britain, I think, are coming out on top of almost every day of the week. They get to have this close hold now and kind of prevent Portugal from taking that further space. They're going to try to trick them going around the other side, but it seems like the bait was successful.
I think for Great Britain, you're just gonna pull back, play this choke. Like, even if you play the point, right, you have this Annihilation from Tread to work through, right? So, Kai taking an off angle there. Karama be so aware of where that Sojourn is playing from at any time, as I think it looks like Tread just finding a moment to be able to go, finding a moment to be able to kind of collapse here with this Annihilation. So another railgun from Kai on a Karama, so dangerously low. Gonna use that Maywall just to protect himself. There's going to be the ice block. I wonder if Tread, after using this, yeah, he's going to decide to go here with the Annihilation.
Karama yelling for help that whole time, anything his team could offer, but nobody was home. Tread taking out players piece by piece as Great Britain ended up taking Antarctic Peninsula and, yeah, showing the true strength that this team has to offer.
Yeah, making the adjustments, obviously going over the Ramatra look in round number 2, and they kind of handle business here against Portugal in this first map. At least we take a look. Kai, you know, another 12 final blood. It's another 12 limbs in that second round, right? 12 in the first, 12 in the second. You know, getting up to 9,000 damage. Is look, it's gonna be tough. Like, if he's gonna play that well in the hit scan, like, and you're not kind of really gonna send in a lot of firing shots back, it's gonna be tough to kind of hang in it. But no, I thought we saw some really nice stuff from Karama yet again.
Yeah, Karama easily the bright spot of this Portugal team, and just getting these icicles off early. Okay, not there, but most of the other times when we were seeing these fights being won by Portugal, it was him finding a key icicle, or maybe the Maywall there to stop the Sim teleporter, for example. Like, there's a lot of things that I think went right for Portugal at the start of the fight, but it felt like that the longer that they went on, Great Britain just had more and more control, until eventually it just slipped away from Portugal. And I think that's just the experience that Great Britain have playing at this high level, and it seriously is showing within the gameplay that we've watched.
Yeah, as we take a look at the final moments of the Annihilation, that Tread just running down some players there for Portugal. I'd like to see Portugal take us to a map where they can kind of continue to play some of that Sigma stuff, like maybe Circuit. Yeah. Like, I think, you know, Great Britain will probably use some bans on it, and even if they do, you know, and force Portugal off their game, for Great Britain, like, maybe decide to play that Camp Bastion, right? That's a possibility here. So, but I thought Portugal looked pretty good when they were playing like the May, and they kind of had, you know, the Sigma in play and forcing Tread to, you know, move away from Diva and try and play the Ramatra.
I mean, Circuit Royale would sound perfect for this team. I mean, we can do that, ban the Ramatra perhaps, and then force the Sigma mirror. I think would be a key part. So it is a map that Great Britain are going to be very comfortable with as well. They like their Sim May comps if they have the choice. I think the only concern with a map like that is it is very poke-oriented. Kai still exists, and that is going to be a threat, I think, regardless of where you go.
Yeah, you're gonna have to pick a battle somewhere. I feel like you know, I feel like Tagliani can kind of get like going a little bit, and like, you know, at least like, look, you're not asking him to go, you know, 35-2, right? Like, basically you're like, hey, can we just go we go even. We put some railgun shots, like kind of into the opposing Sojourn, right? Like kind of force them down. I think that's kind of what you're looking for, and what we are also looking for is for you to follow us in every channel. So scan this QR code. Make sure you're following us everywhere. I mean, we got so much stuff going on. I know. Make sure you're following us on IG. I saw this Molly. They made us do this picture in Japan. I don't know what we were doing. I had to put like a heart up to my face. Like, if you want to see content like that, I mean, it's probably not the best selling point, but if you want to see stuff like that, behind the scenes of events, other different types of things, scan the QR code. And also, you want to keep up with all the Overwatch events we got going on, World Cup, OWCS, a lot going on. And you don't want to miss out on some of those drops.
No, not at all. I mean, there's so much Overwatch competition happening this year outside of just the typical OWCS, and Overwatch World Cup been off to one heck of a start so far, and it's really cool to see that these teams can showcase their strengths and some of the new talent we've coming from specific regions. Speaking of which, Portugal could pull one out of left field. We're going to Numbani. After all, this one, it feels a bit strange, but I guess the Sigma is really strong here. The May poke can work. Cap Bastion is a very real thing if they try to pull it out.
Yeah, I mean, the Cap Bastion is actually really good on this map. So, this also is a map that maybe you can play some Sig, but obviously lends itself way better to D.Va, right? So it's kind of feels like we'll see what Portugal decides to ban here, but probably feels pretty comfortable for Great Britain.
Yeah, I don't think this is very ouch, that hurts for Great Britain. I don't think there'll be a map. I think each player is very, very flexible, and their comps, Tread in particular, can play almost every tank at a very high level, even though he is known for more of those traditional off-tank, quote-unquote, heroes that we have seen. Numbani will lead itself to several of those. If the Sigma gets banned, you play the D.Va, and vice versa. I feel like it's where you're going to lean a bit more towards, just because of how important high ground control is for parts of this map. I think the only question mark is, do we actually get Cap Bastion or not? Great Britain do not play that at all if they have a choice. In fact, they might even consider banning that themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that's a potential, right? They could get rid of it themselves. It is pretty good here. I think if you were really, if you're Great Britain and okay, we want to get this, try and get this over with, fast, painless, you may want to go towards it. But I really liked what we saw from Portugal with some of these Sigma-based comps. I would love to see them kind of go towards that. So we do have a sub. This is a sub for Portugal. So Dank Pancake will be out, and then we're going with Warrior Guigo is coming in for Dank Pancake. We're also getting a sub here for Great Britain. Golden Pants is coming in for Tread. So changes on both sides. That's a bit surprising.
Okay, I think the support can make sense. I think Dank Pancake, maybe you're just really good at the Kiriko. You have an Ana specialist, perhaps, that you want to pull out. The tank sub is a bit more of a head scratcher, and Golden Pants does play Doomfist, as we saw in the little 1v1 before the game. Highly doubt we'll see that, though. So seeing Tread come out, I wonder if it's just kind of to get him in, to have more of the time experience playing on this stage, because their hero pools are relatively similar.
Yeah, maybe giving Golden Pants some run here in this series, right? Maybe it's also for Portugal. They want to do a double flex support type look or something here, right? Or maybe it's just kind of a hero pool thing. But yes, Golden Pants, that is the sub for Great Britain that is coming in for Tread. So yep, there it is on the screen. And then Warrior Guigo coming in for Dank Pancake in terms of support. Don't think this really changes really kind of much of kind of what we think teams are going to play here, or kind of how this is going to go, right? We'll see if okay, so it'll be a Bastion ban for Great Britain. They get the second ban. It's a Wrecking Ball ban here off the start for Portugal.
Now that kind of makes sense. The one tank that you don't really see Tread pull out is this Wrecking Ball, and I mean, having a Golden Pants come in, I think that could signify that being a ban, but it does leave both the D.Va and the Sigma open. I think those are very viable options while taking away that Cat Bastion. Great Britain still want nothing to do with that. So Portugal pretty much forced their hand in terms of that ban. It guarantees them most of what they wanted to play to begin with, which they're going to be pretty happy about.
Yeah, so getting the ball gone and then the Bastion gone, which I think Great Britain is obviously thrilled about. That it's really not that like contested. Ball maybe to kind of like protect tank here for Portugal. Not like get anything hit in the tank pool, so we'll see kind of how that impacts their game. I'm excited to see Golden Pants play, right? I know we saw the good old Doomfist 1v1, but like let's get a good old fashioned game of Overwatch in for Golden Pants here in the Overwatch World Cup qualifier.
Old fashioned. Maybe he just rolls out a Doomfist anyways, just for the vibes. But we'll see. I do like this a lot though from Portugal, keeping the idea and the identity of the Sigma there, and the support comp I think is what stands out the most. Ana, a combo we don't see a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Ana Wuyong here with an Ashe here, so like a lot of like just kind of poke with a Sigma in play. I love the Sigma. I think the Sigma is a really great shout. They looked good on it, in map number 1. So love the idea of continuing to run it.
This is an angle for Warrior Grebo. We'll see if he ends up staying there as the spawn doors open, but maybe seeing if we can just get a little bit of poke as they roll out, as it will actually be a Winston from Golden Pants. Kai looking for the Widowmaker shot. He'll run back to spawns. We'll see those swaps come in. Crispy over to the Brig, and Sojourn for Kai.
So, okay, so we're going to get a Winston here from Golden Pants. So, Winston obviously doesn't see a ton of play time in the meta at the moment, but with this comp that Portugal is coming out, it actually might not be that bad. So you also have Maimon here off on an angle, just trying to get a good old-fashioned dive going.
I mean, you don't have fantastic defense of a Golden Pants, sub 100 HP, sketchy, but if you're Rafa being in a Winston bubble with Maimon on this Echo, we've seen how devastating it can be for that Sigma having to take it to that flyer. So it'll be a good retreat there for Portugal's. Rafa's just going to match the Winston, considering a recontest. I don't know if they'll get their tank back in time. No, they should. They're right around the corner.
Yeah.
They'll look to jump in, see what they can do.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage there down on the Golden Pants and all. It's a nice focusing beam there from Maimon on Rafa as Warrior Guido turns the corner there and gets taken out by Kai. Kai finishes off too. Is very difficult to bounce back into that fight for Portugal. They try and contest, buy some time. Does not last long. It's above 5 minutes now for Great Britain through the second part of the map.
This is the part that can kind of blink if you miss it, sort of thing. It can move really fast if you get snowballed on through. And with that nano boost from Kiwi, Golden Pants essentially gets a free leap onto this backline pending a sleep dart.
Yeah, we'll see. Rafa obviously tries to get some of this high ground back here for Portugal. Dynamite that connects on the Golden Pants. You do have the ability, obviously not yet because it's very far away, the nano boost potential here on the Golden Pants, and then kind of go into that backline as Kiwi gets dangerously low, needs some help from Crispy to stay alive, as also Golden Pants has to get back to the payload.
It'll be just a bit of a tickle cannon battle in the backline, but there's that nano boost we were talking about. A whole lot of trouble for Golini. Finds himself and trying to convert this into a second on the Yana. Antonated it up, but just not enough damage. It'll finish off a tank at that size. Good trade though from the backlines in both teams. It is still Portugal down 1, if I'm not mistaken here. No nano boost really to come in. So Golden Pants is going to go ahead, primal up his opposing Winston into the corner. There's no way for Rod.
Well, yeah, I mean, Rod has the nano, but I mean, Rafa is so far away and just being juggled into the corner. I mean, there's no way you're going to be able to get any type of healing on him.
No, he's literally just stuck into that backline. And the nice part is you still have the nano for this last contest. Great Britain are packing a punch.
You have a rally though.
Yeah, you do have some options are there. The nano boost has to come up big though. Is a jump into the back, but Golden Pants and Kai finding one apiece, and Rafa just couldn't get it done with the nano boost. The Bob couldn't even come out either. Great Britain steamrolling right through second point.
I mean, this is they are just running it down now. It feels like this is kind of Great Britain's to set a tremendous time and really put Portugal in the back foot. Rod kind of getting out of the spawn there, just trying to fire off some shots. You do have the Bob here to kind of create some space. I mean, a lot of damage Golden Pants is taking, but this is going to allow Kiwi to get another nano so fast.
I was gonna say, I think you intentionally throw Golden Pants in there to take the damage. It's a nice bio nade. Both Crispy and Kiwi. Bob isn't there. Bob is in, along with a duplicated Winston from Maymon. So Ana is down, and a nano brig will not be long for this world. Portugal seems found their way into a fight win that actually involves ultimates. I'll put the brakes on a 4-minute remaining time bank.
Yeah, Portugal needed to kind of invest pretty heavy, right? So they do there. It's going to be some changes here for Great Britain. This is going to be a pretty nasty comp, Molly, for them to play in, right? I know Zarya, Reaper, and not exactly the friends of Winston here. So a lot of pressure is going to be on Rafa.
Okay, Rafa's not really going to be allowed to exist. I think the mentality is he jumps in, uses this primal, see if he can get one, and then make the swap. Really wants Kai off the map, but angle not panning out. It does throw him into Galini's sightlines, though. Pretty happy with that result, and back to the team.
Yeah, nice play there from Rafa, being able to kind of juggle Kai for a bit. It was like a Suzu that ends up kind of keeping Kai alive, and then do some healing for the rest of the squad, but eventually just kind of gets knocked into the sightlines of the Ashe of Portugal, and now it'll be Portugal's turn, Molly. Maybe to put together some pretty good defenses. This is Tagliani getting really low, able to get back to some healing.
And actually, to use the nano onto the Ashe of all players, that is far from ideal. Yeah, you get Crispy, the Tidal Blast is massive. It's kind of scrappy, all things considered, but Portugal just do not have the numbers in this fight. The Reaper Zarya is such a threat in the front line. Ramon can't do much.
But in the Wuyang, Warrior Guigo is stuck above where Great Britain is at the moment. You kind of see, yeah, he's going to get spotted out. They're going to... Actually, it looks like they have an idea he's there. Kiwi going to look for him, but now they know exactly where this Wuyang is.
The Pulse Bomb did get thrown out too. I like the swaps that Portugal are making, but again, your Wuyang's in the back line. You don't have the healing for Rafa in general, let alone in a Kitsune rush from Kiwi. Great Britain, they want to end this right here and right now. Sleep Dart there on a W Maimon. Let's see if you can send the last message, but this one is as good as over. Great Britain get a full cap with 2 minutes in the time bank.
Yeah, I mean, really good adjustments there from Great Britain. No, I honestly, I mean, I get why. Well, yeah, I get why you use the nano there to kind of try and keep the Ashe alive, but like, that is such a key ultimate for like Winston to get value out of it. I thought Rafa was playing quite well. It's like, if they're gonna kind of round that corner and like commit that hard, to get that kill on it to Tagliani, like maybe use the nano there onto your Winston, let him build up more towards Primal and like kind of keep that fight going, burn some more clock. But Golden Pants coming in for Tread looked really good. 15-1, playing a lot of Winston.
Right. You can ban his Wrecking Ball, but you can still pull out some other picks. It was making it look pretty dang good for the most part, and it just showed some flexibility behind that play. As you see the side switch, though, it seems Great Britain want to stick onto this Winston as they think catch Portugal in some rotations with a very aggressive backline, Ana and ERD together.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage that's going to be out from this Great Britain lineup, right? You're going to have the, even the Ana's at range, right? Illari, Ana, with the Sojourn, and then obviously the focusing beam from Maimon being able to kind of finish players off. Going to be very difficult for Portugal to play against. I wonder if they're going to try and go with this, no speed here for Portugal. Tagliani's going to go back and probably switch to like a Sojourn, I'd imagine. Or an Ashe. Okay, so going to play Ashe here, probably a little bit more comfortable on the hero. But these are heroes like, the Ana, Wuyang, Sigma, like you can collapse on these heroes pretty easy.
Especially on this first point. I mean, the angles you have to fight into are brutal. I mean, trying to line up something for long-range proc damage, not easy. A lot of pressure, I think, onto Karama here to see how much space he can clear. Kind of off in the side angle, and it does force Crispy out into the poke damage of Rafa. It's kind of exactly what we saw happening in Antarctic Peninsula, where Portugal just find these ridiculous shots where Great Britain aren't ready for in the poke side.
Yeah, I mean, you get 2 kills here at the end for Great Britain, but they're not really going to result in much. I mean, Golden Pants gets to a health pack here, so see, he's going to be able to kind of cross this void, but he's not going to be able to live. I mean, this is a fast take here for Portugal. Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit surprised with how kind of Great Britain's defense just kind of crumbled before it even began.
I was going to say, is that like really, really good on Portugal, or Great Britain, where are we standing kind of deal? I think it was a little bit of both, honestly. Just some awkward
probably a bit of both,
positioning.
I'd say.
Yeah, and they do get high ground control at a minimum for the second point.
Yeah, but you have to give Portugal credit, right? They see, you know, where maybe Great Britain is vulnerable, and they're taking advantage of it. And now Great Britain's trying to get some high ground control as Golden Pants taking a ton of damage. Even just trying to get in position there to be able to make a play, as all is get with Mimone and Crispy, though, able to find one.
And he's kind of in there. It's an interesting position, holding out in the small room, but it does make it so Rafa can't really push past that corner. The Winston just kind of vibes, and Kai is taking off players as he sees that he can. Kurama, though, going for a highlight reel play. Almost thought we dropped the pulse bomb, but we'll keep that one for next time. Or, hey, never mind, there won't be a next time. Maimon lurking out the corner.
He's so fast with the focusing beam. Now he's going to actually use the dupe here just to be able to stay alive. Is now going on the hunt on Wuyong, just trying to provide some extra healing now. Maybe do Golden Pants build up toward the title blast here. Is not able to do so. It's going to be the primal rage there. Is Golden Pants inside of a small room. You know, it takes a lot of damage. There's going to be a double stun here onto the Winston. That's the sleep, then the title blast on the wake up. And oh, that's actually brutal timing there, Molly. They end up using the nano on the Golden Pants, but he's got the debuff of the bio grenade. So he doesn't actually get any like benefits of it. It's going to be a Crispy on a flank. Another nice sleep there from Rod as Portugal is able to fight through it.
Rod just pulled the Uno reverse card on Crispy. That's enough for him to swap over to the break, which I think makes a lot more sense. But and the fact that Portugal worked their way through that, again, a bit of silliness from Great Britain, I think, on the place. They still have a chance to recontest, but an anti-slept Winston is a very dead Winston. Don't have another touch, and that'll be the point. Coming on through with only the Bob expended.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map where, you know, can Portugal complete it as well?
They might.
I mean, like, it's definitely possible. I mean, Portugal's looking really good. Rod with, like, a tremendous second part of the map there. Multiple sleeves, big bios coming out from the Ana of Portugal. So, starting to get some signs of life here is Portugal in this series. It looked decent map number 1. Obviously, it ends up in a loss. Maimon, I mean, these are just really nice echo plays that he's making. I mean, nothing some of these players can even really do about it.
And it just hurts. As soon as these shots hit, you're kind of done. Also, Warren Guigo has got to be the most aggressive young guy I've ever seen. This guy is in there constantly. Same with Karamo, which he probably should have left with the rest of his team, but it is enough cushion on the time bank for Portugal to get noticed.
Now, you know, who does this nano go to? Probably Karama here for Rod. It feels like that's where you're going to get the most benefits is Maimon, though, getting ready to try and like almost assassinate a player, right? Sticky bomb, focusing beam. Karama got really low. And that was actually the nano that went onto Karama there, and then like he kind of dies in flight, so doesn't actually get the benefits of it. That is that's brutal there for Portugal. So now not only did you lose your tracer, you lost your nano for nothing.
And that was kind of the engage you're working off of. Instead, it's up to this title blast, which is not as consistent. There's Suzus, there's Bubbles, and a dead Rafa. Like, it was a hard engage and no speed. Get yourself out of that. Kitsune Rush takes care of him. Portugal yet another reset. The executions has been tricky for this team to work through this choke.
Yes, now it's starting to get kind of stalled out here is Portugal. Most likely, even if they were to kind of complete it, they're going to have a worse time. I mean, certainly now, worse time than Great Britain. So, can you kind of get maybe a flux through the choke, right? You know, it's typically like a spot you see where, you know, Karama's fighting would be good to kind of fight against the Echo, but I mean, not when, you know, Maimon is playing this well. You do get a kill there on a Crispy, so no beat available. It's going to be the flux in response. but you do only get golden pants in it, so that's not going to result in a lot. Bob does come in, putting in some really nice damage there from Tagliani on the side.
There we go. I was kind of worried how they would get through that Graviton Surge there, but it works. Kurama, that is not a 1v1 that he wants to take. Maimon not going to give him a choice. What a stick! On to run. Even if the guy's not playing the Echo, he is so much of a threat. He might get another one, but that is a terrible time for a pause to come in. That is so anticlimactic, but hopefully we'll get that figured out shortly.
Yeah, well, we'll figure out kind of exactly like what's going on in game and kind of get back into it. But Portugal got off to a pretty good start on their offense, but it feels like here, Molly, towards the end, that's when they started to really kind of stall out.
A bit of sputtering, and the composition swaps are a really good call from Great Britain. Having to walk with the Sigma into the Zarya has been... it just hasn't been working, and this Echo from Maimon, they're not checking the corners. He's not getting scouted out early and comes up with at least one just by himself every fight. Yeah,
and they're doing a great job like kind of holding that high ground position with Maimon and Golden Pants, right? Like, so if the Tracer come up to like kind of contest it, then you're just gonna like bubble the Echo and like take that fight, right? So they're doing a really nice job of kind of playing from those positions. I'm trying to take a look at the game, seeing like, oh, what's going on? Like, okay, so it looks like we're getting it unpaused here, getting right back into it. It looked like just a brief connection issue. So now that that's resolved, we're just gonna moving on with things as Maimon uses dupe there. I know he's got the Tracer. It's been very like kind of deathmatchy, right? Like back and forth for a little bit now, but no real cart progress. Significant cart progress has come through from Portugal. Maybe here's a window of opportunity though.
I think being in this more open area helps a lot. Like, it opens the time for the poke damage. Kai's in the back line. I don't think they're ready. Oh, never mind. They are so ready for that. Goodbye, Kai. Nano onto Kurama this time. It will hit, and my goodness, does that hurt? He'll find Crispy. There's no Scrappy, no Rafa here. You just don't move cart at all. If you do not have a tank, the spawns are open, and shocker, Maimon in the kill feed.
Yep, Maimon just kind of dominating this game, holding this high ground area as Echo. Kai with the overclock was big in the last fight. Now Rafa's going to go over to the Ramatra. Kurama takes some shots. That's going to be recall right away as Maimon just kind of gets out of that doorway. So now Kurama trying to work this position, or at least hold it for now. Maimon is backed out completely.
I think that's the best part of that play. Yeah, you burn recall, but you sniff out the Echo, make sure your support just don't get assassinated. You do have to use the Tidal Blast on the Ashe, which is far from ideal, and he still ends up dying. When Golden Pants walks it down to the spawn, this is basically last fight with these staggers, a touch. I don't even think it's possible.
Well, I mean, just think about like some of the support usage for Portugal here. Kind of they're trying to use the Nano onto the Tracer, and the Tracer dies before. Then this time using, the Tidal Blast onto the Ashe. Not exactly a high-value target. Nice grab here from Golden Pants. It's actually going to lock them up by the spawn door, and that will be it as Great Britain takes another map.
Yeah, that one, I think closer than many people expected, but still the same mechanical oppression that we expected from this lineup. Maimon and Kai, fantastic map from both of them, and I think the combos on the dive were beautiful. 28 kills across the tanks and DPS, equal contributions.
Yeah.
Do love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, a great game from them. Kiwi with 18k in terms of healing, just doing a really strong job for Great Britain, and just kind of overall some really nice adjustments on them throughout this map. It was fun to see Golden Pants come in, play some Winston here on Numbani, and also like Portugal had their moments. I mean, this is not like a full out just kind of beat down. I think Portugal has had some really nice moments throughout this. There have been opportunities for them to probably even play, better, even better. But the just kind of the experience, I think, for Great Britain, really paying off in this series.
It feels like a very tall mountain for Portugal to have to overcome. But the fact that they do have some of these highlight plays has been a good treat to watch. But and then you see things like this from W Maimon. Like what do you do about that? And I think that's where a lot of the difference is. If you can find the team play, setting up on the angles has been, I think, a really good strength for this Portugal team to kind of catch Great Britain lacking in the ways and get the fight wins that they have, but it just hasn't been nearly as consistent enough. Can't quite get through the ult fights, but they only have one more chance. See if they can push this series further, keep their hopes alive of qualifying for Busan.
Right. So now for Portugal, right, you can go like an escort. You can go circuit if you wanted, maybe. A new Junk City available in terms of like Flashpoint. That's obviously a pretty fan favorite one. We haven't seen really any push today at all throughout EMEA. Yeah. It's just been kind of the game mode that is kind of forgotten about it. So they go circuit, and I think look, try and play Sig if you can. Maybe protect the tank, play Sig, and kind of see what happens.
Yeah, I'm thinking a Ramatra ban is in order. If I had to guess, you got to get the Sig in there. But also I think the Kurama May is still a very good strength for this team. I think he's had at least from an individual perspective, one of the best standout performances for Portugal so far. Great Britain, though, I think will be. You're okay heading this map. It is just one of those. It's just one of those places that it feels solves. The teams know what to do. They know what the rotations are, and how to play it out. So anybody going here, it's gonna be pretty okay with how you actually ended up playing it. Poke damage, though, is going to be key for how Portugal can win these fights out.
And I wonder, if we decide, if we see, any subs here, right? So obviously we had Warrior Guido come in for Dank Pancake, and then also Golden Pants come in, for Tread. I wonder if we see, either of those teams kind of make those subs like on back in, right? Like, does Tread come back in here to play circuit? Do they kind of keep Golden Pants in? Like, kind of what the sub strategy is here. So circuit's the pick. Gonna try and protect Sig, I would imagine. If you are Portugal, I guess you could ban the Ramatra. Maybe you can ban. You can even ban Diva if you wanted. I mean, I would probably ban the Ram, and then kind of see what happens on the other side. Could be like a Mizuki ban for Great Britain at that point, if you wanted to kind of like open up some Diva play, make it a little bit better. Also an opportunity for Great Britain, if they wanted to, is like play Cat Bastion. They wanted to. Sure. Circuit's pretty good for it. Lots of like high ground over the buildings you can fly the Bastion over. If they're playing like a double flex support with like no mobility, and they have a Sig in the mix, like that could be pretty nasty to try and deal with. So look, even though I agree with this map here from Portugal, but it's going to be a lot that has to go right. So Tread does come back in for Golden Pants. So Golden Pants going to protect that perfect win rate here in the qualifiers. So we'll see. At the he won the 1v1 as well, right?
That's true.
He's been on fire. So we'll see if there's the sub for Dank Pancake coming in for Warrior Guigo. That would take us back to the starting lineups for the series, but not sure on that one just yet.
I think Warwick Guigo might stay in just because of the poke nature of this map.
Yeah.
Wuyong is really, really good here. And actually, no, it won't be there. And Portugal don't protect the Sigma. And there it goes. It's gone now.
Yeah, I thought they would. I thought they would want to come here to play Sig, but maybe they're fine with a little Ramatra head-to-head. We'll kind of see, because that feels like what we're gonna get into.
Yeah, and this is usually kind of that poke point. Like I'm just guessing we're getting a Ramatra mirror, unless there's like some other shenanigan that I'm not aware of as of now. This just feels like the Ram is definitely the safest choice. Kurama May, would love to see that come back out for Portugal if they can. But again, I'm a little worried about Kai on the hit scan angle for this. This is kind of the map for those type of heroes. If we can see him start to get cooking there, I do fear for how Portugal will be able to match that in the long run.
Yeah, so now with the Sig gone and Kiri gone, right? So I guess like Portugal came here not necessarily to play Sigma, but more to play double flex support, right? To play like an Alari or something along those lines. But I know those comps also play really well with Sigma, so it seems like they'll be out here for potentially our final map in the set. So we'll see. It looks like at least coming out here, maybe it'll be Great Britain on defense. We'll get a better idea what they're deciding to do off the rip. So for them, I think it's going to be, I was going to say Ramattra,
No.
but I mean...
Don't do it, Tread.
Yeah, it's Ramattra. Yeah. Do they let Kai play some Widow? Yeah, why not?
Ooh.
I mean, hey, Widow, like a Widow Zen here look, so that'll be really interesting as Portugal potentially, I think they're going to match the Ramattra. I think everything else is kind of up for debate and change.
I can't remember the last time I've seen Zenyatta like at this level of play. This is it's been a minute for sure, and if anyone's gonna do it in between Crispy pulling it out and Kai on the Widowmaker, and how do you match that? If you are Portugal, it is a ton of frontline damage into Rafa. I think the Bastion can help change that, but what do you do about Kai with the consistent range advantage? Going for the grapple shot, bit of chip there into Rafa, but it's gonna be that slow burn that we see at the start of Circuit Royale.
So see now Tagliani is gonna opt to not match like a hit scan and gonna go for Bastion, so just raw damage output. Rafa getting stuck behind a Mei wall in a really weird spot. Karama taking some shots there from Kai as well. Crispy is, that damage is going to be pretty serious from the Zen as soon as we swap off, that's going to be Kai with a headshot there.
Maybe he just has, he can't hit the shots if we're watching him. Performance anxiety, there we go. But yeah, I mean, landing one, eventually you peek this guy so many times, he's eventually going to find the shot. And I do like the strategy that Portugal are playing out. All it takes, though, is just Kai being in the right place at the right time, which Crispy, wrong place, wrong time. To say the least, that is not a pick I expected to see going down early, and somehow Portugal managed to do it again in classic Portugal fashion.
And now you lose Rod, so now how seriously can you kind of push on through here as it'll be an infrasight or Kai finds one, has to be so careful. Just the Wuyong damage as well as gonna back up here for just a bit. So the Mei wall does fall, so you will have Orbital Ray available here for Tread to fight in, and Rafa, Rafa ends up using that nano here on the Tagliani. I think it was actually Rod was trying to intend that for Rafa. Rafa was dangerously low.
I don't, there's no way that was meant for Tagliani, and he's down regardless. Rama kind of in there. Maywall at Tread's back. He can't get the support that he needs from the Juno and the Transcendence. Way too late.
Yeah.
Keep him alive. Portugal just gonna clear this first point. 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit late there on the Transcendence. Maybe just trying to hold it for a little bit too long. Had the ability to kind of use it. Now we'll actually see a swap here of Kai over to the Sojourn. So this is I mean, outside of the Zen, right? This is like a comp that you could definitely see, especially with the bands kind of going, this way. Some big advantages, though, maybe for Portugal coming in. It's going to be Blizzard from both sides. That's a nice bio grenade there that connects onto Tread, so no healing is going to be able to keep him going.
I love that Karama. Just put Tread up on a pedestal as a frozen statue to be burned down. Fantastic there. And Portugal are cycling their ultimates. They're finding the wins in more of these macro-based fights, but they have to do it fast if they let these go on. That's where the struggles will start to show as Maymon does pop out the ice block so Kai can swoop in, give him a little bit of a hand with the opposing Mei. Trying to get hit with this Bastion, the Bionade. There's just nothing he can do about it. Especially with Rafa chilling on this objective. No more Annihilation. Doesn't necessarily need it. Gets out that tank. Still gonna go make the nano boost though. I guess it's insurance. Make sure you get the point now before Tread gets back, but he's right around the corner. Swapped over to the D.Va. Kai still finds two in this fight.
And yeah, both supports here.
Trying to stay in, yeah, both supports. There's not a ton for Portugal to work with. If this keeps going, they do not have the health bars to move on forwards. And Tread is still alive, still kicking, and itself has been long enough for almost the entirety of Great Britain to get back to this fight. Orbital Ray is down, and Rafa just falls over Portugal. That one hurts.
Yeah, I mean, so you do back out there for Portugal when the Orbital Ray comes and you lose Rafa. I love the swap here to the D.Va for Tread. No, now with no Sigma on the other side, right? You're not really gonna. I mean, maybe they could play a Mizuki into this if you are Portugal, but I think you know, going up against this Bastion, the D.Va, is gonna pay off so much, as that is a huge fight win there for Great Britain, because Portugal looked like they could have set a really good time.
And they're just not going to get it now. Kai not allowing them to move on forwards. Does give his life for the pick onto the Wuyong. One less support hurts a lot more than one less DPS. Maimon wants to bring the temperature down a tad bit. Great blizzard from him. That's going to throw 3 players back towards the spawn rooms. Portugal had so much space. They were at the door, and now they're just stuck here.
Yes, this is a good spot to actually kind of hold from here. If you are Great Britain, right? You kind of can have like Tread maybe kind of control this area, easily be able to fly back up. And I know you see there, Crispy actually have range. He's been kind of firing these orbs off kind of like through chokes, and that time finds Warrior Guigo. So the Rafa, even with that Discord orb, taking some serious damage on the walk up.
Crispy. Hango Kurama definitely has some fear in him after seeing the Zenyatta pop off before. Being Annihilation out, Crispy does have this Transcendence, but doesn't really have a need to use it. The Discord Orb is enough to just make Rafa back off. You're not going to combo it with the Nano Boost either. Another interesting decision there from Portugal when it comes to support ults, and they're just out of steam. Not even out of steam, they just don't commit any further. Great Britain like, okay, we'll push in.
They're just losing so much HP on the walk up, it feels like, right? That they're not really able to kind of like, you know, get a good fight, or like even get in position to have a good fight. Like, it just feels like every time they walk up, they're just taking so much like damage from whether it be the Zen or, you know, Maimon, the D.Va, like, it just kind of starts to compound on itself, and you're not able to get in position like healthy to actually you know, kind of make a play here for the payload. This one may open it up though, so Kurama does take out Kai, which is quite huge.
And the problem is this is Portal, and Portugal have to come up more. Crispy,
Surge.
perfect. I mean, you don't have the Nano Surge works out though, because it denies the Transcendence, and the payload is still moving. Great Britain flipped the map. They're playing on the spawns, or pretty much everybody else is on the high ground, with the exception of Kurama, and he's happy to just go through and mop up these players. We're gravely out of position. It is overtime. Rafa on this point by himself. Cooldown's back up, but the reinforcements just too far away to make it matter. Be a Transcendence on point, make sure nobody dies, and that might just do it for Portugal here. No more numbers, running out of bodies to just throw at this payload as Kurama gets a little boot to the face there. Sent back home, and Portugal, we stopped just shy of second point.
Pretty decent push there for Portugal. I feel like it's kind of been like the story of their match. It's like, hey, this has been pretty good, but like just not really kind of like enough. We'll see. They can put together a really good defense, but some fun plays there. I know out of Great Britain, fun seeing some Zen in the mix, and I think just that extra damage made it so costly for Portugal to kind of like, you know, cross that gap and get up towards that high ground and be able to kind of like go towards the payload. It's just something they were never really able to kind of fight back through.
No, and that's kind of just the nature of Circuit Royale. That second point, the high ground defender's advantage is brutal. If you don't have a very specific way to get through the choke and avoid that poke damage, just could not happen from the start. I mean, Kurama having a good game. The Tracer swap was, I think, key in clearing the path for the fights that they could take on that hill, but even then the rest of his team was taking a beating in the back line now as Portugal. A very similar look, in fact, the identical look to what they rolled out with on Attack First.
As we'll see, I know what Great Britain decides to do on their offense, if they would like to kind of continue to play the Zen, and I know Zen with the Juno. We'll see. Okay, so it'll be traded on the Orisa. So Orisa can be pretty good and like interrupt the Ramatra, like push the Ramatra back at times, like. One of the tanks you can kind of like stand toe to toe as Spear Spin gets Tread across the gap here.
It'll help. I kind of like the Orisa with the extra poke. You're not as vulnerable if you get May walled, I guess, but yeah. And it does ward you off. It makes sure the Ramatra can't just walk for free onto your team. Great Britain now onto this first quarter. It'll be the Maywall from Rama there. Doesn't get a ton of value though. You're kind of careful if you're Portugal. I mean, Nemesis form is gone. There's a lot of these key cooldowns that are just getting burned before like the full fight can be unleashed from Great Britain. A little more cautious of how they're using them. Like, for example, that wall on the side there. Rafa, he won't be getting out of that one unscathed. If Trent can stay alive, then Great Britain have a chance, but those health bars are so incredibly low. Rama doing his best to help finish them off with Warrior Grigo. Hanging on for the time being. Really just this tank in the front line that they have to find a way to deal with.
Yeah, as Karama actually jumps over the wall there, finds a nice shot onto Kiwi. Is Tread going to get the health pack to make it out? So a real brawl there, in our first fight. So Tread is going to wait. You're going to get a few players back off a spawn. They're going to let Kai farm a railgun here with Crispy, as maybe just trying to find like a sphere there from Tread into a shot from the Sojourn. So see this from Warrior Guigo's POV is does have the title blast, potentially give over towards Rafa, as that's exactly what he does. It's going to be everybody running out of the way. He's not able to find much of anything. It's going to be the Blizzard here used here by Great Britain. You end up losing your tank here for Portugal as Tread finds 2. And this most certainly, Molly, looks like Great Britain. They're going to be able to take this first checkpoint.
Yeah, you're not going to get Rafa back in time for a consistent contest, so better to just set up here on this high ground while you can. Let's committed though. From Great Britain, still have the Terra Surge to combo with, the kitchen sink plus the overclock. If you want to throw that in there.
Look at this position though that Great Britain has, right? They're not going to be able to be as aggressive on the side of Portugal to be able to get down and try and contest that spawn. It's going to be a 1-for-1 here. Tagliani finds a nice kill there onto Kiwi. Is now going to kind of work his way back towards the card, and Crispy in a dangerous spot. Kai's going to OC.
The OC is out, but without Rafa, Portugal, they're standing on
the card's
still
going to continue to go.
Stable. Yeah, they're not they don't have a way to stop the cart though. They're just kind of stuck waiting for Rafa to get back. You don't want to be near Tread at all.
Yeah, Tread's still alive with Maimon, a very dangerous player. Crispy's going to move away from Zen and now come back on Alari. No ultimates available here for either side. It's just going to be this raw damage output here from Great Britain. That may be enough to get them over the line. Karama and Rafa already really low as Warrior Guigo trying to build up towards this title blast.
One fight territory in 3 minutes to do it as well. Portugal, you gotta just stop the payload now. You got nothing in the tank to do it with Great Britain instead sneaking closer. A lot of these tools just blast out onto the Tracer. Grama looking for a play, gets the knockdown with the missiles from Kiwi. Keep Crispy alive, and it's just kind of null and void. There's now a Blizzard up for W Maimon, and you don't have Rod 1% away from the Nano Boost tragedy there for Portugal as the pieces crumble downwards. Great Britain looking to steamroll their way through the remainder of Circuit Royale and have secured their spot in Busan.
Yeah, great game there from Great Britain. We knew that they were a favorite in this group. They come in, that's a pretty spicy Portugal team. They put up a pretty nice fight. I know we're competitive at times, but Great Britain, they take care of business. They 3-0 Norway a little bit earlier in their group. They now get a 3-0 here over Portugal. They set themselves up with just a one game against Germany to decide who gets the number 1 seed out of Group B. As take a look at some of the stats. Tread, really, both tanks, and Golden Bands came in, some really great performances. And I thought, Great Britain showed us a lot of different comps here today, Ash. Different stuff they can go to at, any time.
Yeah, they really did. It's been quite fun to watch, I think, the variety that we've seen from both these teams, the double subs that came in during Numbani, and then I think the Wu Yang that we're seeing a lot here for Warrior Guigo on the side of Portugal. Unfortunately, these swaps just weren't enough for Portugal to take anything on the side from the side of Great Britain, but overall, this is kind of what we expected, right? I think that considering everything and how tall and tough an opponent that Portugal were going to be facing up against here in Great Britain, Molly, Portugal they did make it close, like here and there on some of these maps, and put up, I think, a little bit greater of a fight than maybe we would have originally expected.
I'm pretty impressed with Portugal, I think, all things considered. And just being a team of sort of unknown players in a way. A lot of them are either newer to the competitive scene or have really only played for this Portugal World Cup squad in the past. So seeing them kind of come back and have some good fights, keeping it decently competitive at times was I'm pretty impressed, to say the least.
Yeah, I was pretty pleased with Portugal's performance. We highlighted like a little bit Karama and Rod earlier in the series. I thought both those players played quite well. I think Tagliani had some moments. Rafa, I think they asked him to do a lot, and then sometimes they had some ultimates go sideways that really he could have used and stuff. So I mean, a tough spot to be in. But as like an overall unit, I thought they put up a really good fight against Great Britain. Great Britain would beat a bunch of other teams in this tournament way worse, right? So I think Portugal really kind of flexed a little bit today.
Yeah, they really did, and I think that's part of what we've highlighted for some of these teams in Overwatch World Cup, the opportunity to highlight those individuals who are kind of budding stars within Overwatch. And they made some of those fights close at the beginning, but I think that experience again and veterancy on the side of Great Britain continue to shine through as the series would go on, with how they're able to recover so quickly within those fights. Now, taking a look at our standings here within Group B, you guys already mentioned it, but with this win here for Great Britain, they do solidify that spot to advance all the way to the group stage in Busan alongside Germany, who they will be playing up against tomorrow, Matt.
That's going to be a really good game. I think you're going to see some of these games in the groups, they can feel like some teams are maybe taking it easy, and sometimes that is going to be like a all-out game for both teams to get that #1 seed in Group B. So we have a lot of those tomorrow, where you're fighting for the #1 or #2 seed kind of in your group, and those are going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, they definitely are going to be super exciting. I think that it's just been so fun watching EMEA develop here within Overwatch World Cup. It's kind of cool also that you kind of carry over that EMEA identity into this, into these nation teams, where you're seeing EMEA continuously marching to the beat of their own drum, not really playing into the Cat Bastion meta as often, and just continuing forward with their strengths as an overall region. Molly, when it comes down to your overall thoughts from this series today and what we've seen from Great Britain, how excited are you as well for tomorrow's matchup up against Germany?
I'm really excited. I think it will be it shows two different things. I think where Great Britain seemed to the few weak points that they did have are actually something that Germany is their strength, and I think that's in their overall coordination, team play, macro idea. I think it'll be a very interesting clash of styles between these two teams, especially with Germany leading more towards the Mizuki comps. I would love to see how that would play out. Not even to see, I know Great Britain's good. I want to see how Germany can match up against that.
For sure. I think that also taking a look at the standings across all three of our groups here within EMEA, just want to remind everyone at home where we're kind of sitting right now with this, right? We have 6 matches left in the region tomorrow. We will be determining the final qualifying team within Group C as well in that Spain versus Poland game. And overall, it will also be battles to see who will be the first seeds in each group heading into the Busan group stage, with 5 of our teams now locked in between Sweden, Denmark, Great Britain, Germany, and France. This is a very strong lineup, I feel like, Matt, for EMEA heading into the Busan International stage.
Yeah, and I think look, Group A, obviously we kind of know what that's going to be. C is up for grabs, right? I mean, that's what, Spain versus Poland. I think that'll be a really competitive game to figure out who actually goes to Busan out of that group, right? A lot of the other ones seem pretty set, or at least our 2 teams, just not sure what seed, but Group C will have that really interesting game to see who actually goes.
I think that's kind of the fun part about having all of these tiebreakers within these small groups, is that there is upset potential in a lot of these areas. So Again, that Poland game versus Spain is going to be the big one for tomorrow for sure. Depending on what happens there, I mean, we could even see France be thrown in with the tiebreakers if for some reason we see an Ireland upset. So chaos happening over in Group C, but for the most part, everything else cut and dry.
I think, man, a France-Ireland upset, that would be really crazy stuff, guys.
Let the French fans have some fun. Let them have some fun. Peps has had a rough go. They need this one. All right, let's let France on the way through. Let's get them to BlizzCon.
I feel you. Overall, I think that it's been such like a fun day. Tomorrow is going to be such like an insane day though for EMEA. Like thinking about 6 matches for the EMEA region, man, guys, NA's kind of been coasting. I'm just saying. Oh.
They have. I mean, they've been kind of coasting through. I mean, we have 1 million games tomorrow on EMEA, but at least like each game matters in some regard.
Yeah, they definitely do. When I say coasting, I just mean the schedule. You know, they don't have as many countries to get through when it comes to all of these groups.
Johnny is just kind of, he's just sleeping through it. He's like waking up. He's like, oh, Sweden won. That's great. I'm going back to bed.
He woke up just to check. Yeah. You know, he definitely isn't locked in for later matches. But we do have our interview with Kiwi now after the win here for Great Britain. Gonna get a chance to talk to him super quickly. Kiwi, congratulations on your win today, solidifying the United Kingdom team for OWWC. I know that this is your first time actually playing for the representing for the United Kingdom team here for Overwatch World Cup. How has the ride been so far?
It's been exciting overall. I didn't really expect to get this far, but I'm happy that I am, and I'm ready to show everyone what I can do.
Kiwi, I got to ask, great game today against Portugal. What are your thoughts about that Germany team? They're pretty good. You guys got a game against them left to really determine who gets the #1 spot out of Group B.
I think they are by far like the best team besides us in the group, but we're gonna 3-0 them easily. No chance.
Awesome. Okay. I love the confidence, Kiwi, and we'll wait and see how that turns out tomorrow. But I think kind of the big thing for today was that you have for sure qualified for Busan. I mean, how are you feeling about knowing that you're going to be competing on that stage in South Korea?
I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I look forward to just like seeing all the other teams. Like I want to see Team France and Team Canada because I got a lot of players on there that I know, and I think it'll be fun to just meet everyone and play on stage.
Yeah, I think that's one of like the most fun parts about getting to go to LAN is just actually getting to see all of your competitors in person because it's such like a rare opportunity to do so. We really appreciate the quick interview with us, Kiwi, and wish you the best of luck in tomorrow's match versus Germany. Awesome. Great interview there with Kiwi to just like get his quick thoughts on how he's been feeling here within Team UK. I think again what's pretty awesome is like this UK roster is a bit of like a mix of very experienced players here, Matt, as well as some of these like newcomers within OWWC, and then also just like budding talents within the Overwatch team.
And look, I know when he talked about the Germany match tomorrow, he's like, yeah, they're the other best team in the group, but we're just gonna 3-0 them. Like it's not.
I know,
like,
just
not even like like it's not even. I don't even know why we're even talking about it. Yeah, they're good, but we're just gonna kind of be at another level. So I'm excited for that. I know we'll kind of see. And look, if Great Britain beats them that bad and like it's another level, I think that's a great sign for their chances to advance to like BlizzCon, right? And how they would do in Busan.
It really does feel like that in Great Britain, I think top 2, top 3 team coming out of EMEA alongside Sweden, maybe Denmark thrown in that mix. That'll be another game to watch tomorrow. Will be the Sweden-Denmark one as well to see how that goes. But I think that when we see like the confidence that Great Britain has, it's not without something to back it up. They absolutely have the gameplay and the talent.
Yeah, they definitely do. We have some banger matches on deck for tomorrow to determine the seeding here for the top 2 teams in each group. But for now, I actually got to say goodbye. That's all from me, myself, Matt, and Molly here on the EMEA OWWC broadcast. We do have Americas following shortly, though, after a quick break, where you guys will be joined by Jaws and Johnny. So don't forget to follow us everywhere on Overwatch Esports, and stay tuned for the Americas side of the World Cup.
All right. Put down your beverage of choice. It is time to get into some more Overwatch World Cup action. This time in North America. Me and Johnny are going to lead you through this one. Johnny, I'm feeling very large today in this frame. There's normally 3 of us here, but there's...
I think we're pretty equal sized. I wouldn't be too self-conscious about it.
Not in real life.
And I definitely don't think the viewers would have noticed unless you actually pointed it out to them. So...
Okay, well, that was a mistake. You know, I sent... Tokyo just gone. I sent my grandfather a picture of me and you on the desk, and he was like, that guy looks 10 feet tall next to you. I'm like, yeah, everything.
Yeah, a lot of that. Me doing the desk with Zoe and Ash. Yeah, a lot of that.
In this frame, we are the similar heights.
We're the same.
Johnny's. We are the same. Tell you what isn't the same, though. This format, well, actually, it is kind of the same as last week. We're still in the group stages, Johnny, the online qualifiers. 4-team round robin. All matches, obviously, are going to be a first to 2. But the important thing here is the top 2 teams in the group stage will end up advancing.
Yeah, first to 3 matches, giving all the teams a chance to really get a proper series going and get a good chance of qualifying, of course. So 2 groups here, like you just pointed out, with 2 teams advancing to Busan, to LAN, which is a huge deal for a lot of these teams that obviously they don't maybe have the best opportunity to compete in OWWC, like really top-heavy competition there with these established teams, right? Here with the World Cup, you and your friends from any given country can turn up and have a chance to qualify for an actual LAN and show up in Korea. That's an amazing feat for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, it being in Busan too, I think I spoke about it last week, but a pretty historical place, Korea in general for esports, but Overwatch esports especially. We're thinking back to Apex days, but we had a World Cup stop as well in Korea quite a few moons ago. Canada, USA, Johnny, Group A and Group B, they're on top right now. Canada is sitting at 6-1. USA, that's map score, obviously, not they haven't played that many games. They're 2-0 right now. USA is currently sitting at a 1-0. Both teams looking like they're gonna just steamroll through the group. They are the stronger teams, it feels like. But there's some up-and-comers here, as we see some of the highlights from last week.
Yeah, I think Canada and USA were always going to be the favorites to advance from their respective group. But what I love about the World Cup is that a lot of these teams are fairly evenly matched when you look at the other teams with a chance to qualify. And so in any given of these groups, yeah, they're fighting for that second place spot realistically in Group A or Group B. But yeah, Colombia, Puerto Rico, Brazil in Group A, going into this World Cup stage, I would have said that any of these 3 teams have a good chance of actually qualifying for LAN, right? And we've seen a lot of different players, a lot of different teams pop up with different identities. I can't wait to watch more Elemental Guy later today. You just know that Genji's gonna come out, and it's not really a hero we get to see in OWCS, but here in the World Cup, a Genji player can come out big time for a country.
Yeah, notorious Genji player on ladder, mind you, Elemental Guy. Yeah, is Genji good right now, Johnny? I don't think
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. It can win games. You don't need to be perfect here. You don't need to be perfect.
It's clearly doing work for
top
Elemental
2
Guy.
seeding. Yeah, I mean, facts, of course. Of course you're going to put Elemental Guy on the Genji. Now, Group A, Canada, Colombia, Puerto Rico, Brazil. Brazil right now are in the lowest place. They are currently sitting at 0-2. The likelihood of them going through is basically 0 at this point, unfortunately. Puerto Rico and Colombia, those 2 teams 1-1 right now. They are fighting for that number 2 seed coming out of Group A.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, so if I'm wrong here, the admins can yell at me on Discord, but I think Canada is pretty much through because the tiebreaker is going to be head-to-head record. Because Canada are 2-0, they are guaranteed to have that head-to-head win against either Colombia or Puerto Rico. And so it's really just Colombia and Puerto Rico who are battling for one of those qualifying spots. And Canada going to head-to-head against Puerto Rico later today. That will be a really tough matchup for Puerto Rico. Colombia should have a better time against Brazil, but we'll see at the end of the day what it kind of looks like.
A top 2, and then you just got to fingers crossed you don't face Korea or Saudi in round 1 when you go to Busan. Obviously, Group B not as kind of push forward there. We've only had a few matches. We've only had 2? Chile, Argentina, with Chile winning 3-1. USA versus Mexico. USA winning 3-0 there. Don't forget as well, obviously the live events in Busan. It's not that far away. We are in June, I know, kind of a shock already. We're halfway through the year, Johnny. But 21st and the 23rd of August is Busan. But finals, BlizzCon, boom, Anaheim, we're so back. September 12th to the 13th. That's the live event at the end of the year. Yeah,
I can't wait. I love BlizzCon so much. I just need to take these 5 seconds to say that I don't know if you were that person, But back when I played so much WoW, I still play a lot of WoW. Like every BlizzCon, I just browse like MMO Champion to get all the latest news from all the panels and stuff, and like go crazy, nerd out about BlizzCon. I love it. I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. There's a whole lot of history there too in terms of Overwatch Esports. So yeah, it's going to be a good time. Let's have a look at the schedule though for today, Johnny. Canada versus Puerto Rico. You already kind of teed that one up. USA versus Argentina. Colombia versus Brazil. And Mexico versus Chile.
So many great matches to come, really, because I've really grown to become a fan of like at least a couple of players on each of these teams, and I'm just looking forward to all of these. Typically, you know, the house stats, like, oh, what match are you looking forward to the most? I'm pretty certain I look forward to all of these matches. Like, I think they're all going to be quite entertaining, and you can earn drops along the way, Jaws, so what's not to love?
Dude, so true, so true. We got some new viewer incentives for you. I'm sure most of you connected your accounts already, but we've got a 60-minute 121 to 180 to 40. Some icons, some sprays. The watch party spray stands out, and then the esports loot box at the very end. Plus some Battle Pass tier skips actually thrown in there too, which is always good. Yeah, that's over the course of today and tomorrow. We've still got more games to play. Need to finish out that Group B. I mean, we've only played a couple of games. But first, Canada versus Puerto Rico. Canada looked good, Johnny. They're 2-0, only lost a single map, and that was against Brazil. Brazil, unfortunately, pretty much mathematically out, like you mentioned there. But yeah, this match, it looks signed, sealed, and delivered, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Puerto Rico, they got to come in clutch in this one and take down a Canada team that's look really strong. And I think McChicken is the go-to here, Jaws.
McChicken.
We're looking towards McChicken to pop off. Jono as well has brought in some of the Cat. We're seeing Lucio Kiri as the favorite preferred heroes for the backline. But Jetpack Cat could very much come in clutch for this team as well. So I'm looking out for Jono right there. But McChicken, Talisman, I think a really strong damage duo for Puerto Rico here. And so if the upset is to happen in this match, then I'm looking to McChicken to come in clutch.
McChicken, you got to pull it out. The Cat Bastion has been super good for a lot of teams, even in OWCS. So yeah, we'll probably see a little bit of that today. We saw a lot of like double flex support from Canada. Obviously, Cal can play pretty much anything. Pretty good player too on the Arda. We saw some of the highlights there at the very beginning. They also rocking the Ilari too, which has been quite fun.
Yeah, you love that. Ilari main.
Double flex.
Okay, I'm going to call you out. I'm going to call you out. Before the show, Jaws was on his own Wikipedia page and was like, Ilari is my third, preferred
I was
hero
like, when have I ever
roster.
played BAP? Why is BAP one of my... I mean, I did play a lot of BAP in like Perma BAP matter, to be fair, but that makes sense.
So this is a perfect team for you because, like you said, they like to play. They can play some of that. Cal, Jake nerded out about Cal last week. Just like I want to see more Cal. I love watching Cal play, and so Cal come in clutch with some of that Ana gameplay, of course. And I think Canada with that, because they're playing this slower approach with like the Ana, the Ilari, like they just pick these teams apart. Like they're just gonna sit back, take good angles, and just poke these teams down before the enemy team realistically has a chance to contest the objective or really get to that backline of Canada. And so the question for Puerto Rico here today is, can they take down that double flex support duo of Canada if they decide to bring it up?
Yeah, it's going to be real tough. Let's look at the decider. Yes, if you've only just joined us or like this is your first day watching World Cup, there is a deathmatch 1v1 to decide like the seeding and who gets map pick first, who gets ban first kind of thing. But that's, you know what? McChicken, the DPS player playing the BAP, the only character that the DPS players can play on support, I believe.
Well, really? Is that...
Me when I trade labs. And
maybe.
Die when I'm trading labs.
This is skillful right here. This is peak ability usage. Gotta make the lamp at the right time. McChicken kiting away. Oh!
Shot his toes. Look at this.
Well, the support player won.
Yeah, I mean, you're not living that down if you're the support main losing against the DPS on your, like, support
hero. The slow-mo is killing me. It's like one of those Call of Duty, like, play of the game kind of thing.
the kill cam, yeah.
The kill
play
cam.
of the game, kill cam.
Yep.
Dude, yes. Canada won that one. There you go. And they end up picking Ilios as the first map. I did, by the way, just to point it out, Johnny, I did let everybody know that we should change this to a Torp Hammer 1v1. So hopefully in the future we'll get that one locked in, because
I mean,
that is a true test of skill, the Torp Hammer 1v1.
our talent team has so many different opinions. You want a Torb one-on-one. Jake is like, how do we make this as skillful as possible? Like,
no, bro. Yeah, have a Torb Hammer 1v1.
I'm not gonna spoil it what he wants, but you know, it's a clear opposite of Torb during 1-on-1.
He wants just hit scan players shooting each other. That's it. Like he just wants a widow or something. I just know it. I just know it.
No, that's putting words in his mouth. Let's not do that. He's a fellow friend of ours. I'm not going to spoil the idea, but it's not Tor 101, that's for sure. Okay. You do love the hammer kills.
Well, it should be, and I'll be. I'm sure the chat's behind me on that one. Let's have a jump onto Ilios though. Looks like Cal's Ana is getting banned out here, which is a little bit disappointing. So maybe a little less Ana play here for Canada, which means maybe a little Jetpack Cats, but Malga on the other side, which Puerto Rico have liked to play. They like playing Malga.
Yeah, they have done indeed. I feel like Ilios is the one map where I'm like, okay, I'm looking Ana. Like if Ana's available and I'm queuing support, like I'll lock in the Ana. And then inevitably miss my sleep darts and get decent value out of the nades. But getting the Ana out of the way, I think that's a bit of a relief for Puerto Rico, not having to deal with that long-range kind of threat here. They can close things in a little bit.
Not sure Chain minds playing the Wrecking Ball either, to be fair, so bit of a fast comp. Cal on the Alari, Graveyard on the Juno. Yeah, and Astra on D.Va. They got False, obviously, in the support lineup for Team Canada, which is always quite exciting. That's fine. She's fine. She's just got opinions. About Wrecking Ball. And about D.Va. She's really popping off, huh? That's crazy. Solo cast while Siri calms down. Because she sees Wrecking Ball versus D.Va on Ilios well. Oh, not well, sorry. Lighthouse. Race is also going to be on the Reaper. Easy kill onto Talisman though. A little 1v1 duel. You'll love to see that. Astro loses mech, however. Even though Suzu came in a little bit late. Wrecking Ball doing work there with the counter slam.
Canada's playing a pretty interesting DPS or support duo here rather with the Kiriko and the Alari. She's just trying to buy enough time right now as to capture the objective already. But Chain also working on the Wrecking Ball, Josh.
Yeah, nice little kill on the Kiri on the side though. Nox just ends up picking up the kill on the support. Pressure on the point now. This is where Razor needs to be to stop Chain getting away with anything. A boop off of the high ground as Talisman rejoins the rest of his squad. As a very messy, sloppy start to the round. Does mean Canada get the lead, at least early on, with Razor stalling out with a shift. And Astra is back somehow. No cap for Puerto Rico.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big question for Puerto Rico, is just like how do they kind of dislodge Canada, right? Big slam comes in here onto the backline of Canada, but they're keeping themselves alive for the time being. Astro doing a great job just contesting the objective. Mines coming out here.
Have you ever seen Mines in like the hot tub area before in your life?
Really wanted to support players. They have to rotate around now. This is a lot of time ball.
Back up. Yeah, I mean, Puerto Rico should in theory cap the point, but you got D.Va and Reaper, like, they can stall for quite a long time. Nice little Suzu, a rush in front of the point as well to use. A teleport into the back line for Razor, shooting the Lucio in the back of the head as Noxious finds the coach gun kill onto Chain off the map.
I can see that happen. The boop is not to be underestimated. Maybe? Come on. Yeah, exactly.
Slam. Yeah, all right. Fair enough.
Yeah, you sound awfully surprised, but come on. We've all been there.
It's a rare one. Players. Ash just never played right now, so rarity.
This is going to be so frustrating for Puerto Rico because you probably, especially if you're a Chain, you feel like you're doing so much work and it's not resulting in anything because Astra is kind of sitting on the point. And Canada has 4 ultimates here with 80% already in their favor.
Sound like a Wrecking Ball main there. I'm just doing so much, guys. I'm doing so much. Well, Cow's going to pop this Captive Sun. Soundbarrier ends up coming in for Puerto Rico. Hits 2 players. They are kind of grouped up in Mega Health Pack right now, but Astro kind of chunking down that overhealth real quick. There's going to be rushing the point after the quick teleport there from Anderp. There's McChicken trying to find his bearings on the point, but it's Razor right behind him. Every single moment someone tries to touch, Razor is on top of them. Nice little boot kill though for Jono. Takes care of the Reaper as the self-destruct on the point is going to clear the Lucio away. Overtime still ticking as Chain makes his way back to the fight, kills the little Alari pylon, and the boop onto Cal too. Cal's already got a kill though, so it's all good. The trade was worth it. Puerto Rico with no supports. Mine's up in a couple of moments, but it's Astro booping the ball off the point.
They're still stalling. McChicken's going to come back with Talisman here with ultimate, so maybe they can pull this one off.
Yeah, maybe. Razor from the high ground, but McChicken. Deadliest high noon of all time. Instantly dies. No skulls acquired. There's the mines on the point. Razor gets booped up into the skies, but quickly jumps into the Wraith form. As Puerto Rico, Johnny, they've actually managed to cap. Canada finally let it go.
They actually capped. Now they got a chance to defend the objective here, of course. Talisman need to stay alive here. You can't start losing members because Canada is immediately going to punish you. So Puerto Rico need to stabilize here.
Just ended up teleporting away there, but not after they ended up taking a headshot, sending him pretty low. And Astro with the follow-up, just kind of cowering on the point, using the mines for a little bit of sanctuary. As Shane, again, continues to just do so much on the ball. Oh, my goodness. Eventually kills Razor, too. This is like pure Wrecking Ball gameplay right now from Chain. Like picking up people randomly across the map and then instantly like almost teleporting on the Wrecking Ball to the other side to pick up another kill. Beautiful stuff from Chain from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, honestly, this is peak Wrecking Ball, like you said, where it feels like you're doing a ton the entire game, and then you don't get any value for it until this very moment where Chain is finally getting some objective time as well for all his hard work. Nice put in the backline again. Aggressive sound from Jono.
Woo! Okay, that's how you turn the tides. Unfortunately, though, Canada do sneak the point away, so you're not gaining any percent right now. Surely they don't. Oh, they touched. Oh, my goodness. 3 heart attacks were felt in the audience just then. Chain ends up, unfortunately, on the wrong end of the stick here. Razor on the point with the rush and the Death Blossom shut down by Chain. He's doing the mostest for the team, but unfortunately this whole time Canada had the point, so they weren't actually gaining percent, sadly. So, you know what, Chain? You've earned those mines, buddy.
Chain is dominating so hard that I'm like questioning, is he like stealing the kill feed frags here, or is he actually doing this much work?
I think he's actually doing that much work, genuinely.
Chain is just destroying everybody, just racking up the kill feed right now. And they have a lot of ultimates to go. This is like last fight and they gotta rush.
Got a rush. They got mines. They got High Noon, which is probably going to get 0 kills. Taliban's though behind already. An early Suzu, and Chain does it again. I'm telling you, man, this guy can't be stopped on the Wrecking Ball. The rush is going to get used too as Chain barrels his way towards the point. Razor was there for the touch. Mines available. Captive Sun 2 for Cal. Canada have to get it popping at some point, Johnny. Please, Canada. What's going on? This Captive Sun has to hit something. It doesn't end up connecting with McChicken in the backline there. It explodes. Told you the High Noon would get nothing. Unfortunately, a very useless ult in these comps with everyone being so quick. Canada now trying to again put themselves on the point. It's now Bob there playing Minesweeper as tragedy has struck Puerto Rico as Chain has to get out to get the mega health back. Goes back in for another touch, but now has to deal with Bob. Eventually, Bob is going to bid himself adieu. Ends up getting off of the map, and well, Chain eventually dealt with this. Canada clutch up the round. Heartbreak for Puerto Rico. It's sitting at 99%.
Yeah, it definitely was. And that last fight, it's just not how Puerto Rico wanted it to go, because as that Captive Sun and the Deadeye is ongoing and McChicken goes down, Chain actually draws...
I'm sorry, Johnny. Chain is 16-2. 6.5k damage.
I mean, he's doing it all right now. Fragging out. It's everywhere at once. I mean, look at the damage as well. 6,500.
Crazy.
Next up is McChicken with 4,700. But going back to that last fight, Chain drops his mines on the point as that whole thing goes down with the Captive Sun. And I actually think that, you know, especially because you have the objective, it's overtime, the enemy team has to contest, not getting more value out of those mines at a pivotal time. I think that's a little bit disappointing for Chain there. So Puerto Rico just lose out that very first round on just the slightest of hairs.
Hey, it was close though, and that's the important thing. Chain switching over to Sigma. Now this is a comp. This is we are going to play in cage and then hopefully TP onto the backline. Unfortunately, both supports for Canada have teleports, so a little bit tougher than you'd expect.
This is like the opposite of what I expected Ilios composition to be.
He was playing ball a second ago, and I'm like, wait, Sigma now?
Hey, it's powerful. Mizuki heals. It's good.
Yeah, lot of AoE healing. No Lucios to be found. A blessed day for flex support players everywhere. All right, point's going to get contested here. Puerto Rico very good at contesting, mind you. Good at kind of sticking on the point, on the corner with Sigma. Going to be up to Astro. And even Razor, right? Kind of TPing behind, hopefully creating a bit of pressure, but yet to be seen.
Here they go.
So now he's trying to kind of go for it.
Oh. McChicken's won. Susu was forced, but Puerto Rico staying alive for the moment.
Yeah, they are. Chain doing, again, kind of the mostest on Sigma right now. On the point already. Astro just bullying him off, and there it is. Canada with the cap.
Yeah, Astro doing a ton of work on the Diva so far. I believe someone is pushing around for Puerto Rico here. Chain's going to get a pick on the cow. Deadeye. It's a lot of damage onto McChicken.
Yeah, so much. But Noxious. Noon eaten. Nice grasp there from Chain. They're trading fairly well here, but Chain's going to have a tough time sticking on the point, especially with Andov now dead. There's the teleport. Chain's end up coming in, helping with the kill onto Astro. Self-destruct popped as well. Sanctuary comes in. Oh, they've locked him in. Oh, Chain couldn't escape the self-destruct. Unfortunate stuff there for Puerto Rico. They've lost that fight fair and square. Canada actually end up switching over Razor to this Farah too for the next fight.
Yeah, and because of Chain, we've spent a lot of time talking about Puerto Rico, but Canada has played this Ilios essentially perfectly so far, and they're taking these angles so well, ensuring that they have the positional advantage onto this point. And Razor over on this Farah, that's just going to mean even more poke damage coming the way of Puerto Rico, who are, you know, pretty stacked up with this Sigma.
Oh, McChicken. So close, taking a couple of directs there and dying instantly. Nice little wall to start off the fight. Razor 1 HP.
Okay.
The silver bullet. Wow, just the silver bullet damage at the very end. Killed the Farah. Good stuff. Puerto Rico. Only a single ult invested too there. That's economical.
Yeah, that's what you need. Try and bring this round back here. Want to see them try to make some plays with this Symmetra as well. Can't really sit back with this composition. You need to do some proactive plays to try and pick off Canada as they're setting up all these wide angles. You can see Farah onto that coast side as the rest of the team is navigating on the left-hand side. Good center rush, drop.
Look at the flux too. They've already got the Kiri. She didn't end up using that Suzu, but survived Sylvan Hotel. So Cal will end up teleported away. McChicken on this high off angle right now. Got to be scared of this boot, but doesn't matter if you just hit a headshot like that. Good kill onto Razor. A solo kill and a teleport back as well to safety. Puerto Rico in a good spot to win this fight.
That's what I'm talking about. What a great teleport play with McChicken to pick out that Farah that took the wide angle. And now Puerto Rico, 45% and counting. They're going to get this Kitsune Rush up in just a second as well. Keep making plays like this, and Puerto Rico, a good chance here.
Barrage in 10 for Canada. High noon pole from McChicken. Will this be more successful? Okay, McChicken doesn't instantly die again. Oh, TP across, TP back. Okay, being a little smooth with it. And now looking the way of Razor again, who's just jumping over the top 1 HP. Ends up going down mid-barrage. Nice cancel from Chain. Even better damage from McChicken there, setting up that kill. It's still McChicken in the kill feed, or at least it should be. Chain with a couple as Puerto Rico end up using the rush and killing Astro's mech too, forcing the jump into the well. As a team kill, practically. Oh, well.
No.
Okay,
no.
Okay, bro. Well, whoops.
Come on now. I mean, all right. It happens.
It's okay. Quick reset.
Hanzo, Farah, it happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Hang on, Canada have switched over to their own Sig. Not happy with the Diva, clearly. As they kind of closing in on 99. Graveyard's got Sanctuary, but that's the only real ult they have to survive against Puerto Rico's damage here.
Yeah, the Sanctuary can be really powerful, though, if used at the right time. Both teams just trying to build some ultimates for the time being.
I mean, the wall's going to be the big factor here for Puerto Rico. 85%. There's the Sanctuary aggressively used here from Jonos. He jumps straight in. In fact, double Sanctuary on the point right now. They do end up trading. Astro rotating those shields. Hits the rock on the wall. Doesn't hit Talisman. Beautiful deployment time there from Puerto Rico. This should be the round just over with and done. Astro is the only one anchoring the point at that time, as Puerto Rico can't get it done on the Wrecking Ball, but get it done on the Sigma in the second round.
And the Symmetra was the big difference maker, making life really difficult for Astro, both on the Diva and on the Sigma as well. I mean, the tanks have been the story of the game so far. Astro, the Diva play, has been really strong to start off this map, but as you can see, Chain just keeps racking it up on the Sigma there as well. But this Symmetra gameplay is just thrown Canada off guard a little bit there. See how they can make any adjustments going into Ruins here.
23-3. Chain
This is
might
what I
be
love
him.
about the World Cup, Jaws. This is what I love about it. You just,
Yeah.
individual players just pop off, and you get to know some of these players that don't necessarily see in OWWC as much. Like Chain just popping off on Wrecking Ball against Canada. Okay, love to see that.
Yeah, you do get these players that maybe don't have international recognition, or like haven't had the chance to even be in like OWCS, right? So it's a big opportunity for players to kind of make a name for themselves, and then also hopefully find success after that. And you know what, Chain looking good so far.
So low.
Point unlocked, but yeah, unfortunately they're just getting spammed. Yeah, goodbye, Chain. Unfortunately, stuck in the rock animation there. Noxious with an easy kill.
Kind of got stuck indoors. still have this Symmetra, so you'd like to pivot somewhere. But like, if you don't get a good teleporter first time around, as Chicken is still alive here, you're really just caught in the middle of nowhere, like Puerto Rico was just then. I think on a round like like maybe you have an easier time kind of like flanking around here. On Ruins, it's way more like linear map as McChicken goes down to some more spam, and Puerto Rico really struggling to kick off this specific round here, goes.
Spam comps, how much do you like him out of 10?
Is that an actual question?
Yeah, what else would it have been? No,
I don't know.
State.
Sometimes commentators just be saying stuff.
I
like poke comps. So like,
that's facts,
I wasn't prepared to have a philosophical conversation about how much I like poke comp. I like poke, but I like Chain's Wrecking Ball even more.
Yeah, I like this a lot more. Just get in there, close that gap. Make sure McChicken doesn't die to spam randomly to Razor. Razor's so close to Barrage, by the way, too. And in fact, he just got it as soon as I said that. You can thank me for that one. All right, Chain. You got to get in with the slam. You got to basically force Cal Graveyard to hit teleport so Talisman can kind of capitalize. They're going to use this rush to actually surge forward now. Canada paying its heathens, though, as they're doing a backing up. Talisman actually the shortest teleport of all time, they're calling it. Nice little TP. Does manage to get out as they're too afraid of the overclock at this point, Johnny.
Yeah, Puerto Rico, it's going to be a tough time nonetheless. You've dominated on the Wrecking Ball so far, but like, who do you really dive on? It's going to be the Pharah for the time being.
What a slam! Okay, yeah, ends up killing Razor, deletes that ult from the game, can't use that until he returns. They joined him trading though, which is a little unfortunate. And now McChicken, time to shine on the high noon. And now everybody from Canada backing up. Can Puerto Rico come back in? Doesn't look like it though. A lot of space is created. Astro does not let that point go over. A good rock actually sends Talisman to 1 HP. Picked up by Noxious and the solo flux. Pure disrespect from Astro. As Shane comes back in for the final hurrah. Gets shut down. Barrage not required. Canada 2-1 on Ilios. Pick up the first map.
Yeah, the round kind of got away from Puerto Rico. Obviously favoring Canada's poke-heavy style there on Ruins. So bit of a disappointing way to end that Ilios, but overall, you know, good signs from Puerto Rico. Got some things going on both Lighthouse and Well, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Canada popping off once more. Noxious kind of quietly doing really well on hit scan. Obviously, you have a lot of room to operate that entire round, essentially 17 and 8, 16,000 damage. That's the highest in the lobby right there.
Yeah, real nice. Yeah, Chain racking up 3 deaths on that last round. That was more than the first 2. Oh, sorry, it doubled his first 2 rounds. Ooh, that was the coach gun. Dang. Yep. That was real nice. Yeah, the coach gun, especially with the little perk there, was a little crazy. I would agree with you, Johnny. Puerto Rico, good signs here for the team. Regardless of this kind of result here, we're expecting Canada to do very well. We're expecting them to roll the group realistically. But even Puerto Rico taking maps, I think that's a really good standard 2 set for the team. And I think you can be happy. Or, well, okay, it was a round, not a map, but you get what I mean. I think you can still be happy with that going into the later maps. We'll see how they end up picking and banning as well. I think Chain's actually going to be fairly hard to ban against. So maybe they just target the DPS.
Yeah, I mean, they have 2 kinds of compositions to go to, right? If they want to play this Wrecking Ball, they can try to force that, whether it's on a Servos or something like that, or you can slow things down with the Sigma. This is obviously a crucial match for Puerto Rico because they essentially need to win and Brazil to beat Colombia for their best opportunity to qualify out of their group, right? And so you're already down 1-0, but don't get it twisted. Puerto Rico, a lot of pressure on them to perform here.
Don't get it twisted, he's saying. Yeah, Brazil are 0-2. They did end up taking a map off of Canada, so, you know, there's a chance here for Brazil to play upset over them. We'll see if Colombia, obviously, end up taking that match against Brazil a little bit later. But look, Puerto Rico, going by these kind of comps, I think with the Wrecking Ball especially, it has gotten a lot harder to play the Wrecking Ball comps with the addition of Mizuki, because the chain is kind of crazy against Wrecking Ball. It is very good at locking people down, and then also with how supports have been trending as well, just in like hero design and stuff, they're so nimble these days. You really have to have like an all-in comp, and we're not seeing something like a Tracer either being picked. So it's tough for Chain. But he was doing a lot, to be fair, even if it was just him and like a Reaper diving. Looks like we're going to go to King's Row for our next map. That's Puerto Rico's pick. That's no Wrecking Ball here. It's probably going to be chained back on the Sigma, if I had to guess.
Yeah, pretty interesting pick, because Puerto Rico, they haven't played King's Row so far in this group, despite having every opportunity to pick this map. And so we kind of see what they got in store for this one. Maybe they got to read on a bit what Canada can do as well, and just feel like King's Row is the superior map for them here. But yeah, Wrecking Ball, not the best. King's Row is not the best map for Wrecking Ball. I think you're right about that analysis, Jaws.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I put my hardest work. I put my finest minds into that analysis. All not good on Kings.
Jetpack Cat?
It has, yeah, it is possible. It's very, very strong on this map, to be fair, with especially with like playing around hotel and stuff. So we haven't seen it just yet. Let's have a look at the standings thus far. Puerto Rico and Colombia, like I mentioned, both 1-1 right now. So Colombia, as they're sitting at a 0 map diff 2, they have a slight edge over Puerto Rico. They do need things to go right today. If they do end up losing, they need Brazil to hit a clean sweep, honestly. That would be like the ideal scenario for them to come out as second in the group. Group B, obviously, we haven't played that many games. We've only played 2 so far. So we have a grand total of 4 still remaining, played over the course of today and tomorrow, obviously.
Yeah, still a lot to learn from Group B later on today and see what teams are looking the strongest. Even United States, you might look at them and say, okay, well, they went 3-0 against Mexico. But honestly, it was a really entertaining series throughout. And Mexico showed a lot of teeth in that series, a lot of different compositions. They played quite proactively, aggressively, put USA on their back foot. And so I'm looking forward to see what Mexico can bring to a team like Chile later on today.
Yeah, it'll be a fun one. I think that group's really good one to look at. USA, obviously, just kind of sweep there. I don't think they'll even drop a map. I mean, the USA World Cup roster is so scary, man. I mean, they've got Tree and Zera from Liquid. They have Hawk Infected. Like, they have, and then they have 3 supports. So, like, USA are, like, stacked head to toe. This is like we want to win again. Can't quite run it back. Saudi won it last time, but we want to run it in World Cup, and we want to take it to the finals again. They've only won it once so far. It has been a Korean-dominated scene for the longest time at this point. Saudi, obviously, with a big kind of upset the previous World Cup, Johnny. So USA, they're building a team to win this time around.
I mean, we had an interview with Infected after the series, and Infected said, like, oh, we just started scrimming like the day before. And so I think they're quite comfortable here in the online qualifiers. They're looking forward to Busan, obviously, a bit more pressure to actually qualify to BlizzCon from there. But like you say, USA, they should be looking at a top 4 finish come the finals at BlizzCon.
Minimum. Hold them to it. Puerto Rico with the first ban. They're going to ban Farah and a Kiri ban for Canada.
Okay, I'm interested if this Farah maybe just as well, gets that out of the hands of Razor, but also protects maybe like the Symmetra or something like that for yourselves, because I do think that Puerto Rico, they showed some good heads-up play with that Symmetra at times, especially on that well round. And so if they can kind of replicate that on King's Row here, channel their best Twisted Minds performance, maybe there's an opportunity here to equal the series.
There's a big opportunity. I was just Puerto Rico's World Cup roster. I was just peeping the 2023, because that's the last time they ended up playing World Cup, or one of the only other times. And there's a couple of returning players, obviously. We got Anderp and Talisman. But Anderp was playing, he's a flex this time around, can play a little bit of everything, but was playing DPS primarily in that 2023 World Cup, which feels like a lifetime ago.
Roles here and there, like I'm a support player now. I don't play tank that much, so
really,
that's just.
What, you playing on support? You play Lucio?
Yeah, I like to chill, I'm in my 30s now. I like to chill, I'm not. I leave the Tracer for other people. Like, I'm not going to be playing Tracer, so I like to sit back. I like the Lucio, I like the Mizuki, those kind of heroes, like I'm not stressing too much. And so
you're chilling on Mizuki. He's quite high APM.
Yeah, I think Mizuki is quite chill. Like, yeah, use the Dole, push forward, try to get some frags here and there, but for the most part, Mizuki is pretty chill. You got the aura healing, It's not like
that's true, yeah.
You're just like handing out packs, like that's crazy.
I was thinking the flail. just going crazy.
Yeah, that too.
Speaking of going crazy, look at this. Viewership incentives. Oh, no way. You've got some drops on your screen right now. I'm sure a couple of you have earned them already from the EU stream a little bit earlier on. But you can still earn them here, as well as tomorrow with some more games. EMEA and America's rounding out the online qualifiers. We're kind of, it feels like we're barreling through this in a way, Johnny, with these online qualifiers, because Busan only a couple of months away.
So much Overwatch.
It's in August. I mean, there is a lot of it. That and OWWC, yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, we were just in Japan, and we got the mid-season championship coming up. We got Busan, qualifiers, BlizzCon. Like, it's just, it's kind of like a shock to the system that we have so many Overwatch tournaments and broadcasts going on. And so, you know, the more Overwatch, the better for everyone.
Yeah, don't forget as well, you can support your region and your teams as well going to the World Cup. So we've got the crowdfunding bundles. So when you purchase some of the bundles, you get, well, a little bit of that money goes towards the kind of overall prize pool as well, which is fantastic stuff. Player icons, there's a little charm there as well. And also the skins too. The Mizuki one, I will say, straight fire in the red. It looks great. But there's also a bundle giveaway too, so make sure you visit that link on screen or scan the QR code if you're too lazy to type that in. If you've got a short form TikTok brain, then you can just scan the code. It's a bit easier for you.
You never know. You never know, so you might as well sign up. You know, I saw someone from Japan. They partook in one of these giveaways, and then they made a Reddit post about it. They're just like, I didn't expect this, but they earned the pricing from the Japan giveaway, and so like that could be you.
Let's go.
You wouldn't think it because it's such a small chance, but it actually does go to real people. And if you're a real person, sign up, like you could actually win.
It goes to real people instead of what, like the Omnics, bro?
I don't know, like, you know, with the advancements of GPT, like who knows? But that time is not yet. Maybe they'll come to steal our giveaways at some point.
Yeah, maybe.
Farming the Overwatch
the Terminator's coming in to farm the Overwatch
centers.
giveaways. Most relevant topic you've brought up on the broadcast so far.
What?
Keep it up.
What are you talking about?
King's
Get us
Row
out of here. Get us into King's Row.
I'm trying, man. There was a ping issue for Canada, so as you can tell, we're doing our best broadcasting stalling impression, and it's going horribly. It's going horribly. But we're going to get into the game in just a moment. Canada and Puerto Rico, obviously. Yeah. Blame Canada's internet. I don't know.
I think you're doing great. I am having a fantastic time on this beautiful Saturday.
On this beautiful Saturday. It's very warm today in LA. It's going to be a nice time where we can step outside later.
Warm here.
I know. It's great. It's great. No. Don't send me back to the UK. No. There's a great filter over the UK when you enter. So yeah, I don't want to.
The most exposure to rain I have is when I load into Overwatch, and it's like for like a rainy kind of map.
Oh, one of the rainy maps. Yeah, one of the rainy variants.
World or something like. Give me that. Give me that all the time.
Not complaining. Personally, not complaining. I'm not complaining about this either. We're finally in. Canada sorted their internet out, or internet or ping issues or whatever they had, as we load on in Canada on defense first. Puerto Rico on offense. Double flex for Canada. It's got to be, although with the Kiriko ban, we'll see what they lean into.
Yeah, we'll see what they got in store. Again, I think Canada did such a great job leaning into the angles they were taking and always like beating down the enemy teams, and that's kind of what they've done so far. That's why they have a 2-0 record here in this group. And I think if you're a relatively new team, you know, put together for the purpose of qualifying here in the World Cup, it could be one of those compositions that you're maybe not that well practiced against. Like maybe you're more familiar playing against Brawl compositions, maybe you're more familiar playing against Lucio Kiri. So when Canada busts out the double flex support here with Ana and Wu Yang, you know, that's a different kind of pace being thrown at you, and because of the level these players play at, it's just so difficult to adapt in the moment to all the poke coming your way. But Puerto Rico, they're gonna have to find a way here as McChicken launches the Bastion.
A Bastion? Just the Bastion. Okay. No cats.
Ground Bastion.
The ground Bastion. Well, I guess kind of on the ground. We're going to be using that TP to get the Bastion in good places. Double flex support for Canada. They got Wu Yang for Graveyard Cow on Ana. I like Razor on the Mei too. When it was a lot of Mei and when Razor was playing at OWCS, like, it was kind of farming on the Mei. So we'll see how well they can do. And especially like trying to take these high grounds. Razor's going to be such a thorn in the side. Or an icicle in the side, I should say. Look at that. Puns.
Great job. This is why it would be good.
Nice TP. Ooh. Razor gets rocked. What a rock. Wow, couldn't even ice block there, sadly. But they've lost their main source of damage now, sadly. Is a Graveyard with a kill onto McChicken after all of that spam. Good sleep on the Sigma, but False ends up going down. This sim is terrifying for Puerto Rico. That should be the first point.
Yeah, great job by Puerto Rico, and we'd be remiss to mention, of course, that False subs in for Astro. False historic tank player, of course, having played on Vancouver Titans and such. That's your bingo card right there, Vancouver Titans.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, is a bit of a specialist on a hero like Sigma as well, but tough going for Canada there as Puerto Rico doing another great job with the Symmetra teleporter here, making a play happen.
Yeah, okay, Race is like, yeah, not today. I don't want to get teleported on. So he's going to switch over to the Echo. And McChicken switching off Bastion. I think that's a smart pick. You're not playing Bastion in this corridor. There's just no way. You're going to get spammed out. You're going to go turret form. Sigma's going to eat all your stuff, and then you will die.
Yeah, we need better technology than that.
Yeah, unfortunately, we need the cat is what we need. That's the technology.
We need the cat.
Cat with a jetpack. All right, Cow's close to this nano, but it might not be enough to actually save False. A good nade actually ends Chain's life eventually here, but it's still going to be Canada pedaling back. It is an even trade, of course. Razor maybe even calling for a nano for Cal. He's looking towards his way. Canada, yeah, they're going to go for it. Oh, but Chicken ends up actually taking out Noxious, but the chains actually from Razor stops it, or onto Razor, sorry, stops him from propelling forward after that first pick onto Jono.
Yeah, very confident kind of play there by Canada, trusting Razor to pull that off. Only gets to one frag, and it's going to allow Puerto Rico to keep moving this payload as Chain gets back here. McChicken looking for a pick on the Cal, but doesn't quite get it. Puerto Rico still with, you know, a decent-sized ultimate bank here. So he tried to push forward and round this corner, Jaws.
The Chain. There is the orb. It's going to go on to Razor. He's trying to get some knockdowns. He manages to get maybe one there, but Chain's Flux ends up helping with the kill onto Razor. Sanctuary close to the payload as well means Canada once again just holding the Esky. They've now held W this entire time, Johnny, permanently on the back foot, as Noxious is now behind them. Same with Graveyard. Both really weak, so they can't really be an influential factor in this fight. An Orbital... Okay, well, that was a ray of all time. But you know what? 4 minutes and 55 seconds.
Securing
You're
the point.
chilling with that one. Yeah.
It's kind of like using your ultimate before you die and swap to a different hero. It's just like, well, you secured the checkpoint. You always have that argument. So, yes, objectively bad orbital ray. But, hey, we're on to point 3. Okay, go next.
They're not only on to point 3, they've actually get this high ground as well away from them. Forcing Canada to kind of poke their way out. It gives Puerto Rico enough time to get around to this final bend, which is kind of an insane amount of distance they've gained already. Or Chicken. Maybe, just maybe.
Wow.
No, Cow ends up sniping him out. It's so hard to heal the Sojourn up there if you're Jono and up as well. You're hoping for them to go for a brief jump, but yeah, the Chicken sniped away by Cow.
I mean, I don't even know how the geometry works, but McChicken was anti-netted as well, so Cal obviously hit that biotic grenade somehow onto that high ground, and that just was enough to secure the pick onto McChicken there. So a huge play from Cal, actually. And that's kind of what you need with this Canada composition. A lot of poke from their side, but they haven't found enough picks yet to really put Puerto Rico to a stop.
Cal's got nano too. See if this wall from Talisman looks good on Ilios. Will it look good again? 2 HP
health.
Chain. Oh my goodness. And then hits the grasp, by the way. Wow, that was as close as it gets, really.
Puerto Rico kind of wanted the orbital ray here. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they would love that right now. I can't lie. That might have just been the... Oh, what a rock! Oh, Chain. Absolutely schooled. And they use wall too. That is a disaster class, unfortunately, of an attack there for Puerto Rico. It is brutal.
Wow, devastating third point for Puerto Rico so far. It's just one unfortunate fight after the next. Still 3 minutes in the bank, though. This is what you get because you did such a good job early on. You still have a great flux. You're coming up on the support ultimates as well here, so all hope is not lost yet. Racer on the high ground here. Oh, what a... Wow. What a disruptor shot.
Big brain. End up sniffing Razor out. Don't want the Echo dive bombing, one-shotting someone. Teleport. Flux. Hits 2. And Noxious sniped out of the sky. McChicken had a rail ready and waiting for them. Although the beam and then straight up into this captive sun. Just chunking down Chain. He's already used all of his cooldowns, by the way, so has to kind of take an off angle now to get re-healed up. Orbital Ray coming up in just a moment, Johnny, as well as that Sanctuary here for Puerto Rico. They've got an overwhelming amount of ults, but Razor, good really turn the tides here with this ult.
Oh,
There's a nade in the front line. Now they've got shield. They should be shield. Here's the Ray Johnny now. Puerto Rico moving forward. Razor very low. Needs this dupe, but Noxious is already down. Ray's just too much damage and too much healing. If they kill False here, it could be all over. Double Sigma on the point, but look at that. Sanctuary placed down for Puerto Rico. Razor has to jump on in. But Chicken, it's made up for it. He's made up for those high noons earlier on. A triple kill for the Soj. Make sure Puerto Rico cap the point with time to spare. 1 minute and 53 in that bank.
Gotta give massive props to Puerto Rico, the way they're playing right now. The ultimate layering looking really good. The way they used one support ultimate at a time there to maintain a consistent advantage over Canada. And the reason I reacted to the biotic grenade so strongly was because Puerto Rico, they're obviously waiting for like the perfect timing to start that ultimate rotation, to drop the first ultimate. But that biotic grenade had the potential to just secure a pick for Canada and stop Puerto Rico in their tracks. It's not going to yield value for Canada at the end of the day. It's going to be Puerto Rico capping King's Row here with a pretty solid 2 minutes to go as well. They've been looking quite dominant on the Sigma composition so far.
Yeah, honestly, look really good. I mean, Chain doing a lot as well on that second point. Getting a lot of like really high impact kills on the Sigma. Decent rocks as well. Canada on their offense. Puerto Rico kind of sticking with the same sort of thing, although Talisman on May now. No more Sim. I think May's going to be way better here. Sim kind of useless on the defense. Sure, you can like TP away, you can TP to the high grounds, but May way better in terms of utility.
Yeah, it depends on who you talk to, right? Because Twisted Minds would be like, well, just teleport into their spawn.
Well, actually, you could just TP on.
You teleport into the cinema, and then you take the high ground behind them. And you do the flipperoo, and then you put your hit scan in a great position. Look, the Symmetra.
We can't all be world champions, okay, Twisted Minds, come on.
All right. They set a standard. Now everyone's trying to live up to it.
Yeah. Looks like Razor's happy sticking on the Echo. Don't hit that either. Yeah. Real close to going down. Noxious on the Hanzo. This is a El Clasico.
A little bit of Hanzo gameplay when we get to see it. Throw the logs in. A lot of skill being demonstrated right here.
Hopefully Noxious has watched some tree VODs. Probably the best Hanzo in North America right now. Not probably, is. Just straight up is. Or Chain. Chain's in a bit of an odd spot here, Johnny. He's in hotel while Canada have just kind of freely taken this high ground. If they force Talisman to block or get off of this height, I mean, it might be over. Noxious also kind of retaking. Oh, straight into the disruptor shot, though. The easiest kill of Chain's career. As they end up shutting down this defense. Talisman held on for this entire time, by the way, versus 2 players.
Yeah, I think that's harder than it looks for Puerto Rico. They sit back. They didn't give Noxious an opportunity to hit any of those logs in the first place, right? Like, we looked at Noxious POV, and it's just like, okay, well, you're throwing logs, you're not really hitting anything, but it's because Puerto Rico is doing a great job at not taking those angles, at not making themselves vulnerable. And then when Canada does make a move, you saw Razor pushing in on the Echo there, that's when Puerto Rico kind of, they take their turn and they push forward and they make a play again. So Puerto Rico, another great job by them. Very composed right now on this defense.
Flux first ult for Puerto Rico, I imagine here. That Captive Sun just unlocked for Graveyard.
Sleep onto Mizuki.
There it is, Captive Sun. Oh, Mizuki goes down as well. Just a hailfire of arrows, and it feels like this Captive Sun wasn't even needed. I mean, Graveyard ended up popping the ult, and then people ended up dying. So that'll be Canada taking the point. Puerto Rico, wow, they fell flat on their faces. Chain just are unable to really grasp hold of that last fight after that sleep that you mentioned.
Yeah, Cal making a play for his team, and that's essentially enough. Don't do it to them. Stop. Stop.
No, it won't
Don't do it to him.
There's a shield.
Okay, there's a Sigma shield.
And a Maywall. Just in case. We don't want a random arrow hitting our head.
That would be very dishonest Overwatch right there. If they took a log to the face in a World Cup online qualifier. Don't want to see that. It's like Wemby's missed pass yesterday. It's like you hate to see it.
Yeah, it's so true, right? Yes, NBA guys. Oh, that's not good. That's even better, actually. Wow. Nice little collapse there. Oh, the rock. Beautiful rock from Foles. Cancelling Chain's ultimate. Oh, there's the pylon that's going to go down. They can use that blizzard in the choke point as well. Easy kill onto False. They're running him down. Cal trying to go for the 1v1. Oh, and he still kills Antep. Wait, Noxious kills Chicken? Wait, these trades aren't supposed to happen like this. Oh dear, Puerto Rico, they end up losing to just in the kind of chaos and the breakdown there. Canada going to go regroup real quick, and they got ults to push this too. Chain's going to have to be so careful.
Yeah, Puerto Rico should take their time here. Just wait for the spawners to get back so you get a proper fight. You have a lot of ultimates here. The Sanctuary can't be underestimated. It's such a powerful ultimate to block all of this spam coming in from Canada. So, Canada with ultimates here, but Jono with the Sanctuary could flip the tide of this upcoming fight.
Let's see if Jane can do the same to False here. Hit him with the rock. Such a destructive angle as well for Graveyard to be on. He's going to get forced out through the spam. And yeah, well, there you go. Hypersphere then just killing Graveyard. Curious where the pylon was, but it's going to be a nano onto Razor, though, onto the Echo straight in. And Puerto Rico kind of lost themselves in this fight. Sanctuary ends up going down, but unfortunately, the little swift punch to the dome is going to finish off. And a copy onto the Sigma 2. Insult to injury here for Puerto Rico, as Razor just takes over the game. A team kill for Canada 2. Should be able to get this payload in, no problem.
Yeah, kind of brute forcing their way into that fight with the Nano, just pushing in, securing the facts necessary, and that's going to be it. Puerto Rico, despite them having a Juno speed ring, I don't think they're going to get back to this point because Jane had a pretty late spawn there, so they have to look towards the third point as well. 3 minutes 30 for the time bank here for Canada. So very high likelihood here that Puerto Rico is still going to have more time bank should Canada even push it into the first place. But they have an overclock here. They have an orbital ray.
Nice nade again, but it shouldn't matter. Orbital ray. Captive Sun, though, does end up only connecting with one. I believe it is the May. The detonation, I did end up hearing it there, but no initial kill off of that. It's Smoke Chicken once more with this overclock. It's going to shut down 2 players. Big Chicken looking way different here on this Sojourn, Johnny, compared to Cassidy. Oh, the DPI too.
This is nasty work. Mac Chicken. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Who would have thought a player like McChicken hitting rails like Merit?
I mean, it's beautiful to watch. They still have a Blizzard here, a flex for Puerto Rico going into this next fight, so doing a good job for the moment. McChicken did his work with the overclock.
There's a flux for Chain. Got to be careful though this time. Maybe, hopefully, begging that the rock gets baited out first. Just like bind couple like this. Nope, dodge. Nice little Dragon Strike to try and sear up this wound, Johnny. But unfortunately, Graveyard's already gone down. It's on that Mega Health Pack as well, but clearly no extra heals there to help out the Alari.
Like Canada here. Kind of waiting, biding their time to go for another Nano push here onto Razor like we saw previously. Good nade, that's going to be the trigger.
Yeah, beam straight as well through at that grasp. Is going to get a lot of extra overhealth though is Chain. Blizzard comes out in defense. False ends up getting instantly frozen. Good focus fire from Puerto Rico again. Talisman Blizzards have been very good so far. Isolating False, that's 2 times in a row.
Yeah, look, Puerto Rico, they're doing a good job making sure that Canada aren't finding these picks. I mean, that was a Nano onto Razor and got essentially no value because Puerto Rico are doing such a good job just staying together, playing on the payload with this May, keeping Canada back. And so, just like Canada is always trying to make a play with this poke-heavy composition they have, but Puerto Rico, like you said, with the May, with the Sigma, all of these defensive tools is just buying them enough time to endure some of these fights.
Lux? Oh, the movement there was just wonderful from False. Popping down the Sanctuary, though, to make sure Chain can actually stay alive despite being anti. Duplication onto the May for Razor. Looking to earn a free Blizzard. Just the right kicks from the high ground doing a lot of damage, but no free Blizzard can be had. And in fact, Puerto Rico again taken over. And despite even False hitting a good flux, that Sanctuary from Jono really helped to win the fight, negating all those projectiles and all that damage so Chain could survive.
This is a crazy good hero, Jaws.
Yeah,
like
real good.
We went from like Mizuki is not being played in the pro meta to like being really
get
strong.
Double buff though.
Yeah, look, the Sanctuary buff was huge, but you're just seeing the value that Sanctuary is getting now and negating all these projectiles, right? And this is Puerto Rico now. 30 seconds to go for Canada. We're seeing oh my god, it's the Hanzo Genji. Iconic damage duo.
My guy's on Genji. All right, here's the Capture Sun already into the backline. There is the Genji. They're looking for a target here. On to Andub. It's going to be perfect. Oh, can't get healed up. Oh, there's the detonation. Andub down. No Ray. Dragon's good for a kill onto Talisman as well. Canada with 10 seconds to go, Johnny, but they're not finishing in time. It's going to be a free attack if Canada manage to finish.
I mean, Puerto Rico has the ultimates to kind of put a stop to Canada right
here.
Can
win this.
Orbital Ray, overclock from a chicken. That's something to fear.
In theory, this is unlosable right now for Puerto Rico. Nano boost onto False to try and hold the door. There is going to be an overclock from a chicken and needs to find headshots. He ends up getting a body shot. Double tap on the graveyard. Blizzard's going to get popped down as well, so False ends up falling over. And they've still got this Orbital Ray to use as well. Noxious, Racer, Shibata Brothers end up coming up with kills, but it is all Puerto Rico. They got all the ults. They got all the time. And that's Puerto Rico taking King's Row. Johnny, this is one apiece.
All right. Puerto Rico comes to play here in their final group stage match against Canada. It looked good already on Ilios, but they get an opportunity here on their own map pick of King's Row to secure a win against Canada. And, like, kind of, you know, dominating here on the Sigma composition. That's something to worry about if you're Canada moving forward.
Yeah, actually, crazy work from Canada. Their ultimate rotations have been so good. And again, I think the linchpin has been the front line for Team Puerto Rico. I think Chain's looking good once. Look at 30 and 5, 15k damage. Just spamming a lot as the Sig, of course, so you're going to have high damage. But still, I mean, only 5 deaths. That looks real good for Chain. McChicken, 30 and 9, hitting 11k damage. Really good picks with the overclock. I think everybody played very well on Team Puerto Rico's side. As we jump into the highlights from this one. I mean, even this first attack, Johnny, it was sublime. It looks so simple.
Yeah, I think it's really impressive, especially in the World Cup, when these teams have like really good chemistry and synergy with each other, because I think that's the hardest part sometimes to get right. Obviously, these guys are playing at the very top level in Overwatch, and so they're all really skilled at the game, but you know, do you have a good flow to the game as well, especially like ultimate layering, like I mentioned previously. Like Puerto Rico, they're doing a really good job with their ultimate layering, making sure they always get ultimate value, because if you throw out like a couple of ultimates per round that maybe you like stack ultimates on top of each other, like that's going to affect the entire rest of the game. Like we saw the Orbital Ray come out from Underb when it wasn't really necessary. Like that's a huge ultimate, and that's going to kind of trickle down. The effects of that are going to trickle down for the rest of the round. And so I think the fact that Puerto Rico, they're getting so much ultimate value, having come together here for the World Cup qualifier, I think that's a really good sign of a team that is really gelled together and are now kind of overperforming, one might say, against an opponent like Canada.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Canada, you're expecting to run through the group, but well, you know, Puerto Rico putting a little stick in their spokes. We'll see if they can kind of continue this. Obviously, Canada are still top of the group, and the reality is there is maybe like a 1% chance they end up don't making it to the LAN in Busan, but Puerto Rico is all to play for still. That second spot very open against Colombia, whose match against Brazil is going to decide a whole lot.
Yeah, so pretty curious to see where we go next here for Canada, because based on what we've seen so far, it's going to be Dorado. Makes sense. Ooh. Dive heavy map. It enables that double flex support lineup here as well. And also, I think it kind of plays into the D.Va as well. I think that's the best look that Canada has, the D.Va gameplay from Astro against a team like Puerto Rico, because D.Va's obviously a really strong hero right now. And if the enemy team can't really match the power of the D.Va, the tank advantage can just be sometimes too much for the enemy team. And so Dorado makes a ton of sense to me here.
Arna's been banned as well for Team Canada, so like they can't have that ban against them. So Cal is going to be chilling on that pick. They can play Dive. They can play the Sigma again. We'll see if False ends up sticking in. Looks like Puerto Rico going to ban the Alari. Yeah, they don't want like this double, like hard-hitting flex support duo, the Alari and the Ana. Might be a little Juno, might be a little Kiri for Graveyard maybe, with Cal sticking on the Ana. Sigma banned for Canada, so they're happy and like saying, hey, if we ban Sig, like Chain, maybe force them onto the Wrecking Ball. We're happy to take a dive mirror, go a little quicker. I like this ban for Canada. I think Chain did very well on the Sigma in the last map.
All right, I'm going to make a plea right here.
Okay.
A hero we haven't necessarily seen too much in the meta. Give me some Winston Overwatch. Come on. Hey, it's Dorado. Sub Astro into the game. Let's go. Let's see some Winston Overwatch. It's been a while.
I mean, surely we see Winston if Astro's in. Astro can play ball as well. Astro is kind of a ball player. Little ball merchant.
Astro plays everything. Like,
yeah,
hyper flex, but for tank.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, also, I was just thinking too, Hazard might be fairly good, historically decent on Dorado. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, look, maybe I'm open-minded to all heroes being played here in the World Cup. I very much treat it like a bingo card. Like, I want to see them all get playtime.
Oh, that's what we need, man. We need a bingo card. Oh, well, if someone's out there, please, if you can hear us, bingo, please. False in for Astro. So, or false out, sorry, Astro in. 5 tanks. Astro Ball or Winston? Maybe has.
Well,
it's got to be. Surely.
I mean, Chain probably plays ball here. I mean, we based on what we've seen so far, it's been the Sigma and the ball, and the Sigma's banned, so Wrecking Ball. But,
hey, anything you'd like to see a little bit of Wrecking Ball?
No. I mean, I'd love to see some Wrecking Ball play as well. You know, Junbin did a fantastic job in Japan to demonstrate some Wrecking Ball play, so I'm happy Chain is carrying on that legacy here in the World Cup qualifiers.
Is Chain the Puerto Rican Junbin?
No, stop.
That's the question. Is he the Puerto Rican Junbin? His ball looked pretty good, bro.
We're not
pretty good, bro.
Puerto Rican Junbin. We can't do that. Come on.
Yeah, why not? It could be. It could just be him on the Wrecking Ball.
I mean,
you never know. At that point, though, to be fair, to be the Puerto Rican Junbin, you have to play Hog on like some insane map, like on a control. To be fair, so not there just yet. But you know what?
Okay, I don't want to play spoiler.
You can dream big.
Draws. That was a very fun suggestion by you, and I don't want to play spoiler to it and be a downer too much. And so I'll let Twitch chat decide. If Twitch chat want to go with Puerto Rican Junbin, then I'm all for it. You know, this is all about having fun. It's the World Cup Online Qualifiers. We're having a great old time this Saturday. So if that sticks, I'm all for it.
There you go. There you go. Make it happen. Canada, they are going to choose Dorado after that loss on Kings Row. And a very decisive win, too, I'd say, for Puerto Rico's side. Finishing with almost like 2 minutes, right? And then also burning the clock down for Canada. I think they had incredible discipline when it came to the ult. So we'll see if the same could be said for Dorado. With the Sigma ban, though, it's going to be quick. It's going to be fast. It's going to be furious. And as a great man once said, sometimes if you win by an inch or a mile, it don't matter. Winning's winning. And if Puerto Rico find the win here, then they're one step closer to Busan, Johnny.
Is that what
here we
people
go.
are saying?
Streets are saying. If you don't get the reference, then fair enough. I can't have you, Johnny. Puerto Rico on the defense with Chain and no ball, unfortunately. It's going to be the Rams.
Oh my god. This Hazard call from you would be generational.
Hazard's a good pick on this map.
Yeah, look, I agree with you, but I was in the Winston camp right here. I just wanted to see some Winston gameplay. Is that too much to ask for? Come on now.
I mean, I would prefer Winston, don't get me wrong. But Hazard, very powerful. Very good on his first point especially, being able to like wall people off.
Yeah, I mean, let's go! Oh, let's go! Come on, Astro.
Surely.
That's what I'm talking about.
Cal has to play Ana here.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, Winston it is. Let's go. Winston Gaming. And
this is peak Overwatch. Sit back, relax, take it in.
It might just be... It is peak. Double flex support. Winston Ana Gaming. Here we go. With Johnny, we're so back. It's 2016 again. Team Canada has Sherfor, Pokelols, ID, Huck, Rolf, and Logan the Best on it. We're so back.
Okay, someone's staring at the Canada Liquipedia page.
The Liquipedia page.
Ain't no way you remember that from the top of your brain.
I did. I knew Sherfor was on that team, but Rolf as well, but not the rest. I forgot about the rest.
Rolf as well. Oh,
I know, yeah. Ex-Vancouver Titans player. Wait a second here. It's all coming around. It's all coming around. McChicken dying to a dynamite into a direct rocket there from Razor. Really nice start. Canada, I mean, against this Winston comp, for Puerto Rico, like, you have to almost go a little bit quicker because the Winston is just going to get poked out, and then you're going to instantly die to this fire. It's going to be so tough. This Reaper from Talisman, you just got to get in the mix.
Yeah, this is a really scary prospect for Puerto Rico because you probably feel like you're just trying to make sense of what Canada are playing right now. And just trying to find a way that you can kind of utilize this Ramatra Reaper composition to find an edge and disrupt the dive and all this Pokemon from Canada. It's going to be Cal building towards this Nano, healing up Astro on the Winston. and when that Nano is built, it's essentially go time.
This is the most Dorado of all Dorados.
Oh, no!
Guys, we're going to take the... Oh, unlucky. We're going to take the high ground and then build Nano. Like, this is the most Dorado play of all time. Yeah, actually, calling out McChicken, you got to stop, man. We cannot feed this Ana Nano, which she just got. So here we go.
Rush, though.
Nice. There's the Nano. Rush is going to get deployed here, but they're going to actually block off the heels with the bowl. Nice stuff from Astro and Winston Gaming, Johnny. This is Dorado played at its finest.
10 years in, I just can't get enough of it. I just can't get enough of the Winston gameplay. Like, build the Nano, throw the Nano onto the Winston, and let the Winston go to work. What more do you want?
It's cinema. It really is.
Absolute cinema.
I mean, what could Puerto Rico do there, Johnny? I mean, yeah, they got the rush, right? But, like, Astro jumps in, separates people with a bubble because McChicken and Talisman are often an off angle, trying to poke out the Winston and poke out everybody else. It's a hard comp to deal with if you're not playing quicker or if you're not playing the dive yourself.
I mean, 100%. I'm not too sure about this Ramatra being played right now because I think it's so weird for your tempo of your team. Like, you're kind of just forced to sit back, you know, absorb some of this damage, and then you can push around with the losing Curie. But, like, Canada's going to have the edge over you every single time.
They're rushing on the high ground like this. I mean, yeah, where's the reaction here from Chain? There really isn't one. He's playing the high ground right now. High noon for Chicken. Might want to drop off the edge. He's going to try and find the Winston. The Bob ends up killing Andup, though. Nice shot onto Astro with the high noon. Sound barrier comes in as well, but the high ground control for Canada just being manned by Bob. There's still 5 players available for Canada, with Bob being one of them. Death Blossom from Talisman does end up killing Cal, but still Canada with height.
This is so expensive for Puerto Rico because they don't have any positioning whatsoever. They're kind of forced to invest in some of these individual fights to try and make something happen, but like an ultimate to get a trade, that's clearly not good enough. The Annihilation is going to be popped here, Jaws, and I think it's quite frankly because Chain wants to swap at the end of this life.
Yeah, I mean, he had to do it to survive there too. You saw his Nemesis form running out, and it's like, well, if I don't use it, I'm dead to literally everybody because I've been bubbled off as well. High ground control, best place for Puerto Rico to be right now, but Barrage from Razor could put a little damper in their spirits. Talisman kills Noxious, though. Okay, is a small ball rolling. We'll see if this can kind of tumble down a hill and get even bigger here. Canada with the Primal Rage. Astro's going to go in, pop himself into bank, and the high ground control once again taken by Team Canada. Jono falls to Graveyard. They're still in this one, with Chain looking rather sad and lonely now, down on the point.
Got a no-no. It's go time again for Astro. And Razor's got this barrage as well. So he's going to hover above and utilize this barrage as soon as Puerto Rico steps up.
Nice nano. Oh, it's just a nano barrage just straight up. Chain can't survive that. There's just no way. Bob would separate everybody as well. And that will be all she wrote. Well, Canada are going to take this point. 2 minutes in the time. Bank turns into 3.5 there for Team Canada. And Chain, yes, there we go. Okay, eventually swapping away from the Ram, straight to the Hazard as Astro makes a decision.
Counter swap.
Ooh.
All right, fair enough. We haven't seen a lot of Orisa in the meta here as well, but seeing the enemy tanks swap over to the Hazard, decides to want to play the Orisa to try and contest the high ground here. Tries to buy some space for Noxious on the Ashe here, perhaps. As Canada are rolling right now. They're coming up on a Kitsune Rush as well. That's going to be pivotal in this kind of ground battle we're bound to see between the tanks. But McChicken, massive pick onto Noxious.
Yeah, there you go. Going quickly. Okay, and now it's their turn.
Goodness.
Good double hit from Cal, though. Those headshots doing so much. Oh, my Cal. He's just too good, man. I'm telling you. Cal is a beast. Double kill for the Ana already. Just stick on this POV for the entire time. Put Cal on POV. Look at this guy.
Thank you, observers. Thank you.
He's going to get... Oh, duel. Swap back. Okay, go. Oh, okay. It's all good. McChicken ends up kind of savoring them there, but unfortunately, yeah, Team Canada just roll that payload in. I mean, wow. Okay. Kind of bringing it back, Johnny, slowing it down a little bit. If you look at kind of the comps and the map as well, to be fair, I think with Dive, it really does separate the very best from the best, I think. When it comes to Dive comps and kind of dealing with them, it is the difference maker, the differential. And I think with Canada and how experienced they are with like Cal and Astro and being on their best heroes, like it's tough for Puerto Rico with that Sigma ban. I think Canada did a good job coming into this map, banning the Sig away from Chain, which could have been the thing that shuts down the Winston, which is normally very good at and holding these high grounds very effectively. The Ramacha is just not it, really.
Yeah, because I'm Swedish, I kind of feel sympathetic towards these teams sometimes. And I look at Puerto Rico's defense there, and I go, at what point did they really have a team fight that they felt good about? You know, win or lose, like, did they have a team fight that they felt really good about? And to me, the answer is just like no. Like, they were always on the back foot, always trying to adapt to what Canada were already playing. And they couldn't really get a good team fight going. And that's obviously credit to Canada for the composition they're playing, the preparation going into this round itself, and Puerto Rico's surprise. But I think that's for Puerto Rico. It looks horrible to get capped out on Dorado with 2 minutes 20 to go here. But I don't really want to hold it too much against them here. That was just a very tough defense for them.
And Astro's a wrecking ball. So Puerto Rico's game plan here is just kind of TP around, be a nuisance. But I mean, the problem against the wrecking ball here is if there's one way Astro can disrupt the team fight that would make the most difference is hitting slams like this on like a transitioning team where Puerto Rico want to transition to high ground, to want to transition to low ground, want to get to like across choke points, right? And Astro can just be just such a pain. I mean, look at that. The Sim just struggles so much against this kind of comp.
Yeah, this is devastating. I mean, it even felt good for a minute there because you got to pick onto Cal, but Astro's just doing work regardless of the honor being missing in this fight.
I'm with you.
Yeah, and then you got to be careful of nades too. It's just tough, Johnny.
Yeah, they're going for a rotate here. They're taking things slow. This is good though because you have to kind of like take things slow here, and you have that one teleporter to try and put yourself in a good position where maybe you can flip the map on the enemy team who's fairly vulnerable. They step up here. Another good nade.
Yeah, Susie's going to save the day, but they managed to separate Chain from the rest of the team. Chain's going to have to slow things down just a moment, but look at the spam damage too. Oh, the good conk as well onto the low ground. I think Graveyard of all people is just playing point. I think McChicken expects the support to be that close. Quick TP to high ground, heals up Astro. Yeah, Graveyard is doing a fair bit of work.
Yeah, maybe a bit overcommittal. Everyone's going for the Pharah right there. Because as soon as Canada see the teleport come through, Puerto Rico's going to pressure the Pharah, but Canada's going to swing in from the different angles. And just say like, okay, if you're going to push our Pharah, then we're going to stab you in the back with the kunai. And that's exactly what Graveyard did right there. So Canada, very good heads-up play here, recognizing where Puerto Rico playing and where they're pushing to try and get the advantage with the angles elsewhere.
It's a ball off, Johnny. It's actually deathmatch wrecking ball right now. I'm glad Chain is swapped though.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah, he did. Low key. Or kind of high key actually. Astro ends up earning the mines, of course, over the last couple of fights. But I like this swap for Puerto Rico. Like, you're not going to win with the Ram there or with any kind of slow comp. Astro briefly chained up, but now can try and almost execute someone in the back line with these mines and a slam.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think this is the way to go here, but this is maybe a little bit too late here. Canada have a lot of tools here up their sleeve. Talisman, a lot of damage. Cooldowns being forced as well.
What? My talisman? Where did my Reaper guy go?
I mean, you get disoriented because there's so much damage coming in from everywhere. There's a Pharah poking you, an Ashe. The ball is just all over the place, and so Talisman probably thinking there's no damage to be found in the narrow choke point right there. Well, joke's on you. There definitely is. So Puerto Rico, still no positioning whatsoever here. Kind of have to use an ultimate here to push up and try to scare Canada off.
Yeah, and it's not someone that can perma touch the point as well. Nano onto the Pharah. Oh, the sleep in mid-air. Did you see that? Cal hit the sleep on McChicken mid-air. Rose took a nap at like 3,000 feet altitude and then instantly hit with a barrage. That was a disgusting little play. And with the nano barrage being used, it's like, that's fine. We still have Rush. We still have Bob as well to stall out if we need to. We can send it into the backline when you try and like rotate onto the point. Like, dude, it's looking dire. Talisman now even on the Tracer to try and close the distance.
Yeah, they're just trying to speed up the game any way they can to try and keep up with what Canada's throwing their way. But 10 seconds to go here. You gotta touch the point. You have support ultimates, but against the mines, Canada's own Kitsuru Rush is very difficult for Puerto Rico to execute here.
They're going to get tough. Here comes the mines for Astro onto the stairs. Good Suzu. Sanctuary's going to get popped as well, but Talisman instantly killed by the mines. And Bob's just going to lock things down. Chain, though, with a reversal. Double mine kill for Chain, but Bob finishes Chain off. Still winnable here, though, for Puerto Rico, but they've got to still deal with Astro. The mines doing the most in this fight for either team. I mean, the mines have the most kills. Astro eventually, though, cleaning this one up. Canada sitting at a 2-1 now after the win on Dorado.
That was a disgusting performance. That is the kind of map that you bring with you to Busan as well. And you're just like, look at what Canada did here in Dorado. Yeah. This is why we don't want to go to this map against a team like Canada, because they just asserted dominance right there on Dorado. That was disgusting.
Yeah, a little nice double flag sport too. That looked real clean. I think it was just a good map pick, good ban.
Astro, Flex God, the tank. Can do it all. 25 and 1.
25 and 1.
I mean,
that is crazy. On the ball, no less. And on the Winston. Hey. Yeah, dominant map. Straight up. Not really much to break down there, honestly, after that one. We'll jump into some highlights, but it was just so Canada focused and realizing that, you know what, Puerto Rico, they can't beat us on the dive if we ban Sig. I don't mind the wrecking ball from Chain. I think you did really well on the first map, so I'm surprised they didn't want to just roll with that straight out the gate.
Yeah, it's scary, right? Let's look at Cal here.
Dude, he's dominated.
Heads. I mean, that's a great demonstration of what Canada wants to do, because if you look at some of their performances so far in the group stage, you know, like the Kings Row we saw previously, they lost on Antarctic Peninsula earlier on in their group stage, like very narrow, close-cornered kind of maps. This on Dorado is where they're able to play freely and play to their absolute strengths, and you get performances like this.
The mines fight at the end, where like Astro got 2 kills, Chain got 2 kills with the mines, like the half the lobby dying to just stationary explosives. You love to see it. Canada up onto match point now, though, Johnny. Puerto Rico get the chance to choose. And one thing worth keeping in mind for Puerto Rico, even if they lose here, even just maps are going to be good for them. They need to at least like trudge it out. Hopefully even take us to a map 5.
Yeah, that's I would love to see that, then forcing a map 5. I mean, they get map picked of their own here. Like maybe you go towards something like a New Junk City, if that's favoring your Sigma style so far. And obviously some bans have been deployed from Canada already, and so Puerto Rico, they definitely have a chance to force one of these maps that would favor them a lot more than the Dorado we just saw here. So I'm not counting them out to force the map pick, or map 5 rather. We'll have to see where we're going next here.
Where are we going? Runasapi. Okay. I mean, yeah. Slow comps, very doable. Winston Overwatch, still very doable. Ball, very doable. Runasapi is probably one of the more open maps when it comes down to it. It's going to be the first push all day as well. We didn't have a push in EMEA, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I feel like everyone loves push, and so it's been a go-to map mode for a lot of different teams here. But, you know, you think about it, like the mapping so far in this series very much makes sense towards either team style. Runasapi, though, I found it a quite neutral map. Like, you can get away playing a lot of different stuff here. Obviously, you want some kind of speed on these push maps. You can get back to the robot, force as many fights as possible, but for the most part, like a lot of different playstyles available for you.
Yeah, an absolute ton. We'll see how Runasapi fares. Puerto Rico can't have the Sigma end either, so maybe you're just gonna roll with the Sig straight out the gate. Looks really good on Kings Row. Just slow the pace down a bit. But, well, to be fair, Canada, if the slow pace is kind of brought to the table by Puerto Rico, you can just have the Alari and the Ana played from Canada. So there's that problem.
Yeah, I think Puerto Rico, they'd be quite happy to roll out with the Symmetra again, because then they can get on top of these backlines that Canada would throw at them. I'm curious to see what Racer is going to play here, if it's going to be more of the Pharah stuff, because we've seen quite a bit of Pharah being played on Runasapi. The Juno ban from Puerto Rico, maybe Protect banning a bit for support there as well. Want to make sure they're able to play their Mizuki comp. Cassidy is banned for Canada here. Look, I'm just saying, Jack. Jetpack Cat Bastion. Come on. I'm getting ahead of myself. I just really want to see Jetpack Cat Bastion.
We haven't had it. Like, we had the Bastion, but it was just Bastion. We haven't had the Cat.
Look, I don't care what the chat says. I'm not going to hide the fact that I love watching Jetpack Cat Bastion for the minute, okay? At some point, it won't be as good as it is right now. So I'm just trying to seize on the moment, seize on the balance patch, and try to see as much Cat Bastion as possible before it inevitably maybe goes away.
He's living in the moment, chat.
I am living in the moment. Enjoy the present.
Enjoy the present.
Cat Bastion.
It is, I will say, I wasn't a hater, but I was much more on the bench of like, well, if we see it perma, it's going to be kind of meh. But from what we saw, at least in like Tokyo, OWC's Tokyo, like teams started to move away from Cat Bastion. There was a little bit, but it wasn't like perma. So it's actually, we're in a good spot, Johnny. Yeah, if we see it, I'm happy. If we don't, I'm happy as well. This meta is actually turning out to be quite fun. A lot of things being played.
I mean,
and a lot of tanks being played too, which is normally the sign of a very healthy meta when the tanks,
right?
A lot of tanks are viable. Exactly. We saw a little Winston too, so.
Oh, we saw some Winston. That was cinema right there.
Cinema. All right, let's have a look. Canada, match point versus Puerto Rico. First 3, of course. So right now, Puerto Rico, they need to win here, and then we'll go on to a Flashpoint. And we already see Chain hovering the Sigma.
Yeah, this has been the best style for Puerto Rico so far, with Talisman onto the Symmetra as well. If you're Canada, you kind of have to expect this out the gate. It's going to be Razor on that Pharah, like I mentioned, going into the map as well. And so, I don't think anything too surprising here. Astro on the Wrecking Ball, I suppose. It's not every day that you see Wrecking Ball play here on Runasapi, because, you know, it is quite close-cornered at the end of the day here, but see if Canada can make it work. I'm quite scared about Cal being under a lot of pressure here, so have to play quite cautiously, and maybe doesn't have the same line of sight for those biotic grenades.
Yeah, you're playing at perma range if you're Cal, making sure you don't get TP'd on. Yeah, and that's the argument too with the Honest. Like, do I save TP for myself? Do I save nade for myself, waiting for the TP, or do I just go for some aggressive ones? I think in this instance, probably aggro ones, because you want to help set Razor up. But McChicken instantly shutting down the Pharah. A good rock as well onto Astro stops him from getting a kill.
And Puerto Rico are just trying to finish things off here. They are pushing the bot for the time being. See, Cal is under pressure here by the Sigma. It's going to be a late stagger. Unless...
Good chains as well. There's a lot of things to shut down Astro right now. They got chains, you got the rock as well. Like, it's tough for Astro to navigate this fight. I wonder if he ends up swapping. Cal, like you mentioned, just got run on. Like, you've only got the Kiri to kind of help you out, and she's going to be on off angle.
Yeah, look, I really respect Canada's individual skill to be able to pull off this composition, but in my mind, I don't really think they have the advantage compositions here. As Puerto Rico going to look to round this corner. See if they can put themselves in a good position to get some good angles onto this far. They have to use the teleporter early just to get out. Astro especially in the back line.
Tudu, though, is going to negate all that damage, but Chicken just takes a railgun from downtown. Dealing with Razor now is going to be impossible. There is just no way this Pharah is taking too much damage. And Puerto Rico know it too, so they're able to also disengage very rapidly with the TP.
Yeah, building towards the Kitsune Rush. Cal going closer towards that Nono. See how Puerto Rico engage from this very tiny room.
Good chains.
How do they get out? Find the angles. Uh-oh, that's bad news.
Cal is on like a devious angle too. Like, he is on, in theory here, he's on Puerto Rico's side of the map. He shouldn't be allowed to kind of stand here. As Noxious does get a double, so that will result in the bot being pushed across that golden line.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Canada right now. They're proving me wrong. The way they're executing with this composition. They have a Nano they could apply onto the Pharah for another Nano Barrage right here. Take Puerto Rico by surprise.
Ideally, go for the slam first. Try and force out Grasp. Okay, they do hear the Pharah. No, Razor's got ult, surely. He's just done so much damage. There's the Nano. Suzu, Barrage. Oh, look at round 2. Flicking upwards as well so it doesn't hit the shield. Nice kills from Razor. Surgical.
Yeah, it really is right now. The way they're combining ultimates to set up some of these plays, right? And if you're Puerto Rico, like, what can you really do? Like, you can force a teleport early, but what good does that do you? You really want to be able to be in a position to use the teleporter to get on top of Cal in the first place, but they're not even able to step forward, and Canada's just rolling, about to hit 100 meters here. Overclock early as well.
Yeah, I like it. Double OC. McChicken's just going to rip his, so Sojourn's looking for each other. It's actually just going to give Canada a little bit more space. I mean, Puerto Rico have not really pushed off of this at all.
These mines.
And the mines. Yeah. Goodbye, team. I have been separated. Nice teleport, actually. Wow. Got out of there in a blink of an eye. Both support ultras being popped down for Puerto Rico. They're hiding in the Sanctuary right now to try and escape the damage being flung out by Canada's own rush.
This is where you need to push the tempo here. Great Biotic Grenade is going to push Puerto Rico back, actually. The pressure is on from Astro here.
The wall gets deployed there by Talisman, but he's already dead. I didn't even hit the floor. Like, he got booped up like twice by the ball and then instantly killed.
Oh, the rotation here for Noxious.
At least be an annoyance, but yeah, Noxious with the rotation behind his McChicken. 180 turned around, but it was Astro he needed to be looking at there. And they can't even kill Razor. I mean, it's just so tough to kill the Pharah. Eventually, Talisman deals with them on the Reaper, but yeah, Puerto Rico, they're losing this fight handily as Canada once again control that bot, pushing on to the final stretch.
Yeah, Talisman swaps over to the Reaper actually, because recognizing they're not getting value from the Symmetra, so maybe gives them some extra opportunity here to contest the objective, push some of those side angles, but this has been all Canada so far, and building towards an overclock and another nano here. They're looking to potentially cap things out. They're going to play pretty cautious for now. No need to force it in this very disadvantageous choke point.
Yeah, I mean, the tug, like, back and forth, Johnny, is just so hard if you're Puerto Rico right now. An aggressive Suzu from Graveyard is what is going to result in a swift death. Okay, so it's mistakes like that Puerto Rico need to be capitalizing on, and it looks like they're going to be able to. Astro deploys the mines to no avail as McChicken takes him out.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's a fight that Canada doesn't necessarily have the best execution with. Cal going to be pressured here. Die late as well. It's good for Puerto Rico.
Ooh, that was close, actually. Yeah.
The further they can get this bot over to Canada's side here and try to set something up with this overclock, the better. You got a Kitsune Rush in hand as well, but I want to see them try to push the angles onto Canada quite early here as well. Don't let Canada set up with this Wrecking Ball composition. Force them back a little bit, make them uncomfortable.
Change Flux. Gotta hit Cal, ideally, right? It's gonna be the best course of action, or even hit Noxious, although saving the slide is going to be imperative in order to survive. Nano Barrage from Razor again. McChicken trying to deal with a Pharah, but just turns his attention towards Noxious instead. It's going to be a slam onto the floor there from Astro after that Flux hit him directly in the face. It will be Puerto Rico capping the checkpoint though, Johnny. So they're still making ground here. It's where they can actually finish out this fight cleanly, because the spawns right now for Canada, they are very good. Looks like they're going to try and go for the rushes. Jono actually boops Astro off the edge of the map from the Lucio. Like, okay, now this is where they turn this one around. 70 meters in building.
Yeah, they can push the bot forward quite a bit here, but not having any long-range hit scan is going to spell trouble. Talisman slept as well. Great Suzu.
Unbelievable Suzu. Okay, they managed to get out. The Reaper survives, has the ult too, but here comes Noxious. An overclock does help at least get a couple of kills and finishes off Talisman there. Swift team kill, although with McChicken just spawning there, won't actually pop on the screen, but a team kill in spirit. This chain switches over to Mauga instead. Have enough with the Sigma.
Yeah, this is quite interesting, because obviously with Mauga you have, you know, a little bit of long-range poke if you want to try to hit Razor as well. Oberon allows for some playmaking ability, as Astro is just going to cause some trouble in the backline here, but shouldn't be a proper engage. McChicken though, finds a pick onto Razor.
Oh, dude, you were calling out McChicken's name at the start of the broadcast. Deliver him right now, can't lie. Okay, my Lucio player is 1 HP. That's another one. I mean, come on. I mean, Puerto Rico are slowly clawing their way back. I mean, Canada feels like they've had their own hubris a little bit almost, Johnny. I mean, they are picking up picks here, luckily, but it's still not feeling great. It's going to be a sound barrier for this next fight for Puerto Rico as well. Chain's still randomly getting kills, but again, up to 92 meters from what was almost a 100-meter deficit is extremely impressive. And with 2 minutes to go, I mean, Puerto Rico have a way back into this game.
Yeah, the added tempo has really helped Puerto Rico out here, and McChicken has made some big plays onto the Sojourn as well, making sure that Canada can't go for these committed setups. Now, this fight is going to be really difficult. Cal has that Nano again, and Razor will be angling for the barrage to get some value. A lot of pressure on Jono here. Needs to get a good sound barrier. Oh, that's aggressive.
An aggressive beat. Canada aren't in a position to disengage there, but the Nano comes out regardless onto Razor. Barrage hits 2. Secures the kill onto Chain and McChicken. And Cal, if that Nano doesn't go off, if he Nano Jaxes or anything like that, that is a very different fight. A quick team kill for Canada as they regain control of the bot and they push it into Puerto Rico's side of the map.
Yeah, that's very true indeed. As soon as the sound barrier came out, Cal recognizes he needs to get it out because he was in a vulnerable position there. But able to get it out, and Razor does his part on the Pharah with the barrage. Now, Puerto Rico coming up with quite a few ultimates here. If they can win this relatively cheaply, that'd be good for their chances the rest of this map.
Mines, Rush, OC, Canada, they're in a good spot. Chain for Cage might be good, though. Might be good for at least a kill. Wow, it ends up getting out 1 HP, while Anti, a little unfortunate. Now it's Canada's time to up this tempo with this OC.
Puerto Rico trying to buy their time for now. It's from Graveyard.
Rush, Cage, Chain. Did he actually get anybody in there? I'm not sure. Well, it's a very lowly one here as Chain just shoots out of it, using for cover. That's about it. Graveyard chooses himself to get out of the fray as Chain sends him dangerously low. 20 seconds to go now, Johnny.
That's a lot of ultimates drained from Canada. So, again, Puerto Rico just play well together, try to get an early pick. It's going to be the overclock. What a sleep from Cal!
What a sleep from Cal. Ends up getting taken out, though, but the overclock basically wasted here for Puerto Rico. Well, I say that. He gets 1 kill at least here, but with OT push, Puerto Rico need to be perfect now. As Canada, they're going to look for respawns.
It's going to be quite difficult for Puerto Rico, though. I feel like you have to make some manual plays now to just rely on the simple abilities. And McChicken has come up clutch so far on this very map, hitting the railgun shots to open up the fights for Puerto Rico. But beside that, they don't have a lot of going for them. Realistically, need to win a couple of fights here. So Jono should be able to build this sound barrier, but Puerto Rico, a lot of pressure on them here, on the verge of losing the series, Jaws.
I see Malga run off the bottom like this. Please don't see C9, not the final hurdle, please. Nade, good on Talisman, instantly Susan. Whoa! Where did Malga go? I've never seen a Malga get deleted that quickly, and that's it. And Canada delete chances of Puerto Rico sending us to about 5. That was a ridiculously quick final fight. You blink, you miss that one. Canada, though, with the map win and the series win. 3-1 overall. And Johnny sitting at 3-0 in the group. Almost a perfect stage there. A perfect group, not necessarily stage. They lose 2 maps, but they come out ahead with that rank 1 position.
Yeah, look, it's about as to be expected from Canada. Some big players stepping up for this team. Astro again, 21-3. This time on slightly different heroes. But Canada, I think, did a fantastic job throughout this group stage. And they really played to their strengths so well with these flex support lineups, you know. It made things really difficult for a team like Puerto Rico. And Puerto Rico were just like in too big of a hole to come back from realistically, based on how the start of this map went, right?
Yeah, still, though, I would say Puerto Rico doing their darndest against a caliber of team like Team Canada. You know, I got a little hope. The group nowhere near decided just yet. We still got one more game, that Colombia versus Brazil, as we try and set up for an interview with Team Canada in just a moment. But yeah, Canada's victory here, Johnny, does mean that they are going to Busan. 3-0 in the group stage, as expected, but still, there are some bright spots for a lot of the other teams in the group too, with how well people like Chain have been playing on Puerto Rico's side.
Yeah, and I mean, it's essentially unlikely now that Puerto Rico, I think their hopes are dashed actually of qualifying out of the group here. So as we take a look at the highlights here, Jaws, I just gotta say as well, like Canada, obviously they're a team that has a lot of history in the World Cup. They had a fantastic run in 2018, 2019, like they looked really strong in the early days of Overwatch, but they, you know, not really had the same level of success in the recent years. I feel like you look at this squad and how they performed so far in the group stage. Canada, maybe they'll have a better opportunity here to compete with some of the EMEA and Asian teams come Busan.
Yeah, they finished 5th, 8th last year alongside the US, UK, and Spain. Top 4 was very competitive that year. We had Saudi, China come in second. Finland, of course, Finland are up there, man. Always on the precipice of taking it. Maybe it's Finland's year, we'll see. And obviously South Korea, who do well a lot of the time. I mean, Team Canada, they've also been in every single World Cup as well, ever since 2016, Johnny. So it's been good to call Team Canada's names again. And I'm excited to see what they do in Busan. I think, especially this year, players like Astro, I think Cal and Graveyard too, I think they've got what it takes. It's going to be a tough bracket, though, as we get onto the LAN. A very different environment as well.
Yeah, they're definitely one of those teams that I could see compete with a lot of the countries you mentioned. You know, like, I don't want to say middle of the pack teams because that's kind of dismissive, but you know what I'm talking about. Like, there's clearly a tier established for like Korea, China, Saudi Arabia, USA. And then I feel like a lot of teams are always looking in from the outside and trying to secure like top 4 come BlizzCon itself. And I feel like Canada is one of those teams who can always punch above and surprise a little bit. And I think they have the talent necessary, and I think they displayed some nice strategies as well.
Here are your standings. +7 for Canada as they round out that group. Puerto Rico sitting at 1 and 2 -3 as Colombia looking pretty good there as well. 1-1 their match against Brazil, who are currently 0-2. That's a little bit later on. We're obviously going to be looking through Group B today and tomorrow. Only played a couple of games. So USA, like you mentioned, definitely in that upper echelon of teams you're expecting to do well, especially on a LAN environment too. I think I hazard a guess, Johnny, we'll talk about it a little bit more later, but like Team USA, their roster might be is it their strongest one yet? We'll talk about that in a minute.
They literally won the World Cup, but maybe they can, try to win another one.
Yeah, I mean, but still, like, if you look at the caliber and compare them, I don't know. They look real clean.
They look stacked.
Especially with Zera and Tree. Like, that's a crazy DPS lineup. But before we get into that, let's jump over to a quick interview with Danny, coach of Team Canada and assistant coach as well of Team Liquid. Hello, Danny. Danny,
Hi.
World Cup is so back. How are you feeling being on the team? And I'm assuming a lot of the team are excited to go to Busan at this point.
Yeah, the team is super excited, and I'm really impressed with the development of all the teams throughout this World Cup. I mean, we're seeing teams like Team Germany and even the Puerto Rico, Brazil, and Colombia, like all the teams in our group as well. Like the talent that's emerging is very impressive, and I'm really happy that the program is back.
So I want to talk about Canada specifically here, Danny. What was your kind of approach when you assembled this roster and you thought about, okay, how do we give ourselves the best chance to perform well here in the World Cup? What was kind of like, whether it's like the compositions or the kind of like players you have on your roster here, what was your big vision for this Canada team?
Yeah, so I think the most obvious thing is our support line, Cal and Graveyard. So we have 2 flex support players, actually, and Cal coming back, exceptional Ana player. I think you've seen in the last 3 maps. So that's something I really wanted to build around. I want to play around our strengths, and I want to be able to just play these compositions where we don't care what the meta is. We kind of want to be like Zeta or even Dallas Fuel in NA, and we just play whatever our best heroes are, and I think that will give us the best chance of winning in World Cup.
Yeah, I was excited to see Cal back, to be honest. Yeah, the Ana is crazy. And it's always fun seeing double flex support too. And I did want to ask, pull on that thread a little bit more of what you said earlier. A lot of regions that have been maybe a little bit underserved coming in and impressing yourself, and I think impressing a lot of players and the viewers, I'd imagine too. Is there any specific player from your group, not on your team, of course, that has stood out the most?
So I would say, actually not in our group, but in NA, I think Elemental guy. I mean, you saw it in the match against USA. That guy is crazy. I mean, we scrimmed against him and he farmed us on Circuit Royale as well. I think he's been very impressive. So yeah, I think I'm gonna give it to Elemental guy. He's insane, and he should definitely see playtime in Faceit League Masters for sure.
I can't wait to see more Elemental Guy later on today.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, it's the World Cup. There's a lot of different kinds of opponents you might face in Busan. So, obviously, I have to ask, are there any kind of nations in particular that you want to take on come Busan and you want to defeat on the international stage?
Yeah, so I heard on Unter's stream, he's been talking a little bit of trash against Team Canada. So I'm down for a rematch. We played against him in 2023. We beat him. So I definitely want to face off against Australia.
We may have to rig it so you guys play really early on and see what happens. That won't happen, by the way. Just no rumors in the chat. Thank you very much, Danny. Good luck in Busan. Of course, you and the team deserved it, and it's good to see you back.
Yeah, thank you so much, and best of luck in the future games and casting.
Wow, best luck in the future games. No one's ever said that before.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you, Danny.
That's so wholesome.
Let's go. That's so wholesome from him. There you go. There's your final standings for Group A. It's going to be a good time. And hey, okay, the shout out for Elemental Guy goes a little crazy. I can't lie, and I cannot wait to cast Elemental Guy.
We're really gassing. Like, what if he's on the
really
bench?
am. Dude, it doesn't matter, bro. He might come out and play the Genji. He's notorious for playing Genji on ladder, is all I'm saying. So yeah, looking forward to that one if he does end up playing. But yeah, Team Canada coming in with a W and sitting in the top spot, 3-0. Make sure you follow all of OWCS on OWCS as well, I guess. But Overwatch Esports as a whole on all the socials. There's the barcode there if you want to scan it. But OW_esports for most of them. And make sure you sub on the YouTube right now if you're watching, or the Twitch, or wherever you are watching this stream. We've got a few more games today, 3 more in fact. USA and Argentina are going to come up next, Johnny. It's going to be a good one. USA, though, it looks like they're going to be able to take it home. The team is just too damn strong. But before we do that, we're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Start your climb to OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/Faceit League.
Everybody, welcome back. USA versus Argentina up next, Johnny. USA, they look good, obviously, right? Argentina, it's going to be a tough map. And I think with how USA have historically done in World Cup, it's looking like, hopefully, Argentina getting a map, but maybe a little 3-0 on the cards to start us off in Group B.
Yeah, let's be real. This might not be the match you want to throw the channel points onto Argentina. Because United States, they are looking stacked. I mean, they got an intro video like no other. Infected going crazy. They went 3-0 against Mexico last week, but at the same time, Mexico kind of took it to them a little bit at times. They look quite menacing, and so USA, I think they want to look even more dominant here in the second week of the online qualifiers, and just assert their dominance over Argentina.
Okay, Johnny, I wanted to run a little quiz real quick for you.
All right.
Can you name how many players from the USA World Cup roster from 2016 can you name?
From 2016?
2016, the first World Cup roster, yeah.
Give
me at least one.
At least
one? Give me one.
No, Brandon's
Just
actually
one,
standing
man.
still, bro.
There's no
It was
way.
10 years ago, brother.
There's no way, bro. You couldn't even name like Seagull.
Oh,
His
Seagull,
Gods was
okay.
on that one.
Gods.
Come on,
Okay,
and
I'm
Stir
sorry, I
as
didn't
well.
remember Gods. Toronto
man.
Defiant player. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the boldest man in Overwatch Esports, Gods. Dude, he was a
My
beast.
bad, bro.
Yeah, it's okay. But yeah, like you mentioned, Johnny, USA, their roster is just so damn stacked. We'll talk about how stacked they are in just a moment. But their opponents right now, Argentina. Now, Argentina's roster, when it comes into it, we're expecting them to hopefully punch up a little bit against Team USA. But even just getting some practice time against a really good team here is going to be good for the team. A couple of players you might notice here from OWCS, or at least one, will be Lep. And I made a joke last week. That's not like OG Vancouver Titans Tizzy, but Tizzy on Argentina.
I think it's worth pointing out.
But yeah, it is. Yeah, just in case. People are like, wait.
At
Tizzy
least
from
one
Vancouver
viewer
playing?
was like, what's happening here?
Yeah, Tizzy's playing for Argentina? That's a bit of a weird one. But I mean, Lep in general, you know, a phenomenal support player for the team. So it's good to see him on the World Cup roster on Argentina. It was USA that did end up winning here, the highest seed with Tree on the Cassidy as well of all picks. I mean, it's what I'm saying, Johnny. It needs to be Torp Hammer 1v1.
I mean, Tree is one
I'm
of the
making a
best
statement for it right
deathmatch
now.
players in the game. So
Yeah,
that
he
was
is.
dominant 3-0. Oh, the slow-mo!
Check this out. Boom. Boom. Boom.
I love it. Okay, so United States, they get the first map pick because of Tree's dominant Cassidy performance.
Yep. Ilios.
Oh, well, yeah, well, yes, I mean,
Who's surprised? Yeah, I mean, we've seen one Antarctic Peninsula like last week, so, you know, there was a sprinkling of difference in there. But out of all three maps, Johnny, if you're making a tier list, you'll probably put in Ilios at the top, then Oasis, then Antarctic Peninsula. If you're like a sane person, I'd say.
right. I mean, it's definitely the most opportunity to just exert your skill. Like, if you're an incredibly skilled team and you take the enemy team to Helios, odds are that you will find yourself being the team that comes out on top. And you don't get, you know, some of the silliness you can maybe pull off on Antarctic Peninsula. If you want to play more of this, you know, brawly kind of style, like bring out like Mauga, Symmetra, like weird stuff like that. USA, you know, they were on the back foot on Oasis against Mexico. So, you know, I'm just saying things are possible on Oasis, but Helios, I feel like, is the map of choice there for USA by far.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Diva ban here for Team USA, which means Infect is definitely playing because Hawk and Infected sharing server time means no Diva, no off tank, no Hawk. And Ana banned. Okay, for Argentina. Ilios, extremely good for Ana, obviously. But looking at their support lineup, and this is what I was talking about, Johnny, how stacked this roster is. UV, Luke Camino, and Landon on the support lineup.
Yes.
Like, the flexibility is crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of a nasty backline because you're thinking, okay, like maybe you can get a couple players who are able to play flex support, but getting 3, I mean, that's
absurd.
Absurd indeed, yeah. So
Oh yeah, we
Camino,
need a BAP guy. Oh, we have Landon. Oh, we need Ultraviolet who can play. Well,
I
his
think
hero
it
pool is-
genuinely will be
is
a conversation
boundless.
about like which one of the 3 do you play, you know? Like, because one of them is going to have to ride the bench.
True. I mean, we'll see who ends up starting here in this match for that. Infected, though, like I mentioned, is definitely going to be playing here instead of Hawk because Diva's banned, unless they're trolling Hawk to no end, which would also be very funny.
It's the way to just force a really simple matchup advantage in the tank role, right? So you sub in a player who's really good at like the Wrecking Ball or the Winston, and then you ban out the Diva. And Infected is just such a fantastic tank player that realistically it's going to have the upper hand most of the time.
Yeah, 100%. And then Tree and Zera as well. Like, you have the Tracer Beast in Zera, and then Tree, who can flex to whatever the team needs or the team wants. So it's just ridiculous. And then obviously, if we go to a map like Gibraltar or whatever in World Cup at the LAN, like, dude, Tree can just, or any map, to be fair. I mean, even King's Row, he's pulled out the Hanzo. His Hanzo is ridiculous. He was even copying bans as well throughout OWCS. So
I would personally vouch for that. I think I made it quite clear so far that this broadcast, and I'm just rooting for more heroes to get playtime, and Hanzo is definitely one of those heroes. And so given the fact that Tree, like you said earlier, is the best Hanzo player in North America, like, yes, give me all of that. So, King's Row, please.
can they recreate 2019? Can they do it? That one win for USA in 2019.
It starts here in the online qualifier against Argentina.
Yeah, exactly. The road's got to start somewhere, Johnny. And it might
when the
just
documentary
start here
comes out, you know, they'll the first 5 minutes will be here against Argentina on the online
The
qualifier.
first 5 minutes will be in this series.
It'll be a long documentary.
How long is this documentary? Okay, okay.
1.5 hours. All on IMAX.
1.5 hours. Damn. That's a long one. You know what? I'd sit down and watch it. USA versus Argentina, though. First match here for Group B of today is Saturday. First of three, of course, Infected in, and Landon and UV are going to be the backline here for USA.
All right, let's see what composition they're going to bring out here, because I foresee some of this stuff. Whatever this is, I foresee more of it. Obviously, I think having the Wu Yang is actually like a really good hero to have up your sleeve. We saw Twisted Minds have a lot of success when Funny Astro was over onto that hero. But it's not a hero you see that often. But we'll have some like really niche situations where the Wu Yang comes in really useful. And so I'd kind of welcome some gameplay. Some practice.
I was hoping we'd see Sierra, but unfortunate. Tree really not gonna let us have fun, huh? No Bastion, but there is a cat for Argentina, and they're just rocking with the Mauga. Two very different lines of thought here.
All right.
Tizzy is the one getting lifted to the spawn against Team USA. Okay, well, Persona's down though. Not the hottest of starts, unfortunately.
Hey-oh. What an overrun.
Yeah, real nice. Unfortunately, though, Tree across the map just end up killing Saxton.
I mean, this USA Pokemon position is just overwhelming. Ultravice going to swap over to the Ilari here as well, and Tree's just picking people out of the sky. This is kind of what you expected. And if you're Argentina, you kind of expected this as well.
Yeah, you're definitely not going in with any notions that this would be an easy game, so...
I didn't have a Freya duel on my cards.
I mean, if you want a Freya duel, Tree is definitely the guy to have on your team. That and Chronic, of course.
I mean, they're just tethering the Mauga around the map.
They're trying, man. Look at him go. I mean, technically, he's got two Bastions attached to one to each arm.
Uh-oh.
Not all the health pack steal from Zera. Okay. He actually might need the Bastion level of damage from his two miniguns at this point.
Yo, what are you saying right now? Be careful with what you're saying. You can't be putting that kind of stuff into the world.
What, the devs are going to hear it and go, actually, you know what, that'll be a fun little Mauga buff. Have two Bastion level damage like weapons on his arms. Oh, even he would be silly. Yeah, what him? He would listen to me even less. Johnny, you don't understand. He would listen to me less.
Okay, only a Ilari healing here for USA, but I don't think that's going to hurt USA too much because they're so health pack reliant.
This is so low as well. I mean, in fact, he's just having the time of his life on the Wrecking Ball too. And then Landon gets to play his favorite hero. I can't imagine Landon is going to be doing too much healing here. Oh, what was that?
Happening?
I don't know. Well, I can tell by the kill feed at least, I suppose. Left is dead. There is going to be a rush as well, being sent up by Argentina. Bowler sends up a tag and Infected, but now they're in a small room with those mines. Captive Sun kills Saxton as that cage gets deployed. Landon is in a little bit of danger on this high ground, but Ultraviolet is safe on his.
Landon going down here is big news actually, because USA, they were in a position where maybe they could have clutched up that, but some land on will just be enough. Zero stalls the point a little bit further, but it's going to be a bit of a regroup here. Ball and Tracer, though, always staying active, always looking for some picks here.
Oh, there he goes. Uh-oh, straight onto the far. Who has the skybox now? I mean, with the Mauga being tethered around, it's you can mess with him even less than you can with the Bastion.
Yeah, I mean, USA are playing Baptiste here as well, right? If you just drop a Mauga onto the Baptiste, it's like bad news.
Oh.
Okay, well, no cat. Can't be dropping any Maugas anymore.
Oh, Atlanta goes down, though. Very messy. This is a very messy game so far. Persona falls to tree. There is going to be a bit of pressure on the point now. Assassin hits the Wraith Form, and without an ult, he's going to be vulnerable to this Tracer. His left. Oh, what a shot from tree.
Just tree
like
things.
Very low, too. Yeah, hits another nice little shot onto the Kiriko, but UV's dead. I mean, again, USA aren't exactly making this one clean.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Argentina's putting a lot of pressure onto the point, and only 55% get a pick up the tree here as well. This might come down to last fight territory.
Yeah, actually it might. They're on 60, and that was like a clean win. Like, they won the team fight. USA have to full reset and get ground again, so...
Right, and that's the crucial point as well. Like, they need to find ground for their flex support players, right? And I think Argentina's going to have a thing or two to say about that. That's a crucial dart forcing the recall, actually. Oh, yeah, maybe not. Got the health back.
Got the health back instead, though, yeah. Pulse bomb for Zera. Persona dead. Okay, Tree wins that 1v1, and the rest of the USA ignore everybody except... ignore Tizzy, sorry. There's the grab. Okay, you're just grabbing the Ilari. Okay, UV just walks away. Action, Giga Chad ignores left completely. Just focuses on the front facing team fighters. Tizzy ends up dropping that cage. UV does eventually end up dying as Tree sitting behind this window now. It's going to be a pain to deal with, but Surreal and Persona ends up actually getting a fairly decent trade. Zera Tree down, Infected Minds kill on the point. Argentina's still in this. Maybe Lep tries to get back. Landham shuts him down. The third DPS there from Team USA ends up coming up with the clutch as... wow, that was close. 92% for Argentina. Okay. Okay.
Oh. That was way closer than for comfort than it needed to be. I mean, that boiled down to a 2 versus 2, and the Wrecking Ball was just too much from Infected. 11 and 2 at the minute. 5,600 damage with the Freya. But yeah, I expected a clean sweep here from USA, but that was nothing but.
Holy Aura title. Gold support for Surreal. That is Aura. You're on the World Cup team. You're rocking that title. Damn. Mad respect. All right, same kind of thing here for Argentina, just floating them out. Did that tickle you, Johnny? That tickle you?
Yeah, it did actually. That's. I mean,
whoa! Look at
I won't speak. If I speak, I'm in trouble.
That's nice. I tell you what, it's quite terrifying. The Mauga on this high ground like this. Are they going to try and tether him again? There he goes, straight to the back line. Landon has to instantly deploy Lamp. Landon's dead. They just drop shipped the Mauga into the back line to kill the supports.
When do you swap Kiri and you're just like, I need some more ability. Pyramids. I was going to say goodbye.
I mean, this is ridiculous. Like, what is happening? Argentina have now picked off 2 players with this Mauga tether.
I mean, it's kind of working for them. It has to be said here. Definitely making things difficult for USA. And this is kind of what we saw last week as well. Like, some of this tethering around people, the verticality and how dynamic it is definitely making things annoying for USA here. So they're not finding the picks necessary for the moment. They got the cap, though.
And Tree doing so much damage. He's just spamming into Tizzy, basically. Nice shot. Oh, nice shot as well. The take aim shot connecting with Persona. Oh, well. Days numbered there, unfortunately, Sax.
All right, so can USA... Can I make it clean from here? This is actually what we want to see, though. Saxton, Widowmaker, watch out. Can't find it. Don't. It's so unnecessary.
It is, but here's that shot. It would be kind of sick.
I mean, it's kind of aura. You would flexing from the Widowmaker, but...
Well, here comes the... I was going to say Bastion, but here comes Tizzy again on the Mauga. As little Boloso ends up shutting down Lep and Tree with an easy double. Oh, and hits that fake aim shot in the skies as well. I mean, that is, what, 3 kills for the Freya so far? It's the rest of Argentina recoiling in disgust. As they have to hit a respawn. They're still, Saxon's still waiting for the shot. Oh, not quite.
I feel like you can do it once, and then the other people are like, okay, I'll actually press the scoreboard and do the fights. Make sure the win maker isn't there. Mine's still gonna be brutal.
Yeah, like getting to the point versus the ball is already a nightmare in and of itself, but this is kind of a whole new level. There's the slam. Tree on a nice little off angle. Hits that shot as well. Oh, didn't get credit for the kill, but he probably should have done with that one. Captured Sun. Landed. Solo window as Lep dances in the cage. Yeah, okay. Mine straight on top of the cage as well, so there's no even chance for Tizzy to survive there. Team USA are going to clean up that round. Way easier for them on that one. It was 100 to 98 before, but that was 100 to 0 for that first map. Ilios is going to be there.
Okay, so that's kind of in line with what we expected from USA. Play pretty poke heavy with all the picks required. And that's going to be USA taking 1-0 lead here. Quick glance at the scoreboard. Who stands out to you, Jaws?
Probably Tree with 10k damage. Like,
I mean,
4k over infected.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damage sponge. He does it well, but unfortunately it does mean Tree gets like infinite ult charge basically, and you have to burn cardiac overdrive like instantly as well. So all right, Team USA, little 1-0 lead to start off with. Okay, we didn't see that on cams, but that was kind of funny. Straight from the high ground, just like that.
This is going like, where if you're Argentina, like you just pick whatever works for you in scrims, and you pray for the best here.
Yeah, I mean, you are vibing, like you said. Chile, Mexico, obviously the other teams in this group. We'll see some of those series a little bit later on. Chile already sitting at a 1-0, like 3-1. They've actually looked really good. I'd say they're one of my favorites to make it out of the group, them alongside the US. We'll see how well Mexico does. Mexico versus Chile is going to be a good match. That actually, you could argue maybe Mexico, Chile could be the decider for that second spot.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I mean, it is a very close contested group. We got both with Group A and Group B. We obviously have clear-cut favorites with Canada and USA. But, you know, you couldn't really pick one of these 3 teams that would be the favorite going into the online qualifiers here, because obviously Mexico was an invited team, and then Chile and Argentina, they qualified through the conference cups as well. But like you said, Chile, they qualified as a #1 seed, and so they obviously already this year displayed their ability to great lengths here. But like you say, their matchup against Mexico later on today, that could potentially be the decider here for Group B. Argentina already taken a loss to Chile, of course, 1-3 matchup. That's quite difficult. So we're heading over to Runasapi. And I mean, do you like protect ban for the cat here? Just keep doing the cat shenanigans?
Lep has basically only played cat, so
right.
Maybe. But Lep has the ability to play a lot more than just the cat, so I mean, we'll see. They don't seem to want to play the Bastion at all. I mean, they're happy just to kind of tether around the Malga, which did work in a couple of scenarios, but you are against Team USA, so maybe the Cat Bastion is something that you want to throw something more off the wall rather than just like the stock standard kind of meta pick, I suppose.
I mean, I feel like Landon had a really difficult time. Like, the rest of the team was thriving on Ilios, but Argentina made sure that Landon had a pretty tough time on the map. It's like, yeah, we're just gonna drop a mug to your face.
Yeah, over and over and over again. Yeah, making you land, making you hit shift, and then just killing you. I mean, hey, it worked. If it works, Johnny, it works, so we'll see. We'll see what Argentina want to ban first. They have priority here because they chose the map.
I mean, that you just gotta throw curveballs, right? So
100%. Yeah, if you're in this situation, just throw things to the wall, see what sticks, and then find something that might work, because at the end of the day, like, you're not expected to win here, so even just finding an ounce of success, or maybe even a map, like, would be exceptional for Argentina.
Yeah, you can't play the game straight up, because you know that the United States will just outplay you. Like, they're just the skill difference is just unbelievable, right? So you kind of have to go for like the hero plays. Like even in the previous series, like someone from like McChicken, like making plays with the overclock, and just lending you that help in those fights where maybe you don't have the best ultimate economy and stuff like that. Like you kind of need to lean on that. So you need to make things pretty crazy if you're Argentina here to just make USA the slightest bit of uncomfortable, and then you need to come up have some like worldly games, some big plays for yourself. So it's going to be the Tracer ban. Maybe you're figuring like the Tracer, you're able to exert so much skill that like it's just too much to handle. Like there's no real good way to counter Sarah's Tracer. But that also, you know, maybe open things up if you want to play some heroes that might have difficulties if faced against a Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, Tracer is just... For Zera is a little absurd. I would definitely agree. Just get that one out of there. Just don't want to deal with it. That's fine. 2023 was their last World Cup showing. Argentina. It didn't make it to the LAN, unfortunately, but still ended up participating.
All right, should I give you some trivia here now? Because you put me on the spot.
Okay, sure. What's the trivia?
Say one member from USA team of 2017.
2017. Jake.
That.
Yeah. I knew he was on one of those rosters. I knew it was a really early one, too. Because bro fell off after 2017. No, I'm joking.
Damn, the Junkrat in 2018? Come on, brother. They were actually good.
Rat.
Houston Outlaws were good in 2018 Stage 1. They were like top 3, I think.
I think so. Yeah, I think they were.
Yeah, with Jürgen Seltzer, the Junkrat.
The Junkrat. I'm joking. Yeah, I do remember him playing early on. I don't think he didn't play any other World Cups, right? After that?
No, I mean, the 2018 was pretty stacked. So, didn't play for that team. I remember that qualifier was crazy in 2017. We're in Santa Monica, and we're in like an airport like hangar, like a huge where they like store airplanes and stuff. And
oh really?
Yeah, that's where that iconic clip comes from, where Jake is just standing on the high ground on Horizon Lunar Colony, and it's just high ground advantage over Germany, just raining down bullets, playing soldier, shooting a fish in a barrel.
Shooting fish in a barrel.
Horizon Lunar
the
Colony,
old heads remembering. The old heads nodding right now. Yes.
They're doing the
in a hangar is kind of crazy. Like it's kind of insane. Like aura for a tournament, I'd say. It reminds me. You will not. Brother, you will. There are like two people in the audience that might know what I'm talking about. But the old like GSL, StarCraft, Korean tournaments, when they were held in an air hangar, and they were like drove in like on a car and stuff like that. The intros for some of those players were ridiculous. If you want to see something like insane, I think it was GSL. I can't really remember, but insane levels of production when you're like. Yeah, the older heads are nodding. The StarCraft heads are nodding. Yeah, some of those intro videos were hype as hell. And yeah, I mean, even USA's this year as well. Kind of. Okay, we don't have to. Let's not get too far deep down the rabbit hole, Johnny, because we will lose people.
The portal is right
and
there.
Then,
like I'm acknowledging the portal or the rabbit hole. Like it exists. It's right next to me. Like a. I forget what it's called now because I'm Swedish. Like a pothole. Like an extended pothole.
I'm really sorry, Johnny. I have no idea what you're talking about, man. Like, I'm trying to pick up what you're putting down,
don't you know? Sometimes there are like holes in the ground and like people like fall in them and stuff. And like
yeah,
you know?
Oh, the pot. Oh, sure. We don't want to like fall in the pothole.
But like they're very normal, so we're just like, okay, there's a hole over there. That's the rabbit hole that I'm just acknowledging. Like it's over there.
Oh, the rabbit hole. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
I'm gonna walk past it. Yeah, I'm not gonna fall into the hole, but I'm gonna walk past it.
Okay, Infector's playing Ryan. Let's get to the game. Infector's playing Ryan. Ryan Hart with Tree on Bastion, no Cat. Led not playing Cat either, playing Mizuki. Oh, you don't get much more Overwatch than this, John.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Infected does. Okay, Tree just over.
Oh my.
To left. All right.
Okay.
Pin in there. We'll get him.
And my Tracer, huh? What's crazy, actually, is that Ryan, I would say, has been one of the worst tanks ever. Not like ever since. He obviously in old school Overwatch, like 10 years ago. Yeah, he was like super good, right? Like Ryan was one of the only tanks. He's been eclipsed by a lot of heroes recently, but even at like Tokyo recently, now we're seeing it here a little bit too, even if Infected's maybe messing around a little bit. Like Ryan's coming back. I've got it. I've got a feeling, Johnny. It's in my bones.
Argentina here with the Maga engage. Getting on top of the USA. This is what happens when you put the Reinhardt on the court, though. You kind of give up some things.
Yeah, you can't really do much else apart from hold the rectangle on the car and then hope your team kill everybody. It was a good rotation from Argentina. They managed to like cut the map in half. They jumped on land and killed UV super early. So yeah, really nice engage for Argentina there.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're playing Booyang and Sojourn, so they're going to have quite a bit of poke damage that you have to be wary of that. Mauga overrunning in there. Always good for at least some damage to try to connect along with your team to pick up some of those frags. So yeah, rotation indeed. I mean, Infected. Best of luck, everybody. Okay, the May wall is just too much.
Yeah. No one's shooting the May wall. Come on, team. You have to shoot the column to help the Mauga. He's just like running into the May wall super slowly. And yeah, an easy kill. I mean, the May is going to be the biggest problem for Argentina here.
Right.
If you can't shoot the May wall, the columns, you're going to lose. It's imperative that Sissy survives. Because if he does, and the May wall ends up getting dropped, and then you kill it, like, you can just shoot shield and then run does nothing.
Yeah. Going back to what you said earlier, like, the game has kind of slowed down the last couple of patches here, and so it does enable Reinhardt to have a good chance. And like, we're seeing some of these Sigma compositions come out with the Mizuki. So Reinhardt definitely has a better place in the meta right now compared to the Diva, Lucio, Kiriko days. So we've been seeing a little bit more play here and there.
Good pick as well. Okay, Overclock. They're actually going to pop a window to try and turn this one, but Argentina on such a good angle. Blizzard drop 2, but it's a 3-player push here as Infected gets the push off onto Tizzy. Well, that's not good. And that was with Lep as well applying that ult. So yeah, Tizzy off the map, but still, I mean, Argentina had the angle. They had Persona on and off angle that entire time, and they didn't end up getting the Blizzard onto Persona either. So he was able to kind of free range shoot at the front line.
Yeah, just too many ultimates for USA to overcome here as Tree just, oh my, okay. We slide, get some vertical ground, and then shoot Lep in the face. Okay, we like to see that.
Tizzy was the cage. I'm just, all I'm looking at right now is Infected with the Shatter.
Yeah, me too,
That's all I'm looking at.
Yeah, sorry, I was kind of just focusing on the Shatter.
I mean, that's fair.
There's nothing to Shatter.
If you're Argentina, yeah, like, maybe Tizzy gets Shatter, because he's the only one playing on the bot, like, or close to it, so...
It's one of those moments where you kind of hold on to it, because it's scarier than it actually is better to drop. You never know.
Yeah, the threat of it is more scary. Well, they're going to drop the cage. They're going to Death Blossom straight inside of the domain expansion. Surreal ends up going down to a railgun shot and Infected that entire time, Johnny. Yeah, hit the slam and then was just jumping around as his team used the shield so Tizzy couldn't shoot and kill anybody. Unfortunate stuff there for Argentina as USA win the fight.
The shield actually gets crazy value there. buys time for United States when they're trapped in that cage fight. Yeah, it's really good. And now, I mean, they got a Kitsune rush here. They could potentially snowball if Zero doesn't get picked here.
Yeah, it should be good. And he's got Blizzard too in like 6. So.
That ice was scary.
Tidal Blast for Lep. Applied to Tizzy last time around. There's the rush on the point. Ultraviolet's already down though. Still in a good spot to win this though. There is the Tidal Blast onto Tizzy. Gets the knockdown, but a preemptive Suzu there almost from Landon. Rights the wrongs almost. Tree still focused though. Is Saxton is assisting in that fight. Or assisting in that kill, I should say. 112 meters and counting here for Team USA. They're quite quickly losing the grasp of this engagement as Infected falls. 112 is all they'll get.
Yeah, dropping Ultraviolet that early, it's just going to set USA back because you're kind of reliant on all that AoE healing. Infected tried to make a play, Zero dropped the Blizzard as well, but couldn't really get any value out of that one. And Argentina stay alive for the time being. This is kind of where you need to see Persona just step up big time and get a quick 2k on the back of this overclock.
They're going to try and rip the OC early. I mean, Persona's been very good at connecting with these, but Infective Shields on another level right now. Unfortunately, Persona has to just dash away after taking a fire strike to the face.
broken. Saxon's going to get a pick here. Rush drop. Another Argentina. Pushing onto USA's hat.
Yeah, really easy fight win. You know what, Saxon there, really good early pick. A team kill for Argentina too. They're going to get some decent meterage. Will they be able to get checkpoint? There's no speed here for USA. There's no Lucio available. So it's going to be tough to come back in like a fairly fast fashion, although Infected can obviously just pin out a spawn.
Okay, so TC is going to contest the high ground here as well, because Tree is obviously a big problem here with the overclock, but TC doing a good job contesting for now. If you give me USA space.
Well, they ended up getting checkpoint there. Tree, overclock, straight in his face though. TP Saxon has got the Death Blossom in his hands as well, but Tree still looking for bodies to shoot at. Everybody from Argentina disappearing like smoke, though. 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Now Tizzy on an island, isolated from the rest of the squad. You can see them on the horizon as they all get walled off, in fact.
Just play the objective game. It's bound to yield you some success. I think Argentina did a good job contesting those crucial angles and tried to give themselves an in on that fight, but USA, they just have too much going for them with this brawly Reinhardt May composition, and they're still looking for picks onto Lep and Surreal, who are staying on the flanks here.
Tidal Blast, there's the slam. Tizzy, not quite, but a pin onto somebody will do. A quick cancel there, actually, as a Surreal ends up just teleporting away. Counter slam, Cage. There's the domain expansion there. Ultraviolet, Sanctuary on the floor. Ultraviolet ends up going down to Lep, though. He's just kind of playing outside the cage, just shooting projectiles inward as Infected follows his brethren. Quick steal of the bot, though, from Landon. Looks like he's going to get a meter. That's it. That's all he gets. But Team USA's... Well, they reset the bot on Argentina's half of the map.
Yeah, you take that. It buys you a few seconds, even though you're getting staggered. Push the bot further into the spawn of Argentina. Look, they're winning a couple of fights here and there, but at some point, you got to get a bit of a streak going. Get a couple of fight wins in quick succession. Kind of back here where Persona needs to get a couple of picks. It's going to be difficult against this May comp, but he's one right
low there.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, and gets it too. Trade DPS though. Overclock available. Same with that Blizzard. Lep on the wrong side of the team fight right now. Is not going to be a factor in this fight at all, as Persona finds Landon lacking, forces the swift step. Kitsune rush for Surreal. Lep eventually kind of dealt with there. Probably tries to make his way back to the rest of the team. Blizzard isolates Tizzy. Couple of headshots, but it is still a Mauga you're having to deal with. As they're now looking around, spotting Surreal with the TP. Gets stuck on the tree. And it is all Zera all day here by the looks of things. One more shot required, though, to finish off
just one.
the Soj. But Persona with the movement kills Zera.
All right, minute to go here. Still at a 60-meter deficit. And kind of the same thing here. You're very cognizant of the fact that Tree is going to have this overclock available. So you need to find the edge. Maybe if Persona is able to pull off a bit of a flank themselves with this overclock, that would be enough to secure an advantage here. But there they go. Persona on the flank. Taken down.
Oh, yeah. Instantly killed by Tree. Here's the railgun shot. Immediately pops overclock. Tizzy dead. Argentina... They're going to have to back off. 40 seconds to go, Johnny, here.
All right, so Argentina, pressure is definitely on here. 30 seconds to go. USA still has this Kitsune rush and this big slam. That Argentina has, you know, they've navigated the Earth Shatter quite well here, Joss, already. There it's dropped again. Ooh, I don't think it hit anyone.
No, absolutely nobody. Infected, probably not happy about that one. Tidal Blast onto Tizzy. Doesn't get any knockdowns, but Ultraviolet is going to be in his sights. A quick charge away, but Argentina, they're going to need a Vancouver Titans GOAT level performance here to come back in this one, Johnny. 113 meters to 71. Tizzy goes for another re-engagement. There goes the Sanctuary. Has got a cage of his own, of course, but Death Blossom is going to isolate Ultraviolet and get the kill. A teleport away, straight on top of the Reinhardt as well, as Saxon's still trying to punish Infected for being so close to this bot. Tizzy's going to have to make a play here. Goes for another stomp slam in the front line. Infected ends up going down. A quick Suzu on the Kiriko as she TPs away. Escapes with a life, sure, but Zera not quite so lucky. Tizzy with another kill. Quick melee to the face as overtime ticks through as the final members of Team USA die on the point.
Okay, so keeping things going here in cage fight. Very strong ultimate if Tizzy can get back in time here, though. USA definitely going to have the advantage.
Oh my... Okay.
Okay, they're fine. They're fine.
I freaked.
They're fine.
Okay.
Stay cool, calm, collected. This is
the
scary.
OT.
5 versus 3.
The OT, they almost got off the bottom, just C9, like straight up. Well, the Blizzard here for Zera is going to be good. They've already forced this Wraith form out of Saxton, instantly taken down as the Blizzard now placed at the feet of Tizzy. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, no chance in that fight, unfortunately. Team USA finish up Runasapi 2-1, or 2-0 in the series so far, and they're sitting on match point.
On match point, indeed. Still looking quite strong, even though they're pulling out the Reinhardt in the maker position. They're finding a way to make it work. 3 hitting the swords with the Sojourn. And maybe they'll close this thing out in a regular 3-0 though. Looking at the scoreboard though, like 3 and 10 deaths.
Okay,
I mean,
look at the deaths.
What is happening with these deaths right here?
So, if you showed this scoreboard to somebody and said to them, who won this game, you would probably say Argentina.
Exactly.
4 deaths, 6, and then 8. And then there's like 7s across the board, then a 10. So Team USA is like literally more the macro game rather than the kill game, the KDA game in this one.
Yeah, quite surprising indeed. But I mean, USA, they're playing this tight-knitted comp together. They're a bit more prone to these deaths compared to Argentina trying to spread things out, take these side angles. I mean, Argentina's definitely keeping it close. Like, going into the series, I expected, like, full caps to happen, 2-0s, you know, 100s to 0s. Definitely hasn't done anything like that.
Yeah, it gives me a lot of hope for Argentina that we're in the group, honestly. So we'll see if they are the team to take that second spot. Team USA, though, still in the lead, still sitting at a 2-0. Already going to be sweeping this group, but map number 3 on your screens in just a moment. Argentina's pick again. Rhine ban. Can't let Infected have it again.
No, come on, you don't ban the Reinhardt. Like,
Okay,
that's like one of the few heroes in the entire roster that I'm like, okay, we can find a way to work around this. And honestly, like, Argentina, they did a fairly good job, as demonstrated by the meterage, right? So,
yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Meteorage and KDA, you know, you're big chilling if you're Argentina. We'll see if USA ran this one out or if Argentina can clutch up and grab a map. Yeah, Team USA. I think a lot of people are hoping, especially when it comes to Busan, that Team USA show up with an extremely strong roster like this. I mean, we have obviously stage winners in here from like OWCS and kind of, well, not hopefully get stopped by teams like South Korea and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, obviously the reigning champions of the Overwatch World Cup, taking it in 2023. We'll see how well they end up doing.
I mean, I feel like pressure is on for the United States because, like you said, I think there's some expectation that you're like top 2, you know? Like, in World Cups past, well, yeah, in World Cups past, I think it's fair to say that, like, okay, Korea's always going to be the favorite, right? Most stacked country in the world,
yeah.
right? But I do think that there's an expectation that USA are going to be, like, top 2. Like, they should beat teams like Saudi Arabia.
I was going to say top 4.
They finished 5th to 8th last year, or in 2023. Like,
yeah,
finishing
and then
5th to 8th is, like, it's not good enough.
Definitely not. I would say top 4. I would still put China up there, obviously. Saudi Arabia, because they won last year and they've like quartz. And obviously Korea. If I had to make a tier list right now, it probably would be South Korea, Saudi, China, and then maybe the 4 spots kind of open. Maybe it's USA.
I think based on talent, I would still pick USA over Saudi Arabia. I mean, really? It's undeniable that like Saudi Arabia, you know, TVNT, UB, Quartz, like they're just crazy good, right? But I think you look talent on paper, I still think USA with their backline has a slight advantage.
Damn. All right, fair enough. I'm looking forward to the LAN. It should be.
But that's what I'm saying. Like you can't underperform, you know?
Right.
Are we picking up what I'm putting down?
I'm picking up this time, Johnny. I'm picking up what you put down. New Junk City is where we're going next here. Mauga ban, by the way, for USA. They were like, nope. Please no. Just give us a non-Mauga comp, which probably I'm gonna make a stab in the dark here. Infect is probably gonna play Rhyme again. Like,
look, I'd love to see
as maps go, Rhyme not too bad on the Flashpoint.
I mean, look, it's the first stage. The first round here, we're indoors. Like maybe the shield can get you a bit of an advantage when you try to swing around the ring. I could see the arguments.
All right, we'll load in. We'll see if Argentina can take that elusive map. Open so. It was a little bit more than a 3-0. There it is.
I mean,
there it is.
Infected was bringing out the Reinhardt on like Paraiso with an energy shock back in 2024. Like any opportunity,
I mean,
they'll bring it out.
Playing Rhine on Paraiso is like, you have to be built so different to play that map as Rhine.
They didn't have a lot going for them in that specific map, and they were like, maybe, what if?
What if? Oh, Infected. You've spoiled the fun. This is so sad. It's going to be a Sigma mirror with Tree, though, on Bastion, Zera on Mei. And this is like the anti-Sigma comp that USA are playing.
Yeah, still, you're going to be quite under a bit of pressure here from the Reaper, but Argentina has to be aware of the Mei wall. You see Saxton going on a bit of a flank here already. Side, or thorn in the side of USA. But going to have abilities forced to withdraw. That's going to enable USA to push forward without worrying about the Reaper.
Now there's the wall. Persona's on top of it. Oh, the rod goes wide. It doesn't matter. In fact, it's still with the hyperspheres and a little schmack to the base. Will end up picking up Tizzy. Yeah, I mean, realistically, Persona's going to be that guy for Argentina, right? That has to find a opening pick or at least some damage with a railgun to force USA to react. Oh, wow, they're killing Surreal in the spawn. Okay.
That's tough. Just hate to see it. In between the rounds, you just want to quickly release it. Stop this. But like you say, you need to find some kind of like entryway through these angles, right? So there's the Soldier and Railgun. The Reaper finding you a bit of an edge, because you can't really play straight up against the Mei.
Oh, Tree's got the Bastion ult as well. So you could do the Forbidden combo, the Flux with the Bastion ult. Very doable.
That's a fight win right there.
I mean, it is, yeah. Literal insta-kills. Insta-gives. Oh, they're just going to use it straight away. Chains end up actually attaching to Infected there, but oh, Surreal caught out. Ooh. Yeah, that's a quick reset. That's the wall too, actually, is going to force Saxton to try and take the fight versus 4 people. And that's going to be point.
That's going to be point indeed. And they're just going to push the spawn. No worries in the world. Saxton swaps over to the Pharah, not even knowing what the next round is.
Yeah, probably one of the worst ones, honestly, Johnny.
I mean, you want some more poke? You got it. You want to fire in
true.
some of those rockets and maybe you can capitalize on the back of that damage? Go for it.
Means I play ground Pharah behind the Sigma shield.
I mean, the damage is to be respected here, Jaws. So, look at this flank coming in here. You're going to fire some rockets in from the side here. Sojourn on the other angle. Actually got a good surround going.
Yeah, they do. Saxton doing a little bit of damage here. A little chip. But that is the big combo, right? The Pharah with the Sojourn. It's the double tap. Body shot with the rail or headshot. And then the Pharah finishes them off all the other way around. Nice little bit of damage there from Persona. There is both Sanctuaries being used. Tizzy taken out of the skies. There was a Flux v Flux, but it was Infected that came out on top. It's real tough, but especially with the Sanctuaries involved as well. It's so easy to pop that down as soon as a Flux goes off. It's such a powerful ult, especially after the... Okay, Tree, what is my guy doing?
Oh, the Soldier's a tricky hero to get, but...
Woo! Soldier's 1 HP.
Look, I don't know if there's a like skill in dodging that, but somehow I always find myself getting caught with that. I played Zen the other day on Midtown.
You're playing... Okay. Zen into the Bastion. If you don't have any form of speed, you're going to die if they place them well.
Okay, I thought I was doing something wrong, but thank you.
No, I mean, the Bastion ult, the spears are so... Like, the circles are so large. You're gonna die if you're, like, near a wall. What? Lep ends up going down? Wow, landed. Okay, well. Kills the backline. Single-handedly.
In a little small corridor with the Bastion shooting in. You're not going to get a lot of steps forward in that scenario.
Yeah, this is looking like the most one-sided map thus far in the series.
Yeah, it definitely is. And like, I mean, the Pharah, when you're so far away trying to hit some of these rockets, it's, I mean, essentially just like a chance every single time. Like, okay, are they going to like kind of step into the rocket? So, Saxon, maybe. better luck on this specific round as USA goes for a bit of a dividing push here. Argentina split up. Blizzard, too much for TC.
What a blizzard. Yeah, hit a rock there too on to Tizzy. And then pop down the blizzard so he can't use the grasp to eat it either. Oh, that was a very swift team kill. Nice blizzard placement. Really nice stuff from very drilled, the USA.
Yeah, they're looking
a little rocket jump.
Tree. Okay.
Missed that last one.
I mean, I don't think I've quite seen that yet, so I'm all for it.
All right, well, they're touching the spawn, ladies and gentlemen.
We're staying.
And Tree,
Tree is just, come on,
bunny hopping around.
Jaws, I think USA are gonna win this one.
Damn. You don't
wait,
say.
Wait.
Nice
left.
chain skills.
I mean,
Barrage. Okay, hang on a second. Hang on a second here. Saxton does end up killing 2.
we're bringing it back
with a barrage. We're so back. Okay, USA. Again, a little bit of hubris.
A little bit.
A lot of it.
Okay, yeah, 3. That was quite a bit of hubris right there. Argentina has the ultimates. They have a Kitsune rush, which will lead into all.
In fact, it's on Hog.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if Infected pulling out his Hog, then you know it's all over, bro. Is all I'm saying.
I mean, he has a Sojourn as well.
Oh, okay, he needs to hit 1 hook. Like, that is it. He needs to hit 1 hook.
Uh-oh.
No, Persona slides out. TP away. Here comes the Bastion. He's still bunny hopping, by the way, his Tree, trying to get into a good spot. Leb's already dead, and there it is. The Hog, that wasn't really an infected skill, let's be real. That guy was 1 HP. He's not doing much on the Roadhog, but it looks cool. It looks pretty sweet.
0% hook accuracy.
Yeah, actually.
Sierra in the mix.
Stats.
Is this the first time we're seeing Sierra in pro gameplay?
Oh, probably not. I mean, maybe. She hasn't really been picked at all. Like, not right now, at least not in the point where she can be meta. Surely Tree doesn't instantly die here. Oh, and they don't touch the point either. Okay, well, damn. Sierra didn't even get a kill. Neither did the Hog hit a hook. So, you know what? W for Argentina there. USA, though, come out of this series with a 3-0. Kind of as expected, it got less and less close as the maps kind of went on, but they are in a position, even if it was like Group A and Group B kind of merge, where they're probably going to come out on top. Their roster incredibly stacked right now as they move on to block their ticket into Busan, Johnny. 2-0 in the group and +6 map differentials. So, yeah, looking pretty good for Team USA.
Yeah, to no surprise to anybody in the world, the United States are one of the best teams in the world and destroying their way through the online qualifiers here against Argentina. Infected did not go 16-1 on the Roadhog. Maybe it went like 1-0, 2-0. You got a couple of limbs on the Roadhog.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, he was literally just picking off people at the very end. Still 0% hook accuracy is
the big Roadhog flank that didn't
big
hook anybody.
Roadhog flank. As everybody is looking at Tree as he just bunny hops his way into the back line using the Bastion turret fall. Yeah. Nice stuff from USA overall. I think Argentina, they showed a little bit here. And their match versus Mexico, which is actually the last match in Group B, which I believe will be tomorrow. That, again, might decide it. This second place is very much up for grabs between Chile, Argentina, and Mexico right now.
Yeah, 100%. And if Chile manages to just win against Mexico later on today as well, like that would put Chile firmly in the place, in the running for second place here in the group and actually qualifying for Busan here as well. And so Argentina already taking a loss to Chile, now taking a 3-0 loss to USA as well. That diminishes the hopes quite a bit here, and it's looking unlikely that they qualify for Busan. But this was to be expected, you know. If USA are going to claim the #1 spot here, then it's a lot of pressure to just win every single matchup against the other two teams, right? And so far, Argentina struggled in Group B here.
Yeah, struggled just a little bit. And those spots are so valuable when there's two top-heavy teams a lot of the time, and the case is kind of the same here with Canada and USA taking those #1 spots. Like, it's tough. You're 3 teams fighting for one single place. So, yeah, we'll see how well they end up doing. We'll see if Team Mexico as well can kind of bounce back in that group. Looking forward to the LAN, I'd imagine, though, at Team USA. I mean, it feels like they just come off of one, right? I mean, we're having the mid-season tournament for OWCS and then straight into Busan. There's a lot of LAN Overwatch this year. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, every month feels like. Every month there's a tournament going on for the next few months here. And so, like you say, a lot of Overwatch being played. Stage 2 kicks off next weekend. So
yeah, there's so much. There's actually so much. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yep.
It's good to see USA though do well, and hopefully they're going to be back to full strength going into the LAN event. I mean, like I mentioned, I think this is one of their strongest rosters of all time. You could argue, obviously, the big win for them was definitely their peak there, but we'll see if they end up doing them one better this time around. We've got Landon for an interview as well in just a moment. In fact, right now, we're just going to have Landon on right now. There you go. There's the cue. Landon, how you doing? Obviously, a fairly easy group for yourselves. Team USA taking the 2-0, and you're basically locked in for Busan now. How has the team been? How has the environment been? And how excited are you to play on LAN for World Cup again?
I mean, I'm super excited to play with this team. We honestly don't have that much time together yet. I think we did one practice so far, and I wasn't there. I think like half the team wasn't there. We played these matches. We're kind of phoning it in a little bit right now, but I'm excited to go with them to the LAN and have a good result.
What do you think the practice will kind of be structured like later on? Because I feel like you have so many amazing players on this team and so much depth when it comes to like hero pool. So with that in mind, how do you kind of like structure practice to figure out what are your best compositions? What are your best players to play with? Like Hawk or Infected, that's going to be a big choice, and obviously it could be map dependent. Some people prefer to have one tank stay in through the entire game. So like, how do you kind of figure that out? Maybe that's a question for Junkbug, but how do you as a player feel about the fact that you can play so many different things with this lineup you have?
I don't know exactly how things will work, but I'm pretty confident. Like we have players and coaches that know how to play every composition, like every style. If I had to guess, I think we'll get closer to like the Korea event, and then whatever the meta is or whatever like style that we think gives our team the best chance, I think we'll probably just all in on that, whichever tank or whichever support line it is.
I got one final question for you. We've been talking about it over that last series. Looking at USA or Team USA historically, do you guys think you're the strongest lineup going into a LAN event like this? Because I think, judging by the roster and how deep it is as well, even though Team USA won, obviously quite a few years ago now, it's got to be one of the strongest rosters USA has filled.
I mean, this roster is super, super good. Like, I think for sure, like it's 100% better than the last one. And then Overwatch patched like the last World Cup was such a different game. I really don't know.
All right, thank you very much, Landon. Enjoy Busan, of course. We'll see you there, and yeah, congratulations on winning the group.
Thank you.
Alrighty, that was Landon from Team USA. Obviously he's going to say that he's the strongest group, but yeah, I really do think strongest team out of the historied Team USA's. But yeah, I really do think this team has a good chance of cracking that like top 4. I mean, you said even top 2. So yeah, we'll see how they do on the LAN. But
paper,
here's the updated groups for you. Yeah, I mean, on paper, definitely. Top 3 for me, I think, is where I put Team USA.
Okay. We don't need to drill into it. For the time being, like you said, USA, they are on top of Group B, 6-0 in maps so far, and I think that last New York City map kind of like tells you the full story. That is USA when they turn it up for real and take things on against one of these teams in their group. So they qualify for Busan. Can't wait to see them in action, maybe against some more teams on par with their own level come that event. But we're a long way a while from that one, feels like, Josh. We have a lot of Overwatch in between.
Yeah, a whole lot. Speaking of which, Colombia versus Brazil is coming up next. Stick around. And while we were in the break, don't forget there is a skins giveaway currently running. And also you can just buy them too if you don't end up winning the giveaway. The crowdfunding bundles are available in the Overwatch shop. So make sure you log in and check them out. You can represent the different regions coming in. And there's the giveaway on your screen as well. So QR code or follow the link on your screen. It's probably going to be plastered out on the socials too, so you make sure you give them a follow. But before we get into the next one, we're going to jump to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Grab yourself a drink, and we'll be right back. Welcome back. Halfway through the day already. I know that last one at least was pretty quick. Colombia versus Brazil on your screens in just a moment. Colombia, Johnny, there's a little bit of seed decider here. They need to at least win 2 maps here or take the series. It's a bit odd, especially when it's only a 4-team round robin. Collecting a W will be the easiest way to go about that one, though. But Brazil, they're probably not going to make it easy. Let's have a look at Colombia's roster, though, first. Temp, Lich, Super Gomez, Kratos, and Changed.
Yeah, there are a couple of familiar names for you here as well, and we also seen Mixby get a little bit of playtime here for Colombia as well. But I think Super Gomez is the one that stands out because of their previous playtime in the World Cup for Colombia here as well. So to bring a little bit of experience into this year's version of the World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, look, experience means a whole lot, especially if you're at a LAN environment too, which all the teams are hoping to make. This group has been rather tough, though. That one space left remaining after Team USA kind of stomped their way through with a 2-0. Here's Brazil. Hydron, of course, a name that a lot of you are going to be very familiar with. Ludwig in DPS is going to be matching there with Hydron. Dalka, Mocha, and Baza Nella for the supports.
Yeah, and Hydron obviously has been the hitscan player for this team that has kind of gone for some of these plays, you know, like to be proactive, take some wide angles, and, you know, attempts to have the mechanical skill to back that up as well. So if Hydron delivers a good performance here on the hitscan, that could make the pivotal difference for Brazil.
Temp versus Hydron in the 1v1. The seeding decider, of course, to decide who gets the map choice first. Oh, nice, really early kill by Temp, actually.
I think I would dominate you in a Cassidy 1-on-1.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
I really do.
When was the last time I played his game?
Sick.
Is that actually?
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't know you like that. Bro's been playing Lucio. You said you were a support player now. So I don't know if I trust that, to be honest with you, Johnny.
I'm going to focus on this 5-round 1-on-1 to decide the map. That was so close.
Look at that flick at the end. That flick was clean. All right, Colombia. They end up winning that one, and they receive the highest seed, so they get to choose first.
All right. Well, that actually matters. Like, it's a huge deal. I don't want to undersell what a big deal it is to get that first map pick, and Colombia is going to take us to Antarctic Peninsula.
Diva ban for Colombia first. Brazil banning the Reaper guy. Yeah, I'm not too surprised to see a whole lot of Reaper being played either with how close people want to play it. Like, there's a lot of Malga here. We've even seen a lot of Ram too. Reaper's going to be up there in priority. Decent on Antarctic Peninsula as well. Very enclosed. Even after the map rework, the bottlenecks are still very present and something that Reaper thrives in.
Yeah, I mean, dire triggers being added as well, which is a huge game changer for Reaper as well. So we've been seeing a lot of Reaper throughout the meta, but it's an OWWC or the World Cup here to be a tool for some of these flex players. I think this one, though, will be looking more towards the hit scans, see what they can do on their own.
Yeah, Hydron Ludwig versus Lich and Temp. Yeah, I think, especially with the experience, like Hydron, obviously Overwatch League, played in that for a fairly long time, and I've been experiencing kind of LAN environments too. Was on the Florida Mayhem at one point. It's definitely an exciting time for Brazil, although they are 0-2, which is the kind of the big problem here. And like I mentioned before, Colombia do need those two maps or just the series win to kind of clinch the spot. So we'll see how they end up doing. 10 seconds till they get unlocked. So it's like two very different comms. We're going for the Sigma May for Brazil and Super Gomez rocking the Ram.
Yeah, so we'll see how Colombia decides to adapt here. Could just be a TP out of spawn for Lich. Going to swap over to the Pharah here, actually. So some more poke damage from Colombia. And obviously Brazil are playing with the May as well. They'll be focused more on towards the point, navigating the shield of the Sigma, try to use that to your advantage. Colombia should be able to spread out here. Try to find some alternate angles to hit some of these rockets and find an opening pick.
Yeah, it's so easy to rotate here if you're Brazil too. Looks like Hydron's going to try and go for a flank, but before he can actually get on this off angle, Basanella and Ludwig die to Lich and Temp. A good trade from Hydron, though. Eliminates both DPS, and again, I mean, this is where the experience really comes into play. I think Hydron in this lobby wouldn't be too hard-pressed to say the most experienced and probably the best player in the lobby at the current moment in time.
Yeah, 100%. And if you are able to just tell your team, like, I want to move to this position, try to get these frags, and it's going to be a big boon for your team. For the moment, though, it's Colombia who's map control here. Super Gomez be able to live for the moment. No abilities to help keep yourself alive. The support teamwork is there.
Nice little Suzu there. Actually keeps him alive on the point. Hydron had to end up sliding away back to get some heals, but they've not given this one up of Colombia. I mean, they are still fighting this. a couple of like pixels away from actually capping a Brazil, but Hydra just needs to land a shot at this point. They gotta get it an opening kill. Might be onto Lich, but Lich had the thrusters, gets back up onto the high ground. Dalka eventually goes down. Point is regressing in control percent as well as Brazil just flop over Colombia that entire time, holding the point up to 50%.
Yeah, Colombia off to a really hot start so far, and they're looking to push the momentum as well into the spawn. Mocha ends up going down. Bit of a stagger spawn, just going to buy even more time for Colombia as they're eyeing the last fight here, and they have a lot of ultimates their way if they want to take a fight early even, or even try to force some ultimates out of Brazil as they try to walk up towards the point.
Yeah, Lich is going to be, well, need to be hunted here from Brazil. Okay, makes a fairly decent shot there. Hydron does end up getting healed up, but happy to take the 1v1. A quick teleport is not enough
Sound
for
barrier.
change. Sound barrier only hits 2 there on Colombia's side. The Lucio and the Ramatro, who was already in the Nemesis form, and then popped the Annihilation. Hydron with yet another kill. Should be a cap here for Brazil. A very aggressive beat from Kratos to try and just run them over.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the plan was there, especially because you know that Brazil have all these ultimates themselves, right? They have the Sanctuary, they have so many defensive tools, even the May wall, right? So you should be able to buy yourself enough time. I think Corazon wants that one back. Still though, 99% for Colombia, so not the biggest deal breaker in the world here. You can drain some ultimates out of Brazil here. Just give yourself, look for one advantage.
Barrage almost close to directing Ludwig there, but it will be a rush from Bazanella.
This is very winnable.
I'm sure they're going to be able to catch anybody, but this is, yeah, super winnable for Colombia, though. Again, Lich is still behind them. They're going to know the Pharah is hovering around in just a moment. It looks like they want to just try and jump instantly onto Hydra and shut down the carry first, but it's Hydron that just responds with a railgun. Lich falls, Sanctuary on this small pillar, so Tem attempted to slide in and get a kill onto the backline, but unsuccessful with it. It's all good though. Dalka ends up going down to Super Gomez. Just the Ramatra putting himself in the Sanctuary. There's not too much you can do about that apart from like hopefully focus down the ramp. 99% for Colombia. Chasing down Hydron. They pick up the kill. Super Gomez with one, Lich with another. And that is round here for Colombia.
Been really good with this brawl composition so far, and I felt like Brazil, they kind of did everything they could. That Sanctuary got so much value. It absorbed so much damage from both Lich on the Pharah and Temp on the Sojourn, but just wasn't enough for Ludwig or Hydron to get a couple of picks for Brazil's side either way. And it's going to be Colombia off to a good start here on their map pick.
Ready for battle.
Yeah, a bit one-sided there in terms of control at least. One death for Change, Kratos and Super Gomez at the end of the round. I mean, that's really nice. Super Gomez sitting at 10 elims too, 5k damage. Not too bad. I really like the
that tank matchup.
Yeah, I really like the Ram there because you're able to kind of just like out-sustain the Sigma in a way, and it's so close that the Sigma can't play like super high-level poke. You are forced into these close quarters with the Ram, which is not really where you want to be.
Yeah, I think if you're a top-end team like Chris Raccoon or something, like probably favor the Sigma composition, right? But you know, the World Cup stage, it's also about just playing to your strengths. And so far, Colombia showcasing that with Corazon on the Lucio and Super Gomez onto the Ramatra. That's their preferred style. They're making it work.
That was the quickest first pick I've seen on this map. Maybe even under control. That was insane. Nice little cap there from Brazil.
We'll have to see how Colombia can find it in here now. Lich already hunting on this side angle. Some rockets in. Temp as well. Has a well gun available here.
They're ignoring Temp right now, eventually kind of paying attention to the Soj, but it's Hydron and Mocha that kill the DPS. Wow, Colombia just jumping into the meat grinder at this point, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what happens, right? Because you have two damage players that have to spread out and look for picks. Like Super Gomez is left by his own some with the support players, and when you're facing a Sigma, there's a May wallet there looking to wall you off, and all the pressure, like the chain from the Mizuki, like there's just too much pressure onto Super Gomez. So it really is on the damage players here of Colombia to try and find something going for their team.
Alright, well, that's a good start. Super Gomez Kills the Mizuki. And then look at this. Yeah, just close quarters like this. There's just no way. As definitive as the Brazilian fights a couple of moments ago. I mean, that was very fast. Oh, you got a dying point there if you're Bazanella, but it's all good. She ends up going down anyway. Changes here for Hydron. Cassidy now.
Okay, so we'll play a bit more close-knitted to the rest of his team. Get some additional support and look for some damage onto the Bara. I think Colombia are going to be pretty happy with the angles they're able to take against this composition now of Brazil, with Cassidy playing closer to the rest of the team here as well.
There comes the rotation. However, this rush is going to be tough to deal with. Super Gomez has that extra life, though. This annihilation on the point is going to be so tough to actually fight back from, but oh my damage. Barrage from Lich, though, is going to settle the score on 3 people, in fact. Hydron eventually finds the kill on the Farah, something that you're expecting the Cassidy to do. A messy fight here for Brazil, but with Hydron's damage, they should be able to get the cap, and they do. It's a 2v1 now with just Hydron left alive, but Kratos comes in with a little snipe kill. It's just, unfortunately for Hydron, no healing at all as Colombia reflip.
I mean, that's an amazing display of skill from Colombia. Lich obviously getting 3 there with the barrage in the final rocket, but Temp as well, getting the frag on the Sigma. I think that's way harder than it looked as well, because you need to hit all those railgun shots and navigate the shield. You have no room for error, but Temp made it work with that overclock, and now Colombia in a good position with double score ultimate.
Yeah, this flux from Dalka can be real scary. But Kratos waiting for this one. Look, playing all the way to the back here, waiting for the flux to come out first. They're going to try and force the issue, though. Sound barrier only hits 2 there for Colombia, and Lich ends up going down to the high noon. Oh, these sound barriers have just not hit their mark, Johnny. Just the value is just not there.
Yeah, and it's tough, especially you facing a Blizzard and a Gravitic Flux as well. Kind of have to play pretty greedy with the sound barrier to try and get as much value out of it as possible, because you know that Brazil are now going to have these ultimates to use quite freely. See, also pushing up here. Just trying to demotivate the Farah and the Soldier, just disincentivize from taking these wide angles. Now, Colombia playing together. This is better for Brazil.
Nice flux. That was a really early Suzu as well. Way too early from Changed. You heard it go out, and that should be Brazil taking the round. Tem jumps off the map. They're looking for Lich, who's skulking around on the side. Oh, no. Lich has to go for the touch. Yep, there's the kill from Ludwig. A nice little ice cool will do it. Lucio coming in for a Kratos, but they've already used that wall to block it, and that is round. Brazil now tying up.
And I think that's better. Just making it difficult for Colombia to get those angles in the first place. We saw Brazil poke out of the objective just to get a little bit into Colombia's face as they're trying to set that up. And then Hydron is always good for a flank. I mean, 20 and 4 on the Cassidy, like,
yeah,
let's give some props to Hydron here. I feel like something Hydron has been doing throughout the group stage is doing really well, just like going for these flanks and trying to hit the side of the backline of Colombia. And this example did just that. That's going to work out for the rest of the team. Over onto the Sojourn once again here, though.
Yeah, don't mind the Sojourn. You know they're not going to play the Farah. And if they did, it's the skybox is just so low anyway because you're indoors. It wouldn't really matter. You wouldn't need the Cassidy, so I like the swap.
Okay.
They're going to 3-2-1 speed as they... Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, they're going to try.
Oh.
Yeah. I think they were waiting for Brazil to walk up a little bit more, but Brazil were almost hesitant to do so. Like, okay, why is no one in mid? Yeah, it's like, okay. They take another route or what?
I mean, it looked good until the May wall unfortunately missed there. You catch one person, and that's a lot of damage to try to win the neutral. Temp, early pick onto Mocha with the disruptor shot of all things.
Mocha is just on and off angle. You can't play like that if you're the Mizuki, to be fair, but yeah, not quite what they were answering for. Oh, Hydra. Okay. Yeah, like I mentioned before, Hydra definitely the most experienced in this lobby. Kind of showcasing that now. Double kill for the Soj. Unfortunately, there's very little front line for them to play around, even though they have the point. We'll see if Super Gomez can lock this one down. It should be very hard for Hydron to find a pick here. They're not going to peek him.
He's trying, though. And he's getting a lot of the support from the Kiriko on his team to try to win these duels. Like this one. And now he has the superior angle over this Colombia team.
Okay, even looking at the main in the back line there. A very early overclock. They're probably not expecting this early. There's just no way. He's just farmed so much. Forced to the TP.
Careful.
Gets a body shot onto the Lucio, but Temp doesn't want better. Hydron getting chunked out way too much. That overextension, the over peak on the wide angle ends up costing him his life. But Temp finds a double. Make that a triple. 3 railgun headshots back to back to back. They even try and stall out Dalka here. Actually, a high-level play from Colombia. That's real nice. Even a few extra seconds there is just crucial on control. I like that a lot.
Yeah, really good job by Coruscant there, combining with Temp on that off angle to fight Hydron back and then regaining that high ground. Really job well done there, and that allows Colombia to fight back when it looked like Brazil were in control. So we're coming up on an ultimate wave here. It's quite significant. Both teams victorious.
And such a hard spot here. Has to get away. Ravenous Vortex is going to slow him down for a brief moment there, but a double slide thanks to the perk. Make sure he is safe. Give me another swing up onto the high ground, but this time Colombia can fight this one with a rush. Speaking of which, Brazil are also going to use theirs. Sanctuary and Sound Barrier still available for each team, so we'll see if Colombia throw this one out. Looks like it's going to be a way better beat this time around for Kratos Sun. Ends up hitting 4 players. But unfortunately, that Blizzard isolates Super Gomez. Really nicely placed there by Ludwig, fighting on the point like that. They had to do something here, as Colombia are up to 90%.
Yeah, Colombia investing quite a bit of ultimates there. And obviously, you're at a 4 versus 5 disadvantage. I think you can argue back and forth about are you investing the sound barrier there, but what is for certain is you're 4 versus 5. You need to make a play. You need to even out the number of members on either team immediately, because you can't fight prolonged 4 versus 5. Colombia not able to make it work there, but it's another round where they've racked up the majority of the percentage here, so they have a lot of time to find a single advantage to finish off this map.
Really early wall usage by Ludwig just to try and survive against Temp, who's been quite the sharpshooter, honestly, on the Sojourn, even compared to someone like Hydra. It's really good. Oh, there's this Sanctuary coming out. Super Gomez gets frozen up, unable to use ult, by the way. Like, straight up frozen by Ludwig, so can't even pop Q. That's a quick chase to spawn as Brazil want to make this one hurt. Looks like they're not going to overchase, though. They've got that giant building to navigate, so they don't want to be shooting at people that are invincible inside spawn room.
Yeah, I very much think that Super Gomez would have actually popped that Annihilation should they not have been frozen, but it's Colombia back here. Pretty even ultimate economy here. Colombia now fighting for high ground with this Blizzard coming up.
Oh, the Annihilation's going to get popped, and Brazil, an instant disengage. Look, the Annihilation's, it's already gone, Johnny. I mean, he was tickling absolutely nobody. Got negative value, unfortunately, apart from that high ground. Here's Hydron, though, with a overclock, a better Annihilation, but again, Dalka is instantly frozen. These Ramatras, by the way, not having a good time against the Mei. Luckily, Super Gomez gets saved by Teb. A good shot onto Ludwig as Colombia do cap the point. They're in 99, and with that tank for Brazil, only coming back on the Doom now, it's going to be hard for us to try and win this fight.
Got the consider rush, but she died.
No, yeah, it's all over. Brazil going to falter at the final hurdle here as Colombia are going to claim this first map. A little 2-1 affair on Antarctic Peninsula.
Wow. I mean, that's Overwatch. What a back and forth. It's quite the difference from the map we just saw between USA and Argentina. That was really entertaining. Both Sojourns trading picks back and forth, contesting each other. 2 Ramatras on point. Like, that was a thrilling Antarctic Peninsula.
Yeah, it looked good from Colombia. Look, they want to win this series. They want to get that number 2 seed. It's going to be tough going to a land like that, but I think making it for a team like Colombia, I think that's a massive achievement. They just need the 2 maps. That's all they need to lock their place in, Johnny. So yeah, very doable here for the team. Yeah, exactly.
Just the one more here for Colombia. And obviously, they did finish 9th through 12th at the 2023 edition of the World Cup. And so, you know, that's obviously a good result already for a nation like Colombia. So the fact they're looking to bring it back this time around in 2026, replicate a performance like that, I think really strong signs. And at the end of the day, it comes down to a pretty weird fight where Hydron kind of slides into a Blizzard and Brazil loses all their positioning. I think Colombia are doing a great job just making sure they have the superior angles and the superior positioning compared to Brazil here. Brazil relying a lot on Hydron finding these picks, and you saw in the scoreboard as well, like Hydron really stepping up with shots like that. but it's not enough to carry you across the finish line, because I think Colombia did a really good job as a team.
Yeah, really nice stuff. And I think it goes to show as well, like there's a lot of players that are still kind of waiting in the wings. Maybe their chance for like even OWCS kind of stuff is up next. I think Lich and Temp, especially in that last one, like you rightfully pointed out against Hydron, look great. Like these players haven't had Overwatch League experience like Hydron has, haven't had that tier 1 like LAN experience either. So yeah, a place in Busan probably means the world to the squad. We'll see if they can get it done though. Like mentioned, one more map required, and they'll lock in that second place in the group just behind Canada.
All right, so we'll have to see where Brazil takes us next here. Obviously, I think Hydron is going to have one or two things to say about it. Finally got the sentence out there. One thing we haven't brought up so far, which I think is quite noteworthy, is that Brazil is very O2 pilled. O2 Boss is their coach. They got a plethora of assistant coaches in Myeonbong, Presha, Kane. And so they got quite a support staff going for them here, Brazil. And I feel like, you know, this is a phase where they can have a lot of impact in the game. And they're going to take us to New Junk City.
New Junk City. Yeah, it's that is quite crazy. Yeah, O2 Boss and Myeonbong, like the assistant coach staff is a lot of them, or like most of them, are Korean. So it's a pretty stacked lineup. I think with how they're performing now, like look, Hydron, he just needs to keep getting the better attempt. Like that's it. And I think the best thing Colombia can do is kind of shut him down. Looks like we're going to New Junk City though. We'll see how they fare in the bans too. Maybe they even just take the Cassidy away or the Sojourn away here from... Oh, no, wait. Maybe they take the Cass away because then they can play the Pharah. We'll see.
A lot of options, Joss.
I'm like... Yeah, I'm thinking of them right now, man.
All right, taking a look at Group A here. Puerto Rico 1-2 after taking a loss to Canada earlier on today, but still liked what they showed throughout here. It is Colombia, though, that is expected to be the number 2 team out of this group as long as they can seal their fate in this final matchup of the group itself.
Yeah, it was always going to be a tough group with Canada in here, but it was just that second place you needed to fight for. I think Puerto Rico did very well considering. I think obviously they did end up dropping a map versus Brazil, but I thought there was a lot of promise there. Canada, they end up taking a map off of them too, that King's Row. So yeah, a lot of things to be happy for Puerto Rico, but it's Colombia's time to shine, I think, with this group. So yeah, fun stuff for America. I think European groups are always going to be very competitive with so many, like, you know, all the Finnish players, the German players. There are a lot of good players in Europe that have been served for quite a long time, but a lot of the South American teams and players haven't had that chance to really punch upwards. So yeah, it's good to see Colombia here doing well. Mizuki ban and Colombia and Brazil end up going with a Ram ban instead, so no more Super Gomez on the Ram.
Okay, well, this kind of makes sense. You know, Colombia taking something away from Brazil that they like playing, and obviously you can protect ban for the Lucio as well. They wouldn't have done that because they banned second this time around, so no protect ban. But Colombia prefers to play the Lucio, and they're going to be allowed to do that. So here, whereas Brazil take away the Ramatra, which worked so well for Super Gomez. So I guess we just run it back. -2 preferred heroes for either team.
Yeah, the Mizuki has been so popular as of late. It might just be speed comp, like we might just see Lucio back in it, we'll see. I think with how Mizuki like kind of operates, I don't mind him on flashpoints. I think that hero is really starting to become almost meta. The Sanctuary is just such an insane ult, especially after the buff.
Yeah, I'm ready to lock in some Mizuki later on today. I'm just saying. You want a duo?
Gonna lock in?
Yeah, I'm gonna play some support.
I could actually. The Mizuki Alari duo.
Okay, that's actually disgusting. We're terrorizing ranked with the Mizuki Alari duo.
Oh dear, yeah, that would not. I don't think that would go down too well. I can't lie. Where's the speed? We need speed. No, we don't. We just shoot people.
That's why I like playing Lucio. Like, you know, if I run into people interact, I'm just like, hey, I'll give you some speed. Go make a play. And they
Yeah,
appreciate
there's nothing.
Like,
I
everyone
think
loves having speed.
Everybody. If you're playing Lucio in a game, it's like there's not really ever a point where like, nah, don't want the Lucio right now. Like you're always kind of chill with it. Everybody wants to just get in people's faces. You know, you want to play Ryan? Great. You want to play Ram? Great. You want to play Winston? Hey, go for it.
I am not a Frogger kind of Lucio.
Oh, aggro Lucio.
I'm more of a
like
Masa kind of Lucio.
Oh yeah, the pure support Lucio player. I like that. I like that actually. The Master versus Frogger. That is the two ends of it. Okay, the Lee J Gon versus Master. Like that is the two extreme ends.
I mean,
I would say
speed is one thing, but your entire team is low and you're like heal boosting and your ultimate charge is building like that. That feels good.
Hits different. You know what hits different? Mauga. Super Gomez, Dalka, Mauga.
It's just a flavor
gaming.
of choice if you want it.
Yeah. Complete mirrors here as well, so pure skill matchup.
Wow, this is like throwback to a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
Sojourn
actually.
Reaper. Wow.
We are really going back. Oh, what a Suzu from Vaznella. Really nice. Like, anticipating the stomp coming in as both Reapers just take a railgun body shot. All right, well, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that is the Reaper in this comp. Some of the time, as soon as you use that shift, you will die pretty quick.
As this fight kind of rages on here, so it's like, okay. Going to see Colombia try to contest here, so we're going to see a lot of trouble. Going to go ahead and disengage here. Quick anecdote. You remember the 2022 meta? It was also Sojourn Reaper in the playoffs, where we got the Dallas Fuel.
Dallas Fuel win,
yeah. Jake Lemien, he was coaching the Houston Outlaws team then, and he said that to the Reaper players who coached, you kind of just have to trust that the enemy Sojourner is gonna miss. Like, you just have to go for it and believe they'll miss. And if they don't, well, you're dead.
Well, that's exactly what has just happened. So, yeah, Hydron did not miss, and Ted did. So, you know what? We'll still win that fight. There you go. It checks out.
Forward hold here from Brazil. I feel like this is kind of up their element, right? Like what we just saw on Antarctic Peninsula, where Hydron is so happy to play pretty fast and look for these angles and make individual plays. Like this is very much up Brazil's kind of preferred style of playing.
What a rush. It's gonna be tough here for Colombia to even move through this choke. Well, I mean, one good stomp ideally here from Dalka, although taking a fair bit of damage initially, so Dalka's actually playing a more defensive position. There's the rush though. Double rush, unfortunately, as Dalka just insta-kills Kratos on the Lucio. Double cage, wow, we really are back to Malga better. Double rush into the double cage, and then the Sojourns hitting the overclock, and then just farming kills. Look at that, Hydron picking up a couple at the very end. And that is the first point out of Brazil. No, that's 100-0 too, that's not even close.
I almost need more caffeine just to be able to tell you what happened in that fight. Because there was a lot of ultimates that dropped in that fight.
I mean, the important thing there was that Kratos died super early on Lucio. So you lose all that aura healing and you lose the chance to hit the sound barrier too. So I like Mokka's kind of tenacity in that regard. Just saving the sound barrier, not using it so you can counter me.
This ends now.
Now they have the sound barrier to go.
Nice.
Oh, Kratos.
Nice beat.
Oh, gets
Kratos.
one again.
Yeah, that's not good. Maybe it hit the Malga too. I saw some overhealth actually there on the Malga, but yeah, that's the better beat hit from Mokka. That's not pretty.
Did Kratos get booped off to like the point or something? There must have been a boop involved there. Because that was also a very long beat. I was watching Kratos on UT Ultimate, and I was like, why is there no overhealth? So I think they were on the high ground and like dropped down. It just felt like a prolonged channel of the beat. There must have been a boop there involved. We'll see if there are any replays available there, but that's a lot of ultimates invested here. Brazil's gonna come up with this Kitsune Rush once more here, so in control of the point. This has been all Brazil here on New Dunk City.
Yeah, this is not even close. It feels like not the same Colombia we saw a minute ago. Remember, they only need 2 maps to secure themselves a second seed in the group, so they need to come up with something special in this fight with just this Death Blossom. Well, cage up in 10, I suppose.
Cage up in 10 indeed. That's going to be good. Of course, this objective can already be Gomez down there. This rush though.
There's the cage. There's the okay. Death Blossom inside cage. Yeah, that's a nice combo. But the problem is you brought a lot of Super Gomez. And now Hydron has an overclock. So Hydron could just take over the game just like this. Hydron with 4 kills for the OC. He's going to make it a 5th too. Oh, you got to give it to him, surely. 5 kills for Hydron. That is an insane feat for Brazil.
Wow.
Clutching up that fight. That, I mean, you can't ask more than more from the Hydron from there, right? 2-0, 200-0 as well. Like, this is Brazil's map through and through.
That's what you get if you invest resources into your damage player. Hydron is definitely calling in the comms right now. Like, support me, I got this. And that's kind of what you get as a result of that. Hydron stepping up big time for this Brazil roster. We're up 2-0 in New York City. They got a cage fight, and they're coming up on a Death Blossom as well. They're looking very confident playing this more aggressive style compared to the slower approach we saw on last week in Islam.
And Brazil have cage. They have cage, they have Death Blossom. They're in like such an insane spot to just win this fight if they don't win it in the neutral already. Super Gomez dead. There's the cage on the Reaper. It's like taking candy from a baby.
The Kitsune Rush thrown out here from Changed as well. Can't really get anything going. Oh, the Soundbarrier from Mocha in like a 4 versus 3. Okay. I mean, you might as well secure the fight, but I can't complain. Jones. They're up 2-0.
Yeah, I suppose. They're going to have to face against me. But if they boot Kratos again, because Kratos beat last time was not good.
Yeah.
Pretty.
We haven't seen any AJs today. Won't be the first one.
Oh, man, you really just did him like that? That's crazy. Well, lucky he's got it in about 10% or so. Oh, that Death Blossom is massive. Look at Ludwig go. Gets taken out by Temp in the end. A good slide away, a good headshot will take him down. And Dalka tried to mess with the best. Temp ended up putting him in the dirt. Basanella's still alive. 2 players from Colombia now trying to make it to point. Trying to get the flip going in.
Yeah, what a back and forth. Temp and Lich doing a lot of work there for Colombia to get that one back after a decisive push from Brazil. So it'll be Colombia here in map control. They have a lot of ultimates here to go. So if they can win this one relatively cheaply, they get a good fighting chance here in this third round.
Well, there's the overclock from Hydron. Temp's going to do one better, maybe. Good shot to Basanella, but it's Lich that shuts down Hydron. Temp takes the high ground, rips the head off of Ludwig. Wow, the Sojourn highlight reel for this game. So that's what the highlights are going to be after this map. It's just going to be all Sojourns.
I mean, that's what you get in these Malga mirrors as well. It really is a flashback because we used to see a lot of this in like 2024. The Sojourns being able to build these rails on the Malgas as well.
Taking the cage early. Stop. Dalka looks for another. I'm going to hit Super Gomez. Just winning this 1v1 fight against this enemy Malga. And now they have Lich in this cage too. It has the Death Blossom. Dalka dead already. Colombia with some proactivity in their bones. They end up capping that last point, and they get an easy push onto this next one too. They're going to be here first.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go though, so Brazil should have one attempt up their sleeve. This Kitsune Rush should give them enough of an advantage that they should be able to come out on top though. But a Death Blossom in the mix, you can't count it out. In fights like this, an overrun would put a stop to it. But maybe you're able to get just enough going your way that you can win this fight coming up.
Oh, Temp's waiting for someone to peek their head out so he can use this railgun. Ends up firing it off, but Brazil are playing on their own rush, so a tough situation for Colombia to be in. Very late rush for Change. Couldn't heal up Super Gomez. You're kind of trapped in that animation as well when you hit the rush, so you're not able to send out healing. So Super Gomez, even if it's for like half a second, is left on a little island.
Yeah, like you said, it was like a little bit too late as well because you lost all that positioning. You have to invest a rush, and even the rush is not a guarantee that you're able to fight to get that space back on towards the point. So Colombia just found themselves trapped after a nice engage from Brazil. We're now 50% away from taking a map and equalizing this series.
Yeah. Again, playing a little bit upset to Colombia too. TP onto the point, both overclocked. Are available soon. Hydron's got his very close, but Temp is going to pull the trigger. Change ends up getting shut down. A good sound barrier from Mocha again. I mean, these beats are so good for Brazil. They should be able to take this shot. This is going to be a late death on Temp, and they're stalling this Sojourn as well. I mean, oh, whoops, Daisy. All good. It's the Lucio. They'll get back in time, but there's not going to be a touch, I don't think.
I don't think
They're just going to play up to the spawn. Super Gomez kills Hydron, sure, but yeah, no touch. Brazil with a map on the board.
All right, so we finally have an identity as well that really works for Brazil and something they can lean on for the rest of this series. You're worried after that first map, the way things looked in a bit of a Ramatra mirror, but New Junk City really going Brazil's way here, and they're now building on this and can utilize it later on in this series. I also have to say, Jack, I don't even know if this is possible, but was that a cage jacks from Dalton who pushed in?
It is possible. I don't think it is possible, and it was. Prod saying it was a cage jacks.
It's a rarity.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like sometimes you see stuff out in the world it's a bit
the animation
of a rare
is quick.
sight. Yeah, the animation is very quick, so you don't typically see that. But yeah, so I just wanted to point that out.
No Ajax. Oh, there's the beat you were talking. Oh, the boop was crazy from Mocha, Johnny. Wow, that was insane. That was all Mocha there, just making sure Kratos doesn't get a good beat. It was kind of like on the high ground. I think what happened there was the boop from the Mauga into the boop from the
There is a lot of
Lucio.
boops in this scope.
There is, yeah. It's actually the boop from.
I mean, that's certified play of the game. Like, you're able to drop a beat and then, prevent an enemy beat. Like, that's just...
Yeah, that's a Lucio's dream.
Yeah.
Genuinely. All right, well, Brazil are up a map. Let's go. All right, Brazil. Now, can they actually close out the series? That's the question. And I think that map, that was definitive. Like, that wasn't really that close. Like, Brazil are in this still, Johnny. This is still a decided game. This is the last match of Group A. And if Colombia can't clutch out a second map, like, Brazil might be the team to take that second seed.
Yeah, look, I think it's going to be tough to replicate this kind of performance because we saw this in Japan as well. Like, New Junk City is such a... I want to say it's a pretty unique map in how close corridor it is and allows for that style of play. We also saw the Ramatra being banned. And so there wasn't a lot of opportunity for Colombia to kind of adapt and play their own game had they wanted to play something else, right? And so that map was all Brazil. But now you got to try to keep that momentum going. I think if I'm Colombia, I'm now like keeping this in the back of my mind where depending on where I go next and thinking like, okay, where can we go where maybe... Can we force like the polar opposite of that? But still though, I think something like Hydron's performance on Sojourn stands out as something you always have to consistently be worried about because Hydron really came online in that second map and he's going to be guns a-blazing for the rest of the series.
Runasapi, and that's the big thing as well if you end up losing that map and you just need one more. It's like, okay, we get to go somewhere we feel more comfortable, so Runasapi it is. And now you can dictate what tanks they play too. You could ban out the Mauga if you really wanted to. I wouldn't say that's too much of a bad pick for Colombia. And then just opt into the Ram again if you feel comfortable, or even opt into the Sig.
Yeah, it's pretty well-rounded, so I think I would probably do that if I was Colombia. Like, you can't really go wrong if you force that kind of comfort. Maybe you need to protect ban for Kratos here on that Lucio if that hero is so pivotal to you. So I could see that, but protect banning for the Lucio alone, we've seen a couple of teams do this in OWWC even, Jaws, and like it's not comfortable. You'd prefer to use the ban to target the enemy team.
Play to your strengths, Colombia. You just need that one map, and that you talk about things like lurking in the back of their mind. That is definitely one of them. Like just being this close to an international land like that is big weight on your shoulders. And I think what a unique aspect of the World Cup as well. Obviously, a lot of teams, they're playing for the fans a lot of the time, like a lot of the fans are very loyal when it comes to teams and players. But when it comes to like nations as a whole, I think even more so, you're playing for your country. I think it's a whole different ball game in that regard. May ban for Colombia. Sick and tired of getting blizzarded is the tanks, and jetpack cat ban for Brazil. Okay, not seen it this series, so right.
both of these bans are like, we're tired of this.
Yeah,
we're tired of the May
yeah,
freezing us, and we're tired of the jetpack cat just dragging people around in the sky. Hey man, jetpack cat Bastion, where is it?
Yeah,
it's not gonna be played now. Like, will we ever see it again?
I would say Antarctica Peninsula and New Junk City are like not maps you'd ever see Cat Bastion. So, fair enough. Like, Colombia ended up picking that first map as well. So like, and then Brazil picked the second one. So, if there was a time to play the Cat Bastion, this would be the map. So Colombia steering way clear of that one. And by the time Busan and stuff rolls around too, maybe there's a small patch in between, so maybe they don't need to be as worried about Kabash.
I mean, honestly, I think it's so funny, right? Because it's such a unique composition, and I mean, there is quite a bit of skill in deciding like when do we actually commit and use these, you know, the cat speed, and like when do we use turret mode on Bastion, stuff like that, right? And so I feel like a few teams probably think that like, do we really have to learn that composition so intrinsically? But I could also see how maybe in the future of Overwatch, like imagine a year from now or like 6 months from now, come the World Finals even, just having a composition like that to bring out, if it's at least reasonably good, that could be like a good niche composition to just throw the opponent off guard, right? Like Twisted Minds, we're not really talking about Symmetra as much. It's a good hero, it's a viable hero, but Twisted Minds are able to bring it out and just tear teams apart, right? Playing the Symmetra. And so like maybe there's an opportunity like down the road, if you really well practice on Cat Bastion, going a bit of a rant here, I think that could favor you down the line. That's a good composition to have up your sleeve.
We just about, what, it's 2024 or what? What's going on? What's happening there? We rolled back the clock. What's going on? We just Malga, Reaper, Sojin. Okay,
all right. Well, so much for theorizing, but
I mean, listen, I do love seeing Sojin highlights. So, and there is no one on this earth. Chat, you can back me up on this one. There is no one on earth that doesn't like watching Sojin highlights. Come on now.
That's true.
Speaking of which. Yeah, it seriously is. It is the most fun to watch, in my opinion. Temp with a really early kill onto Hydron. And I think this map and this series might just come down to the Temp Hydron 1v1. The Sojin duel.
Yeah, 100%. They have so much impact on these heroes, right? You're able to build so much railgun charge off the enemy Maga, and Hydron goes down. He wasn't even like really a railgun shot either, just kind of like went down to like fire damage or something like that. Temp goes down as well. What is happening, Jaws? What is happening?
Well, the Sojin's the problem, so we run at Sojin and insta-kill. Thank you very much. All right, Ludwig, time to shine. Hope the enemy Sojin misses. Unfortunately, Kratos does not. It's the Lucios and then the supports. It was nothing to do with Sojins that entire last fight. They just got picked on. They got bullied.
Okay, so Brazil bringing things back here. I'm curious to see down the line here on this map how Colombia is kind of adapting to what we saw in New York City, because they're opting into this matchup that they, you know, firmly look disadvantageous on when these teams went head-to-head on this kind of composition. So it's really on a player like Temp to step up big time and put Hydron off that pedestal. Ultimates being built for either team here. Brazil is going to be slightly closer to the rush.
Oh, there we go again. I'm telling you, man. Now both teams are like, nope, not today. We will not die to a Death Blossom in a cage from Lich. Okay, well, you don't need the Sojin if Lich is just going to do that. Temp dies first up, Lich gets a triple, and Dalka does not want anything to do with this fight any longer. Lich, what a beast.
I mean, that's like the second insane Death Blossom in 2 maps. Like, how often do we see Death Blossom value out of the Reapers? It doesn't really happen, and now, you know, we're back in Manga cage fight meta.
Yeah,
that's the perfect spot for it.
It is the best meta to use a Death Blossom. Rush through the center of the point. They've split up the team here. Colombia cannot get caught out. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now they have advantage as they walk down this hill. We see how quickly they want to go. Early Suzu, there's the stomp in the door. Both Malgas now looking at each other. Stomp beats better here. Predator only hits, no, he gets 5. So very, very close to only getting 2 there. It is Ludwig with the kill onto Kratos though, as Hydron tries to kind of even this fight up. Slides away, takes Super Gomez very low, but Colombia are going to be able to re-sustain during this fight, or re-heal up, I should say. Nice snap onto Ludwig, a reset for Colombia now into mid.
Yeah, they almost get the better ultimate rotation there because they're sitting back and like they get a better beat out. Carlson was 1 when they got the sound barrier out. So that was the difference between losing a fight like that because of an AJ and coming out on top. So Brazil did their damnness to try and get on top of the enemy Lucio. And now Colombia, they're going to be able to cap this point here. That is obviously going to be big boon in their favor here on Runasapi now. And they'll drop back, try to establish the positional advantage. Temp always looking for railgun shots.
Yeah, And no ult. It's going to be a dry fight. Which basically means hopefully my Mauga can stomp their Sojourn or one of their supports. We can blow them up. Nice off angle though from Hydron. They just got chunked out so much just walking through the disruptor shot. There's going to be a trade onto Mocha, still a 4v4, but Hydron has the position, and now no one's looking at him, which is quite the opposite of what was happening before.
Colombia going to buy their time here, regroup as a team. This is still a pretty tough angle for Brazil to push through. You kind of needed a rush there, and the cage as well to create some angles.
Uh-oh, Lich's Death Blossom again. He's trapped in the cage, and he lets it rip once again. Ends up getting Suzu too to stay alive. Enough damage to result in a team fight win there for Colombia. Only Mocha survives as the bot is reset in the mid. This is the most back and forth Runasapi I've ever seen.
They're just trading fights back and forth.
It's one fight to one fight to one fight. It is insane. There's no back-to-back fight wins here. Not in my Overwatch.
Unless?
Oh, unless? Okay,
Colombia doing something unprecedented, winning 2 fights in a row.
There's no way. Well, they've already killed 2, and that's a fight win. That's checkpoint done, and they're just moving on way faster.
Yeah, and it has to be said, like, those fights when you win with the cage fight and the Blossom, that's paying off for Colombia here, because then it can overclock in the spawn like they're doing now.
Sends now, maybe? 10?
Uh-oh.
Bodies. Whoa, that was close. But unfortunately, Istalka tried to end up stalling the bot there, so he didn't end up getting away from them. But no, just gets sniped. There's just too much damage from Temp and Lich, who was just basically on top of him the whole time. Sound barrier Hydron has no place in this world right now, unfortunately. A good beat, honestly, from Colombia as well, Johnny. I think beating here and just gaining that extra momentum is just so good. You don't look for a better beat. Win the fight consistently. And what's that? Now 3 fights, 1 in a row?
I mean, they're getting out of control here. They're pushing the spawn doors. This is,
I mean,
this could be a map completion right here.
It could be a
okay,
map
maybe I'm
completion.
getting ahead of myself a little bit.
No, but seriously, they have the Death Blossom coming up. They have a cage as well. They are potentially 1 fight away from locking them into Busan. So 130 meters to 34. Avril Theory coming up in just a moment as well. There's a beat from Mocha to be a little bit of a spoiler.
This is a everybody shoot the Lucio moment. Try to force the AJ.
Yeah. That's what Hydron's going to hopefully prevent here with a nice little flank. Trying to win the fight just with a generic railgun and save the beat for another time. Cage ends up coming out. Ludwig just shooting Super Gomez in the back of the head, but it's Lich that comes out. Lich just in the neutral, just shooting at the back line. That's a triple kill for the Reaper. And Colombia are marching on forward. A team kill with 3 minutes to go and ults to spare.
I mean, this is like a Hisang level performance on the Reaper by Lich. The amount of impact having on this hero in this hero matchup. Brazil has 5 ultimates coming up here for this upcoming fight, but Colombia has been in complete control so far in Runasapi.
Avril Theory, over 100 meters already achieved without the checkpoint means Colombia, they have a very high chance of winning now. Lich, though, well, can't really contend with that one, unfortunately. It's Ludwig's time to shine. A triple kill with the Death Blossom, and, well, that's a team kill. But 2 minutes and 30 seconds with over 100 meters, Johnny.
I mean, what do you do? Like, the only thing you can do is, like, spread out so we don't all get caged. But, they really did their best here. I mean, maybe with the cardiac overdrive, the healing is enough to try to outlive there. Colombia is still going to look to go again. They're back very quickly here.
This ends now.
So, Super Gomez, you got to live, buddy. Nice little kill onto Hydron. Sound barrier for 4 for Brazil as they kill Lich. 1-for-1 trade. Now 10. Going to be the main source of damage for Colombia. Tries to snipe Malga in the back. A good Suzu. Should be an easy kill on the Lucio too. Credits with a 2-player sound barrier for Colombia. But they should be good for it. The bot's going to be reset back to the mid as Brazil just cannot win a back-to-back fight.
Yeah, it might have actually been 3 people there with the sound barrier, and I actually don't disagree with it too much. Yes, it was a fight that Colombia was very favored to win, but now you push the bot back to Brazil's side of the map, just making ever so more difficult for Brazil here to try to get some momentum on this one. So you can secure the team fight.
Wow, they are in. They want to try and turn the tides and flip the table here. Colombia were trying to play up this whole time, and Super Gomez was the only one on the point. Gets isolated. And Brazil now have to be perfect. There's only a minute to go, and Temp taken dangerously low. Slides out of danger yet again, and somehow still surviving. But someone at the back of the card does send them both DPS to the ground as Hydron picks up the kill onto Temp. Brazil still have a cage in their back pocket here. But they have to be so conservative with their ults. They can't use them willy-nilly at this point.
Yeah, that's right. And it's actually really good that Dalska holds on to this cage fight here as well. So now maybe you can use it to your advantage as you look to win a few team fights in a row here. You are coming up on that sound barrier as well. So a lot of tools for disposal here of Brazil. But like you say, you want to stagger these ultimate out. You want to layer them perfectly. Make them last so you can try to get some meterage extra.
Wow, Mocha was sent to 1 HP. There's the cage. Dalka focusing down. However, there's going to be a return cage. Good beat from Mocha. Massive for Brazil. A heavy investment, sure, but an investment they needed to make. 20 seconds to go. Bot briefly stolen. Brazil have lost Ludwig, but they're still winning the fight. Ideally, you lose no one else here, and it doesn't look like Dalka's going to let that happen. Temp shut down.
Yeah, that's actually perfect execution based on what we just said about the ultimates being pivotal. And now, this is a massive moment for Hydron to be able to step up here with this overclock. Looking for an off angle here. Put himself in a position to carry his team fight. Cross this checkpoint first and hopefully the map later.
You have to overcome the apple theory, bro, and I don't think that's possible, I'm going to be honest. It's just so tough here for Brazil. They have to not layer these ults, right? The wise words of Cruz, do not overlay the support ult or any ults for this matter for Brazil. Grayson's even the speed. Just going to open this one up with Tem. Okay, double overclock. It's Soja versus Soja, and I told you this is going to come down to whatever Soja can land. The shot is Hydron that gets Tem. Snipes him out of the window. At a disadvantage, too, from low to high. Nails the shot.
Nails the shot, and Brazil pushes forward. You're in a good position here to make a decisive push with this Kitsune Rush. Have to be aware of Cardosone's sound barrier, though.
If they can snipe Cardoson, if they can venture Ajax, him will get a worse sound barrier here. Oh, it hits 5. They're going early. They want to guarantee this right here, right now. Death Boss and Valet straight on the top of the point. A lot of that damage getting mitigated thanks to that Suzu, though, but it is all lit on it. He does end up going for a TP there, trying to get closer to Hydron, but Hydron slides away. And that was a 2v2 on the point. And Super Gomez, just too much health to chew through as Colombia control the bots. And they get the second map and book their ticket to Busan.
Oof. Colombia up 2-1 in the series, but because of their performance previously here in Group A, they now stand on top here and get second place in Group A. Secure their tickets to Busan. Great job by Colombia. They're coming out on top, but Brazil made them work for it, almost coming back there in overtime. Did everything they could realistically do with Mocha, dropping a great sound barrier, followed by Hydron coming up clutch with the railgun shots, but it was too much to overcome. 3 fights were one too many, and Colombia closed things out in Runasapi.
Yeah, it was pivotal that they got a good sound barrier there. And Kratos nailed it. Like, hit everybody. They went early. They knew that Mocha didn't have one at the very end. And a good victory for Colombia. Second seed in the group, just behind Canada. Brazil just playing for the style points at this moment. Really unfortunate stuff for Brazil. I think, yeah, they did really well here. I think there was a very good chance they end up taking this map and taking us to a 5th, but at the end, it is all Colombia. There's a lot of support stuff as well behind you for Brazil that were helping out immensely. And despite the scoreline of Brazil, they went 0-3. I think still a lot of promise for a lot of players. Hydron especially. I mean, he's always been good, but kind of proved it here on the Soja.
Yeah, been a bit of a carry performer here, and every time we looked at the scoreboard, it feels like Hydron is the one to stand out because of hitscan performers like that. But yeah, I mean, you saw that second to last fight, Hydron gets the first pick with the railgun shot, and that is enough for Brazil to get the upper hand in a team fight like that. And I feel like Hydron did that repeatedly for Team Brazil in this World Cup qualifier, but it's not to be. Instead, it is Colombia we're celebrating, who, again, like I'll say, they had some success in 2023. And to see them come out on top here again in 2026 and secure their ticket to Busan, that's a fantastic job by this country. So fans have a lot to be proud of.
LAN is going to be such a different beast, though, and that's where it all matters.
Well, we got to be realistic,
Yeah, I mean, definitely, but, a lot of scrim time, a lot of practice is probably going to go in over the next coming months before they head to Busan. It's going to be a good opportunity to get some experience on LAN as well. Yeah, Colombia with the win. Obviously, Colombia win there. Wasn't Brazil. But with this next map, it will be Brazil picking, and it will be a Circuit Royale for our potential final map here.
Bit of a change of pace here. I don't think we're going to see the Malga here, guys. I can quite firmly make the case here that we're not going to see the same composition we've been seeing for the past couple of maps. You know, give us a little Widowmaker, Hydron. Come on now. Style points.
Yeah, you gotta look. If that's
for the viewers.
old school Hydron too. For the viewers, exactly. For the fans. For the fans.
It's Toronto Defiant, Hydron.
Toronto Defiant Hydron. That was a fun team to cast. That had Spectre on it as well. That was a good one.
Oh wow, yeah, what a throwback. That was an interesting team because they did really well, but then they also like underperformed quite heavily. They had their ups and downs. Accordingly, I really liked Spectre as a player.
Yeah, Spectre was sick.
Yeah.
Really nice guy too.
All right,
Farah ban for Brazil, and yeah, it's Sigma ban. Go on, give us the Circuit Royale Rhine mirror.
Mauga here, thoughts? No, I mean the sidelines are just too strong, too overwhelming here, so we're not going to see the Mauga gameplay. I mean, even Rhine sim on this, I think you're really pushing it because I almost think that like Rhine would be more justifiable if the Sigma was actually available, and if you like the offense to bring it out against that. So, yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Maybe this is a Jetpack Cat Bastion angle. Come on now. Just once today. Bring it out.
He's like, please, I just want...
I mean, we saw it in Japan. They play like the Bastion Cassidy cat. It was lovely.
It was cool. Look.
It was cool.
Cat Bastion, I don't mind it. If it's a little sprinkle here and there, it was pretty fun. It's pretty fun.
Looks so cozy. Looks so warm. Get in the pool. Wait, did the duck change color? What was that? Am I hallucinating? Was it the shade of the sun or something?
It was pink. Wait, from what to what?
See, it's going from like purple to pink. I don't know. That's probably that's.
I think it's just a texture thing.
Yeah,
I think
texture shade. Okay, right.
Yeah. I mean, when colors are in shade, they tend to look darker because there's shade.
Okay,
you know
but I didn't expect that. You know, I'm sorry. Maybe.
Graphics. RTX on. Graphics. RTX on.
Did you download the latest driver? Chat? Go make sure you have latest drivers updated.
Pausing. Come on. No. Brief little pause as we sort everything out. There we go. Got a correct score now. Colombia 2. Brazil 1.
Want to put your best foot forward. Gotta make sure the setup is all good.
Maybe they need to update their graphics driver. Maybe that was what it was.
All right, so we're in a pause here, so I think I'm allowed to do a personal anecdote. Is that right?
Of course, yeah, sure. I mean, there's no rules for broadcast, but I guess there's very few, but yeah, go on.
Some people demand analysis at all times, okay? Well, I'm going to take this moment. World Cup 2018, we're in Thailand. I bring my mouse to the qualifiers. The mouse broken. We're rehearsing and like setting up on stage. My mouse is broken. So we're in this big shopping mall in Thailand for the event, and so I'm like going escalator down, floor after floor, trying to find the electronic setting, the electronic store, and I get my hand on like a Razer Death Adder with built-in mouse acceleration in it. Needless to say, my primal rages were not the best ever in Thailand.
Wait, it had built-in mouse accel?
Yeah, it was pretty disappointing.
What?
It was not great. I couldn't turn it off. There was no setting to turn off the mouse acceleration, and I'm primal raging, and it's. I mean, there's a clip of me on Numbani somewhere during the Thailand qualifiers, and the primal rage is awful because my mouse sensitivity is all over the place. And I had gone in, you know, so some people. Do you remember Winston players who would like practice? They're like the perfect boop into like the jump triple hit with the primal. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So to do that for like 20 hours and then to have your mouse die, and so you're like,
and then you hit the mouse excel, and you're like, well, now I can't do anything.
So at this
my mouse
point,
is going crazy.
I would tell all the players playing in this qualifier, everyone playing OWCS,
bring a spare mouse.
Bring a spare mouse. Bring 2. Because if the one die, you're in trouble.
Honestly, the like, mouse over like keyboard. If you're not comfortable with your mouse, like that is the big difference maker. It really is. Like having that feel in your hand, especially. I mean, hit scan players, dude. We've seen some crazy mice collections and keyboard collections from like hit scan players. It is absurd.
Oh my god. I mean, I could go on and on, but I'm not going to. Let's get back to Circuit Real. I can go on and on.
There's a little bit of lag there from Brazil, so we did have to end up jumping into a brief pause, but we're back. We're all good. Bit of Mei action here with the Soj. Okay, so just Ram, Mei, Sojourn. Not quite like the Malgacon, thankfully. Mei's just trying to wall off the enemy Rams. Oh, that was close. Lich with a nice snipe there from Mock. That's a really good opening pick.
Yeah, it's all about trading with the neutral here. Obviously, having this Mei can help you get some better sidelines here for the defense. The big difference is going to be the choice of main support. Colombia, they're kind of telegraphed now that they really want Kratosan to play this Lucio throughout, regardless of what composition it is. Meanwhile, Brazil, they put Mocha over onto this Juno, who can be such a potent character as you swing around. Get so much healing done with the torpedoes there as well. But once again, it comes down to the Sojourn players here to try and find an opening for the respective teams.
Yeah, I don't mind having like 2 high impact, like damaging or damage amp ults from Brazil. You lose a lot without a speed. Like, you have the speed ring, of course, but like the inherent speed that Lucio gives, you lose a little bit there. Double wall. That was a nice counter wall actually from Lich to make sure he doesn't get jumped on. And there's the rush. And the Mei is doing Mei things. Ooh, nice shot onto Hydron. Mid slide.
Oh, and Blizzard use as well.
You're blizzarding?
That's quite, yeah. That's
ambitious from Ludwig there. After losing Hydron as well, that is a large commit.
Yeah, I would even say that, you know, in prior years, like, it's probably easier to get value from Blizzard, but I feel like in this day and age as well, like, there's so many tools to try to mitigate being frozen in some of these Blizzards, and so turning that fight around, I think, was very ambitious from Ludwig there. And losing that Blizzard now when you try to round this corner, it is going to be hurtful. But Hydron, nice little headshot on the temp there. That's going to get things going.
Okay. So you can see from your Sojourn player, just a random opening pick on the enemy Soj. Now you've pretty much got no damage, right? I mean, realistically, Temp's going to be back for this fight on the cap. There's a whole lot of ults here. I mean, Lich's Blizzards could go ginormous. Looks like he's going to just throw it close to backline. Hydron and Temp ends up using that overclock, but here comes the sound barrier. This overwhelming amount of health as well. This over health coming in for Colombia has already disappeared thanks to Dalka's ultimate. So Annihilation just running forward, and that over health lasts like maybe half a second, it feels like. A nice kill onto Lich, and just following that up with a kill onto Kiriko would be perfect. Dalka, pure control over that fight as Brazil cap.
Yeah, and that sound barrier maybe a little bit too early once again. I feel like Colombia really weren't able to capitalize on that overhealth because, I mean, you know that the orbital ray will come out. You know that the Kitsune Rush will come out. And so it's really on you to, if you're going to use that sound barrier aggressive, which you probably should do in that situation, I don't blame that, but you need to find some value with it. You need to get a frag onto Brazil, and they just weren't able to do so.
Yeah, the orbital ray is going to send a strong message to Colombia. They're going to return with a rush as Ludwig too far forward. Even had that Blizzard too. You'd imagine he wanted to use that if he didn't get instantly deleted. Now Temp on the high ground. A good Overwatch now, unintended, over the rest of the battlefield. Bazinella down, and Brazil should be not long for this world. Yep, there it is. Quick team fight. Wow, Colombia even staggering Hydron as well. Oh my.
All right, that's enough. That's enough.
Pain.
I get too paranoid. I'm like, they're totally going to kill my Lucio, and you know, Hydron did hit a shot onto Kratosan there. Well, this gives Colombia an opportunity here to utilize this high ground to the best of their ability. Temp is going to have a field day now with this additional high ground, so maybe Hydron here can hit like a good railgun shot to try to push Colombia back. Already some good damage onto Super Gomez, going to force the Ramatra back.
This ends now.
High to low, Hydron trying to make do again, but the Blizzard is just too strong. You get a good wall, you get a good Blizzard. Even just a good wall some of the time is enough to kill the Ram. Nice kill, a nice fight for Brazil. 1 minute and 40 seconds still in the time bank as Colombia now have to regroup.
Yeah, I still feel like there was a little bit lacking there in the neutral because Super Gomez took so much pressure to begin with, and it's a nice shot from Hydron, like I called out. That's enough to push Colombia back here. Brazil, they're looking to cap the payload here, like, maybe you can go through Colombia here, but it's a good Maywall too. Oh, the sound barrier!
It's big. They're going to run into this Nemesis form, though. The Blizzard creates a whole lot of space, but not the space that they ideally like. I can imagine freezing Dalka would have been better. Annihilation. Both have been popped already. Now the Rams can just continually look at each other, but not after a wall gets placed right behind Super Gomez's back. It's a good shot from Temp, but I think the rest of the fight is pretty much done and dusted. As yet another kill comes through for the Sojourn, but unfortunately not the kill on to the Ram. Having a Ram survive that long and also having the Annihilation makes him pretty invincible. 2 minutes now for Brazil.
And you have to give credit to Brazil there, the way they're disengaging and staying away from Colombia during their power spike because of that sound barrier. I feel like Brazil, they then do a good job of flipping momentum after Colombia's used their ultimates already, and Brazil now steaming onto the third point here, already contesting the outside. Decent Maywall here, but shouldn't be able to get any picks here. Unless Ludwig.
Oh, nice.
Extends his stay.
That was a nice Ravenous Vortex, honestly.
Yeah, fair play.
It's so funny when the character models die on a staircase and they just flop down and roll down the stairs. Look at the Ram, man. Look at my Ram. What's he doing?
Is that entertainment to you?
It is very funny. Dude, the ragdolls in this game sometimes go crazy. The Mauga when he gets hit with like a massive railgun and dies and then just spin, or like the Hog when he just like spins.
All right. Look, dude, I get it.
It's peak. The ragdolls in this game are peak.
It's go time.
All right, well, there's the overclock here for Hydron on the high ground, but man, Temp is always quicker on the trigger here with this opening kill. That way it doesn't get traded. Another one for Temp. Hydron got to pick up the pace. Looks like Super Gomez is going to find yet another. Hydron's overclocked then. Not having the same effect as just Temp with a normal railgun.
This is actually a really entertaining back and forth here between Temp and Hydron. Both throwing out punches, getting picks for the individual team. Colombia, quite a big ultimate economy here. Trying to make this stand. Brazil, time is running out here, Jaws.
Temp's got his own overclock now. Double slide. Mocha already took a body shot. Blizzard on the points. Colombia investing a whole lot of ults into this fight for this defense. They're going to have to face Ludwig's own Blizzard here. But Brazil don't really want to use it. Like, ideally, you're using this for one of the final fights, final pushes, but you're going to have to at some point if needs must. Or Ludwig just dies with it, Johnny, actually. There's the raid.
This is overtime
2 seconds to go. Beat Kratos' son. Ludwig dying this final hurdle here. It's not going to be a good sign here for Brazil. Ludwig's coming back in a couple of moments, but Super Gomez could turn this one around with an Annihilation straight off the Nemesis form. Ludwig, you just got to yeet it, my guy. You just got to yeet the Blizzard. It's going to have to happen just straight onto the point. There it is.
There it is.
Straight onto the point. Ends up hitting Glitch. He blocks straight on top of it, but unfortunately, Ludwig a little bit too late. Can't even take out the Lucio. Dying like that in a fight so close to OT is a tough spot for Brazil to be in.
You know who I want to glaze there? I want to glaze Super Gomez. I think that was a really decisive push with the Ramatra in overtime to like really push deep into the Brazil team, into the backline, to force them to disperse from the Annihilation. And that's going to make the recontest so much harder, which can be scary at times. Obviously, I mean, you're a Ramatra who is using Annihilation. Like, you're pretty survivable. But in overtime, to sacrifice the positioning you have to try to make a pretty decisive push, I think that was the recipe for success there for Colombia. And a good final fight there. Even though they had the man advantage, of course, with Ludwig going down just moments prior. I think there was good execution on their part to secure that final fight in overtime.
.2 points, 57.5 meters. Same comps, although Mizuki for Brazil on defense. Now, this is what I really like. I like the Mizuki on defense on these maps. I think on a lot of escort maps, the Mizuki is just so powerful. Just being able to lock down locations, Sanctuary on corners. Hybrid too, to be fair. Anything with like a straight line kind of payload push. So good.
Yeah, I mean, the Sanctuary is so good with an ultimate here as well. I will say I'm a bit of a Juno enjoyer here on Circuit Realm. You get so much value from the torpedoes. The speed ring, very reliable if you want to make a decisive push, but...
Yeah, I think the torpedoes especially... If you're hitting them down
love
straight.
The sound. Like...
yeah, I mean, that's... Wow, you're pretty good at that. Did you do the sound for that? Sound effect for that?
Yeah.
That's
yes.
great.
Yeah. Voiceover right there.
Put that on the Wikipedia page. All right, Tem, what you got for us? Surely a large railgun shot coming up. Everybody very scared of Temp at this point, and you should be.
It's a dull use, though, so Brazil forced to retreat here a little bit.
And no one's dying just yet. I mean, Colombia is taking a whole heap of damage. Good retreat here from Brazil. They didn't really take too much, like, upfront poke there at the very beginning. It was Colombia who tried to swing, and the AoE healing as well from the Mizuki, and then throwing the hack. It is a little absurd, and you've compared that to like Lucio Aura. Sure, if you amp it up, it's a lot of healing, but the passive healing from Mizuki is so good, and you can see how much damage Mocha's done too. 82% ult already.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point in that this specific matchup, like the Mizuki has the utility advantage, can help your team in so many ways, right? Meanwhile, Lucio kind of struggling here. Want to build that sound. That's kind of forward. Overclock here from 10.
Oh, Lich. No block. Oh, no problem. Kill for Temp, though. Good slide up. Kills Hydron. And now he's on an off angle, but he has he is alone and isolated himself to try and fight even more for the team. There's Colombia once again on the back foot, just holding Eski, getting out.
Yeah, so Brazil coming alive here on the defense somewhat. Good job disengaging and re-engaging after Hydron is able to find a couple of these picks. And, I mean, look, they haven't really used any ultimates here either, so they're going to have 5 at their disposal. You can kind of pick and choose which ones they want to drop pressure. Meanwhile, on Colombia here, try and get something going.
All right, Hydron has got this overclock. There's the Sanctuary. A Blizzard is going to connect with it. 2 annihilations in a Blizzard as well. I mean, Colombia, they better be winning this fight. It doesn't look like it, though, especially without the May. There's no control left really on the battlefield as Hydra gets slid on. Blizzard from Ludwig. Rather late for Brazil as they've already lost 2 players. A good little freeze there onto Super Gomez. Is a 2v2 with the payload still pushing. Oh, no, Ludwig.
They killed each
the
other.
Final shot, killing Kratos, stopping them push the payload.
I mean, that is nasty. I don't know if Cardistone would have been able to push it in regardless, so I don't think that is decisive, but a crazy moment nonetheless, and that's how close Colombia gets after using it pretty much the entire ultimate bank with a minute to go. Mocha's on the Ilari here.
Oh, you're gonna instantly die. Yeah, used the outburst way too late, but it was in the Ravager's Vortex, so you wouldn't have gone far at all. All right, Colombia, now's your chance to kind of spring into action and show Brazil what you got. There's only 40 seconds to go, but that might be what they need. I mean, you've already forced the block, you've already forced an Nemesis form as well, and you have the overclock. Hydron's dead. Yeah, this fight is done. Wrap it up with a nice little bow.
All right, so Colombia gets an opportunity here on second point to finish off this series. You can make it through this area relatively quickly and get some extra time banks there heading on to the third point. It would be in a really good position here. You don't want to be struggling as much as you did that very first point. So this first ultimate wave here for Colombia is critical. They're going to have the sound barrier relatively soon. Change is going to have this Kitsune Rush. It is critical that they get the ultimate value here.
Look at this annihilation from Dalka. Just trying to run it down here, but now has to be a little bit more careful. Both rushes, annihilation, trade with the annihilation. Away from Super Gomez, Mr. Pop is. I'm waiting for it. Crediton's going to be the first to die. There it is. Eventually, it's going to get it going. Is Dalka just kind of forcing Colombia to use ults? Crediton went down so early. There's so much more healing on Brazil's side, Johnny, compared to Colombia's with this Lucio versus the Juno Kiri.
Yeah, I mean, the torpedoes from Mocha came in clutch, actually, and it was a difference maker to get that very first pick. And like you say, like just having that presence onto the payload as well with the Blizzard, it's just overwhelming for Colombia. And they did throw in a couple of ultimates here. Here now, though, 1 minute 40 on the timer. They don't have a lot of boots spare. Oh, Hydron, what a pick.
Slide kill. Yeah, 10 pens are going down. The Blizzard gets thrown out as well by Lich, so it's going bad to worse for Colombia. I mean, these like ults and then kills are happening just so close to each other. It's hard to really say that Blizzard was bad. They were in a decent spot. They're going to use this sound barrier to try and get out, and Super Gomez still dies.
Yeah, these decisive sound barrier pushes just hasn't been it for Colombia so far. And they're not getting the value out of this Lucio, which is the worst pick out of these different main supports you can play here, but they're trying to cater to Protoson's comfortability here. Lich is going to swap over to the Symmetra here. Try to get some positional advantage here against this defense favor.
And maybe the Sim Beam is what they need. Just ramp it up on Dalko and Dalko's shield and then just burn him. Alright, Hela's still going. They've still got time. But this point in the map, especially if you're stalled here, it can be so tough to crack this one open. Wow, the attempt just gets completely owned by the wall. And then takes a railgun shot from Hydron, so has to dip.
And now coming up on this Kitsune Rush, which, once you place into the cart, could be overwhelming here for Colombia. With 17 seconds to go, I'll try to build this Annihilation if they can.
Yeah, double rush. I mean, that's what they were waiting for. Just waiting for them to kind of turn the corner first. We'll see if Change can kind of sink this one in. Looks like with Dalka down, it is going to be a Colombia fight win. Oh, you're on... I do not know about some of these ults. That... You did not need that Annihilation. And then Dalka's now going to have a better Annihilation here.
Yeah, no, you're totally right.
Yeah,
as they're going to get, they're going to get some of this time bank back here, a minute 30, which they don't have to push too far. I don't even think they have to go around this, very difficult corner here on the third point where the spawn have sightlines. So Colombia very much still in this, but like you say, you have to get more value out of these ultimates.
The wall is a big factor for Lich. They are going up against a Blizzard. Hydron has the overclock as well. A lot to kind of think about. Even if you're the Lucio. Oh, Kratos son. Not having the best of times against Hydron at this moment. Didn't have the beat, of course, but it will be Colombia hitting the reset. There's no chance, I don't think, for an extra pick, so it should be a fairly quick one.
You will have one really good fight here with the Symmetra wall and the sound barrier coming up. Colombia has the opportunity here to close out the series.
Yeah, it's literally one fight at this point. Yeah, this wall could just delete the team. Orbital Ray Temp's already dead, though. They're going to be able to charge up this beam behind this wall here from Lich, so he's going to do a lot of damage to the front line. Soundbarrier comes out, does end up hitting 4. Freezing the front line, though. Super Gomez is just isolated and alone, but armor and Nemesis form is going to be good for another, as Kratos ends up going down eventually. But Lich still alive. It's going to be the main damage dealer for Colombia right now. 2v2. As, again, Lich comes out on top. Whether it's the Reaper or it's the Sim, it does not matter. Lich, for Colombia, it's just going to win the team fight. A nice team kill and a nice map win. Circuit Royale is theirs. A 3-1. And, like I mentioned before, a ticket to the land in Busan, going along with Canada.
The beaming Symmetra was too much at the very end, and Lich comes up clutch, like they did earlier on in the series on Reaper as well. 27 and 8. Great performance by your flex player there, who really stepped up. This has been a very impressive Colombia team throughout these online qualifiers, and very well deserved. Gets their ticket to Busan and a LAN tournament, and they get to compete against some of the international teams we have from the different regions.
Yeah, it's a big moment, I'd imagine, for Colombia. Obviously, they ended up getting it on map 3. The placement in Busan, thanks to only needing the 2 maps. But still, even a series win. I think Brazil really gave them a run for their money, but that was the last match in Group B, so that's fully done and dusted now. It is going to be Canada and Colombia. Oh, Group A, sorry. That'll be Canada and Colombia making it through to the LAN. A big achievement for all the players, I'd imagine. Obviously, we're going to get an interview with Temp in just a moment. I'm curious of what their thoughts are, Johnny. I'm wanting to know kind of the details, because I think for a lot of them, going to a LAN like this is going to be a big life event, a big life achievement for them.
Yeah, I mean, being able to travel to a LAN and participate and play Overwatch is an amazing experience, and a lot of these people, I mean, they hope to get that ticket in the end and get that experience, right? And so, for a team like Colombia, this is a big achievement for them. I'm very happy that they do get that opportunity to try and replicate this time here once more. So Colombia now. I mean, I'm curious to see how they stack up against some of these other teams. Like Danny mentioned in the previous interview that like teams like Germany are surprising. And obviously there are some like really good teams in EMEA there, of course, as well. Thailand, Japan qualified on the side of Asia, right? And those are the kind of teams I'm looking for. If I'm Colombia, like, hey, we can beat those teams. And I think they're displayed here. Like, they have the individual skill from players like Temp, for example. Here's the Hydron 5K we looked at just there. But those are the kind of teams that, like, they're very beatable. Like, if we bring our game, if we have good practice, like, we can make it pretty far at Busan.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun. I think, ideally, like, please don't match up against Korea or Saudi match one. You know, the seeding is going to be kind of crazy. I think there's a very big chance for a lot of players to make a name for themselves, regardless of how well their team does. I think it's going to be good for a lot of these South American players to, hey, we can mess with the best, you know? We deserve a spot in maybe OWCS. Like, OWCS teams look our way and pick us up, give us a chance, because I think a lot of people have shown, especially someone like Lich, that they're exceptional players. And speaking about exceptional players, we've got Kratos joining us now for a quick interview. Congratulations, of course, in making it to the LAN. Obviously, yourself and the rest of the team, I bet, are ecstatic about it. But I want to know what it means for you guys to represent Colombia in this regard, and going to such a historic place like Korea, where Overwatch really, I wouldn't say was born, but some of the best players to ever touch the game were from. And yeah, what it means to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's an absolute blessing, to be honest. I mean, getting to visit that beautiful country. I've always wanted to visit that country anyways, just to, just experience the culture and everything. Every single one of us on this team, we were all just completely excited. We had Korea literally on our minds, and then obviously we have even more future goals ahead of us now. But it's just an absolute blessing to be able to have the opportunity. So I'm very grateful.
What's it like representing your country in Colombia? Like the fans as well rallying behind you. What has the experience been like competing for your own country?
Honestly, like I wish I could be here all day just to explain my excitement, but it's just an absolute blessing, really. Like it really is. I mean, it took a while for my parents, because my parents are both fully Colombian, and they didn't even understand the concept of like competing for video games or anything like that. And then it was only until like I started convincing them, like, hey mom, hey dad, I can actually do this, competitively, and then maybe even for a living one day, who knows, really. And then that's when they slowly started to, gain some respect. And then on top of that, I just feel so patriotic about my country being Colombia and everything like that. And it's an absolute blessing. Like, I have family in Colombia, in Bogota, the capital city of Colombia, watching from home, me competing. So it's an absolute blessing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, you guys are gonna look sick on the stage as well. I think with it being on TV and like you guys like showing up, it's a big thing for, like you mentioned, your parents to see. It's like, wait, video games is a real thing. You guys could do that and go to other countries.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally get it. I want to ask you, obviously, going to the LAN now, is there like a team specifically that you've always wanted to play, or players that you've always wanted to match up against from any region?
I think it'd be a really amazing experience to go against Korea again, because I know in 2023, whenever Colombia was already qualified, they actually played against Korea. So I think that would be just an incredible opportunity just to, get to see that quality of gameplay as well. And I think it'd just be fantastic for the experience itself. So definitely Korea.
All right. Well, we'll let you go. Congratulations once again. I look forward to seeing you guys in Korea. I'm sure we'll all hang out at some point as well. It's going to be a good time.
Awesome. Sounds good, man. We'll take a picture too.
Congratulations
Awesome.
again. Oh, hell yeah. That was an amazing kind of story, Johnny, because I think a lot of players are probably in his shoes as well, right? Where, your Kratos' mum and dad and relatives and family, or any player really, not just him, and just like, hey, I can go to a different country. I can compete on a global stage because, hey, it turns out I'm pretty good at the video game. So, yeah, it's going to be an amazing experience for not only him, the rest of the Colombian team, and a lot of the teams that are going there too. So congratulations to them once again. And this is going to be your final standings for Group A. Canada 3-0, Colombia 2-1. Just locked that one in. But Group B, we need to finish that one out. We still got another spot to fill in. Obviously, Argentina, Mexico, and Chile fighting for that.
We got more dreams to fulfill, Jaws. We have more tickets to spread out to the teams competing and trying to get the opportunity to play Overwatch at online here. That's an amazing story from Kratos. And obviously, you know, coming in Group B here, like, it's very close fought. Mexico, after taking an initial loss against the United States, looking to rally back and take down one of our better teams in this Group B of Chile.
Yeah, don't forget as well, if you want to rep your region, you can do. Head over to the Overwatch store right this very second, where you can jump in and offer some money for the crowdfunding bundle. A little bit of that money goes towards the prize pool as well, so you're doing a little bit of good, and you're getting some nice skins too. Americas, EMEA, and Asia, obviously. And there's also a giveaway. QR code on your screen, or the link you can follow that one. Winners will be conducted on June 15th at 9 PT. So you haven't got too long left to enter that one, so make sure you get that done right now. We're going to a break as well, so you can literally just go fill that in. And yeah, we'll be right back for more games after this.
Start your climb to OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/Faceit League.
All right, final match of the day, Johnny. We're not quite finished with Group B just yet, but we got one more match here. It's 4 games. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. A lot of EMEA, a lot of NA action.
So much Overwatch.
It's a lot of Overwatch, man. Oh yeah. Let's get into this though. I think coming into Group B, we already knew USA was going to be top in that group for sure. Mexico and Chile are still fighting it out to try and secure that second spot. Argentina right now, due to the map diff, Johnny, I don't think they're even eligible at this current moment in time. It's going to be Mexico on your screens in just a moment. I mean, what are you thinking about Team Mexico here? We haven't really seen their full strength, in all honesty, since they've only just played the USA.
Yeah, but I still really liked what they had to show against the United States. Obviously, Elemental Guy waiting in the wings to bring out the Genji, which we saw last time, came out after the initial control round, so nothing too different this time around. But Lei was kind of operating the Jetpack Cat and taking Karmas all over the place with them tethering the Cassidy and flying them around the map. And I think they did a really good job against the United States. So this is still a Mexico squad that I'm putting a lot of respect on, and I'm quite curious to see how they perform against an opponent that isn't the United States.
Yeah, this is the big test as well, because Chile are currently sitting 1-0. They're sitting at 0-1 with a -3-2. Chile did end up dropping a map to Argentina. That was the other day. So how they're going to fare, it's honestly, like you said, a bit undecided. I always kind of rate Mexico's chances in these kind of group stages, but because a lot of the players like Angel have been around for such a long time at this point, but Chile have also brought their own spice to the table too. Let's have a look at the team that they're facing off against. So we've got Bert, Ellie, Frank, LCS, and Wed on spot.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams, they don't have a ton of experience competing in the World Cup. Like, I'd maybe even look at Colombia from the previous match as maybe one of the more experienced kind of teams in this South America's region. And so you always look at Mexico and Brazil had a couple of great players back in the day, but none of them has really found a tremendous success so far. And so I think Chile, they're off to a pretty hot start so far in 2026. And if they can close things out here today and qualify for Busan, that would be a huge achievement.
Is the seeding decider though? BAP. Do you prefer the BAP or the CAS in the 1v1s? What would you be picking?
I mean, I feel like the BAP has a little bit more skill to it because of the lamp, I suppose, but I think the tank option is Winston, by the way.
It is, yeah. I don't think anybody's... Has anybody chosen the Winston one yet? I don't think so,
Please,
right?
come on now. Come on.
Dude, the Winston 1v1s, come on. It's not...
peak.
It's not good. It's peak.
Okay, it's not good. Well,
it's not.
Girl Sky. 3-0.
Nice stuff.
Solid.
Yeah, for Sky with a little clean 3-0 on the BAP. You'll love to see that. That means Mexico do end up choosing the first map, and it will be Oasis. All right, we've seen everything but Oasis today, so happy about that one.
Yeah,
actually, what maps have we not seen today? Rialto, Oasis, Numbani, Hollywood, New Queens, and Servas. Okay, so actually
we are so NA pilled, by the way. If you saw these 8 hours ago on EMEA, that was not us, okay?
That was not. that was
not us. The producers have definitely seen all of those maps if they were using the EMEA.
Yeah, that's true. All right, Bastion banned for Mexico. No Cat Bastion. Mizuki for Chile.
No Cat Bastion, but I'm still gonna gas up Mexico here. They played Cassidy with the cat, and so I kind of want to see if they replicate it, because they did play Oasis against the United States as well. And so this is the one control map we've seen from Mexico so far in this tournament, and they look good on it. So I'd be a little concerned here if I'm Chile.
The Cat Noon is good. The Cat Noon is very good, I think.
Indeed.
I don't think it's better than the Bastion, straight up. Obviously, the Cat Bastion, the reason why it's so good is because infinite tether and you just fly the Bastion around, but the Cat Noon has got legs.
It's got legs indeed. Yeah. Look, I mean, because it kind of forced the United States back always to play in very tiny corridors, because they're okay, well, there's a Cassidy flying around. We can't really match it, and so we're always forced to sit back. And, United States, they're an incredibly professional team, and so they found a way to get the job done. But Mexico definitely made it close. It was almost similar to the Argentina series in a way, where Argentina, they were actually quite competitive on the Ilios, right? But then at the end of the day, United States, there was too much to deal with, and they came out on top. And that was kind of what we saw with the United States against Mexico as well. And so we definitely seen Mexico be competitive in series like these.
All right, let's load in. Oasis, Chile versus Mexico, still fighting for that number 2 spot in the group. We're about halfway through in terms of matches here. Only a couple have been played so far. See how the tank matchup ends up handing out as well. We've seen a whole bunch. We've seen a lot of, we've seen Reinthal, we've seen little Mauga, seen little Orisa.
Good times.
Seen a little Hazard. Wait, have we seen every tank? Ryan, Orisa,
have we seen any
Hazard, Winston. Oh, no Zarya. No. Yeah. So every tank. What? Zarya? All right, Frack, you could do something really fun here. Or
Santana unlocked the Zarya. I think Santana actually played the Zarya last time against the United States.
There you go. Dude, check that out.
Do it.
Yo, shout out DHL. Got a big ad in the game now as well. W.
Boom.
Boom. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. That's a lock. I count it. I count it. Even if Santana doesn't leave the spawn. That's all tanks, I believe, played today.
All right. I mean, we're doing a pretty good job at bingo so far. We saw Hanzo and King's Row. Elemental guy is going to play some Genji, which there's some see already.
Elemental guy will be subbed in, we hope. Who will play Genji.
We haven't seen an Adventure being played.
Ooh, yeah. Venture's a good one. I really enjoy watching Venture. I mean, come on. We did see Widowmaker. We did see Widowmaker. It was a spawn.
Oh, that's true. Spawn. Oh, in spawn. That's right. Yeah. All right, here they go. Farmers.
Yep.
Oh,
look at him go.
It's called.
It just is insane. And on top of that as well, Carmez is getting bubbles. So, like, you can't even really shoot the Cassidy as he's getting flown through the air.
Let's go. Oh.
Back in again. You got to have a laser sharp aim as well, because you're like wiggling in the air. Nice trade. Okay, no more Cat Noon or Cat Cast. Play ends up going down. You kind of do, yeah. Yeah. Okay, Frack. This guy just ended up going down. So, yeah, this Zarya, well, good against the D.Va. Against how fast this comp is with the Lucio, it might be tough for the Zarya to operate. You're a support character for Carmez, I think.
I mean, extremely cat reliant. So if you kill Lei, I rate Chile's chances.
I mean, Bert's the best person to do that with a robot. There we go, there's the cat. And we're in. Oh, I mean, the flashback was good, but unfortunately didn't result in a kill. It's actually Eli picking up Carmez. It's a good strat, Johnny, but if it doesn't work, there's gonna be some point where we need to swap.
Chile has found the answer in grouping up together and shooting them with fire.
Yes,
it's proven to be too much for Mexico here, and they're going to swap over to the Lucio.
Okay, perfect. No Cat Noon, which is I'm a little bit sad about. Fine, truly real with you. Okay, be easier to rotate here with the Zarya as well. You're not just getting rings run around you. Nice off angle for Carmez. Earn to High Noon off of that damage. And there's a rush on the point, so Lei will end up going down. And now the problem kind of persists where we were playing the cat. So now we have no charge on the beat.
We'll get there. We'll get there in due time. We just have to win a couple of fights without it first.
And they got chased off of the rush. So this rush did almost nothing, but it did actually help Carmez get a kill on the Burt. Oh, and the High Noon's good for another kill too. Okay, Carmez, don't need the cat to operate.
This is actually great ultimate layering right here for us, because they'll get the sound barrier later on now. You just ended up winning the fight with the Deadeye, see? It's an uphill battle for Mexico, but, you know, don't count them out.
You'll really have to hit the best beat of all time if you're Lei.
I believe it.
Who is the best sound barrier usage guy of all time?
What?
I'm just asking you a question, bro.
Kellex? I don't know. I'm just throwing out
Kellex? Ooh, wait, that's a good one. That's a good answer. All right, quick charge in there by Frack. He's going to get flashbanged in the back of the head. That grab is unreal, but the sound barrier from LCS did help negate at least some of that damage. Good slam and stop from Frack. Does kill two. Chile in pure control, although there's only two of them currently alive. Angel on the high ground on the Reaper has got the Death Blossom. Same with Carmez kind of chilling out. Both the DPS have the Lucio to taxi, but it is Chile with the point.
Yeah, Mexico are making it really difficult, though. This sound barrier, if they go for a good engage here, sound barrier, that could be devastating. Oh,
Hi,
there's so much
Angel.
positioning here now, too.
Getting shot on the back of the head. The Death Blossom could be deadly. Gonna try and force something from Wed. They've done just that. Sound barrier comes in, hits 5. Return the Death Blossom. But, yeah, shut down instantly. I mean, that's so sad watching the Reapers just Death Blossom in front of the Malgas, and the Malga just shoots them. It is so sad. Team Mexico have 3 players left alive here. Chile playing on their rush. They're going to be good for another fight here. Cardiac Overdrive popped by both Malgas. They both stare at each other longingly in the face. Looks like Frack is going to break the stare in competition. A little bit too late. Almost cost him his life, but it will be Mexico with the point still.
Okay, so one big cage fight from Frack to try to bring this round in for Chile. Can they get it done? Can they sustain throughout this cage fight?
DP Cage comes in. Santana needs support. Looks like everybody from Team Mexico, they're trying to jump on in to help, but the cage fights are just too good. If you don't have a return cage, it can be so hard as the enemy supports are just free firing in. And it will be Chile claiming this first round, you'd imagine. Angel's going to get the triple blink onto the point, gets the retouch. Record in 1. Not quite. Spurt shuts him down. Santana does have a cage in a couple of seconds as well, actually, so this isn't over just yet. He's going to re-dip back in. Nice little stun. Cage comes out, but Eli's there with the cleanup. Yep, and now it is going to be Mexico against Frack, pretty much. Getting this Malga out the way is going to be nigh on impossible, and the sound barrier is going to just seal that letter shut. 100-98. Chile making it close.
Yeah, that was a nail biter of a round right there. Mexico coming back and getting a lot of value from their ultimates. Carmes as well with the Cassidy. I think did a great job at finding picks necessary. You can see that. 8 eliminations leads the team. Good job on Cassidy. 6,000 damage so far. But it was just too much in the end. Chile, you know, when you get off to a hot start like that on control, like it is... I mean, I don't know what theory is. There's some kind of theory that if you're 99-0, like your odds of winning the round are pretty slim right there. So it was just too much on the back of a pretty poor Jetpack Cat start.
Okay, they've decided, you know what? Maybe the cat not so good here.
I'm sad, to be honest. I waited all day for this, and then it disappointed.
He waited all day for the cat.
I waited all day for Lace Jetpack Cat.
Well, it's okay. There's plenty more maps to come. On control, you're easily punished for going for a swap. So
don't cope me.
Why not? What? I'm trying to help you out, bro. I'm trying to make you feel better.
I appreciate it. You're a good.
It's been a long day, man. It's been a long day. This is our 4th game. You gotta feel a little bit good here. All right, Frag. This is going to be the tall test for Team Mexico. Can they actually attach to someone and get a kill, which this comp is very good at normally of doing, but against the D.Va, a little bit more difficult, especially that Cardiac Overdrive gets popped. Frag's going to eat all that damage from the Malga, so he can't heal himself. Looks like they go for a trade, though. Lei goes down for Eli.
Let's go, finding a way to make every single fight here competitive. To get on top of the bird here. That might just turn the tide here when it was looking pretty disadvantageous for Mexico. They get back into this one. Brings up another great pick in Santana. Doing work here with the Malga.
How is Carmes alive there? There's no way Carmes should have lived. That was an insane amount of damage from Frack initially on the D.Va.
It's too much damage. All right, Mexico, go for another play here. Carmes, Deadeye. Bring it out. I feel like Carmes is always good for a Deadeye kill.
Yeah, if you're good one, that's a value Deadeye.
It's like if you can get one pick with an Earth Shatter, that's good. Look at it.
Oh, straight into traffic as well. Whoa, he gets out of there too. Carmes, what a beast. Oh, Frag. Unlucky. Those insurance premiums are pretty high as they are, let alone Malga's jumping in the way.
Carmes is always good for a Deadeye. It's crazy. I don't know what magic Carmes is conjuring up. Always good for 1 or 2 Deadeye kills.
Secret Source. And he got booped into the road too and then rolled back in.
Mean, playing in traffic.
Yeah, actual aura cast is playing. Okay, but overclock straight into the rush. Really early Susu usage. Just kind of gotten away from Bert, to be honest. No, that's the flashbang. And then Angel just playing in the rush. This fight's as good as done. For Chile. That was the saddest Death Blossom I have ever seen, unfortunately.
That was, oh wow. That die was cringe. It was that bad.
Yeah. It was cringe. All right, Team Mexico. Should be a fairly trivial cleanup. LCS got to use the beat at some point, man. If it beat in the beat here. Boom, hits the beat. Okay, hits 4. They're back in this. Cage, Death Blossom. Cage, Death Blossom for Angel. Oh, there's the Reaper already down. And there it is. Death Blossom. Doesn't matter if you didn't get a kill. It's all good. Team Mexico are going to claim this round. As LCS too high up there to actually trigger the control little hitbox. Nice 1-1.
Me and LCS, we have the same Lucio playstyle. We're kind of just like flying around the map and then swing in for the beat and then continue just riding around at very high speeds. Gotta go fast.
Platinum support from Lei with the title. That is legendary.
I mean, I could rock that one.
Yeah. Ultimate kitten as well. Perfect. Perfect title usage.
Did you get the flip the table one?
The flip the table one, they did lower the requirement, so I should have it now. But I will say, they've been on fire with the titles recently. The best one, I think, of all time, like the meme one, is still gold damage.
Really?
It has to. Yeah, it has to. It's the best, like, meme one, because that was the old, like, Overwatch 1 meme.
Mexico. They're putting the pressure on. Like, this Mexico team, I feel like when they commit, like, they just storm through. It's just overwhelming whenever they push through a choke. They do a great job of just combining forces to get the upper hand once more there.
Yeah, really nice. It should be a very trivial cap. Unless Frack, no, decides against it. Oh my god, Frack took infinite damage. Just on the walk-up, had to get Suzu, then popped Cardiac Overdrive. I think it was Carmez just shooting him on the side of the head that entire time. He was just in choke, looking the wrong way. They're going to try and go for the wrap. What's happening? What? Okay, we lost our Kiri in hookah, and now the swing from Burt. Should be good for a kill onto Angel. Yeah, there's no Wraith form there. I think Angel ended up using that really early on.
Such a good fight. Such a good fight for Chile. Finding a pick like that, don't even have to drop the Kitsune rush, and now you get to build some percentage yourself while still maintaining your ultimate economy in place so that you can counter what Mexico has coming their way. Carmes, though, always good for one.
Always good for one.
Always good for one.
You're taking to bronze damage. Ooh. It's so stylish when they hit that and then roll away. No, it's still good. Here it is. From the high ground, check this out. It's 1 HP as well. They're all hiding from it. They know Carmes is always good for one, so they're hiding. Uh-oh. That's a good stomp. Straight down to low ground. Carmes in trouble now. Overclock ripped from Burt as Lei is torn in half thanks to that overclock. And that'll be Chile winning that fight.
Yeah, I mean, good heads-up play by them. Good flip as well into Mexico's kind of indoors area right there. Wait out for the Deadeye. Good execution by Chile overall. And well, a Mauga on top of a Cassidy, it's a little bit too much. It's a little bit too much if you're Carmes. So Frack definitely doing his part on the Mauga so far. Mexico, though, they have the Kitsune Rush still in hand here to help them get some positioning on towards the point.
Mexico have so many ults, though. TP into the cage, though. Hits the Death Blossom. A perfectly timed beat from Lei. That's a lot of damage, but good focus fire comes through from Team Mexico. They do end up losing their Lucio, but Angel with a quick teleport into the back line is going to be able to hit Wraith Form to stay alive, as well as even just Santana existing up front is good for Team Mexico.
I mean, that was a powerful beat right there. That's max value.
Yeah.
From your sound barrier. Like you said, it was the perfect time as well to make sure that every millisecond possible of the Death Blossom is covered. Great time. Because so often we make fun of the Lucio players who criticize them for questionable beats. That was a perfect one.
Yeah, it was actually straight up perfect.
Yeah.
Couldn't have been better. Oh, wow, that was an aggressive TP. Good try, good attempt at punish from Team Mexico. Really like that. There's going to be a rush here from where it's going to be a fairly trivial place to play on the point. Kamez is going to try and delay some time here with a high noon, but good for one, good for none, Johnny, unfortunately. That's 3 high noons and only 2 kills so far for Kamez. I think, hey, they're bringing in a task right now. It's tough for Kamez out here.
Yeah, Chile are kind of dominating here so far, and they're looking like they're good to close out the map as well on the back of Bird's Sojourn gameplay here as well. Push the spawn while you're at it. Make it difficult for them to touch.
Yeah, are they actually going to... No, the Lucio is there. I think they ended up blinking past. Nice boop. Good recall, though. And that did trigger OT. But Team Mexico are so wounded and weak. And they're in a cage. And they have to fight a beat. And there's no chance, unfortunately. That'll be Chile. I mean, yeah. Lei dying with the sound barrier. Unfortunate for Team Mexico. But Chile wrapping that one up. 99% to 74. Make that 100. That's a 2-1 to start us out.
Okay, so we expected Chile to be a bit of a powerhouse in this group as well. Obviously qualifying first place through the Conference Cups to make it to these online qualifiers in the first place. And they keep that momentum going, taking down Mexico here on Oasis, who were invited to this tournament. This is one of their historical performances. And so let's take a look at the scoreboard here. Who stands out to you? You know, Eli getting 12 deaths while the next person is 6. I feel like that just speaks to the committing of the rest of the team. Like that's a team player right there. That's someone who's willing to put the team above their own deaths.
Yeah, I think that's Reaper Gaming at that point as well, where you're in a way just like you mentioned, I think last series, like, hey, I'm a space creator and I hope the Sojourn misses. And I hope I can just shoot the Mauga in the back of the head for a little while and then have them fall over. It's tough
because you don't miss.
Oh, that was such a nice clip. And if they don't miss, then you have 12 deaths.
Yeah, exactly. But we're kind of coping here, just a little bit. We're coping a little bit. You know, we're making excuses, but that's all good. It's the World Cup Online Qualifiers, all right? Sit down.
He's trying to put it in perspective, and you know what? That's good of you, Johnny. That's really good of you.
Hey man, I love the World Cup. I love the World Cup. It's great vibes.
It's
a great opportunity for some of these players to, you know, put on broadcast, compete for their country. I love it. Good vibes.
Yeah, the regional pride, like what was discussed in the previous interview with Colombia, right? Like the regional pride for that team is just so high. So yeah, it's going to be the same here for Chile. It's going to be the same here for Team Mexico as well. Just showing up to a big stage, playing online here, and then hopefully making it to a LAN where you get to play in a very historic place for esports and Overwatch as a whole. So yeah, it's definitely a good place to be if you're either Team Mexico or Chile. Well, it's better if you win here and then hopefully secure a spot. But Chile up a map already now with Team Mexico, making it very close, to be fair. A nice little round, and that last round could have gone a very different way. We'll see if Kamez still keeps rocking the Cassidy, because the Bastion... Okay, now we're seeing it, Johnny. It can't be banned now, at least on one side of things. So, Cat Bastion, you might get your wish.
It's the moment we've been waiting for, though, Jaws.
You've been waiting for. I mean, a lot of the chat.
We have. Danny has waited. I have waited. Is it Elemental Guy time?
Oh, Elemental Guy. Ooh. I thought you were talking about Danny Lim, not Danny.
No. Coach Danny.
Coach Danny.
Earlier. Yeah, talked about it. I mean, last time Mexico picked Circuit Real, and they leaned heavy on Genji. I mean, the playmaking was absurd. I feel like it's almost like a myth I'm recreating here, like the legend of Elemental Guy.
Elemental Guy?
Yeah. But okay, it was crazy. Like, it was a Genji carrying team fights in 2026. And yes, some of that was, you know, Nano Blade and whatnot. I get that. But
you have to run the Ana.
Yeah, 100%. So, I mean, it's kind of tough in a way because, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Like, do you protect ban the Genji or the Ana here?
I mean, at this point, yeah, it's like we have to... I think they just ban a DPS and then have that as the protect, and then hopefully they don't ban Ana, I suppose. Okay, because we know Elemental Guy's going to play Genji. He's definitely won me a couple of games. Last time I played, and I was actually good at the game. Nanoed him a couple of times. That's why I was so surprised to see his name. I'm like, man, I remember nanoing this guy a few times. I don't know him. I've nanoed him a couple of times, and he's won me games because I just nano him. Guy? What? He's a celebrity around these parts, man.
It's like
Genji
throwing an
guy.
assist to Michael Jordan. It's just like, I helped.
IL, yeah, it's so true. Dude, I was in the assist feed. Yes, let's go.
The assist feed of NBA game.
Yeah, exactly. I was little substitution as well. So, with this sub coming in, yeah, it's about protecting the elemental guy, Genji. They do have the first ban. It's going to be a DPS first ban. It has to be.
It kind of has to be, yeah.
It kind of has to
like
be.
Symmetra
so,
or something.
Like, yeah, what would you ban if you were Team Mexico here?
Well, I mean, Mexico, they went to overtime against USA on Circuit Real. I think that tells you enough. Like, if they full capped on Circuit Real and took USA to overtime, that's a damn good performance if you're Mexico, right? But the one thing that just gave them too much trouble was the Symmetra in the end. Now, it's going to be the Mei here instead.
Don't mind that.
I don't mind that either.
Really hard to kill the Mei as the Genji most of the time.
Yeah.
Like, you're chilling. Zarya banned for Chile. Yeah, really just trying to hamper this kind of Genji all in, like bubble the Genji kind of type play style. We are going to Circuit Royale though. Elemental Guy is in the elusive Genji OTP, and we'll see how this ends up paying out for Mexico.
We hyped up Elemental Guy all day now. Please
ready.
Pay off. Please
ready.
let the hype pay off. Otherwise, people are never going to listen to me again. They're just like, this damn Swedish caster, he hyped up Elemental Guy all day. And then he fed his brains out. It's like, no, I need Elemental Guy to put in work in the kill feed.
You will, man. Kind of.
See, it changed color drastically.
No.
Quickly.
I see what you mean. No,
that was not shade. That was like someone pressed like a mechanical button on like a remote.
It spawned in. Like it spawned in.
The color spawned in?
Yeah, the color like spawned in. Or maybe it hit like, I don't know, like a light box or something. Can it change color? I don't know. I don't know how the lighting works in this game. I just know it's bright.
No, me neither. I'd like to believe that there's like very tiny like neon lights or something inside of it, and it just like is on a timer.
That's
like
definitely
the
not.
Changes on like every 5 minutes or something.
No. They put detail into this game, but
technology.
not that level of detail. We do, but I don't know if wasting light effects on a rubber ducky in like a pond or like a pool is worth it. Okay, hang on a second. We are playing the Zen. We're playing the Zen on for LCS.
Oh, add it to the list. Check off the bingo card.
Check off the bingo card. We're seeing a Zen. So I think that's all supports played.
Not Mercy.
Right? Not Mercy. Oh, Mercy. I forgot.
I don't think we've seen Brig either, to be honest. We're Life Weavers. We have a long way to go, brother.
Okay, we got a long way to go. It's been a long day, everybody. It's been a long day. I hope you're still enjoying yourself in the chat. Here's Elemental Guy, though. Let's stick on this guy's POV for a little bit. They've already lost 1 DPS, but
I mean,
the high DPI, yeah, the like glitchy kind of movement DPI. You know, they're a good Genji player when they're hitting the 3K DPI switch.
Yeah, I mean that is like Huxal level of sensitivity.
I was about to say Huxal or like
16 cents, 3200 or something like that.
Yeah, Huxal was really high.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
LCS down. Either that or he plays on a very small pad and he just has the DPI high. I'm not sure, but it is ridiculous anyway.
Yeah, I'd like to think if Elemental Guy had a larger mouse pad, they would play on a lower sense, but what do I know? Maybe they just grew up that way.
Hey, it's just comfortable, and if it's comfortable, then that's fine.
Yeah,
well, they end up full capping with 5 minutes. There wasn't a fight. A fight did not occur.
Yeah, honestly, like Santana got the opening pick for that thing now. Okay, Chile's got an interesting comp here. Emre, check it off the list, and they're playing it with the Pharah. This is about as much poke as possible, but they're just trying to stay away from the Elemental Guy.
Yeah, they really are. Draw out the pistol. They're going to use a really early rush, and I really like this. You know you won that fight so easily, you might as well just send it. It's going to be a flux, though, on to the Sigma. Santana goes so low. They tried to use the shield there to block a lot of those heals, but it was instantly killed. Still back up, though. They end up now using the OC as, well, you know, it doesn't end up going down. They trade the Elemental Guy, but with the overclock available, it should send Chile into a little bit of a tizzy in this back 10.
Yeah, Mexico coming up on big ultimates as well. Obviously, a tough position to be in. It's a bit of a 4v4 right here, but build this orbital ray to push aggressively right now. Santana's really going for it here.
Elemental Guy closing in on that blade. Oh, the flux here straight after the Suzu tree. But oh, wait. Brackens are actually just killing Santana. That was a really good bit of focus fire coming in from Chile.
Yeah, honestly, it was a bit of a poor positioning from Santana as well. Miss the accretion, and then kind of like tries to rotate around the pillar to get some safe space, but just too much damage onto Santana there, not able to drop the Flux in to begin with. So I think that's a fight that Mexico would like to have back. Not the cleanest of execution at all. And now Chile, I mean, they have a fair share of ultimate bank as well here. It's going to be difficult for Elemental Guy to get value against a composition like this.
Boys on the play too. Okay, wait for the orbital tidal blast to come out first, I think, before you end up pulling that one. End up trading fairly well though. Thing is that you've only got the Juno at this point. Double support available for Chile. No DPS, of course. So Elemental Guy is just going to pop the blade. Might just do that, Johnny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 slashes pretty much on the on the Sigma. No nano, but got the job done. Elemental Guy with the Dragon Blade kills Frack, and that is going to make sure that payload is delivered to that second point. 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about the Elemental Guy, but, you know, the rest of Mexico's squad is doing a great job of playing the Sigma composition with the Juno Kiriko here as well. Chile, obviously, not the most typical composition, I would say. Playing this Emre and Farah and Guyan Kiri. So they have a bit of a tougher time to stand up against what Mexico is bringing here. But you gotta make some swaps here.
Just the Sig? Yeah, just the Sig. I think Elemental Guy got out of that one.
Override protocols. How much of a flip can it be?
God, this I can't get over the Elemental Guy center, bro. I can't. It's so jittery.
Still jarring.
Genji players. Well, living weapon available for Bert, but shut down actually. As now Mexico are just gonna kind of walk on forward. There's no real response here from the Farah at all, and Frag was so low and the shield was so low too. They also had to kind of pedal backwards.
Yeah, this damage trio from Chile is not really getting a lot of work done, and Eli's going to swap over to the Symmetra here, actually. They just kind of need someone to pop off, because Mexico, they're winning the neutral by far.
Yeah, it's a very easy neutral fight, it feels like right now. And it feels like it shouldn't be, again, because they got a Genji, but Elemental Guy good doing work.
Promise passes overclock as well.
There you're just running this one in. Use the speedering there to put Santana into a better position. Elemental Guy gets deleted. The Genji versus like the ult from Emre. It's kind of two different tales of DPS, I think. The like heavy shots on the Genji is just, if you don't have deflect, you're just dead. you're not winning that 1v1.
Yeah, I think we haven't really mentioned the fact that Elemental Guy has appeared in the kill pool quite a bit, on the wrong side of it, but we'll get to that later when we look at the scoreboard. For the time being, Mexico still pushing forward with the orbital ray here.
Flux, there's a Flux available from Santana as well. Use that grass though, stop incoming damage, but a good slam there straight to the ground. Easy kill onto the Juno. I mean, the Flux is going to come in return.
Okay.
But is that actually enough damage? But Eli down, Tidal Blast onto Frack. A shield block though from Santana is going to make sure he stays upright in the fight. Elemental Guy with the blade now at the very end. Needs a dash, climbs up the pillar, gets the reset, straight back up to the high ground again. Wedge sent super low. Another reset dash from Elemental Guy as he goes in, and Team Mexico.
Wow.
That's all Elemental Guy, baby. Straight off the back of that blade. They locked that payload in on that third point. And an impressive time bank, honestly, Johnny. 1 minute and 49 on Circuit Royale. Nothing to scoff at.
We need higher frame rate to deal with this Elemental Guy sensitivity. I mean, it's chaotic like crazy. But that Dragon Blade, it's enough to help push the payload over the finish line there. And Mexico, for the second time in a row here, been capturing Circuit Royale. So clearly a map they're feeling pretty comfortable on. And I mean, capping this map, I feel like, is quite difficult to begin with. It is definitely cappable. It is not like some other Esport or hybrid maps where it's borderline impossible to cap. So it is cappable, but it's still a really good achievement, and definitely putting Chile in a bit of a tough position here to try and equal that on their own attack.
The Genji faring on the defense, though.
You just gotta trust. Just trust.
You gotta trust, yeah, 100%. Yeah. I was half expecting to go over the rooftop there from Elemental Guy, just like, woo, straight over. A lot of Genji players do that on attack. Yeah, you just go over the high ground roof, and then you have the dash. you just end up double jumping, sliding off the roof type of thing. Can't really do that here on the defense.
I think they've studied the Blade.
They've studied
the Blade. They know all the tips and tricks on Genji.
Yeah, they know how to deal with Elemental Guy, that's for sure. Well, they're going to use a teleport to put Bert in a good position. That's first up.
It's got the Illari in hand here, but I feel like the Illari could be quite vulnerable here. How do you feel, Illari Master, about this matchup?
I wouldn't say I'm a master by any stretch of the imagination. I just peeked Illari. What?
Illari Master player.
Masters player?
Elemental guys.
GM last time I played. Elemental guy with 1.
Put some respect on him.
All right, but I'm not that good though. But it's okay. It's okay against the Genji, I'd say. But against someone like Elemental guy, it's gonna be tough, man. Oh, nice dash and right click.
It's nasty.
It is nasty. Oh, get another one. Oh, nice rock. Because like the Genji is not gonna dash towards you more often than not because you have outburst, and then you can just outburst away. Yeah. You can like B-hop with the outburst a little bit, so you get even more distance. So you're gonna want to kind of save it until he's up and close, and then he dashes after you, kind of thing. Like it's good for poking the Genji out, right? Like that's the main position.
Yeah, but on like a corner like this,
the
Genji is actually like has a good opportunity to get up and close and personal, right?
Oh, for sure.
Sheila here, they have a Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, there's going to be a Flux available too from Team Mexico. Losing the mech like that, I mean, Mexico don't need to really do anything, to be honest. They can just kind of chill. They can vibe out for a little bit. Hopefully kind of chase some of these kills. Even a single pick here is good. Ideally, it is onto Frag, so he doesn't get a free remech. And it looks like Santana wants to try and get just that. Elemental Kai, Gabby just thrown in as well on the Genji. He's going to be fine with that trade. And yeah, I mean, this is a very good defense from Team Mexico so far.
Yeah, they do a good job of pushing the momentum there as well, recognizing that the enemy team, they don't have a Diva mech. And they won't let that go unpunished. And so I still like the aggression we're seeing from Mexico at times, both on the first map, but also replicating it here on Circuit Real. I think they're doing a great job. They have a lot of ultimates in the bank here as well with a minute 30 to go.
Yeah, Captive Sun here for LCS. Don't want to get this deflected. That'll be a Twitter clip of all time, genuinely. Well, they're going to use the wall. Oh, he was waiting for the blade. Oh, good kill as well. Stopping the movement from the Genji was really nice. And a direct hit, too, onto Santana. Insane play from LCS. When the Genji, like, jumping around like that, you hit the outburst, so they're, like, kind of still in the air when they don't want to be, and then just body shot them. That was really clean from LCS. Chile going to cap the point, Johnny. Not in the same kind of fashion as Team Mexico, but they've still got a decent amount of time.
Yeah, they're getting the job done, though. I feel like Bert has to conjure up some magic here. Elemental guy.
Oh, the blade. Nice kill onto Bert. Quick reset dash as well. And there you go. The naked blade. No nano required for Elemental guys. Kills 2.
All you need. There's a couple of frags.
Okay. Okay. Oh, he's nasty with it.
I'm telling you. Elemental guy goes crazy. I mean, this is peak. Like, just
like watching Hoxal again.
Yeah, like, I love watching gameplay. We're so back.
So many ults though for Team Mexico, Johnny. I mean, playing this corner too is just so powerful with these sig comps. We see Frag obviously on the Ramatra now. They go for a teleport, but that Flux, I don't know how many people that hit. That's got to be a minimum of 3. Just trapping people in the lower portion of the stairs. Suzu would have spared their lives for like half a second or so, but Santana with amazing positioning and good awareness too, kind of split the team fight up as well. Frag on one side, the rest of them down in that small staircase.
Yeah, and as much as we kind of like talk about Genji not being a super good hero at the minute, like it kind of suits in well in this Sigma composition, right? Even though we've been seeing a lot of Reaper and such today, and so Chile, they quite struggled to get things going on offense here. Now though, finally able to find some space, they'll be able to control this area for themselves and will allow them to drop these ultimates when they see fit. It's going to be Karma's first though.
Oh, everybody press Q at the same time. Something will happen.
Please hit.
Nice shot from Carmes. Takes care of Burt. Got to be careful of those kunais. Actually, a right click from the Symmetra that will end it all. In fact, a double kill for Eli. Okay. Elemental Guy, 4 HP. Couldn't be lower. Dies to a turret. That is the most Genji thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, dies to a turret randomly on and off angle. And another turret kill. Oh, they're just better. They're just better. Chile with a nice fight win off the back of the Symmetra.
The turrets are too strong. And now they still have the Symmetra ultimate as well. So this wall is going to be devastating for Mexico. They have a rush and a blade though. Elemental Guy magic, maybe.
I mean, maybe. Oh, Kill says yes. Wait, Captive Sun not available either. Oh, he wants his blade so bad right now. Unlocked it too, waiting for something. There's the dash, there's the blade in, straight onto the sim. Dashes straight behind the pillar. Go for the tank though.
Holy damage.
My goodness, holy damage indeed, Johnny. Elemental Guy exercising his demons there against the tanks.
I mean, Elemental Guy just swinging that blade menacingly, getting so much damage onto the tank, and that is enough to win a fight like that. Oh, getting the opening pick on the Ilari. Huge, especially like you said, no Captive Sun available. And now, Chile, 24 seconds. They have a Symmetra teleporter to get... Oh, they fake it for now. But, I mean, it's desperate times here for Chile, Joss.
Okay. Took most of his health bar. No deflect, by the way, so there's a good time for LCS to pull the trigger on this Captive Sun. This is exactly what they're going to do. Straight onto the payload, maybe looking for the tank. It's going to be up again in a couple of seconds. Don't let it get deflected. Straight on top of his head, though. Elemental Guy shut down by LCS. Sweet revenge. As LCS now sets up with this pylon, and now comes the real challenge here for Mexico to try and push back into this. Where has this rush in a couple of percent? There it is. And they can not even use it. Okay, they just let them cap this one straight up.
Yeah, the Symmetra damage from Eli was just too much there. Mexico didn't really find room to operate. So now it's going to benefit onto LCS here. So even though the payload is captured here, Mexico making a stand on this corner. Oh, the Orbital Ray as well.
Orbital Ray? Yeah, that's over-eagerness.
Indeed.
Still good, though. I mean, Chile, with only 60 seconds, finishing this map with 60 seconds, and you've not won this first initial fight through these doors, that's a tall order. Elemental Guy off onto the sidelines here. He's trying to get a deflect kill on Fur, but it's not happening. He's not shooting that rail gun anytime soon. Krakens are getting a pick, though. Both from Archers, in fact, getting one apiece. Annihilation now running out for Santana as well. Elemental Guy shut down. The hero has been slain as Team Mexico lose one of their DPS and let Burt get onto a high ground. Santana at least gets a couple in this fight, but looks like it inting onto the payload for Team Mexico to try and get a faster reset.
Yeah, so Chile is at least keeping themselves in this one. 15 seconds to go. Great stall by Mexico, and they still have a couple of ultimates here to give themselves a good chance. I think this is going to be a really difficult spot here for Chile because, you know, they don't have a lot of room to operate with. Have to touch the card. They kind of need LCS to build this Captive Sun, I feel like here, Jaws, to be the difference maker in a fight like this.
Yeah, Blade, there's a rush. If you use that Blade on the rush as well, it's even more deadly. Frank's going to try and walk forward. Blade's going to get pulled from Elemental Guy straight to the backline there. The wall is no problem for him. He's swinging so quick. The DPI is just too much. My goodness, it's hard to spec sometimes, I swear. Gets shut down by Burt there as Frack holds down the front line with the Annihilation. Eventually ends up wearing off here. LCS now with the Captive Sun around the corner. Does end up tagging Santana. And it does end up detonating. A little bit of extra damage on top as well. That Captive Sun doing a lot, but LCS not doing enough. That will be a Mexico taking the map, and they're tying this series up. It's not a map draw. It is not. I can guarantee you that. It is Team Mexico with the map win.
Now that would be the bingo card of all time. That would be the life bingo.
Escort map draw possible. Almost impossible. It is like we're talking 1% of the, no 0.1% of the time. Is that
something like that? Hey,
something like that.
You've now witnessed Elemental Guy. I was going to say in the flesh, but not quite because it's online gameplay.
And he is a cyborg ninja, so I'm not sure how much flesh the Genji really is.
Okay.
Just getting tanked over here, buddy.
Like,
Lord Master.
Like, come on now. Don't rain on my
very funny.
Actually,
Actually, He's actually mostly cyborg. I'm gonna get schooled by the lore heads in the chat, dude. I don't know. I'm not a lore guy. I'm sorry.
Was Darth Vader actually Anakin or no?
Okay,
I'm moving on.
Jar Jar Binks is Sith? No, come on, man. Oh my. He's millennial posting. He's millennial Star Wars posting.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Chile, they actually like stayed really competitive in this one, considering how like odd their composition looked at times. I actually give them a lot of props for taking that one really close, because it is a comfort map of Mexico. We've seen what the Elemental guy can do, and you know, based on their like, if you don't trust Mexico and Circuit Real, I'm telling you, the fact that they took United States on overtime on this map, that should tell you enough that they are really good on this map. So Chile, they still stayed competitive. This might be a 5-map banger right here.
Yeah, it very much could be. I want to reiterate the stakes actually real quick, Johnny. If Chile win this, they will just go up 2-0, which means they guarantee lock themselves in that second seed. So, like, they are in if they win this series. Mexico, a good opportunity, and have to be perfect from here on out because they came into today 0-1 to secure their spot to Busan. There you go. There's the Group B. Thank you, production. The standings right now. Chile 1-0. You just need a 2-0, Johnny. I know, hard ask, but it can be done.
I mean, this is an amazing opportunity to get your ticket to Busan. Like, all 6 of those teams who aren't Canada and USA, when they got the schedule and they saw the group draw, they're just like, this is an amazing opportunity to qualify for Busan. There's realistically, like, we have the opportunity to do something great here, and I think Chile and Mexico battling here right now for that opportunity to go to Busan. This is a lot on the line. Some of these players, this is perhaps their only opportunity to actually make an Overwatch tournament. So to capture that opportunity, that would be a massive deal for those players.
Oh, we're checking another one off the bingo card, Johnny. Numbani picked by Chile. Okay. Well, how do you see this one going? Are we gonna wait? Hang on.
I'm hanging.
Are we gonna see Elemental guy for
Yes.
Numbani?
Yes.
Sure.
And it's actually the second map that Mexico picked. Against
Yeah,
USA.
I mean, Numbani is just kind of good for the dive, kind of good for the Genji type beat. So okay. I like this. I like this a lot. We'll see how Chile end up responding. They get to ban first. They could do the funniest thing right now. They could do the funniest thing.
Is it funny to you?
Banning Elemental Guy's Genji?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's kind of funny in the grand scheme of things, yeah.
Okay, all right.
You see the one trick on the enemy team. Well, you can't do that anymore, but see the one trick on the enemy team? Ooh, a little ban.
Okay.
Don't mind if I do.
I feel like, I mean, if you actually ban Genji, look, I understand it because you're facing Elemental Guy, and it's actually maybe the right play, but just the fact that there are so many heroes in the game you could ban, but you decide to ban Genji, that some way has to be good for Mexico, right? Some way that makes it good for Mexico. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, yeah, because it's like, well, you could have banned like Jetpack Cat or like something like that, you know, some sort of other kind of comp, but you decide to target the guy that only plays Genji, the OTP. So we'll see. I mean, look, a lot of Genji players probably have a mean venture as well, so another kind of crazy movement hero. Oh, they banned Ana instead. Honestly, don't mind it. Again,
yeah, I kind of like that.
You're not banning the Genji, but like you're banning one of his strongest like duo partners in the Ana. So like, sure, why not? I mean, Ana's very good on Numbani anyway. And then you ban D.Va as Team Mexico. In response.
That's a good play. That's a smart play, banning the Ana. It's like you're gonna live with that. If a Genji gets like a 2k Dragon Blade, like you can live with that. And you also saw like Elemental Guy at times struggled to get value on the Genji. Again, we never saw that scoreboard. But as much as we gassed up Elemental Guy, we actually did see the scoreboard, but I didn't look at it. Elemental Guy actually did show up in the kill feed at times, because like just you're a Genji at the end of the day playing Circuit Real, and you don't have that nano boost to go with, right? And so died quite a bit, and I think Chile, they're quite happy to go down that path. It's just like, okay, we can deal with the Genji by their lonesome. We should be able to manage that. So banning the Ana, I like that. It's a good play.
You know what his aim kind of reminds me of as well? Do you remember Zergy? The trackball wizard?
The trackball wizard?
Yeah, Zergy. You don't remember?
Is this a previous World Cup player?
I'd have to check if Zergy played in World Cup, but he plays on trackball in EMEA, or used to. Yeah, and his aim, it looked like a little jittery and it looked weird, but for like a long time. And then people were like, why does it look weird? Like your aim just looks strange. And then it's like, oh, he plays on a trackball. That's why. He's like top 500, like hit scan, like I play on a trackball type guy. And it's crazy.
God,
it looks
yeah.
a little strange.
I looked it up on Wikipedia right now. Trivia. They're using a trackball mouse.
Trackball, yeah.
Schmungus, oh yeah. Yeah, they were in the Flash Ops. OWWC Stage 2, 2024.
Yeah. Zergy, man.
Wow,
he's kind of a legend,
great
honestly.
pull from you. That's a perfect like trivia question.
Oh yeah, who played on a trackball
Yeah.
in competitive Overwatch? Yeah. Everybody thought his aim looked really weird. It looked kind of like almost kind of sus, you know? But like, it's like, oh, actually, you just watch him, like his hand cam. It's like, okay, that makes sense actually. Like that's why it looks strange, because he's on the big trackball. Kind of reminds me of Elemental Guy, the way he kind of aims. But that's just because he has high DPI. Well, here's Nabani anyway, as we see finally, Johnny.
Let's go.
A little jetpack cat.
Here we go.
Okay. We're gaming now.
This is what I'm
So
talking
how does the
about.
Genji interact with this comp? Is gonna be my question to you.
I mean, do you want genuine analysis?
Yes. Yeah. Obviously.
Hide.
Okay. That's really
Hide
good.
during turret mode and then deflect. They're doing a good job of it now, except Santana is right in the middle of the primary fire.
Yeah, Santana taking Omega damage.
Here we go.
Like he couldn't have taken more. Little high ground rotation. Best thing you can do against the Magras Genji too is not only just shoot him in the face, but deflect all those bullets when he's cardiac overdriving. Nice little kill from Elemental Guy. Reset into the Bastion. And another one straight onto the Tracer. Okay, Team Mexico. Little team kill.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty scary prospect, right? If you are Chile, because like if you swing in the sky with the turret mode activated, who are you really shooting there? A lot
Just
of
the Mauga,
opportunity for
really.
defense here. Yeah, exactly, just the Mauga, right? And at that time, cardiac overdrive was activated from Santana, bought himself enough time to live through the turret mode, and then Mexico's composition actually do a great job with the added firepower from Paulette on the Elari to beat down on Chile. Cat in the sky.
He gets healed all the way up. That's kind of sad, actually. Elemental Guy kind of wants to go in for that dash. Santana is going to fall. Elemental Guy needs this kill on this Bastion desperately. Nice backup, though. The cat comes in clutch. LCS taking care of the DPS. Should be Chile capping this one.
And I feel like Santana was kind of just too exposed in the open there, right? Like, to some degree, you have to be cognizant of the objective, the point, right? Because at the end of the day, you're probably going to have to be the person to touch there, but you should be overrunning into like very tight corridors, play out of line of sight, especially during that turret mode, right? Relying on the cardiac overdrive, it's a little bit too much, and you end up losing the neutral. It damage just too much for Santana there.
The Bastion just squeaking. Like, two most intelligible, like, characters in the game. The Bastion making beeps and boops, and the cat just meowing at you. Nice little Bob on the point. Gonna stall out on the corner for Mexico. Elemental Guy does have a blade. There is gonna be a cat Bastion behind them, though. Okay. Hello, Mauga. And this might be a swift goodbye as well. Nice little cage and insta-kill. Nice rush, actually, coming through from Team Chile. There's gonna be a some sort of like sun, like a lot of stuff, but you're hitting a sun just like that, the captive sun in that small room, instantly Suzu'd. Like an insane timing from Wed. Wed carrying that fight, like hands down. Insta rush to kill the enemy Mauga, straight into the Suzu after the captive sun.
Yeah, 100%. Suzu came in clutch, big time. Chile as well activating, you know, the ultimate to get that added over health as well, regardless. But Mexico, they still can make a bit of a stand here. They got Cage Fight and the Blade this time. Just going to trap 2 for the moment, but that's enough for Elemental Guy to go.
Yeah, you don't need much more than that. Hoping to get the reset off the Mauga to then hit the extra dash, I'd assume there. All good. Cage Blade used. I mean, okay, you want to bring it back to old metas, the Blade Cage, the Cage Blade? Like, that's another good one.
What's that?
Another, well, okay. I wouldn't say good. It was an insane one.
Oh, you like that? Okay. All right.
No. Well, no. I mean, Double Mauga cage, not
Almost
everything of all time. Whoa,
we're in the now. We're in the now.
We're in the here and now. We're in the big 26. As we see the Cat Bastion descend on the enemy hitscan players. Oh, the Naze kill almost taking out the Alari, but Bert will end up swinging around that corner. And Elemental Guy, very low, 80 HP. Needs a reset, just needs backup, health, anything. His payload is going to get dunked in eventually. Chile with 4 minutes in the time bank now.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, it kind of comes back to like 2 fights prior as they slowly do the best efforts here after the payload's been captured. This is a classic rank, by the way. Going for the contest after it's been captured.
Yeah, because you don't realize, and you're like, I've still got it, guys.
That fight where the Suzu came in on the captive son, like that was a big commit from Mexico, and I feel like Chile there end up capping the second point a couple team fights later because the ultimate economy favored them a little bit. Elemental Guy, big bang here, and the dash.
Yeah, both rushes have been used to turret form. Is it going to get sent sky high, though? Elemental Guy, without a deflect, just runs straight into the front line. And that is a very dangerous place to be for the Genji, but doesn't seem to really mind too much. Bob, Ash taken care of, and the charge out of the cage. Oh, not good here for Frack, but using it for cover at this point. Now shooting Elemental Guy in the back. Return cage comes in for Team Mexico. Frack is just going to be just gunning down Santana. Captive Sun does end up connecting there for Team Mexico and get a double kill as well. Team Chile's backline eventually just succumbing to the Sun.
Just evaporated by the Captive Sun, the delayed Captive Sun. And that's actually going to be enough to put Chile back here on this third point. And I mean, 2:30 in the time bank is kind of like a pivotal moment in the series here where Chile is now forced to fully reset, and Mexico has set up their defense accordingly. Maugas still running at each other. Uh-oh, there goes the Bastion.
Yeah, here comes the blade from Elemental Guy as well. Oh, the Suzu's going to be a little bit of a thorn in the side for the Genji. As he ends up just getting the single kill. Both DPS from Team Mexico are going to get cleaned up, so this payload can get moving again.
Yeah, things looking really good for Chile right now. This Bastion Cat in the neutral has just been too much for Mexico to deal with here. Consistent value throughout these team fights, and now Mexico has to look for a re-engage here. They're coming up on a Kitsune rush, but might just get it slightly too late.
Stomp in, Elemental Guy just dashing through a couple of players there. Suzu applied to him. Santana is very low. They need this rush to able to sustain this Mauga in the front line. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it. The focus fire is just so great for Team Chile right now. And then cherry on top of that one is that Bastion ult. Death Blossom used, sure, by the Reaper, but it don't matter. You got a whole lot of firepower in Burt, who, honestly, Johnny, at the very end there, Team Mexico were unable to really focus down the Bastion.
Yeah, I mean, the added overhealth from the ultimate as well. It gives almost Mexico a chance to, Chile a chance rather to like heal up their Bastion and keep them topped up for the next go around. And I feel like at the end of the day, like the neutral was just too much. Like this Bastion and Cat, it is so strong in these Mauga mirrors that Mexico has really found themselves on the back foot. I mean, they have a couple of moments here and there, like a Captive Sun, a Dragon Blade, but in the neutral, it's just overpowering this Bastion damage coming out from this composition. So Chile definitely with the upper hand so far. It's reflected in the scoreboard.
All right, Cat Bastion defense time. Here we go. How fast can Team Mexico collapse on like Wed or Frack? Because you're looking at running someone down. There's not really many people to do that. Like 2 players are already in the air. And then you have to force 2 cooldowns, 1 each for the Kiriko and the Reaper. The shift for both of them, the TP and the Swift Step. Or the Swift Step, sorry, and the Wraith Warp.
Elemental Guy, we need you.
We need you. Help. And Arno's banned as well, so he can't nano blade. This is so sad.
Okay, but after this map, we are
after
unlocked.
This map.
As long
That's
as
true.
Genji don't get banned, we're unlocked. Our full potential.
That is facts. That does require Chile to lose this next one to get the first ban, because you know they're gonna, Mexico are gonna protect ban more than likely. Oh, well,
that works.
Yeah, if you just 180 and then look at the Cat Bastion and then shoot the Bastion, that'll do it.
That brings joy. Now Mexico can collapse onto the point. Santana taking a lot of damage again, though. Frack really has the upper hand in this Malga duel. Going to force Mexico back for the time being, unless Elemental Guy has something to say.
Unless, yeah, Elemental Guy does it again. All right, Team Mexico. That is the point capped. I mean, you can't let your cat Bastion die that soon. If your Bastion dies off rip like that, you don't really stand a chance in these comms.
Yeah, look, everyone knows it. Everyone's watching knows that's just not right there.
Okay, that is a lot of covering fire. My goodness. They require an emergency Suzu to get Frack out of danger. And in fact, they've done a whole bunch. They've also Wraith, like, you're in a bad spot if you're that Reaper. Yeah, Elemental Guy spots it and actually just sends to the sky too. Gets the deflect kill onto Bert. Is there nothing this guy can't do?
Let's not go down that road. Mexico. Look, you want to talk about hero pool? We can do that elsewhere. Mexico have a lot of ultimates here to really start steamrolling onto Numbani. So maybe we shouldn't count them out just yet. This second point is really difficult to defend as well. Chile are coming up on a couple of big ultimates, but this should be Mexico's great opportunity here to keep steaming onto the third point.
Should be. Nice little stop. Although Elemental Guy dodges out of the cage. They're still moving this payload, by the way. It has eventually been contested, but Kamez on a beautiful off angle. It's just so much DPS from both Kamez and Elemental Guy right now. And then also the Captive Sun gets thrown in. That team kill was just so fast. Chile had a good idea, right? You end up caging, and then you're like, okay, well, we can focus people in the cage, but then Kamez and Elemental Guy are no way near, and they're just killing everybody outside of it.
It's just too much. I mean, it's just too many ultimates there for Mexico, and Chile can't stand up to it. And 5 minutes 30 here. I mean, Wed has a Kitsune rush, but I'm not counting out any team that has a cage fight available, so Santana can do great work here. Frack is already quite low.
Yeah, Frack's super low. They are playing on a rush, though, so the cage actually ends up getting destroyed.
That's not good. I'm at the guy going down. That's going to force the reset right there. Well, you did invest a lot of ultimates into that second point capture, and so I think it's to be expected here that having this third one is going to take a bit longer as you look to rebuild your ultimate economy. You could force out a couple of ultimates, though. That could be beneficial. You're always thinking about the ultimate economy. Mexico wants to win this one. They need to step it up. Paulette finding an early frag here. Put some pressure on Chile.
Yeah, Bert down. Elemental Guy now spearheading the rest of the team. Oh, the Death Blossom. Is it even going to get one kill? Okay, it assists with the kill from LCS, but that's it. I mean, that is a really good push. Bert's going to spawn here. Eli dies last, so there's going to be a late spawner. Mexico, they are 5 right now on this point, or close to it.
This could be an absolutely crazy push. You have double support element coming up here. Bert has to play Savior. Elemental Guy goes down early again, though.
Plays in the disruptive shot. Going low as well. There's the Suzu. Still doesn't want to walk through it, but needed to maybe. Nice slide dash. Captive Sun needs to get this slide, but no. Palette ends up taking down Bert. Captive Sun is good for one. Need more damage out from the Alari as well. They are going to cap Johnny. They're going to cap with a whole lot of time in that bank. Look at that. Basically, starting with 4 minutes again. They're 357 for Team Mexico. That is absurd.
We've all been there on Numbani. Look, we all know it. We've all been there when the enemy team has 4 minutes.
It is a map of all time. It is a map of all time. It happens.
Steamrolls do happen on the attack on this map. So that feels tremendously bad. I mean, LCS having a sound barrier in spawn didn't have the opportunity there to drop it in the first place. That does not spark joy. Quite the opposite.
All right, well, Mexico's time to defend. It's only 1 minute and 25, and that's my big fear. One good attempt, and then half of one, maybe. That's really not what the Cap Bastion comp does. Like, it needs to set up a little bit.
Yeah, it has to set up a little bit, but I don't think there's any, like, ultimates you can build here anyway. Like, because 85 seconds, I feel like usually you could reasonably build a couple of ultimates on the attack here to give you a good chance at one good fight. But I feel like with this kind of a composition, like, maybe you'll probably get there with the rush, but I'd almost like to rather go for 2 swings with the Bastion and see if someone like Santana like messes up again, you get an early pick onto the Mauga because of this overpowering damage in the neutral.
Right, the long setup again with the Cat Bastion. Well, they decide to go in now. They end up spotting out Carmez. Elemental guy forced to hit the reflect early. I like Burt forcing that, actually. Does help the front liners, of course. They have set the Bastion up on high ground, kind of. LCS is pretty low. But an Elemental guy end up trading. Eli with a TP onto the high ground, but LCS dead. This is looking rather worse for wear for Chile right now. And there's 45 seconds to go, so they need to reset right now. They need a pick or they need to reset, and it looks like it's going to be a quick reset here, just dying on the point.
I think they're quite comfortable with time, though. And they are going to get this Kitsune rush. The problem is that Mexico are obviously building some of their own. Overclock is coming available for Mexico here as well. But you give that a good attempt. Mexico had a nice rotation that one time to bring Burt down early. But Chile has another go of it here. And you just want to take shots on goal. Another good attempt here to try and get this payload going.
Good nade. They've got high ground, of course, here. Elemental guy kind of testing the waters with the Genji. Already hit the reflex, so safety is the #1 course of action. Both rushes now in this small corridor. This is Mauga Gaming for sure, but Carmez just making use of everybody in one space and ends up hitting a massive disruptor shot with a couple of railguns to follow it up. Chile, 0 ticks on that first point. Team Mexico, they need a singular one in 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's almost like they were a little bit too aggressive with the first time around with the Bastion, and then a little bit too slow the second time around. Obviously, they were quite behind when it came to the Kitsune rush, and so theirs was delayed. But that turret mode, you almost need to put out a lot of damage onto Fractor. But it was a little bit too late. And instead here, it's going to be Mexico with a fantastic chance. 4 minutes to close out this map. It didn't at all. When Mexico was defending, I honestly like almost counted them out a little bit because Chile looked so good on their own attack, but this has been quite a turnaround for them so far.
Okay. Chile, they want to be able to secure it up here to make it to Busan, but Mexico being a rather large force to be reckoned with in this series. An Elemental guy too, like, how often are you playing in scrims against something like this? Not too often. Chile not even opting for the Cat Bastion here either. It's like, okay, we're going to play Alari. We're going to play Sojourn. Like, we're just going to go a little bit more old school with it.
I mean, you just have to make plays and hope that the plays work out. You have to keep being proactive, take off angles. So, LCS has to pop off, Burt has to pop off, Cage Blossom at some point in these 4 minutes, right? You need... Here's where the individual skill really matters.
Yeah, and you have to be clean with it too. Can't make any fights kind of scrappy. Although historically, Numbani, even after shortening the spawn distance, you can get back to the spawn as a defender. It's not as bad as some other maps. Oh, that is a very aggressive wraparound here. I mean, Frack is almost one shot. Like, okay, he just ends up falling over. That's map. That's just map. It's game for this one. Game, set, a match. Unless something crazy happens, which it's not going to. Back to regular schedule programming on Numbani. Only 33% required, and Mexico dunk it in. There it is. A 2-1 as they lead the series. That's match point. Chile, they got to come back into this one. Want to make it 5, but Team Mexico just putting a large twig in the spokes of Chile's bike.
Hey, remember when I said that you gotta make plays? Well, Frag
You gotta make plays.
Yeah. It wasn't the play, but Frag tried to make a play. So, I don't blame them. I don't care how bad that looked on broadcast. I don't care about hindsight entities. Frag tried to make a play with 4 minutes on the time bank for the offense. So, you know, it didn't work out. Go next. Down 2-1 in this pivotal series. A lot on the line here needs to be reiterated here, Jack, that obviously if Chile wins this match, they actually qualify for Busan, right? But right now, it's Mexico with a 2-1 upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the next games as well, Mexico would be facing Argentina in the last game of Group B, whereas Chile, on the other hand, a very different fate. They have to face Team USA. So,
right,
very tough to kind of keep themselves in the series and then also face Team USA and hope to come out with some maps.
And
Mexico, they're looking good to close this one out if they play like this again.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously, getting the win here, it helps with, you know, the map differential here as well. Like, yeah, Chile will just be in a world of trouble. Let me just put it that way. If you lose this match, that's pretty much your hopes dashed, right? And so, this is not the spot they wanted to find themselves in. Like, going into this series, you know that if we close things out, if we win this series, we qualify for Busan. This was not like they dreamt it up this morning. And now they have to bring this one back. It's a very tough, difficult spot to be in.
Yeah, then they're going into the next map. They're banning that Genji for sure. Like, that is what you have to go for, right? Like, while Elemental Guy, I'd say, like, okay, it's not like a Huck, so like, okay, I'm just going to solo carry the entire team. I'm just going to get blades off Rip, and I will get like 2 every single blade, 3 every single blade. But it's like, we need to get him off his best hero. At some point, we need to be able to deal with it, because the later we go, like, these maps aren't getting any worse for the Genji, like Runasapi, New Queen Street, New Junk, like Suravasa, like, they're not bad for Genji by any stretch of the imagination.
There might be more Mauga Genji in our future.
Exactly. So I'm thinking, you know what? Just pull the band-aid off, take us to a map 5, and then deal with it there, because they need an emergency intervention now, because Mexico are on map point.
Yeah, you feel like it's in one of those positions where, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, there's obviously a lot of different heroes they probably want to ban out here, or even like protect if they want to continue down this path. And playing Cat Bastion like this, I don't feel like Chile were ever comfortable really playing Circuit Real, and I don't think they were too comfortable playing Numbani either. And so you kind of want to go into Runasapi just like playing your own game, right? Playing your own favorite kind of composition, right? So if you ban the Genji, then obviously that's a big kind of card to play, when he could have like target banned something else for his score.
You gotta do it at some point, bro. You just gotta do it. You know, Elemental Guy is staying in. You just gotta do it. It's imperative. It is. It's Elemental Guy. Oh,
Elemental Guy's out.
Elemental Guy out. We're not banning the Genji. Angel in. Elemental Guy out. Okay. Second substitution as well, I'm hearing as well. Okay, so Lei coming back in for Team Mexico. Go on. Good.
I mean, this is our 4th series, and so like, you know, the caffeine is declining, but
yeah,
this is
we're both getting a little
IQ.
cooked.
This is 900 IQ, because if they lose this map, then they can just sub in Elemental Guy for the next one, and they don't have to worry about the Genji ban. So you might as well just maybe sub out Elemental Guy in this one if you know the Genji target ban is coming, and then instead rely on a more flexible lineup here instead. Maybe you can play some Cat Bastion. We saw Cat Cassidy earlier, of course, as well. Didn't work out though. Didn't work on Oasis. But I like the substitution here because it gives you some versatility and prevents you from putting yourself in this hole where Genji gets banned out for Elemental Guy.
Wait, you might be big brain, like no joke.
Well, if I was big brain, I'd say that before it happened, right before my eyes. But
that's fine.
We're working with what we got right now.
Exactly. Right, let's have a look how they end up navigating this one. They banned the cat as well, so no Cat Bastion. Mauga banned too. I'm honestly, you know, not too fussed about that one if you're Mexico. I think Chile, they've had a good Mauga comp, so taking that one off the board is nice. They're going to be going to, New Junk Suravasa as our last one, so it's like, okay, we can probably deal with the Mauga there, and we could just play something else if we don't want to mirror. So yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all.
Yeah, and if I'm Mexico, like I'm almost taking that for like the next map. Like, okay, we can play Mauga, Genji, Suravasa or New Junk City, whatever that is. I think that the cat ban makes sense here too, because it's the only hero we've seen Lei really play here in the World Cup qualifiers. And so if you're substituting in Lei, all right, we've only seen them play Jetpack Cat so far, and they're being substituted out for everything else. Let's target ban them instead here and see what their hero pool offers.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Team Mexico, one map away from taking this series, and which will mean one step closer to going to Busan as well. Their next series will be against Argentina, who not looking too hot at least coming out of the gate. They ended up losing to Chile in a 3-1. And then they lost against Team USA. No surprise. A little 3-0 there too. So Argentina are out. Team Mexico a very good opportunity if they do take this next map as we load in to Runasapi.
Yeah, this is a high-pressure situation for a lot of these players. Can't be underestimated how much a series win would mean to either of these teams here. As we take this very serious moment to zoom in on the plushies.
Dude, look at that. So
it's been a long day for everyone,
Blizzard
all the
make
producers
them?
here, the entire broadcast team.
Did Blizzard actually make them, like, real?
Real? Oh, you mean, okay.
As in,
wow,
as
I
in,
am
like,
truly
not in-game.
beyond lost. Yeah,
not
I am-
in-game, Johnny. Not like, do Blizzard, like, make the animal?
Yeah, I'm lost.
I mean, like...
Sorry.
It's fine. It
Hey,
has
I
been a
love
long
it.
day.
I got the Zeta Division mascot right next to me.
Oh, yeah, I got one too. Yeah, shout out Zeta Division.
Yeah. From the,
Giving us
Champions Clash.
the little plushies, the little tracer one. Oh, I got the Spherical one. Sorry,
And
I
they'll
got
be
three.
on Neon Junction as well.
Yeah, they will be, dude. Yes. Easter egg.
We're popping off. We're popping off Zeta Division.
It is a very cute mascot. Speaking of cute things, one of them is banned. Jetpack Cat. It's going to be Ram versus the Zarya from Team Mexico. Angel subbing in too for Elemental Guy. Bit more rounded of a composition here with the Reaper, as Frack is just hosed with damage. Karma is picking up the kill.
And Zarya Reaper is obviously a flavor we've seen quite a bit of the last couple of years here, so Mexico trying this composition once more. Just dishing out resources onto their damage players here instead. They kind of need an alternate composition that really works out for them because they've been so reliant on Elemental Guy, and now you're seeing them here with this Zarya composition. Obviously, we'll trade fairly neutral against a hero like Ramatra here, so comes down to some of the playmaking from someone like Carmes here to step up big time for Mexico.
Already made a decent lead. I mean, here comes the kind of the playbook for the Reaper and the Zarya. You're just going to put the Reaper forward, you're going to bubble him up like this, send him around the corner, try and get some damage in, and then just eventually build up ults. Already Frack is pretty low, playing on the shield. Wow, actually just going to the TP. Almost baits LCS into following him. Frack is very low at this point, but it's the Reaper that goes down first. That was kind of a messy push there from Chile. They're not rewarded for it either as Angel TPs forward. They've lost late, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but support going down. Not good for Team Mexico.
Yeah, very scary here. Probably just want to stay put for the time being and wait for late to get back. Mexico taking a very patient approach for the time being, building these ultimates. They want all the resources they can to push this very difficult corner. But Chile, they built the Kitsune Rush themselves. Bert coming up an overclock here as well. It's going to have the superior positioning for the time being. But Chile are committing here, Jaws.
Yeah, they notice the bubbles going down, so Santana is super low. There's no bubbles left after this one. There you go. Deleted. You didn't need an ult there either. So just winning at neutral like that is real nice, especially at this point in the game too, where you're more than likely going to be able to take a lead, or at least get it to the corner.
This first corner is absolutely pivotal for both teams here. I feel like with the way these compositions are looking, they're more like standard brawly. Don't have a lot of room to like make super wide angles by any means, and so
they're corner comps basically.
Like,
they want to sit on the corner. Like, what else?
Where they would? Here we go.
Oh, the Sanctuary is golden, and they grab them too. I mean, that might have been. I'd have to double check on that one. Oh, tragedy for Chile there. They used 4 ults. And then Lei says, yeah, about that. And then hits the Sanctuary on the corner. He just destroys them with a grab.
Oh,
that was impeccable timing from Team Mexico.
It really was. Maximum value for them. And now they've earned themselves the opportunity to push this corner themselves. And Karma still has this overclock in hand. Going for a wide swing.
Yeah. I mean, the overclock, you love to see that. And this is the problem with this map. It can really get out of hand. Suzu comes in, and yeah, I mean, that's Angel. This is go time. Team Mexico, hold on, Johnny.
I mean, this is...
They've got checkpoint, and they're going to get a considerable lead now. And they only have to deal with the Annihilation. Like, it shouldn't be that difficult to deal with.
Right, with so much on the line, if you're able to just get to 80 meters, don't have to get to the 100-meter mark, like, this is pivotal push that Mexico is gaining right now in these brawl-style corner compositions. And Chile here, desperate to get something going to prevent Mexico from extending their lead.
Yeah, I believe that was an Ajax, Johnny, I think. Rather unlucky there for Chile. And now we go back to what we do best. Play on a corner and send a job to the high ground with the TP. There's the Annihilation. Can they actually sustain through it? Wow, Angel's still on an aggressive angle here and just gets punished. Maybe realized that they couldn't rake all the way back to the friendly corners and friendly grounds there. And now Frack trying to take the game into his own hands. Eli already down, however. Santana standing up so tall in the front line, and now on the rush as well. These bubbles are going to come back in no time. They can turn this one so easily. Graviton Surge available as well. Santana whips around the corner, grabs it, almost whiffs it. That was close. Frack jumps in though, securing the grab on one player. All good.
That was very scary if that grab doesn't hit. Because Santana had like 4 people in front of them, and then 2 seconds later, you think that they're gonna still be there, but they're not. They're not still there. So again, Mexico continues pushing here. Crucial meterage gained here for Mexico. Chile need to come up clutch big time here with the sound barrier rebuilt and an overclock available.
Sanctuary. Oh,
good shot from Bird.
Yeah, insane shot. Ooh, that was nice too. Okay, but don't let another go down though, right? Good team kill. Real nice. I was thinking like, look, they pull the overclock. Hey, Sanctuary on the corner, and then we win. But wow, snipe and layout like that was kind of the best pick possible.
I mean, if you lose that fight, the win probability on ESPN ain't looking too good. And so it is so critical that you land a railgun shot like that just to keep things going. So Burt did their part. Now need someone to step up here. Just Mexico has a lot of ultimates built.
LCS has got the beats. That's a successful one. Ends up hitting 4 as well. Sanctuary comes in. Death Blossom and Overclock. Angel just spinning to win in the Sanctuary there. Not taking any damage and still kills Burt.
Mexico continue on the rampage so far here on Runasapi. 3 minutes 30 to go. And they're doing their part. They're getting the value they need. Not too many mistakes from Mexico so far in this critical map to close out the series. The Zarya composition has been a composition they've kind of unlocked here to work alongside the metalized Genji. Chile here looking for answers, pushing ahead with an Annihilation available.
Going straight into the back there. Good Suzu stops a lot of that instant damage coming through from Frack, but his eyes are turned towards the Zarya. Not high charged enough to get punished, but they trade tanks. It's a 4-on-4. More honest Overwatch now without the tank players. Both rushes are going to get used as well. See Mexico still fighting on a lower ground here. Easier for Chile to fire down upon them. But still, there's no picks coming in. Eli has got this Death Blossom, of course, but happy to kind of jostle the bot so far.
Can't really make a play with the Death Blossom either because you become a target to the Sojourn. Frack working its way back from spawn here, so Chile taking their time. Mexico don't have any ultimates here, so this is quite a vulnerable fight here, Jaws, for Mexico.
So Wub in the front line. Putting up towards that grab, slowly but surely. There's the Death Blossom. Nice Suzu too to stop the Reaper getting instantly blown up. But it's only a 1-for-1. They get some presence short on the front, but now there's a Sanctuary to deal with. And this grab in 20%. Santana with no bubbles left, no fear of the opposition either with that Sanctuary on the corner. It's just such a powerful ult when you can dive forward, hop Sanctuary down, and then farm outwards. Because Chile aren't going to dive in.
I mean, exactly. We're talking about these compositions being corner comps. And if you don't have any positioning, dropping the Sanctuary is going to give you that free space that you can then use to work with. And Santana did that. We saw it firsthand. And now they built up all the really good ultimates. Bird, Overclock. Any sightlines here, Jaws?
Oh, what a grab on the point. Nice just sound barrier, though, from LCS. Suzu on top of that to make sure LCS stays alive and kicking. Double DPS for Mexico, and Chile have nothing to deal with it. Frack's going to get melted in 3.
Death Blossom was somewhere.
1. Bro is going to die. Oh, no, it was a Suzu instead. It saved his life. There you go. Suzu can just do the mostest. It really can. Well, there is the rushes from both sides as Karma is kind of struggling to find damage. Annihilation now popped. Frack just what is that, Mach 5 speed towards the back line. That's a tough thing for Team Mexico to deal with. And Angel and Santana succumb to their wounds as they also try to trade backlines.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened with the Death Blossom there, but the main story is that Chile defend their corner and they're able to fight back here, at least giving themselves an opportunity to come back in this crucial map. Try and tie up the series, forcing a map 5 here. 40 seconds to go, but they committed a lot of ultimates. Who can stand up here and make a play for your team to keep this series alive?
Well, they're going to fight on this corner, but it's a small... Oh. What was that kill? I mean...
No way.
Yeah, Team Mexico lose their Sojourn like that, and they've lost the point too, so there's no chance for a contest at this point.
It's the last fight right here. Sanctuary available for Lei.
You have to be perfect.
Looking to make a play with this Death Blossom.
You have to be perfect, because the spawns are not going to come in. You need this Death Blossom to go absolutely nuclear. They're going to try and focus down Santana first, I'd imagine, trying to get a couple of bubbles out, but there's the Sanctuary. They're just going to run forward, force the Reaper to hit the Wraith Walk. It is very early. They're still playing on this corner here. Teleport into the back. Are they going to be able to read it? Yes, they can. What is that damage from Team Mexico? They do end up trading 1-for-1, though, but this soundbite from LCS needs to connect. Beats hits the ground, hits 4. Team Mexico are falling over. Map number 5 in Chile's sights, Johnny. As Team Mexico are losing players. Santana, no bubbles left remaining. There's a Kitsune Rush. There's an Overclock. They have so much to play with. The Graviton Surge in 2%, but they managed to get kept alive. How is Spurt not going to kill? The Graviton Surge is absolutely massive as well on the point. The Annihilation does absolutely nothing. How did Santana stay alive for that long? Clutch God for Team Mexico as they take the series 3-1.
I thought we were going to map 5. That's unbelievable how they turned it around. It looked like a done deal. It looked like Chile were storming their way through the Runasapi, get the meters required, but like you said,
4 players sound barrier from LCS and there's no kills.
Like yeah, it was a 4-man sound barrier. How do you not close things out? Like, dude, they had a Kitsune Rush down, they were building an Overclock, and somehow Mexico stay alive, and the Karmas gets the frags required to close things out. That's unbelievable.
Karmas kills Burt mid-OC after the beat had worn off because they couldn't kill anybody. Wow. And then Santana with the perfect bubble rotation stays alive, builds Grav, hits the Grav on the tank, on the bot, and then he hits Annihilation. Like how?
Oh,
how?
Nightmare fuel. That is
that was Chile's chance to make it to map 5 and maybe make it to Busan. Oh, check this out. We got the last play on the screens.
Okay, so the barrier's up. That both damage players are dead for Mexico. So it's like 4 versus 3. And Santana just stays alive with 2 support players here. Kitsune Rush is down at the minute. And Mexico just has unbelievable down. How is Santana not dead, Joss?
68. He went to 61. Peeping it. Went to 61 HP. And Bro survives. I thought we banned the cat, bro. Bro's got 9 lives.
No,
that was ridiculous.
You were hyping it up. I was all on board. Like, we were on our way to map 5. We were going to Sarawas or New Dunk City, and then that happened. Wow. What a way to end the day. That's
Team Mexico, crazy. They only need to defeat Argentina now, and they have locked themselves into a spot at Busan. Like, this was the mountain to kind of overcome. This was the hurdle to overcome. Like, there is a real possibility we see Team Mexico at the LAN, because Chile have to face Team USA next. 2 very different opponents. Like, what an unbelievable win from Team Mexico. Let's take a peek at how it went down with the highlights. Oh, wow. This feels like a lifetime ago.
Yeah,
Karmas getting the double high noon. My goodness.
Yeah, we might have to revisit the Karmas. Always good for one thing, but that's not something we need to do this very broadcast. We can do that at a later stage. I'm impressed by Mexico, the way they were able to execute with the Sara composition, because at this time, like, it was all an elemental guy, you know, popping off with these Dragon Blades, getting 1 case, 2 case with this blade. And they did play a pretty good Sigma, you know, Ram composition as well. Numbani was impressive from their side, able to overcome the Cat Bastion that Chile had thrown their way. But I did really enjoy seeing a look from Mexico that wasn't elemental guy oriented with the Genji. They did a good job with the Zarya here. Very composed throughout, I thought.
Yeah, I think having two different styles like that, even if one style is like, okay, he's going to play Genji because there's no TP, like, I think that's a fantastic way to be as a team, because you have more of like a default, and then you have, okay, well, we actually have some sneaky stuff up our... Well, okay, it's not sneaky. You see Elemental guys subbed in, they're going to play Genji, they might play Circuit. But they've still got like a different strategy they can use if they want to deploy against a team that might not be too versed in playing against it, or even just kind of out of left field against a team that is considered better than them. So, yeah, props to Team Mexico there. A 3-1 victory over Chile. Next opponent's going to be Argentina. They win that. That's a ticket to Busan locked.
Indeed. All right. Wow. That was literally just like that was peak.
That was cinema at the very end.
Like there's so much on the line.
Yeah, I will interrupt you. We got a interview with Lei ready right this very second from Team Mexico. Congratulations. A massive smile on your face. Congratulations for that win. The 3-1.
Thank you.
Santana might be the greatest Zyra player of all time. Him surviving at the very end.
Hey, Santana pocketed Lei.
That grab was just crazy.
Crazy.
That grab was just way too clutch.
Congratulations on the win, of course. Argentina is going to be your next opponent. I've asked this question throughout the day, but Team Mexico, yourself, like Busan potentially on the cards as well if you do well in that last series. How is the team feeling representing Mexico? How are you feeling World Cup being back and yourself on the team?
I mean, we're all very excited. I'm not going to lie. I'm 18, so I was too young to play in last World Cup. But if I had been the age requirement, I maybe would have played in it. So I'm really excited to be able to play in this one. And representing the country is just great. Our team staff have organized watch parties in multiple cities in Mexico. So it's just great seeing all the pictures of all the fans meeting up just to watch us. And it just makes us feel excited to go to Korea and represent.
All right, Lei, obviously very excited after a win like that. I just want to like sit back here for a moment. Just like share with us like how that felt to close out the series like that in a fight like that. I'm sure the communication went crazy, like the comps and everything. Like how did the team react when you close out runners up in a fight like that?
I mean, most of us were just like screaming at each other, of course, but it was just, I don't know, we locked in at the end. Santana got that huge grab. We just survived even through rush, and it was just great. He lived at 1 HP for like 5 seconds, and it was just very...
You're just healing everything, like, please survive, please, just everything.
Me and Furiski were just like spamming heals on him.
A final question. Oh, you just said there's quite a few watch parties out there watching you guys compete. Is there anything you wanted to say to the people watching you and your fans out there?
Well, I mean, can I say it in Spanish? Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.